Chapter 1, Nara Girl. Ha! King Yan Mo really prefers Lord Gaideng and has 4 days of paid vacation. Everything is on my body. The silver-haired girl bulged her cheeks, and the snapdragon ballpoint pen in her hand kept poking the notebook, which recorded what Ghost Lantern had done before going to Australia. Turning her head to look at the pink Santa Kuan that seems to be described as an undercurrent surging, the girl took a few deep breaths and then turned her gaze back to the old lady in front of her. When the other person saw her, they would never describe it as kindness. When I recalled that King Yan Mo cried and handed this matter to her, I could already think of the ending like this, so this matter was handed over to the ghost lamp. It's the best to do it. Paid holidays are really good. Lord Ghost Deng must have bribed King Yan Mo with a gift, otherwise why would he give him a holiday? Duyapo, about the rent increase. As expected, I will discuss with you after Lord Ghost Lamp comes back. After successfully returning this incident to the hands of the ghost lamp, the girl looked a little happy and poked the snapdragon on the ballpoint pen several times. Master Nara, King Yan Mo has something to do with you. The kid here is Tang Guo who has just become a jailer. The little guy has a pair of small horns on his head. Sometimes when Nara sees him, she stretches out her hand and rubs the other's fluffy hair. But today, when she saw this little guy, her face was a little bit pale. Not good. Tisk. The dead fat man really likes Mr. Ghost Deng the most. That Nara-sama, you just said tisk, and it doesn't seem very good to say that King Yan Mo is a fat man. The most important thing is that this has nothing to do with King Yan Mo's love for Lord Ghost Lantern. Tang Guo weakly spit out what he was thinking, mainly because the other party's words were too much. Who said that the fat man in my mouth is King Yan Mo? Sorry. Hey. This time, the good-natured King Yan Mo has a very important task to be completed by Nara. Because he has to hand over the heavy work to the ghost lamp every day, he can't bear it. In addition, there are indeed too many things recently. He decided to follow a group of talents were introduced in this world, and Nara fell to Nara as the candidate to bring talents to hell. Introducing talent? That's not bad. After listening to the thoughts of her boss, Nara was very happy. She received the so-called talent information from the other party, and her face instantly turned black after seeing the above. This is clearly a trembling S. We already have such a trembling S from the Ghost Light Lord. If you have another one, you will surely be able to bear such a big body, Majesty. 1551. Boom. Boom. Nara waved the questionnaire in his hand, ignoring the cry of his immediate boss, and carefully read the information on it again. He ruthlessly threw the questionnaire over the boss's head and roared, "He is the Cotter of Port Mafia. Have you forgotten that the Dragon Head War suddenly flooded with a group of dead from hell, and we were so busy that we almost flew up? NS. Well, Nara-chan, don't be so angry." King Yan Mo took down the questionnaire that was thrown on his face, still with the smile of an old man. His chubby face could even be described as naive. Smoothing the already wrinkled questionnaire and pushing it back, the smile on his face became more obvious. After the introduction of talents, you and the ghost lamp will not be so busy, right? Ah! The sow wears a bra, one said after another. Summer evenings always come late, and the afterglow of the sunset has not completely disappeared on this land. On some deserted streets, only the shadows of houses stretched by the setting sun can be seen. It is at this time that Nara airborne directly from hell to this world. Airborne and broke her leg. It turns out that she did indeed break her leg. Nara, who was lying on the corner of the street, looked blankly at the darkening sky. After coming out of the gate of hell, she lay here in this form. People told her why it was like this. Taking out the photo of the mission target from his pocket, Nara looked at it carefully again. It was a teenager who seemed to be just a teenager. He was at the junction of youth and youth. Underneath his fluffy black hair was his right eye entangled in bandages. Ah, no, it should be said that this guy is covered with bandages and is wearing a black windbreaker. I don't know why Nara's first reaction when seeing this guy's photo was that this guy was dressed like a good-looking clothes. Da-da-da. There was a rhythmic sound of footsteps from the depths of the alley, and Nara subconsciously looked over. When Osamu Dazai returned from hanging, he ran into a girl who was lying on the ground and unkempt. However, he is not a charity, and he will not save another person meaninglessly. It can be said that he stepped past the girl with the broken leg without a pause. Mission target, locked. Osamu Dazai, who has officially become a cadre, felt for a moment that he was being targeted by maliciousness, which was the maliciousness of the hunters towards the prey. Well. Looking back again, the girl who had been slumped there and broke her leg was gone, leaving nothing but burning ashes on the ground. Ash? Was it an illusion just now? Chapter 2, Suicide Boy. Before the target character Dazai Osamu turned around for the second time, Nara finally recovered to his original appearance, so he quickly disappeared in place. She was also super lucky when she came up to see the target person, but after she was lucky, she had to think about how to take the next step. She always felt that it was not good to rush up and tell the other party that she was here to take him to hell. Almost in an instant, Nara had already thought about all the possibilities in his mind, and his body had already acted first. The girl who teleported to the top of the building not far away sighed heavily. She held her chin with her hand and looked at Osamu Dazai, who had reached the entrance of the street. The girl moved her gaze to the sky that was about to darken above her head. The task that King Yan Mo entrusted to her is to bring Osamu Dazai to as an introduced talent, but the premise must be that the other party completely hangs up, and the most important thing is that she can't do anything to harm the other party. In other words, it must be the other party committing suicide or being killed by someone else. In short, it must not die in her hands. But the other party is a suicide lover, and it seems that she should be able to reduce a considerable part of her workload. As a guide who needs to take the opponent to as soon as they hang up, Nara must be closer to the opponent. For the port of Mafia, why not just join her directly? King Yan Mo prepared a lot of necessary materials for her, and Nara looked through it roughly and finally felt that it was useless. Oda Sakunashuk likes to adopt orphans. She does have no father, no mother, and no relatives, but it seems that the orphans adopted by the other party are not the same type, so it seems impossible to be picked up by the other party and follow the friend line. The Hong Kong black leader Morihogai is a low ICN, but she definitely can't be called a lowly, and she can't take the leader's route. This is really a good task. Smiley face. I touched her body from top to bottom, and finally found the small mirror that the ghost lamp had brought her when she inspected the world. The person in the mirror is so beautiful. It's just that after appreciating her prosperous beauty, Nara found a problem. Not only the ghost lamp and Shirasawa, but even the corners of her eyes are like red rouge. The key is the rouge that can't be wiped off. This look doesn't look like an ordinary human being. If you rush forward so straightforwardly, maybe you will be killed as an alien, right? Wow! Alien, kill! Then there was a burst of fire. Or they may be locked up for such or other research. Cut here to see. Oh, I feel very exciting when I think about it. Smiley face. The breeze blew, Nara smoothed the messy hair that was blown by the wind, and had a general idea in his mind. Sure enough, it's better to play a girl who likes to put on strange makeup. Anyway, she is often arranged with strange characters by ghost lights. Master Yan Mo said that the current is not only the shortage of employees, but also the saving of expenditures, which directly led to the sharp reduction of her activity funds to only 100,000 yen. Coupled with the wages I have saved for so many years, I can barely rent a house and maintain it for a period of time. After paying the landlord's rent for 3 months, Nara was about to go to a nearby convenience store to purchase daily necessities, and when she was walking back with her things, she encountered Osamu Dazai, who tried to commit suicide by jumping off the building for the first time. Even in hell, as the assistant officer of Master Yan Mo's first assistant officer, Nara had the honor to read some dog blood novels. There seems to be a law. For example, if the heroine's target character is someone, then the heroine will always inadvertently meet this target person in time. For example, she once watched a fan about murderous tennis. The heroine must be the manager of the tennis department. When you go out to buy something, you can see the princes playing tennis on the street tennis court. It feels like the princes have nothing to do with playing tennis except eating and sleeping every day. Today, she finally realized the treatment of the heroine in the legend, and met the suicide scene of the suicide madman when she went out. Because of the excitement, Nara's hands were shaking while holding things. Although it might waste the rent of just 3 months, it would be nice to be able to bring the mission goals back in one day. Osamu Dazai chose a 5-story abandoned building. Although the floor was lower, as long as he jumped down with his head down, he would definitely die completely. It's just 5 floors, it's not enough to climb up very high. Nara climbed directly to the 5th floor with his things, only to find that police had arrived at the scene and began to persuade the other party not to think about it. Gee! Get in the way! However, because the running up was too sudden, the police officer Inu who was in charge of persuading noticed the little silver-haired girl at a glance. Little girl, do you know this person? If it is persuaded by familiar people, it will probably be better. No, I don't know anything. You don't know why there is such an excited expression on your face? She said that she didn't know each other, but Nara quickly took out her notebook, which contained the lines she had already written. This friend is not worthy in the world, status, money, and women are not worth mentioning for you. There are better things waiting for you to do. Jump down. If you just jump down, everything is free. Osamu Dazai who was persuaded to die for the first time. This friend, can you look into his eyes instead of the notebook when you say this? Do friends make friends, the kind that persuades suicide? Chapter 3, Rush Teenager. Quest content, bring him back to when Osamu Dazai died. Mission, wait for Osamu Dazai to die, but don't kill the opponent with his own hands. Executor, Nara. Nara is now persuading death, and it does not conflict with the mission method. If she pushes the opponent down by herself, the mission may fail. Although she felt that her words might not let the other party jump off, she didn't mind singing the hymn to Dazai Osamu and letting him die on the spot. Or should I show you a demonstration? Before Officer Inu could react, she had already jumped onto the rooftop, squatting down to check if the height was moderate. Although the 5th floor was not high, it would be ugly if she jumped down. Mister, if you head down, you will probably break your whole body and rupture your internal organs. Your head is like slamming a watermelon on the ground and it will become horrible. Hey, isn't that ugly? Suddenly hit by the waves of anger, Nara looked at the so-called mafia's youngest cadre Dazai Osa with an incredible expression. NS. Did Master Yan Mo give the wrong information? Why do you always think this guy is wearing pinru clothes? Even if he was about to jump off the roof, the boy still maintained a tall and straight posture. Nara even wondered if the other party's trench coat was sewn to the suit inside. Why didn't it fall off? Obviously my ideal is to commit suicide refreshingly and vigorously. This is completely contrary to my idea. Hey! How can there be such a suicide method in the world? Are you kidding me? There were too many slots in what the other party said. Nara couldn't help but spit out, but after speaking, she regretted it completely. She found that the other party was walking down the steps of the roof with a look of lack of interest. Jump! You are jumping. Try the water in style next time. Gee! She seemed to mess up things. Pretty lady, your silver hair fluttering in the wind can't help but remind me of the white and flawless lilies, and I hope to meet you in the water next time. Ah, thank you, but I think cliff jumping is actually more suitable for you than entering the water. The target left in large strides. In the end, Only Nara was left alone by the police officer to give lectures on safety knowledge and criticism and education. Suicide is a very irresponsible behavior. There will be a lot of fun to live. But the world is not worth it. I don't have any fun in the world. Nara did not expect that his words would lead to becoming the object of police care in the next period of time. They did not catch the suicide madman Dazai Osamu, but they caught a young girl who was full of negative attitude towards the world, in order to prevent the other party from becoming the first person. Too suicidal madman, she was even dragged to do many loving services in order to let her feel that there is true love in the world, and true love in the world. For this event, Nara has only one idea. Oh, a group of snapdragons. Of course, these are things to follow. The current Nara was sent back to the rented house by two young and pleasant police officers. By the way, her address was also written down by the other party in preparation for future love. After sending off the two police officers, the smile on Nara's face instantly collapsed, and she took out a notebook with some distress and wrote down what she saw today. On the first day of this world, Do-S failed to jump off the building. In fact, late at night is not suitable for jumping off a building, it is more suitable for finding a tree with a crooked neck and hanging on a rope to commit suicide. Well, tomorrow I will go to the nearby woods to see if there is a crooked neck tree suitable for hanging. In the past, as the assistant officer of the Ghost Lamp Monarch in Hell, she couldn't go to bed happily as long as her boss worked overtime and didn't sleep. This caused her to have very irregular schedules for a long time. It's great to be in this world, and I can finally rest according to the schedule. At 9:47 in the evening, Nara came out of the bathroom and took a shower. It took 10 minutes to dry her hair. At 9:57, she climbed onto the bed, covered the quilt and closed her eyes, ready to sleep. Then she opened her eyes. Da-da-da-da-da. Call out. Boom. Mafia rushed downstairs in her house and even started to throw bombs. It's a bit too much. The landlord claims that this is the safest area in Yokohama, but why is there a mafia fight here? The emergence of a fight means that tonight's will be another sleepless night. Mr. Guideng goes to Australia on a paid vacation. She comes to Yokohama to perform a mission. Master Yan Emo will probably cry. Getting up from the bed, Nara opened the window. She relied on the frame of the window to dent a cigarette afterwards in the sound of gunshots and wind, but the model was not dented, so she was the same as the one downstairs, still showing confidence in the bullet rain. The smiling bandaged one-eyed boy looked at each other. The eyes are facing each other, there seems to be endless words that I want to express to the other person through the eyes. Call out. When a bullet hit Nara's ear and shot entered the room, the messenger of quickly closed the window. The way of heaven is reincarnation, who is forgiven by heaven. Smiley face, Nara a day by day wandering on the verge of being killed. Does a little angel who wanders on the verge of being persuaded to die every day, thanks to the little angel who voted for me or irrigated the nutrient solution. Thanks to the little angel who irrigated nutrient solution. I want a bottle of Little Ancestor. Thank you very much for your support, I will continue to work hard. Chapter 4, Water Entry Boy. The rush lasted for more than 10 minutes and then stopped. Although human weapons could not hurt her, the broken glass seemed to need to be resolved. Running to the window again, Nara looked down a few times, and saw that the target person was wearing a windbreaker and was about to walk away with wind. She stopped him. That. Mr. Suicide Demon, my glass was broken by yours, can you lose money? Unexpectedly, the other party would make such a request. The teenager who turned around first showed a trace of doubt and then bent his eyebrows and laughed. But after laughing, he still had to answer the other party's question. The corner of the boy's mouth curled slightly, and he raised his head to look at the girl who was half of her body protruding from the third-floor window. He spoke cheerfully, sorry, this beautiful girl. Miss, I rarely carry money with me. The implication is that he doesn't pay for this glass. Tired or not, Nara didn't expect the other party to lose money at all, but just went through a process. She stretched out her hand and waved her hand at the other party indifferently. Compared to the human teenager with the eyes of a dead fish, the eyes of the messenger of who had lived for thousands of years seemed to be shining light. I know that mafia usually has very low wages. After all, I have to maintain daily expenses and members' medical insurance issues. There is no spare money to pay for my glass. I know it doesn't matter. Mumbling I understand, Nara relentlessly closed the window frame with only one frame, and by the way, closed the pink curtains, trying to isolate him from the outside world. Nara closed the curtains and planned to talk to the landlord about the window, but the other party came over to help replace the window without saying a word. The action was very quick. This gave her a feeling that the other party is already familiar with this kind of thing, even the so-called good law and order is actually in her ass. Seeing that the other party took less than 10 minutes to install the window with the cherry blossom print, Nara decided not to pursue this issue anyway, because the human attack was ineffective to him. At 10:28 in the evening, she was finally able to lie in bed happily to end her tiring life. Tomorrow will be a day full of energy and waiting for Osamu Dazai's suicide. On the second day of the world, the weather was clear. 6:49 in the morning. From the branches outside the window there was a crisp sound of birdsong, and the radiant sunlight through the gaps in the curtains unreservedly shone on the face of the silver-haired girl who was not sleeping well on the bed. Almost instantly, the other party opened his eyes. The perennial life in made her almost forget what the sun looks like, and the perennial biological clock made her get up early. Generally, at this time, she was going to be the assistant officer for the ghost lamp. Gee! This biological clock! After neatly tidying up her appearance, Nara went out to look for a crooked neck tree. She needed to find a particularly beautiful crooked neck tree. Through her unremitting efforts, she found a crooked neck tree in a small forest on the outskirts of Yokohama that was very beautifully angled. As long as the rope was hung up, she would definitely hang up in minutes. Whether it is the height or the angle of the crooked neck, it is really perfect. Nara was very satisfied with his hand and patted the tree in front of him, but his eyes were attracted by the rope on a tree not far away. This was really tailored for her. Untie the rope from the tree, Nara carefully wrapped the rope and put it in the backpack. If Osamu Dazai wanted to hang herself, she would definitely recommend this place to the other party and offer the rope with both hands. On the way home from the woods, you will pass an artificial lake. The beautiful scenery here is a good place for tourists to take pictures, and it is also a good place for suicide by entering the water. Puff! Nara watched as his target figure jumped into the water in a head-down posture, and instantly ran to the lake with bright eyes, waiting for the other party to die quietly. Grumbling. Well, it doesn't seem to be quiet. Guru. Well, suicide in the water is actually quite uncomfortable. I want to breathe but countless lake water pours into my chest. That tastes very bad. Grumbling. In the end, unable to bear the opponent's grunting and jumping legs, Nara took out the rope from the backpack and put it around the opponent's ankle, successfully dragging him up. The next time you commit suicide, please don't come to such a crowded place. It will scare many people, and the fish and shrimps in the lake will also be scared. While Osamu Dazai vomited the water out of his stomach, Nara couldn't bear it, so he relentlessly vomited, and by the way, he spread the pain of the water in water method to the other party. Looking at the rope at the other's ankle, Nara only felt that something flashed in his mind. Otherwise you can try this rope is probably only going to send someone away. The smile gradually becomes wicked.jpg. Nara, I feel like I can't finish this task, and I can't help but want to save him. What should I do? Obviously I want him to die on the spot. Dazai, blame me? Master Yan Mo, blame me? Ask for a collection. Mwah. Love you guys. Thanks to the little angel who voted for me or irrigated the nutrient solution. Thanks to the little angel who irrigated nutrient solution. I want a bottle of little ancestor and a Yadada. Thank you very much for your support, I will continue to work hard. Chapter 5, Hentai Girl. Master Yan Mo entrusted Nara to recruit talents for a reason. From the perspective of Nara's work for thousands of years, she can be said to be a calm, serious and responsible assistant officer. Generally, everything that is entrusted to her is done very beautifully. So leave it to her, Master Yan Mo is very relieved. And this calm, serious and responsible assistant officer is now squatting by the lake to give people the benefit of Amway rope. Look at this rope, it's long and strong. The rope was entangled in the girl's white and slender fingers. The ribs of the fingers were a little red due to excessive force, but she didn't seem to care at all, still sending the rope in her hand to the boy with bright eyes. Little beautiful. Please call me Nara, the one-eyed man who loves suicide. Hearing what the other party called him, Osamu Dazai exaggerated the expression on his face. Hey, this name really suits me. Yes, so this gentleman, there is a very beautiful tree with a crooked neck not far in front. It really matches this rope. If you are afraid of being alone on the road, I will die with you. Ever since he discovered that Osamu Dazai liked to use this sultry wavy line, Nara subconsciously followed him. Now that she started wearing Pinru's clothes again, she simply helped the other party to empty Pinru's closet. Hey! Really? Can Ms. Nara take me to see? When he heard the beautiful crooked neck tree, Osamu Dazai showed a very interested expression on his face, and he even had a posture of getting up from the ground and running to the small forest now. Almost as soon as he stood up, the phone that should have been flooded in his pocket suddenly rang. Originally, Osamu Dazai still had a smile on his face, but the smile changed after he got on the phone. Miss Nara is really sorry, I am afraid I can't commit suicide with you today. Tisk. Hearing the other party's apology that didn't contain much apology, the smile on Nara's face instantly collapsed, and her face was already covered with shadows where Osamu Dazai could not see. This completely collapsed the persona that Master Yan Mo had set for her. It's okay, then we have time to commit suicide together again. Sending away Dazai Osamu with a smile, Nara's smile still collapsed, and he took out his notebook and began to record today's situation. On the second day of this world, I tried to enter the water, and the suicide Amway was not executed successfully. Looking at the unexecuted, Nara was a little irritated and drew a lot of circles on it. It seems that this guy has never succeeded in suicide. I thought it would be a particularly easy task to complete, but now it seems that the facts are somewhat different from what I thought. Ah, no, it's a big discrepancy. It seemed that she needed to be prepared for a long-term battle here. This Dazai Osamu was protected by something else, and could not die at all. Could it be that this guy can't die because he hasn't reached the end of his life? Putting the notebook back in her pocket, Nara stared in the direction where the other person was leaving for a long time. If she guessed correctly, the cautious guy would definitely go back to find out her identity. The new identity that Master Yan Mo gave her is actually quite rigorous, an orphan who came from the countryside without a father and no mother. As for the countryside, it has already greeted her. Those so-called neighbors have long been implanted in their memories. Nara, all things well. Wow, I feel that Master Yan Mo attaches so much importance to it, as if she has prepared her for a long-term battle. For a long time. It seems that the previous ideas can be put on the agenda, such as joining the port of Mafia and the like, and if it is not possible to take the circuitous route, it seems that you can only speak with strength. She has even figured out what will happen in the next plot. The port Mafia is attacked by unknown people. She stood up and showed good strength, and then she was favored by the leader for her ability to earn her and the like. Can you tell her where the port Mafia is all about? Otherwise everyone will be over when she arrives at the location. But Nara soon discovered another method, and this method seemed easier to handle. On the way back, she happened to run into a robbery. The little girl who had been robbed because the alley was very biased could only turn to Nara for help. It may be that the appearance is too deceptive, which caused the man to be a little awkward. Then, the envoy of Nara took off the other's arm with a smile, and burned the man's clothes completely with the Kingly Anka torch. Oh! You hentai! The robbed girl! Why do you feel that this young lady is more perverted? Ha 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 ha! Chapter 6, Country Girl. The Qinglian karma fire in Nara can be said to be the least powerful of the karma fire. As long as the intensity is controlled, it will not burn humans, just like now. Maybe she felt that burning off the other party's clothes was not very relieved, so she simply burned the person's hair clean. In this case, it really looks pleasing to the eye. If you do anything nasty, I will burn the stuff between your legs so that there is nothing left. There are many men like this in Nara in hell, and the mistakes made during his lifetime must be repaid twice after death. Since there is a lot of stuff between the legs, of course it is just fine to burn it. And if it weren't for her appearance, it is very likely that this little girl would be dragged into the alley without knowing what would happen. Seeing the man running away hurriedly regardless of whether he was guilty or not, Nara showed a trace of disgust on his face, then with a perfect smile on his face, he turned and pulled up the little girl who was still sitting on the ground. Is there any injury? If you are alone, you have to be careful when walking such remote paths. Ah! Thank you. The little girl was like a frightened kitten, bending over and bowing 3 times when she took the purse handed over by the other party. It may be that she was too frightened and tears were still hanging in her eyes. Seeing what the other person looked like, Nara sighed and decided to do what he wanted. Where are you going? I'll send you off. Hey? That's too much trouble. The place where the little girl is going is very close, and the office building 2 blocks from here is the end point. Looking at the office building in front of him, Nara can be said to be indescribable. According to the information given by Lord Yan Mo, it is said that this is the office of Mafia in the port. It can be said that there is a nest of guys who will go to hell. If this is the day when people are put into hell, they will probably be busy flying. Now Nara's official identity is a girl who came from the country to ask for life. Seeing such a magnificent office, she must act astonished. So she opened her eyes to her biggest mouth and grew big. Wow! What a magnificent high-rise building! Ah! I have never seen such a magnificent building in the country. Seeing what she is now through the reflection of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the first floor, Nara feels like a heroine in a TV series. The first time Silly Badian is drawn to a place with a domineering president, she will show an expression of mental retardation like her. In the past, I didn't think it would be difficult to just watch people make this kind of expression, but now I actually made this kind of expression once, and I feel that I can faint due to excessive inhalation. Miss Nara, here is where I work. Hey! The little girl next to her spoke weakly, and then pointed her finger at a cafe next to Mafia's office. It turned out to be just a cafe. Gee! Nara sighed fiercely in her heart. She originally thought she might have saved a member of Mafia, a port of Mafia, and then she could get in by the other party. Now it's okay. The cards are not played according to the routine at all. Since you are safely delivered to me, I can rest assured. Be careful next time. Ah, thank you. The little girl blinked at Nara, but the next second her face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and she became a little excited even with her emotions. Nara became very bewildered for a moment, but she soon understood what was going on, and she was scared to take 2 steps back. She just helped the other party beat a man with bad intentions. Why did she suddenly like her? Sorry, no appointment. Don't they make an appointment? Mr. Oda. What? Hearing the name of the other party, Nara realized that she had misunderstood something. She followed the other's line of sight and turned her head, raising her eyebrows when she saw the person behind her clearly. Not far behind her walked slowly, a handsome-looking man, but the stubble on his chin made him look older. Oh, No matter how old she is going to be an ancestor. The little girl seemed to have some affection for this man named Odasaku, and her eyes were shining when she spoke. When he saw the other person walking into the mafia office, Nara slowly raised the corners of his mouth and turned his head to look at the little girl who was still bubbling pink bubbles. Is this your boyfriend? Why, this is just a regular customer of the shop where I work part-time. He likes curry very much. Is there curry rice in the coffee shop? What kind of weird match is this? No, I'm not talking about a coffee shop, but I met when I was working in another shop. Miss Nara, you misunderstood. Sorry, we usually have everything in one store in the country. I'm sorry, Mr. Ghost Lamp, your favorite canteen let me betrayed. Odasaku, it feels as if someone is staring at me. Also, my name is Oda. Nara, good Odasaku. Odasaku. Dj, hhhhhh. Chapter 7, Job Hunting Girl. Oda's full name is Oda Sakunashuk. It is said that he has a good relationship with Osamu Dazai, and he is one of the few best friends in the port of Mafia. According to the little girl, Odasaku's name was originally called by Osamu Dazai, which caused many people later to call this name. Oh, humiliation! Is this a nickname? I'm sorry, but Nara felt like a little theater popped up in his head. When she was in hell, she had a good relationship with Axiong, and other female jailers would often circulate some books in private, such as the 3 or 2 Things Between Ghost Lamp June and by Ze June. This kind of book, Axiong once brought her a copy. Let her completely open the door to the new world. Sorry, no appointment, they don't. Even if the door to this new world had been opened, she didn't want to step into this new world. And Mr. Odasaku and Mr. Dazai also like to drink at the bar where I work part-time. Little girl, how many jobs did you do? Is it really okay to work 3 jobs a day? I work in a coffee shop during the day and then go to the bar at night. As for the Western restaurant, I only go to the restaurant on weekends, so I won't be very tired. As if guessing what Nara was thinking, the little girl raised a bright smile and opened her mouth. In order to thank you for your help, how about I invite you to dinner or coffee? Then invite me to have curry rice. So Nara succeeded in getting the girl's phone number and email address as expected in the plan. My name is Ami, Bird you Ami. Miss Nara's last name. My name is Nara. I didn't expect this girl named Kodarayu Ami to be so innocent. Nara originally wanted to take Odasaku's side through the other party, and then catch Osamu Dazai to take a circuitous route. But now this circuitous route was going too far, causing her to suspect that the other party was a black one. In any case, it's better to keep an eye on it. Smiley face. Human hearts are sinister, and sometimes people are more scary than ghosts. Saying goodbye to this girl named Kodarayu Ami, Nara wobbled and started walking towards home. Today is only Wednesday, and I still have 2 days to go to the so-called Western restaurant to eat curry on the weekend. This is probably one step closer to her task. On the way back, when she saw a small tabby cat on the side of the road, she deliberately ran to the convenience store and bought some dried fish for the other party. It's obviously a stray cat, why is it so fat? Little Natsum Saseki and Flower Cat. Nara tried to tease the small tabby cat to go home with her with dried fish, but the cat only turned white and left. Oh, it looks like a tsundere cat? Putting all the dried fish on the side of the road, Nara clapped her hands on the building. After the events of last night, she has fully realized that the security here is not very good, and the house is not soundproof. The hostess next door was violent last night. She heard it clearly. He took out the key to open the door, but the host of the house next door cursed again with his throat, and opened the door with a bang in the next second. I take the money to eat, drink, and prostitute, what a bet. After noticing Nara's sight, the man sipped viciously. What do you look at? I'm blinding you. Go to hell. Nara curled up her mouth and showed a bright smile, but she spoke the most vicious curse in her mouth. As the messenger of hell, she knew very well who would go to hell. As for when to go to hell, it was the judge's business. But this man? Oh, not far from death. She opened the door and walked in. She didn't care about the man's curses anymore. She was a little upset that she hadn't completed the task today. On the third day of this world, it was a bit cloudy. From the morning, there was a woman's crying from the next door. Nara glanced at it when she went out and found that the man next door drowned herself in the toilet after drinking and drinking. What a suffocated way of death, it will be even more suffocated when you go to hell. Since she wants to live in this world, it is inevitable that she can use money, and now she has no money, so she will find a job before the target person temporarily commits suicide. First went to the print shop and typed out a few resumes. Nara took these resumes and rushed to the Port Mafia office, saying that she wanted to apply for a civilian job. Not surprisingly, she was stunned. "I'm sorry, I'm from the country, don't such a big office hire clerks? Security is also okay, I can do it." Security personnel of Mafia at Trueport. "Hey, it's noisy so early in the morning." A familiar voice rang in her ears, and Nara's eyes widened and turned her head in shock. "Ah! Mr. Suicide Attempt. Are you also here to apply for a civilian job?" "What? Civilian? Clerical of this magnificent office?" With a grin on his face, an MMP in his heart, Nara felt that she was so silly and sweet that she would not be able to put it on anymore. The smile gradually freezes. JPG. "Nara, no, 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 no. Sure enough, silly, white and sweet is not my style, I feel like a drooling idiot smiles every day." Dazai, even if she is drooling, Miss Nara is drooling gracefully. Nara, gun. Chapter 8, Suppress Girls. Nara's first job search ended in a logical failure. Going to Mafia to find a clerical job was probably the only thing she could do. Silly Badian pretended to be very successful. After all, she was a simple girl who had just entered the city from the countryside. Apart from being a little perverted in her heart and often thinking about suicide, she was really a innocent girl. "Hey, the job search failed again. It looks like you can die again." Nara slowly stretched out her left hand to cover her chest with a sad expression, and then her expression became even more sad. "Sure enough, the mother-in-law next door said that the metropolis is not friendly to us. I really saw it today." Dazai Osamu with a dumbfounded look. As a messenger who has been alive for almost 4,000 years, his acting skills can be said to be full, at the level of ashes and bones. Try swallowing gold today. Swallow gold. When he heard that there was a new method of suicide, Osamu Dazai showed his interest once again, and approached him with his big eyes. Seeing the dark-haired youth who suddenly came over with a sudden change in style, Nara smiled at the corners of her mouth, but soon the corners of her mouth drooped back, as if she was wagging her tail to wait for the owner to take her out, and it rained. And Samoyed, who was unhappy, began to droop at the corners of his eyes. "Well, it's swallowing gold. It's just that this method of death is very painful. The sharp metal cuts through the digestive tract and causes hemorrhage. It can be said that the process of death is very painful. This is not wrong at all, so suicide and swallowing gold can be said to be contrary to the black-haired young man." He lost his character in an instant, and a disappointed expression appeared on his face. "Hey, I thought it would be a good choice. Gee." Upon hearing that the young man was not going to die using this method, Nara screamed at herself fiercely in her heart, and she owed the other party the pain of suicide by swallowing gold. Why does she owe so much? When I came to the third day of this world, I did not try to swallow gold. After taking a note in his mind, Nara decided to leave this murderous place first. It seems that Mafia is not recruiting clerical positions. Next time, he will try a position with a higher force value. Then I wish Mr. Suicide Attempt a successful job search. I will leave first. Holding his resume, Nara turned and walked out of the Port Mafia's elegant office. Maybe it's really an inexhaustible road. Just when he was walking aimlessly on the streets of Yokohama, he happened to hear someone talking about the recent riots. A few years ago, there were still several organizations in Yokohama's area that were working against the port mafia, but in the past few years, those organizations have fallen apart due to the suppression of the port. But now it seems that there is another organization that is not long-sighted wants to try to squeeze Minato from this place in Yokohama. Roar, it's really a joke this time. These can explain clearly why the gun battle took place downstairs in her house a few days ago. This is a challenge to Hong Kong and the Black. Even if it ends in failure, it will not give up. After hearing about this, Nara showed a subtle expression. Some people can say that they are overwhelmed by their abilities. The status of Hong Kong and Hong Kong crimes today does not mean that they rely solely on excellent equipment, but also the leadership of the leaders and the support of cadres. A small organization that doesn't know its name can be said to be seeking a dead end. The places where the riots occurred were all sites in Hong Kong and Heilongjiang, and shops in commercial streets would pay some protection fees to Hong Kong and Heilongjiang regularly and seek protection from the other side. This is the so-called shopping street under Hong Kong and Heilongjiang. This is a provocation to the port mafia. What Nara looks down the most is to involve innocent people. If you want to really fight with port mafia, then do it head-on. Why involve other people? G. Spicy chicken. Throwing the resume in the trash can, Nara turned around and went to the convenience store to buy some ingredients to go home. As a result, her luck value seemed a little low. When she was about to check out and leave, a group of people jumped out of the car and started facing the shop facing the street. Perform unconditional strafes. Oh, that's not right, it's because they met her. Those who initiated the riots had their luck value reduced to the lowest. Raising her left hand, light pink flames appeared on Nara's hands and around her body. The flames used to deal with the robber were the Cyan Qinglian Karma Fire, but today she decided not to use it. Having killed so many lives, she wanted to let the other party taste the taste of being burned. The light pink red lotus Karma Fire spread out from around Nara's body, forming a barrier in front of the shop, and the bullets fired at the Karma Fire turned into ashes once they touched the Karma Fire. Stay where you are. Turning back to warn the mother and child not to move, Nara stepped out of the flame barrier on a bicycle that had been burned to the point where only the shelf was left. Today, let you see what is. I am a daily watcher, and generally I watch every day. Nara-chan, please stop burning your clothes. Guess, it's burning clothes this time? Burning hair? Or is it a boiled egg? Thanks to the little angel who voted for me or irrigated the nutrient solution. Thanks to the little angel who irrigated nutrient solution. 2 bottles of leather, 1 bottle of cat who only drinks cola. Thank you very much for your support, I will continue to work hard. Chapter 9, Suicide Group. A long time later, there was a legend circulating in the port of Mafia, that is, don't mess with Lord Nara, because she has a nirvana burning clothes, burning hair and baking eggs. Of course, these are all legends after she joined the Hong Kong Black Sea. Now she is still a weak girl who has just come from the countryside without her parents and is lonely and helpless in the metropolis. There are so many modifiers for the prefix, but none of them can match Nara, who is holding the red lotus Karma Fire in both hands. Alone and helpless? It would be better to say that she is having a great time now. When the people who dealt with the follow-up arrived, the dozen or so men who strafed had been burned to the point that nothing was left, lying on the spot as if they were newborn babies. This is the kind of rogue attack, the enemy loses 18,000 aura. I don't know who said that the night belongs to the Mafia. It is estimated that I was afraid of being beaten by the port Mafia in the gun battle. Now I changed to the porcelain riots during the daytime, but I did not expect to encounter Nara, who was shopping for ingredients. It can only be said that you are unlucky. Patting the dust on the shopping bag, Nara didn't give the dozen men on the ground a look, mainly because she was afraid of long needle eyes. Nara was not very happy with the bag. Apart from these illegal organizations that disregard the safety of the citizens of Yokohama, she also found that Osamu Dazai would not die so easily. She kept saying that she wanted to commit suicide, but in fact none of her suicides succeeded. It would be better to say that he had been committing suicide with no results. She was already wondering if the other party really wanted to kill herself. No, I should understand why he committed suicide. Nara stood on the sidewalk and stopped with a sudden realization. She was really a little clever ghost. As long as she found the entry point, she would surely make the mission successful. But if the other party doesn't want to die, then she can't be a murderer. She is a principled assistant officer. If you let the ghost lamp know that she indirectly killed a person, even if this person does end up in hell, she will probably be fine to work overtime for a month. Dragging his exhausted body back home, Nara first put the shopping bag in his hand in the kitchen, and then opened the window. Since her room is located on the third floor and is on the edge, you can see the Bibo Street in the distance. 8 years ago, a hemispherical basin was formed by the explosion, and many people died in that explosion. Every time I have a relationship with Yokohama, I can always think of the days when I was dominated by overtime. Simply made a curry rice, Nara set off and walked towards Libo Street. She had a feeling that this place seemed to be the gathering place of that illegal organization. Although it is an illegal organization, it can be described as sophisticated based on the equipment of the opponent today. It should also be regarded as a well-trained mechanism. If head-on conflict is not possible, it is very likely to take some assassination activities. Just thinking of this, Nara's cell phone rang suddenly. In this cell phone, only the phone number of Zionio Uyume was alone, and only the other party knew his own number. What is the purpose of the other party calling her at this time? Nara frowned slightly and still answered the call, but the steps towards the street did not stop. Hello, this is Nara, what's the matter? Miss Nara, I am Ami. Do you have time tonight? I want to take you to the bar where I work. Looking from afar, Nara stopped walking in the street not far away. The other party seemed to be very enthusiastic about him, and obviously just helped each other out, so it seemed that the two of them seemed to be using each other. Okay, but Ms. Bertu, are you over 20 years old? If you are under 20 years old, you can't drink alcohol. Hey! Miss Nara is the one. What girls like most is that others say that she is young. Although Nara is about to catch up with the ancestors of these people, she feels that she is still a lovely girl. So the cute little girl met her target character in the bar where Zionio worked. Looking at the other person's face that can be described as a teenager, she made a beeping expression of a dog. It's Mr. Attempted Suicide. Minors can't drink bars. True minor Osamu Dazai. Hey, this is not a clerical lady, what a coincidence to meet you here. Osamu Dazai made a very surprised expression again. As a result, the little bird Uami, who was holding the plate next to him, just happened to ran into the conversation between the two. Hey? Ms. Nara, you know Mr. Dazai. This is really a coincidence. Oh, it's not just a coincidence, she even knows the other's height and weight. After Kodari Uami's recommendation, Nara and Osamu Dazai exchanged names and made a simple exchange, and reached the camp of suicide if you disagree. The bewildered little bird Uyame. Oda Seiko, who just walked in. Chapter 10, Cute Teenager. Due to being pulled to the bar in Ginza, Nara did not go to the street, which resulted in not finding the nest of an unknown organization that was so magical to dare to be in front of the port mafia. However, there is also a very important thing for Zionio Uyume to come to her this time, hoping to help the other party solve the livelihood problem. You mean, let me work here? Unexpectedly, the other party would have such a plan. Nara showed a playful smile on her face. Hearing what the other party said, it seemed that she had just come from the country. The most important thing was to find a part-time job. It's true to say that, but because of what Nara thinks, it's not something she is worried about. If someone introduces her to part-time jobs and can get in touch with Osamu Dazai, why not do it? Okay. Oh. As if thinking of something, Nara suddenly turned to look at Osamu Dazai, who was drinking underage, and said, Mr. Dazai, although the two of us are now a suicide team and your salary is not very high, please don't on credit in my hand, I will live my life. Today Nara is also working hard to make a living. Smiley face. The working hours of the bar are from 6 to 10 in the evening, and there is a night bus ride when I go back. Actually, I am going to quit my part-time job in the bar. Since the last time I encountered that incident, I don't think I should go out at night, but the boss said that I can find someone to accompany me and work part-time for another month. When helping Nara to change into a small suit specially equipped for the bar, Bertie explained with some embarrassment the reason why she suddenly let her come over. Speaking truthfully and conscientiously, people can't find any faults. It's okay. I happen to be looking for a job right now. Miss Zionaiao can be said to have helped me a lot. Tie the silver hair into a ponytail with a hair tie. Nara showed her a simple and cute smile. Although it only takes a month, I will do it well. And let's be together. The two girls shook hands and cheered each other. From the outside, they looked like good sisters who supported each other. However, after Nara turned around, the corners of her mouth drooped and rolled her eyes along the way. However, he rolled his eyes halfway, and just rolled his pupils to the inside of the upper eyelids and still hadn't come down yet. Dazai Osamu, who had been watching the whole process, suddenly began to behave like a demon. Miss Nara, I want to have another drink. Turning her pupils down, Nara twitched the corners of her mouth. She always had the illusion that her essence had been seen through by the other party. Although it was just an illusion, it was not impossible. The other party had become a mafia cadre at the age of 17, and he must have his methods and tactics. Well, it doesn't matter if you know the essence, she has always been called the cutest assistant in hell. So she slowly raised the corners of her mouth and showed a smile, but what she said didn't match the smile at all. I'll give you a bottle of wine, either. Oh Dasaku, look at Miss Nara. She really loves to bully people. Oh Dasaku onlookers. Don't call him, he doesn't know anything. Looking at the boy's cheeks that had become a little puffed up because of his anger, Nara's eyes widened and trembled and stepped back. Mr. Dazai, I find you are especially like a N. What is it like? After hearing Nara's words, Osamu Dazai, who was still complaining with Oda, immediately stared at her, his dark brown eyes filled with curiosity. Is this guy sure that he is a 17-year-old cadre? Why is it like a 7-year-old child sometimes? Although he made this spit in his heart, Nara swallowed the spit back and took out the Snapdragon ballpoint pen. By the way, that's it. Hey? It's pretty cute. Osamu Dazai still stared at the Snapdragon in his hand, but the adjectives in his mouth made Nara twitch at the corner of his mouth. Cute? Oh, it's really amazing. This is a specialty of our hometown. Since Mr. Dazai likes snapdragons, I will bring one tomorrow. It will be my gift to you in the group, right, Mr. Odasaku? No, he doesn't want it. Hey! I'm so looking forward to it suddenly. The black-haired boy's voice was a little brisk and clear. Although there was no smile in his eyes, Nara thought that when he saw the snapdragon tomorrow, he probably wouldn't even have a smile on his face. For Nara, it is very simple to get a snapdragon. Just go back to from the gate of and dig a plant from the back garden of the Ghost Lamp. Ghost Lantern has already finished his paid vacation from Australia and even brought gifts to Nara. Only when he came back he found that his assistant had gone to the world to do tasks, not to mention, he was planning to bring a snapdragon to reality. This is for me to better complete the task given by Master Yan Mo. The other person's expression was too sincere, so he personally picked the best-looking snapdragon. Looking at the 2-meter-high snapdragon in front of him, Nara stared at each other's dead fish eyes for a long time, and finally slowly opened his mouth. Ghost lamp, can I name it Nini? As he glanced at Nara next to him, Guilan frowned slightly. Do you have an unhappy expression? No, I'm very happy. It's more than happy, it's so happy. Osamu Dazai will probably be frightened to see this. Hey shit! 2-meter-high snapdragon. Dj doubts life, right? Thanks to the little angel who voted for me or irrigated the nutrient solution. Thanks to the little angel who cast land mines, a pivot of smoke and a moonlight breeze. Thanks to the little angel who irrigated nutrient solution. Cats who only drink Coke 5 bottles, 1 bottle of moonlight wind. Thank you very much for your support, I will continue to work hard. Chapter 11, Mackerel Juvenile. How to transport the 2-meter-tall snapdragon back was still a problem, but Nara soon stopped worrying about this problem. Her attention was attracted by the snapdragon with a bow, and she wanted to take the other party away. Idea. Mr. Ghost Lamp, can I get another one with a bow? After listening to Nara's words, the ghost lamp did not respond, but a snapdragon next to the bow suddenly turned his head and glared at her. Really, a super harsh look. She? No way, can't afford to provoke, can't afford to provoke. And looking at the expression of the bow tie, she was reluctant. When the time came, she was at home every day, Gia oh Gia, she couldn't bear it. Nara, do you already understand how to raise snapdragons? I don't know why every time he meets the eyes of the ghost lamp, Nara feels frustrated, always feeling that this shaking S will be able to hit her with a hammer in the next second. Terrible. Nara returned to the world with a small pot of snapdragons and the 2-meter-high guy behind him, but how to give the snapdragons to Dazai is a very serious question. It may be the first time in this world, and snapdragon seems a little uncomfortable. The small one is easier to handle. It doesn't sound too loud, but the big one is really fatal. Oh Gia! Oh Gia! Oh Gia! Listening to the cry of the guy in front of him, Nara only felt that the background was going to become distorted. Nowadays. Now. This thing must be delivered to Osamu Dazai, she can't stand this guy's cry for a minute. Covering Snapdragon's mouth with a bandage, she started trying to contact Osamu Dazai, but even though he and the other party formed a suicide group, there was still no contact information. There was no way she could only ask Zionio to go to the Western restaurant owner who worked at the other party. Let the boss find Oda Seiku and then contact Osamu Dazai. Arranged with the other party to meet in front of the Port Mafia office. Nara first borrowed a tricycle from the landlord and laboriously moved the crazy swaying snapdragons up. With the horrified eyes of the people around, she crunched and started to ride to the destination. Crunchy. Oh Gia oh Gia oh Gia. I don't know when the bandage from Snapdragon Nini's mouth fell out, and she began to scream again, and seeing her swaying posture, she had a plan to bite Nara. Crack. Holding the brake on the handlebar tightly with both hands, Nara parked the tricycle in front of the office, then quickly dragged Nini down, and by the way, put the bandage again into the guy's mouth. Mr. Dazai, you came here by a coincidence. This is the snapdragon I gave you. Looking at the big goldfish 2 meters high in front of him, Osamu Dazai's eyes were wide, and his mouth has completely turned into an O. Oh, this is the legendary snapdragon. Is it decoration? In the next second, Nini's clear fish-eyed guru slid down from the top, and met the shocked Osamu Dazai in love. Hey hey! Is this goldfish alive? Is this a plant or an animal? My god! Shouldn't a goldfish live in water? Isn't it hypoxic? Seeing Osamu Dazai, who was already watching Nini up and down in front of her, Nara felt that there was something wrong with the other party's performance. Shouldn't she be so scared that she fainted? This is the response of a normal human being, right? Mr. Dazai, do you want to listen to Nini's voice? Does it still scream? Let me listen, let me listen. So in the expectant eyes of the other party, Nara pulled out the bandage from Nini's mouth, ready to start a big show at any time. Ogia! Ogia Ogia oh! Nini yelled a few times, but Dazai broke her mouth. I suddenly found a way to commit suicide. Nara suddenly had an ominous premonition. In the next second, she saw Dazai grabbing Nini's mouth and starting to push her head in, with an expression of excitement on her face. Hey hey! No way! No way! Nini was choked and started to roll her eyes, but Osamu Dazai still slammed her head in, and Nara could only desperately want to pull the opponent out. Snapdragon is not used like this. Mr. Dazai, you see Nini rolls her eyes. It's about to choke to death. It's not easy to raise it so much. This is the work of the ghost Deng Jun. If he knew that his beloved Snapdragon was choked to death instead of being cut into sashimi, he would probably be killed directly from hell. Hey! What are you mackerel doing in embarrassment at the door of the office? Hey! Suddenly hearing the voice of other people talking behind her, Nara turned her head and saw a hat first. Hat? What you want? How did Dazai react when he saw Snapdragon Nini? That's how he reacted. Today is Songgai's birthday. Give birth fast. So I slipped him out at the end. Thanks to the little angel who voted for me or irrigated the nutrient solution. Thanks to the little angel who cast landmine, one left over from a pivot. Thanks to the little angel who irrigated nutrient solution. 3 bottles of moon breeze. Thank you very much for your support, I will continue to work hard. Chapter 12, Small Boy. Nara's net height is 162, and now she is wearing a small 5 cm high heel on her feet. In total, she is now as tall as 167. Looking back, she only saw the brim of a hat. This also shows that the other party is wearing a hat and is tall with her, and I don't know why she always has a subtle feeling. Maybe she thinks too much. Looking down, I finally saw the owner of the hat. Oh, what a good-looking boy. No, of course this is not the point is the black choker on the boy's neck. Looks pretty good-looking, should she also make a dye? Is this a new type of decoration in the world? But even though he was very interested in that choker, Nara nodded at the other person. Hello, are you a friend of Mr. Dazai? That's great, can you please help me to get him out of Nini's mouth? Pull out, come out. She automatically ignored the weird name that the other party called Osamu Dazai, maybe it was probably the address between friends, she didn't think so much, so she asked for help. Hey? I can't wait to break this guy every day. After holding down these words, Zhong Yuan did not try to pull Dazai Osamu out of Snapdragon's mouth. Instead, he kicked the other persons and successfully made his head go into Snapdragon's mouth again. Stunned. Ni. Nara had no idea that the other party would act like this. She didn't react at all and could only watch Snapdragon roll over. Nini turned over the whole thing, and turned it over completely with her eyes. Overturned. Nini wow! On the first day when she came to this world, Nini was choked to death by Dazai's head. Osamu Dazai's head is the direct murderer, and the boy wearing a black choker's feet is the indirect murderer. The 3 of them faced Snapdragon Nini's body relatively speechless, and the 2 Port Mafia officials had no idea what to say. Sorry, or I will pay you. Songai Yuanzong has always been a good and polite young man. He felt that he did have some responsibility for killing this strange plant or animal of the other party. So he was ready to dig out his wallet to lose money to the other party, and it would surely cost a lot of money to be able to raise such a high. As for Osamu Dazai, he looked disappointed at the Snapdragon who died on the spot, and touched his head along the way. Slightly, this suicide method is really painful. I feel that his head will be covered by goldfish's teeth. Bite off. Nara now only thinks that if the ghost lamp knew about this, she would probably knock her head back into her stomach. The most important thing now is to destroy the corpse. Mr. Dazai and Mr. Choker, Do you eat sashimi? Fresh sashimi? When she said this, Nara stretched out her hand and patted Nini's plump body. The hand collided with Nini's body and made a popping sound, which was undoubtedly the same as the uncle who sells fish in the vegetable market. Fresh, eat it. In the end, Nara did not show the two people the superb sword skills he learned from the ghost lamp, so he could only let Osamu Dazai take away the dead Nini. Since this is for you, then you can take it back. Originally, she was thinking of sending a live snapdragon for the other side to raise, but now it seems hopeless. And most importantly, Osamu Dazai still failed to commit suicide today. Gee. Nara sighed hard in his heart, but still smiled and greeted the two guys who were not looking right in front of him and left. What is this called? Probably it was love and killing each other. The Cotters of Hong Kong and Heilongjiang were a pair of invincible partners, but the two people themselves were not right. Feel. You can write an independent notebook. Saying goodbye to the two, Nara was holding the soil and fertilizer left by Nini after her death and preparing to go home, but on the way back, she ran into an accident. As I said before, as long as you pass a small alley with no one, you will always encounter some strange things. Nara feels that whether it is dressing or holding a big flower pot, it is not an idea that people can give birth to robbery. As for robbery, I can't tell the truth about this. You guys, what's the matter? Looking at the person who suddenly stopped in front of her, Nara tilted her head and looked at several people with the flower pot. The information says that this woman has an unusual relationship with that Dazai Osamu. If you catch her, you will catch Dazai Osamu's weakness. What? What? Why did she suddenly not understand what these people were talking about? What is an unusual relationship? What is her relationship with Osamu Dazai? Who is the weakness of Osamu Dazai? Oh, slander, but there is a price to pay. How mature do you want to be? To be honest, I recommend 10%, otherwise you may be burned to death. It's not short in the middle. Medium is also compact. Thanks to the little angel who voted for me or irrigated the nutrient solution. Thanks to the little angel who irrigated nutrient solution. Call me 20 bottles of Menjun. Thank you very much for your support, I will continue to work hard. Chapter 13, Good Youth. Nara felt that these guys were probably blind, and he didn't know where to tell that he had an unusual relationship with Osamu Dazai. The key point was that he was his weakness. Is it because Osamu Dazai really rarely touches women other than Mafia at the port, so now that he has been in contact with her a few times, he is regarded as a weakness? Next time, you should really wash your eyes and brain well. How could I be Mr. Dazai's weakness? Once again, he performed his own stunts, and this group of people was still burned to the point that there was nothing left. At present, he must have been spotted, and there must be many people who will come to him. I really didn't expect to be spotted by humans looking for death after completing a task. Oh, spicy chicken! Holding the flower pot on the ground, Nara shook her head and started walking towards home. As for the naked people, she didn't care at all, and even now the weather won't freeze them. Before she came back with the snapdragons, the ghost lamp told her that not only chemical fertilizers but also goldfish feed should be used to raise snapdragons, and they would also be often watered and chatted. Raising animals and plants is similar to raising children, and even more troublesome than raising children. I heard that the little snapdragon at home is a mother. She happened to pass by an accessory shop and bought a small bow. If it is not on Nyuniu's head, it must be very good looking. As a nameless person, Nara can only come up with such a tacky name. Although little snapdragon is not very willing, she still forcibly pinned the bow on Nyuniu's head, as if it agreed to such a name. La! Nyuniu with a complicated mood. Looking at the empty flower pot, Nara lifted his mouth and hugged the flower pot, and patted it with his hands. Nyuniu with a frightened look, oh Gia! Dazai Osamu and Odasaku did not always go to the Lupin bar in Ginza to have a drink, at least they did not meet these two people on the first day of working in Nara. Miss Nara, I am going to work in a Western restaurant tomorrow, so I can just treat you to curry. Xiaoniao always remembered to make an appointment to invite Nara to eat the fatal spicy curry in a Western restaurant, and as long as she mentioned that she would go to a Western restaurant, she seemed very excited. Mr. Odasaku will usually go on weekends too. He also adopted 5 orphans on the second floor of the Western restaurant. He is such a good man. The little girl looked longing, her eyes were shining when she mentioned Odasaku, and even her face was shy and affectionate. Well, he is indeed a good person. As a member of Mafia, he is still adopting orphans, but does Miss Toriu like Mr. Odasaku? You always react like this every time you mention him. Nara has many advantages, one of which is that she prefers to tell the truth, unless it is when she wants to deceive someone, otherwise she thinks about what she says. The window paper between Kotaryu and Odasaku is now completely pierced by her. The former is so shy that he threw the rag in his hand. Oh, don't say that. It will be very shy. Silently avoiding the rag flying towards him, Nara can believe that the other party didn't mean it. If Odasaku is a good person and you like it, you can try it out. Oh. It's too shy to confess or something. Xiaoniao covered his face and ran out of the bar, saying that he wanted to go outside to get some air. Nara felt that he might really be the emperor of truth. Odasaku adopted 5 orphans. All of these 5 children lost their families in the Dragon Head War. Nara, who was taken to the Western restaurant by Bird Yu, was very lucky to see these 5 children. You mean the leading war 2 years ago? When I heard these words, Nara's expression became a little subtle. For the people of Yokohama, this Dragon Head War was a nightmare. During those 88 days, almost every walk on the road would encounter an attack. Of course this for people in this world, for those who work in hell, such as Nara and Ghost Light, it can be said that it is a dark time that has been working overtime for 3 consecutive months. What? Don't mention it, don't mention it. She feels a little headache when she mentions it. There are too many people who die and most of them are people from various mafia organizations. The number of people going to every day is almost equal to the number of the previous week. It's really annoying. 10 years ago and 2 years ago, don't you know that your own death will cause a lot of trouble to others? Thinking of those days, Nara seemed to have turned on some strange switch, and started to complain directly in front of the Hong Kong Black Mafia member Odasaku, but fortunately, her voice was relatively small and the people in front of her couldn't hear it. Look at her face. Thought it was because of physical discomfort. What's wrong, Miss Nara? It's nothing, but the curry is a bit spicy. When she raised her head again, Nara was already bursting into tears with the curry that she had just swallowed. Odasaku is a good man, 5 children will not die, but Odasaku. Chapter 14, Curry Youth. Odasaku is a good person, and Nara thinks that as long as he can eat the perverted boss, he should be a good person. Like her and Guilan can't eat spicy food, they still have to work in the end. Hey? Something's wrong. Although she and Gui Deng work in hell, they are both good employees with roots, and they are definitely good people. Sorry, please ask her to take back what she just said. She really can't judge whether a person is good or bad by whether she can eat spicy food. Following Odasaku, Nara saw the 5 children adopted by the other party. It can be said that she was so naughty that she almost didn't jump the window directly. This is how human cubs look like? She rarely comes into contact with human cubs in hell. She always thought that she would be like a little angel, a soft and sweet little angel, as shown on TV. These children did look like little angels, but they felt that their personalities were no different from those of demons. She felt that Odasaku's hairline would not be able to keep it this way. According to this method, one day Odasaku's hairline will be in a hurry. After touching her hair, she suddenly began to worry about herself and the ghost lamp. They all said that staying up late and working overtime would cause hair loss. According to their previous overtime method, would the hair loss be particularly serious? After arranging the 5 children, Oda Seiko turned around and found that the little silver-haired girl behind her was pulling her own hair with a subtle expression. I don't know why, but it feels a little weird. Xiao Taiao originally wanted to invite Nara to eat curry to thank the other party for saving him, but now it seems that the other party's tears and sweat are flowing alternately, and it seems to be painful. Miss Zionio, I have received your thanks. Please bring me a glass of water, thank you. Nara ate this curry on and off for almost an hour, and Oda Seiku, who was sitting next door, had already played several rounds of games with 5 children. What a nice person! But now he is a good person and he can't erase the things he once killed. After death, he still has to go to hell, but based on her experience of observing the face for so many years, the other party will definitely be a good employee who works hard. The idea of digging the wall can be said to be getting stronger. No, she didn't want to, she really didn't want to at all. Odasaku's work looks very complicated, and there is no rest time. Just relaxing and playing with the children for a while, the boss's phone call came back. Since Nara is sitting next to him, the content on the phone can be said to be clear. Oda, Mr. Inu's cat is lost. You will find it back before tomorrow. The photo has been sent to your phone. At this time, Nara can be said to be confused. She even suspects that there is a problem with her ears. Who can tell her that mafia employees are going out to find a cat? More than 10 years ago, she watched Young and Dangerous in Hong Kong, China, and felt that mafia should at least cut with a knife. From this street to that street, the knife battle was changed to a gun battle after advancing with the times. Not long ago, she saw the gun battle led by Osamu Dazai, and she thought it was like this. Looking for a cat? Have cat cakes? Nara feels that he really hasn't been here for a while, and the world has become like this. Mr. Odasaku is very hard at work, I have packed a curry rice for you. When Oda was preparing to leave, Toriyu suddenly jumped out, holding a bento box in his hand. Nara sat and watched the others' actions, always feeling that this girl could be said to have made all the plans. The plan to be a stepmother of 5 children. She didn't know if the other party was ready, but she didn't seem to be ready. Ah, thank you. No, you're welcome. Please work hard and be safe. Oh, it looks like I thought it was a couple. Nara twitched the corners of his mouth, looking at the time and preparing to leave. The curry that Xiao Taiao wanted to eat for himself has already been eaten, and now he can't disturb the other person's work here. Then I will leave first. It is not safe recently. Miss Zionio should also pay attention to safety when she is off work. She just said that casually. Anyway, the most insecure person now is her. That magical organization must feel that she has a different relationship with Osamu Dazai. She had just been blocked by someone before, and she even planned to be blocked again, but she didn't expect that there would be so many people this time. Oh! Roughly there are about 20 people. Who can tell her that Osamu Dazai provokes who will cause the current situation, and that he will start robbing people on the street in broad daylight? Although it was actually strong enough, it did not mean that Nara wanted to show her skills on the road, so she turned and ran. What kind of magical organization is this so? It feels like the wildfire can't be burned out, and the spring breeze is blowing again. Obviously, there have been several waves of people, why are there such a wave now? Turning around, Nara finally stopped at a dead end. It's great, today will be another mature day. Sisters to buy stocks? Thanks to the little angel who voted for me or irrigated the nutrient solution. Thanks to the little angel who irrigated nutrient solution. Call me 20 bottles of Menjun. Thank you very much for your support, I will continue to work hard. Chapter 15, Hat Teenager. Nara is not the kind of person who is pushy, so she doesn't really want to show her abilities on the street, it is too eye-catching. Just run to a dead end, no one will notice what is happening here. Even if she does come to a barbecue feast, no one will be able to find out. Oh! It's very exciting to think about it. Nara curled up his lips and rolled up his sleeves. Since this magical organization is so willing to stop her, then she should treat these people well, otherwise she won't be able to return the attention these people have paid to her. In order to prevent these guys from looking for her again, Nara chose to take these people into the police station this time, and was reported on the grounds that nakedness would disturb public order. I just saw them all lying on the side of the road, and I thought there should be some problem, so I dragged them over. The reason is very good, the feelings are very full, it is completely the image of a good citizen who loves Yokohama. Coming out of the police station, Nara, who had been messed up, decided to go directly to the magical organization. When I went back to get snapdragons, the ghost lamp mentioned that is now busy again. Although a few new people have been added recently, the efficiency has not improved. Since you know that we have worked hard, you can quickly take Dazaiharu back to hell. She remembered that the ghost Dengjun gave such an explanation before leaving, and there was a weird smile on her face. Thinking of the mace that the guy carried with her hand, she felt that even if the two had known each other for almost 4,000 years, this guy would still do it, and it was kind of merciless. In order to make the work go smoothly, we can only take care of the nest of these guys. Last time, she had guessed that the nest of this magical organization might be in Lyobo Street, but because of Zionai Aoyame's phone call, she did not make trouble. Today, no matter who is calling, it is useless. However, there was only a number on Zionai Aoyu in her mobile phone, and no one could call it except her, but just in case, she still turned off her mobile phone. This is the unique instinct of being a messenger of hell. She succeeded in finding a house on Pingbo Street, which was full of people who could go to hell. If she guessed correctly, there was a group of people who could go to hell. There will be large gatherings of people going to throughout Yokohama. Except for the port of Mafia, there will be this magical organization. In order to avoid head-on conflict with the opponent, Nara chose to attack from the back door, but sometimes things just happen to. When all kinds of karma fires were thrown on her side, she suddenly discovered that the young man with the hat was appearing opposite her with his men, which means that the other party was assaulting from the front door. Oh! This is really rich and powerful. No, I can't describe it like that. In short, it is not as sneaky as she is, but assaults from the front door. She has to admire Mafia's style of doing things at the port, but can't you point the gun at her? Throwing away all the karma in his hand, Nara patted his palm. What a coincidence, Mr. Choker, where did the people of this magical organization go? Whether it was Nara who attacked from the back door or Chuya who assaulted from the front door, they all rushed to the air. It may be that I realized that I had invested a lot of manpower and material resources, and the results were gone forever, so I changed the address of the old nest, fearing that someone could not stand the torture and confess their address. Originally, this acquaintance should be sitting and chatting together, but now it seems that it is impossible to chat peacefully. Although Hongai Yuanzong also has a good temper and knows politeness, but the girl in front of him is here after all, so he has to doubt both. Does it matter to the person? Miss Nara, can you explain what is going on? Seeing that the other party gave him an opportunity to explain, Nara stretched out his hand and said that he was very innocent. Mr. Choker, I can guarantee that I am really not a member of this magical organization. I just came here to seek revenge. They have seriously affected my normal life. Even to show her sincerity, she deliberately put away the karma fire, but what she didn't expect was that when the other party saw the cyan flame behind her, the expression on her face became a little subtle. Are you an alien? What? Abnormal power? I remember that Master Yan Mo wrote to her that Osamu Dazai does have a supernatural power called disqualification in the world, but so far she has not figured out what this supernatural power is. The momentary confusion that appeared on Nara's face made Nakahara mistakenly believe that this cyan flame was indeed her supernatural ability. Recalling the previous few riots, people who were in turmoil were burned by the fires so that only naked bodies were left. I feel that I need to take the other person back to show the leader. Miss Nara, please come with us. There are some things that you need to explain. What? Nara's whole body exudes rejection. Thank you Yuking Feng for the mine. Thanks to the little angel who voted for me or irrigated the nutrient solution. Thanks to the little angel who cast land mine, call me Menjun and Yuking Feng 1. Thanks to the little angel who irrigated nutrient solution. Thank you very much for your support, I will continue to work hard. Chapter 16, Gravity Boy. Nara had never thought of meeting the leader of Port Mafia in this way. She felt that she should at least show her abilities, and then be poached by the other party instead of becoming a suspect as she is now. Calculating this way, you can say that you are short of the other party, and you will be led by the other party's nose. Of course, this is not the focus now. The focus now is on the problem of the supernatural power. On the way to see the leader, Nakahara also talked with Nara about some things. It was nothing more than to let her not be nervous. It was just a routine inquiry about some things about this magical organization. It's okay, I am not nervous, anyway, I am not a member of this organization, what are you afraid of? Yes, she wasn't nervous at all, she just suddenly thought of the specific disqualification method of human disqualification in that document, as if it could invalidate other people's supernatural abilities. Wait, that sounds dangerous. If she says that she has a supernatural power, and she shows her power in a particularly shameless manner, if Osamu Dazai uses her supernatural power and finds that it doesn't work for her at this time, isn't she revealing herself? But if you say you don't have any powers, what is the matter with the flames that suddenly popped up? For the first time, Nara was entangled and worried about her powerful abilities. Did she show herself too much? This is a very high starting point. But it was destined that she didn't need to worry too much about this issue, because Zhong Yuan's Honggaya and his men were attacked on the way to see the leader. It seems that these guys had long expected that they would take this route, so they set an ambush in advance. In order to get rid of the cadre of Honggaya in the Central Plains, the magic organization dispatched more than half of its combat power. It's just that they seem to have underestimated the cadre's supernatural ability and ignored the existence of Nara's chaotic entry. However, the existence of Nara's chaotic presence is actually not very useful. The two groups are directly entangled together. The most terrible thing is that they are all dressed in black. Nara, the messenger of hell, held her own karmic fire, standing in place, not knowing what to do next, except for Chuya. She was completely unclear about whom to fight. There was no way. In order to express her position, she could only reluctantly throw a few karma fires around a few people she knew, helping to burn the clothes of those who wanted to sneak attack them. Then she found a place, surrounded her with karma, and sat obediently. Since it can't help, it can't make others mess. And after her observation, she found that Mr. Choker's supernatural powers were too powerful. If the two of them really fought, then the karma she threw at each other would definitely be useless. This is really a bug's ability, and Osamu Dazai can also negate other people's abilities. Scared, she wants to go back to and suffer the mace of Lord Ghost Lamp, feeling that this is better than staying in the world. It is really a tragedy in the world. I have to say that Zhongai Yuanzong is really a reliable boss. At least 30 people went up in an ambush attack. It took less than 5 minutes to completely solve it. This made Nara have to clap his hands and applaud him. I'm really sorry, Mr. Choker, I can't tell which people are yours. It's not good if you accidentally hurt them. And because of the other person's defensive character, it is very likely that she will be torn off on the spot if she accidentally hurt her. Although the other party's attack is of no use to her, it sounds scary to expose the fact that she is not a human being. Putting away all the karma around her body, Nara has decided to tell the other party that this is her supernatural power, and the big deal is to pretend to be neutralized when Osamu Dazai appears. As for the name of the supernatural power, she just thinks about it again. Since they had just been fighting with the hostile magical organization, the scene needs to be cleaned up first. These are the tasks of the bottom personnel. Zhong Yu and Zhong also took Nara and prepared to go back to see the leader. Probably because of fate, they saw Haru Dazai walking windy in a black windbreaker downstairs in the office, and Nara noticed the new wound on his body at a glance. As a good and dedicated employee, she quickly took out the little notebook from her pocket and ran towards the other party. Mr. Dazai, what kind of suicide did you try today? I have come up with a new method. When bungee jumping, let someone cut the rope on it. How about it? Is it irritating? Oh! Osamu Dazai clenched a fist with his right hand and tapped the palm of his left hand hard, making a sudden realization. That's what I said. This way, I died on the spot during the stimulation, there is no pain at all. Right. I think this method is super good. So, try it now. Still standing in the same place in the Central Plains. Ah! Come on, come and speak enthusiastically. What is the name of Nara's supernatural power? Ha 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 ha! Thanks to the little angel who voted for me or irrigated the nutrient solution. Thanks to the little angels who cast landmines. 10. Thanks to the little angel who irrigated nutrient solution. Thank you very much for your support. I will continue to work hard. Chapter 17, Lying Girl. If everyone is holding the script of the overbearing president now, then Nara must be holding the little fairies that are different from other coquettish bitches script. When the protagonist is looking for life and death, those coquettish are thinking of not letting him. He died, that is, she has been popularizing the benefits of various methods of death to the other party. Thinking of this, Nara took a small step back with a small notebook. Frowning and looking at the suicide boy in front of him, he shook his head desperately. No, you can't like me, there is no result if we two are together. After performing such a play in his heart, Nara returned to Nakahara Nikaya again. Mr. Choker, let's go. So what is going on with this girl? She can still be so calm after spreading the benefits of suicide to others. Hey, where are you going to take my martyr? From Nara's point of view, Osamu Dazai can be said to be blocking him and Mr. Choker knowingly and asking questions, but after all, I still don't want to know the name of this gentleman. Hey! You mackerel, don't stop us from meeting the leader. Nara stretched his head to observe the state of the two people now. Dazai Osamu has always had this weird smile on his face, and Mr. Choker's furious look seems to be irritable. No, she didn't think about anything. Mr. Choker, I haven't asked your name. He is called a slug. Miss Nara will call him a slug in the future. Before Nakahara Chiwiya spoke, Osamu Dazai said it first, and Nara immediately gave him a very satisfactory response. Ah! Is it the psychic beast slug of Tsunade in Naruto? What? Before seeing the leader, Zhongai Yuanzong also received a strong crit, and it was the kind that didn't hammer his body directly on his heart. I'm about to vomit blood soon. Osamu Dazai dared to do it in front of the leader, but it does not mean that Nara dared to do it. If possible, the other party may become his immediate boss in the near future. If the first impression is not established a little better, he may not be able to do his task. Easy to complete. I don't know how lucky she is, and let the two codders of Port Mafia personally to the leader. This is really the kind of treatment of the heroine in the novel and the common love of the hero and the second man. Turning her head to look at these two very good young people around her, Nara killed her terrible thoughts in the cradle, unless she wanted to realize that life is better than death in this world. Oh, man! Under the of two people, Nara entered a straight elevator, where it can be said to be straight up. The elevator is a kind of sightseeing elevator, surrounded by glass. Standing inside, you can see Yokohama outside the window. View. Ding! Finally, the elevator door opened and they walked through the long corridor. During this period, they encountered several defensive lines composed of the leader. In other words, to see the leader or to assassinate the opponent requires a lot of processes. Nara felt that if she was a hostile organization, she would probably give up at the elevator, and if she was afraid of heights, she would be destroyed directly at the elevator. Legend has it that the leader of the Port Mafia is a low ICN, and her favorite is the young girl. Nara thought that she would see all kinds of small lowly things in the office, but she thought too much. There was nothing but a dark room and a man sitting at the desk in front of it. The initial conversation was normal, nothing more than why she appeared in that place, so Nara was very clever to say the reason. They said that I have an unusual relationship with Mr. Dazai, and even have a leg. I think this is an insult to the personality of me and Mr. Dazai, so I am going to ask them to explain it. There were 4 people present, except for Nara, Nakahara Nakaya and the leader. All looked at Osamu Dazai, who was standing aside and wanted to watch the show, with subtle expressions. What I didn't expect was that the other party actually admitted it very generously. Yes, Miss Nara and I are a suicide group and we still want to die together. If it weren't for the leader here, Nara might really be hitting someone. In the end, the topic rewinded to the supernatural power. The 3 people present all had supernatural powers of their own, and Nara decided to speak nonsense with his eyes open. Yes, this is my supernatural ability. Only later was asked about the name. Name? Does this thing still have a name? Could it be said that this skill needs to be called out when it is activated before it can be activated? That's great, now it's time to make a few ramblings. Smiley face. Actually, the name doesn't matter. When I activate the supernatural ability, I just scream at random. Today is called the Flame of Death Chi and tomorrow is called the FFF group. Well, I think everyone's names are very good, so I decided to let Nara change one day. It is true that all living beings are sinful, but it is really no way to collide with other girls' writings, and it is indeed Banjingdo Shui's work. I don't need it. But thank you for your suggestions. I will use other names next. The Flames of Death pay tribute to Pengli. The FFF group is tomorrow's name. Let me go and see which girls proposed this name. Thanks to the little angel who voted for me or irrigated the nutrient solution. Thanks for the little angel who cast landmine, call me a cute gentleman. Thanks to the little angel who irrigated nutrient solution. Call me 10 bottles of Menjun. Thank you very much for your support, I will continue to work hard. Chapter 18, One-Eyed Boy. Things are a bit embarrassing now, Nara feels that he should have made no mistakes. If only shouting can activate the skills, then there is no distinction between sneak attacks and real assaults. Moreover, this situation sounds like 20 feet. When she was watching Sailor Moon before, she wondered why she had to say the name of the skill so long before activating the skill. Does that make the skills more powerful? No, that's just pretending to be coercive and wasting time for the enemy to kill you. In fact, this time the leader called to Nara, and the way of inquiring was much more gentle, at least not letting the department that specializes in interrogation come. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that Nara feels that she has been put together, so she stood up and looked at the leader who is said to be very reasonable in front of her. Actually, I have never understood. Mr. Dazai and I have not seen each other a few times. Why is it considered to be a one-legged relationship? What she said was obvious. She repeatedly stated that she would never be a member of that magic organization. Otherwise, she had dealt with so many riots before. Then this bitter trick would be too difficult for the members of the magic organization. Everyone was burned so much that there was no more clothes left, so I couldn't lose so many faces just to send her in alone. It's not impossible. Regarding Morioge's words, Nara felt it was impossible to talk about them. Really, I feel like I can't make up a few pieces of it anymore. Smiley face. Since the suspicion on her body has not yet been cleared, Nara will certainly not be able to regain her freedom as before, and she feels that the house she rented has probably been investigated by people in the port. There is definitely no need to worry about this. The files that Master Yan Mo gave her have already been processed, just to prevent exposure for some reason, and now she has no problem with her and was detained, so suspicion, she is very angry. But even if you are angry, you can't delay the part-time job at the bar. That is her only source of income besides the inherent small treasury. Since the leader does not seem to want to receive her from the department, she still has to go. Work hard to earn. Can I go to a bar to work? The children from the country really don't have any extra money, and I still need to go home to fertilize and feed our Nyuniu. Of course you can, but Ms. Nara knows something shouldn't be done. This big-backed leader threatened the messenger of, but he would die miserably. When you go to and meet her again, you will cry so much that you can't wait to return to the fertilized egg. In fact, for those who stabbed in the back, not only Nara but even Osamu Dazai already had a suspicion, but they didn't know what the other party's purpose was. Maybe they wanted Hong Kong blacks to focus all their attention on Nara. When I have enough time to do something, or to remove my suspicion. Xiao worked in a coffee shop during the day from Monday to Friday, and worked in a bar at night. On the weekends, I went to work in a Western restaurant whose curry was so spicy that I doubted my life. Nara needed to come all night at this time. She was standing opposite Osamu Dazai, wiping the cup in her hand crunchingly. Crunchy. Rubbing the handkerchief on the cup is not a harsh sound. It sounds like the best proof of his serious work in Nara. While working hard, she didn't forget to make a few blinds here. Anyway, she wouldn't be able to make them anyway. What would she be afraid of even if she had a supernatural ability? It seems that Mr. Dazai Osamu is really popular. Are there many women who like you? Otherwise, how could you be deemed to have one leg if you give you a nini? It is really scary for women to be jealous. She was talking nonsense, and the movements on her hand did not stop. Anyway, she had previously set herself to be a silly and sweet person. If she cries, she will continue to act. I just hope that the teenager sitting opposite, please don't look at the monkey. Did you look at her with her eyes? Why didn't Odasaku come today? It's really not good, it's the new man with glasses. Thinking of this, Nara was stunned. The man with glasses doesn't seem to be called Xin Hao. Osamu Dazai, who had been watching the other party wipe the cup, suddenly raised the corners of his mouth and slowly said something that made people blow his hair. Gee! So troublesome. I'm sorry, I'm so superficial that things are only superficial. For example, Mr. Odasaku who collects orphans is a good person, and Mr. Osamu Dazai is. Speaking of this, Nara suddenly got stuck, looking at the other's eyes without any mood swings. She felt that she couldn't make it up. A pretty one-eyed boy with a bandage. After hearing her answer, Osamu Dazai first showed a dull expression, and then let out a very cheerful laugh. Ms. Nara's answer is really interesting. In this special period, there is nothing wrong with being vigilant, and as an adult, of course all names are needed. Ha ha ha. Thanks to the little angel who voted for me or irrigated the nutrient solution. Thanks to the little angel who irrigated nutrient solution. 2 bottles of cat who only drink cola. Thank you very much for your support, I will continue to work hard. Chapter 19, Sand Sculpture Snapdragon. It's a bit boring to say that, because Dazai Osamu's words made Nara roll his eyes uncontrollably. Is it delicious to give to Mr. Dazai nini before? The meat of snapdragon must be fresh to make sushi. Oh! That tastes really good. But it's too big, I gave Odasaku the rest. Is the operation given to Oda okay? Judging from the current situation, Nara felt that she was probably under surveillance. After all, her suspicion has not been cleared up so far, and she may be a member of that magic organization. MMP. Nara thinks that it may be due to her own abilities. The members sent to monitor her are not ordinary Hong Kong black members. Although some ordinary members have different abilities, they can be said to be unbearable in the face of her excellent attack and defense abilities. One strike. Maybe it seems to other people that it is a supernatural power, so there is absolutely no problem with Osamu Dazai. After all, this guy's ability can nullify all the supernatural powers of everyone. If Nara shows any strange behavior, he can completely suppress the opponent. The ability, and then Zhong Yuan Zhong also made another fatal blow. The messenger of feels that he is very fortunate, really very lucky to let Zhuang He monitor himself, who usually has this kind of special treatment. Oh, it seems that she is exactly the kind of heroine in Marie Sue's novels. With colorful long hair, she changes her hair color through her mood. There are no tears coming out of her eyes. It is called a precious diamond in the world. Diamonds come out of your eyes? Why don't you cut your eyes blind? With these two monitors, Nara has become a lot better. In addition to raising snapdragons every day, she has to go to the bar to work at night. She has settled down this week, and the magical organization has also gotten up to 1 week. Nara and her? Nima. This is totally too much. It's clear that you are arguing with her, isn't it? The current situation makes it seem that she is the leader of this magical organization, and she has not acted lately because the leader of her has been monitored and has no chance to give them orders. Knock your mother, knock your mother. Nara was so angry that he wanted to hit someone. He really wanted to hit someone. Tisk tusk tusk, I feel like I was stuck with dog skin plaster. The purpose is too obvious, but it's a bit boring. Sitting on her sofa, Nara conscientiously threw the fish feed into Nyuniu's mouth, and the other party shook their heads while eating. It may be that she was fed well, which made Nyuniu feel a lot fatter within a few days of this life. Miss Nara, did you feed hormones? How do I feel that this goldfish seems to be a lot fatter? Osamu Dazai was very interested in Nyuniu. He got up from the chair and walked on his long legs to the side of Nyuniu. He was about to stretch out his hand to play snapdragons, but found that the other party rolled the fish eyes and stared at him fiercely. Girls don't like other people saying that they are fat, even snapdragons are not happy, so after hearing Osamu Dazai's description of him, the boss is unhappy, and even a glance slowly calms his hatred. After glaring at the other party, Nyuniu started calling Ogia Ogia. There was a kind of driving that wanted to fight the opponent to the death. Ha 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 ha. Nara felt that he was really going to be amused by the scene in front of him, and tears flowed out of his smile. Who knows how Dazai Osamu and Nyuniu were so at odds with each other, and it became like this after seeing a few times. After that, when Dazai ruled the and did something in the hands of the ghost lamp, he would inevitably come into contact with the ghost lamp lord's favorite snapdragon, and inevitably there would be a grumpy snapdragon, and then it might become a Shura field. I don't know why, Nara thinks that scene must be very interesting, and then Master Yan Mo will mediate in the middle. Seeing that she was about to work in the bar, the little girl motioned to Osamu Dazai, who was standing opposite, to go out quickly. It was this guy who was in charge of monitoring today, and it led to such a farce. She felt that if she had been in contact with Osamu Dazai for a long time, it would have been more fun. No, maybe it was because she didn't know the other party at all. Today is a Wednesday without any abnormalities. In addition to Oda Oda and Oda Sakura who came to the bar, Mr. Shinba is still not there. Sorry, it should be Mr. Sakaguchi, right? In short, the two people are still sitting at the old bar counter and drinking, and Nara is still very complicated with handkerchiefs wiping the cups. Mr. Dazai, our suicide team has been inactive for a long time. What do you think of sleeping pills? Just take a certain amount. We'll die without pain. Yet. I didn't even think about it before. Osamu Dazai immediately stated that he would surely get a powerful sleeping pill, and he would be best to die in his dreams. It was really painless. When the two were discussing how much to eat, the bird swam over and knocked on the counter in front of Nara. By the way, he wanted to put the tray in his hand on it. Nara, I will go to the bathroom first. You can take care of the guests for me. Okay. It's getting dark in Hong Kong, don't worry, thanks to the little angel who voted for me or irrigated the nutrient solution. Thanks to the little angel who cast landmine, 1. Thanks to the little angel who irrigated nutrient solution. Call me 5 bottles of Menjun. Thank you very much for your support, I will continue to work hard. Chapter 20, Mace is coming. Odasako's supernatural power is seamless, but Nara is not clear about the specific seamless method. After all, Master Inma only asked her to bring Osamu Dazai down. The information for this person can be said to be very comprehensive, as for the others it is also a rough idea. But according to the name, it might be repair the broken things so that you can't see the broken places? I'm sorry that her brain is a bit big, and she often thinks about some weird things, but if this is the case, then Master Yan Mo must be very happy. Of course, this is all her thoughts, who knows how this supernatural power was activated. Originally, Mafia also had fixed working hours, and when it was time to get off work at night, he would be off work, but I didn't expect that Odasako would just drank a small cup and the phone rang. Mr. Odasako has to go to work so late. Seeing Odasako standing up and preparing to leave after answering the phone, Nara looked at the clock on the wall that was pointing to 8 o'clock in a strange way. Aren't all things like guards or gunfights supposed to be in shifts? When I was in hell, there was no such shift system at all. Every time I worked, she was smashed on her body, so she especially envied the shift system shown on TV, and she thought that Mafia was cut from this street with a knife. Another street, but after so long in this world, she thought that Mafia now has become a formal industry. It turns out that I was thinking too simple. Nara feels that she doesn't need to pretend to be silly and sweet. She is an authentic silly and sweet that someone who doesn't come to this world just understands the reality through TV. It was also during the Black Ship incident that she recently parachuted into the world. MMP, derailed from the times for too long. Hey? Ms. Nara, what makes you think these are all shifts? There is another Dazai Osamu who often wears clothes in front of him, and Nara continues to dress. Of course I saw it on TV in the country, isn't it? After hearing this, Osamu Dazai just looked at her with a very subtle expression. Since Nara didn't have a mind-reading skill, Nara didn't know what this guy was thinking. After others tell a lie, it can be described as a guilty conscience, but it's a pity. The girl's heart is like dead water now. Odasako is happy to work. I heard that it was discovered that the dumb bombs required the low-level personnel of Odasako to come and gather the number of people. If it were not for the surveillance task now, Osamu Dazai might have to fly to Odasako's side to follow along. Seeing the young man sitting with his cheeks puffed up and unhappy, Nara felt a little bit unbearable. If he didn't want to monitor her, he would be able to run to the scene of the demolition of the dumb gun as he wished, and then perform an on-the-spot bombing. Die. Oh, if you think so, it's still her problem. After touching his body, the messenger finally found a few pieces of candy he bought before. Mr. Dazai, you want to eat? Nara, I'm back. She hadn't finished her words, and the candy in her hand hadn't been handed to Dazai Osamu. Kodaryu threw over like a little bird, and suddenly her face suddenly became empty when she saw that the place Odasako sat on the side was empty. With a look of loss, is Mr. Odasako gone? I haven't spoken to him yet. All right, work quickly, otherwise the boss will be angry. Nara pulled the corner of his mouth and passed the tray in his hand to the other party, trying to soften his expression. If you are lazy, you will be deducted from your salary. I'm going to work right away. Seeing the other person leaving with the tray, Nara curled his lips and looked at each other carelessly with Osamu Dazai, and then the bar exploded. To be precise, there was an explosion at the door, and then a group of men in black with machine guns rushed in. Oh, the people from the magic organization came, and they came with the machine gun. The purpose of the opponent is very clear at present, and only Osamu Dazai next to Nara. I really don't know what the people of this magical organization think. They even thought of the codders who attacked Hong Kong and gangsters. Perhaps they thought that if a few codders were killed, the forces of Hong Kong and gangsters would be killed by half? Is this too naive? If Osamu Dazai has problems here, then Zhongyuan's Honggaya and other officials have also been attacked. I'm not worried about that, Mr. Choker. I've seen him have a strong offensive power, but Mr. Dazai is yours. Before Nara had finished speaking, he saw Dazai Osamu next to her winking at her, and then snapped his fingers like purple sweet potato essence. Who said I was only one person? What? It feels that the people in the magic organization were suddenly killed by the people inside the bar without reacting. It can be said that they died in an instant. Looking at the people lying on the ground, Nara felt that he had to avoid the wind, otherwise he might be killed by a ghost lamp with a mace. Finish, dying. Nara feels like a pill, ha 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 ha. Chapter 21, Promote Peace. Roughly counting the number of people who have died lying on the ground, Nara has been completely unable to see it, and it is about 30 to 30 people. Licking her lips, she can already imagine what it would be like to go back to work overtime tonight. It is necessary to wear a helmet to go back, otherwise she will definitely not be able to beat the ghost lamp. I know that the codders of Port Mafia are not easy to deal with. I didn't expect Mr. Dazai to have expected it already. Nara watched the dark barrel of the gun directly hit the head of Dazai Osamu, and the expression on her face became a little subtle. Are you a girl with a gun under a skirt? Where did you get the gun from? The villains in the TV series have very good brains. Generally, no one can see what they do secretly, but it is obvious that although the little bird tour has taken the villain's personality, his brain seems not to work well. Whether it's her intention to approach Odasaku's behavior or buckle everything on Nara's head, in fact, these shame operations have been seen through from the beginning, but she just wanted to let her jump here to see if she could jump. What is it? Oh, now I don't care about it, I dare to directly confront Dazai Osamu. Well, let me guess, the lady in her hand should be the 92F produced by the company in Italy, right? If I attack at such a close range, I will definitely have my brain blooming, but would you like to try shooting? Dazai Osamu once again fancy death. Nara was so excited that he took out a small book and wanted to record what happened before him. Although today more than 30 people went to in a pile, if she brought Dazai Osamu down, the ghost lamp gun would definitely be there. Won't hit her anymore. But why does this guy know what gun the birdie is holding? Nara recalled that when she changed clothes in the locker room before, she was sure that the other party didn't really carry a gun, but after so long, the other party only went to the bathroom just now. Boldly speculate that maybe the other party went to the bathroom to get the gun at this time, and listening to Osamu Dazai's tone, it seemed that he had already guessed this possibility. The gun was definitely passive. Gee. It seems that the target person will not die today. Nara was a little depressed and put the small book in his pocket. When he looked up again, the bird tour had already hung up, and Dazai Osamu looked at her with a smile. It's over, she just forgot to enter the acting state. As a girl who has just come from the countryside to a big city and has never seen anything in the world and is still a silly sweet girl, she probably needs to panic when she sees this kind of scene. Is it too late for her to be surprised now? Mr. Dazai, I am actually a facial paralysis. Although I am expressionless now, I am actually scared in my heart. Do you believe it? Because of the gun battle in the bar, it is impossible to work tonight, absolutely impossible. According to the current situation, except for the leader and cronies of this magic organization, the rest of the people can be said to be out of the nest. It is the best time to eliminate the magic organization tonight. Nara is still being watched, and she will never truly become free before the magic organization is annihilated. Although the gate of has a fixed location, in order to facilitate free entry and exit, the messenger applied very witly to open a small door in her rented house, so after sending away Dazai Osamu, she secretly returned through the small door to hell. When she went back, she deliberately wore a helmet, just because she was afraid that the mace of the ghost lamp would be swung up directly. It is estimated that the dozens of people who died before the time are now at Master Yan Mo's. It's just that there are so many numbers, everyone which to assign is indeed time-consuming and labor-intensive. Hiding outside the main hall, Nara quietly stretched his head inside and looked at him. After making sure that the ghost lamp lord was not there, he breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, he's not there. Who are you talking about? Why would the big demon stand behind her? Why are you still holding a mace in your hand? It's a real mace. Help. Nothing. I happen to have nothing to do today, so I wanted to go back to and see if there is anything I can do. Oh? What can you do? Gui Lan's face suddenly turned black, feeling black all over his body. Nara was so scared that his legs shook into noodles, and he finally stood firm by supporting the wall behind him. Yes. Oh, these are all yours, they must be done tonight. The ghost lamp, who didn't know where he took out, directly smashed the document into Nara's hands, and set the completion time, which directly caused the messenger to use bloodshot blood when Dazai Osamu knocked on the door the next morning. The eyes opened the door. Mr. Dazai, I think Mafia should promote peace. It is best for the members to die. Don't concentrate on a period of collective death. Ha ha ha. Everyone must get along in harmony in the future, don't always shoot out. Chapter 22, Overwork. Nara's words can be said to be sincere. Everyone must not die together. Don't have the Dragon Head War or the problem of Bingbo Street. If she is lucky enough to join the port of Mafia, she must tell everyone what it is. Love and peace, love and justice. If you really want to die, can you go abroad to die? It's better to go to Europe. In this way, when you go to hell, Europe will bring all the materials, and they only need to directly cast into the corresponding according to the classification. After talking nonsense, Nara suddenly realized who was standing in front of her, and she almost closed the door of the room with fright, but she still stopped the movement of her hand. Mr. Dazai, are you okay? Wow! Hearing what she said, Osamu Dazai yawned a super big yawn. The yawn was so big that physiological tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. He just stretched out his index finger to wipe away the tears, and Nara, who hadn't slept all night, followed him with a yawn. Yawn. Yawning is actually contagious, especially when a person who hasn't awakened and one hasn't been asleep is facing each other. Two people can be said to be yawning face to face. After not knowing how many he had played, Nara decided to terminate the endless match. So Mr. Dazai has not answered my question just now. I followed the leader's instructions and came to lead people. According to the movement speed of the Port Mayfa, the people of the magic organization should have been destroyed at this time. Why does it have anything to do with her? Since I want to squat here until Osamu Dazai hangs up, I must go with the other party. So a certain messenger stretched out his hand and scratched his hair that was messy because of overtime, and used himself bloodshot to fight with the female ghost. His eyes looked at a certain cotter in front of him. Then please wait for me to clean up. Washing and changing clothes took Nara only 10 minutes, but even after washing her face, she still followed Dazai out with her scary bloodshot eyes. I'm so sleepy, even if Mr. Dazai takes me to hell, I recognize it. Anyway, it was just going home. There was nothing to be afraid of. Even if she went to heaven, she could still talk to Baizi and ask for a cure for all diseases. Caterpillars usually follow their partners in front of them, and they follow wherever they go. Now Nara is the same, with its head behind Osamu Dazai bit by bit. The other party was so obedient to make a certain cotter think of a prank. He didn't deliberately take the other party into the ditch, but suddenly laughed very happily. Miss Nara just believes in me, and I'm sure I won't take you away. Go somewhere else. Ha ha. Nara, who was already at a critical point, first laughed like a barbell, opened his eyes and glanced at the black-cut Dazai Osamu in front of him, and then drooped his eyelids again. It's just the same everywhere, anyway, as, you can't die. Although Nara was already a little drowsy, she still knew what she shouldn't say, so she swallowed after a few mouthfuls. Think of her as a messenger from hell, afraid of a ball. Well, I'm afraid of the mace of Lord Ghost Deng. Hearing that the other party didn't trust him very much, Osamu Dazai deliberately puffed up his face and made a very hurt expression, and he looked like he wanted to go to Odasaku to complain for comfort. Miss Nara's eyes are so red, what did you do last night? Nara didn't think that the other party would ask about a person's physical condition out of kindness, such as sudden death from staying up late, and sudden death from working overtime. She curled her lips and figured out the reason in just a few seconds. Of course she was scared. After all, anyone who saw so many people die in front of her at close range would definitely be scared. Like I was so scared that I didn't fall asleep all night, wow. After yawning, Nara drooped his head and followed behind the opponent again, as if he was completely devoid of energy. It's okay to just stay up late, and it's okay to stay up late to chase dramas and play games, but staying up late and working overtime will be really uncomfortable. Suddenly, she somewhat understands the state of those who are overworked before they die. Mr. Dazai, if you want to commit suicide, don't choose to stay up late and overwork to death. It's really uncomfortable. Well, that way of suicide has been blacklisted. I don't know why, after listening to the other party, Nara felt that she might not be able to complete the task for a long time. Her task was to return to with the dead Dazai Osamu without her direct involvement. Originally, the other party was keen to commit suicide. She is a teenager, but now she continues to popularize the disadvantages of certain suicide methods, resulting in fewer and fewer options for the other party. Is she here to take the other party down, or to let him live a long life? Nara, I found myself running farther and farther on the opposite road of completing the task. Thanks to the little angel who voted for me or irrigated the nutrient solution. Thanks to the little angel who irrigated nutrient solution. 1 bottle of lily, meet kangaroo. Thank you very much for your support, I will continue to work hard. Chapter 23, Do you want to buy a kimono? For a person who committed suicide, wishing him blessings such as Donghai and 100 years longer than Nanshan, this is probably the most vicious curse. Nara chirped a few times, feeling that he was really a villain. It takes 10 minutes to drive from home to the office in Ganghae. After a certain coder walked out of the alley, Nara was rushed into the car again. Sitting in the car, Nara was already drowsy, but Osamu Dazai had to look for a long conversation with her at this time. What's so special about Miss Nara? Hey? Outstanding. Nara shook his head to make himself a little more awake. What I excel at is that I have a good memory. Generally, people I have met will have an impression when they meet. Oh hey, that Miss Nara's memory is really good. Hearing the teasing in the other party's tone, Nara rolled his eyes directly at the other party, holding back his sleepiness. Oh, what a superficial man. She can remember the people she sent away 1,000 years ago, maybe Dazai Osamu's ancestors are there. Oh, she might have seen everyone's ancestors. This is the second time the messenger of has come to the chief's office, but the themes of these 2 times are completely different. The first time she was taken as a suspicion, and the second time as a reserve team invited to enter Hong Kong and Heilongjiang. Because it was Osamu Dazai who brought her, he automatically put her under this guy's work, which in Nara's opinion was really good, and now she wished to stick to him to see when he succeeded in suicide. Generally, anyone who joins Hong Kong and Heilongjiang will investigate the ancestors of people for 800 generations, even the messenger of hell, but Master Yan Mo has already prepared her information, but she is particularly opposed to her age. That column. Looking at the big 20-year-old written on it, this made someone with an actual age of 4,000 plus frowned. This is inconsistent with the actual situation, seriously inconsistent. Is she always 18? Folding his own information in half, Nara looked at Morioge sitting at the desk very seriously. Excuse me, is the probation period the same as the salary of regular employees? Is there accidental injury insurance? Then, will you often work overtime to death from overwork? Nara was really afraid of working overtime when she was in hell, especially when she realized that the mafia was not what she had imagined. She was even more afraid of working overtime to death from overwork. The 3 consecutive questions of the messenger made Morioge laugh heartily. If you die unfortunately, I promise to give your family a large amount of compensation. Morioge frowned as soon as he finished speaking. It suddenly occurred to him that the girl's profile showed that the orphan had no relatives. No one spends any money. It doesn't matter, you can just burn the paper money and give me the money, I can use it over there. Before, she often saw people receiving paper money from relatives and friends. When they had money, they would squander it very loudly, and she earns a little bit of salary every month. Gee! It's really unfair. After determining the various benefits, she was formally joined under Osamu Dazai, but this made Songhai Yuanzong very reluctant. Because in his opinion, this is a good cabbage that was pulled out of the ground by Osamu Dazai, and the pig was and ran away. Especially this cabbage is still a simple cabbage, which is easy to be deceived. Pseudo-silly white sweet 4,000 plus years old Nara. Regarding the idea of Songhai Yuanzong who wants to kill Osamu Dazai every time, Bai Tianliang believes that 2 people's ideas are so consistent that they can definitely become good friends. Since she is a good friend, she feels it is necessary to remind each other. Mr. Nikaya, you should do more good deeds, so that you can suffer less after going to hell. Zhong Yuan's Songhai with a dumbfounded look. What? What did you say? Now that he joined the mafia, Nara looked at the costumes of Osamu Dazai and Nakahara Nikaya, then looked at the leader, then looked at other people in Hong Kong and Heilongjiang, and then fell into deep thought. The messenger frowned slightly and realized that it was not very simple. She touched her chin and looked at her boss very seriously. Mr. Dazai, is a black suit already a standard for the mafia? Do I need to buy one? A black suit? That's not the case, Hong Yi's sister is wearing an improved version of the kimono. Coincidentally, Ozaki Momiji walked from a distance as soon as Osamu Ozaki's voice fell. After seeing her, Nara made a sudden realization, and clenched his right hand against the palm of his left hand. Oh! I know, so women have to wear kimonos? Then let me see if the budget is enough to buy a kimono, tut! You have to tear off the hem when you wear this kind of thing. There is such a hobby outside. What? Nara is not stupid and sweet, she just hasn't come to this world for more than 100 years and don't know much about the internal affairs of Hong Kong and Hong Kong, ha 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 ha. Thanks to the little angel who voted for me or irrigated the nutrient solution. Thanks to the little angel who irrigated nutrient solution. Call me 10 bottles of Menjun, 5 bottles of ink search. Thank you very much for your support, I will continue to work hard. Chapter 24, Attempted Suicide. After successfully breaking into the enemy, Nara was a little emotional. Although he was closer to the target, the most important reason was that Hong Kong and Heilongjiang were paid very high wages. And there is a settlement fee. With this settlement fee, Nara did not choose to move. Instead, he bought an electric bicycle. He can still exercise while riding to work every day. Since joining Hong Kong and Heilongjiang, Nara and Osamu Dazai have had more contact with each other, and she has found that each other is too idle to go to heaven every day. According to the legend, the person with very strong business ability said if Osamu Dazai was right, this made the messenger of think that Lord Yan Mo might be a donkey. However, she had to admit that the other party's brain was indeed very smart, and certain things would be done in a fast time as long as they wanted to. This is the highest evaluation she has given to the other party. She thinks that she should be able to work seriously after bringing him to hell. After all, there are not too many entertainment projects below. The idea is very good, but the reality is very cruel. She thinks that Osamu Dazai is very lenient. She doesn't expect the other party to be like Mr. Nakaya every day, but please don't scream for suicide every day. The black-haired boy dressed in the windbreaker of the Mafia Ancestral, stood under a tall building, raised his head and slightly squinted at the top. He turned a deaf ear to the words of the firefighters who came to discourage him. He was waiting for the suicide person upstairs to jump down, so that can kill him. Nara looked dumbfounded. Although he did not clamor and jump down like those who join in the show, this behavior of waiting for others to jump down is too irresponsible. Mr. Dazai, it is too irresponsible for you to commit suicide by leaving your job like this, and it is also irresponsible for you to wait for someone to jump down. Although Nara's task is to make the other party hang up quickly, but at least after finishing the work. Seeing that she couldn't listen to her words, she rushed through the encirclement of the police and firefighters and rushed upstairs to communicate with the person who wanted to commit suicide, popularize the great thought of living, and let him discover the truth, goodness, and beauty in the world. The unemployed man who wanted to commit suicide chose not to jump off the building after discovering the truth, kindness, and beauty, which made Haru Dazai, who was staring below, unhappy. Tisk. For this Nara was not used to his faults, and dragged his boss to the task site. She would definitely not stop this guy if he wanted to die, wishing that the other party would die on the spot, but now the work should be completed first. It's not easy to find a person who wants to commit suicide by jumping off a building. You have made me lose the opportunity to die because of the suicide being hit on the head. Osamu Dazai's tone was full of disappointment, which allowed Nara to control his expression as much as possible without rolling his eyes. What's the difference between jumping from a building and being hit on the head by the person who jumped from the building? Wouldn't the head break like a watermelon? Or I would spend a lot of money on a watermelon and show on the spot what is meant by breaking red watermelon water. Oh, so disgusting! Really, if it wasn't for the messenger of who couldn't kill casually, and the target of this mission couldn't kill herself, she really wanted the other party to die on the spot under her own hands. Woo! Suddenly heard a very subtle cry in the ear. Nara released the arm that held the opponent and glanced in the direction of the cry, and found that it was a dying puppy who had been abused. The sound just now is its last nostalgia for this world. Looking at the scars on the puppy's body due to human abuse, Nara sighed and shook his head, took out a handkerchief and wrapped the puppy. It's okay, those who abuse you will go to hell. Osamu Dazai doesn't like dogs. It can be said that he hates this kind of creature very much. After winning Chihuahua, he still wanted to let the other party be his own bark, but in the end his wish was not realized. Does Mr. Dazai hate dogs? So far away. Looking at Osamu Dazai, who was at least 5 meters away from him, a subtle expression appeared on Nara's face. The 4,000-plus-year-old girl slowly raised her mouth and explained something very kindly to the other party. Even if you hate it, don't cruel to animals, otherwise you will be cruelly tortured when you go to hell. The so-called cruelty to animals is not just physical abuse. Even if it spiritually can't appear, for example, if you eat food crazily in front of a dog, and you end up angering the other dog directly, then you are mentally abused. It seems that she has not explained clearly, the girl added again, the mental abuse is the most excessive. Osamu Dazai frowned and thought for a few seconds, and finally looked at the 4,000-plus girls in front of him thoughtfully. Why does Miss Nara know so much about hell? Oh, it's time for Nara to make a few messes again. Smiley face. I had nothing to do at home before, and I read a book Hell Things You Don't Know by Hell Ghost Lamp. There is a detailed record in it. Roar, I am suddenly very interested. I wonder if Miss Nara can lend me a look. 4,000-plus girl Nara, pills. So after completing the task assigned by the leader, Nara quickly returned to through the gate and found the ghost lamp that was working overtime. Mr. Ghost Lamp, can you write a book about hell? I've figured out the name for you. The black-haired young man with horns on his head had a hand in which he was correcting the document, and then put the Snapdragon ballpoint pen on the table with an unclear smile on his face. Oh, you want me to write you a book with so much work? Seeing that the other party was ready to take the mace, Nara felt that he should withdraw. Let me explain here. In fact, although Dazai always fished in troubled waters, sometimes he was very helpful in solving things. This caused Master Yan Mo to make mistakes in his observation and felt that the other party would be a good employee, so he asked Nara to dig a wall. But after Nara's observation, she has understood what kind of person the other party is, but in the process of observation, she discovered that there are many people who love their jobs and work, such as weaving and zhong. Yab. And. I want to open Honggai's text, Wang Tian. Correct. Tweet the text of Jiu. Because it is a pre-collection, you can collect it by searching your pen name. My boyfriend lost his vest after dating me by 7 years. After 18 years of solo, Watanabe Orange finally gave up the single and made a boyfriend. Although the other party is much older than her, she is still a black skin, but in terms of face and body, she is very generous and tolerant, and tries to go to the sea with Amway colleague's silver-haired hat. Oh, no, it is Amway who considers internal digestion. But gradually, Watanabe Orange realized that something was wrong. Her boyfriend, possibly, seems, is an undercover organization. This is a story about I thought I was an onion, but I didn't expect you to be an onion too. We can call it the urban love of onion spirits, not. P.S. Currently, the contents of the comprehensive list are as follows. There is only one truth. Writing cannot save the world with different powers. The Scarlet Story of Outfield Village. Looking like a gourmet fan, but actually playing baseball. Is today's society still jumping? P.S. as P.S. The garbled characters in the supporting role are 2 glasses of real wine. I don't know why it's so unfriendly to real wine. Chapter 25, Physically Disabled Teenager. Gui Deng is already 4,000 years old in terms of age, and Nara is about the same as him, but although it is the same period, because the other party came a few years earlier than her, the status of the two is completely different. One is the actual governor of Hell, and the other is the deputy of this governor, acting as the second commander of Hell. Now the two leaders have an eager exchange on the question of whether to write this book. Mr. Ghost Lamp. Mr. Ghost Lamp. You are the most gentle and best. You are so gentleman with other women, why is it completely the other way around here? I hate you for iron but not steel. No no no. Why do you hold a mace if you hate iron and steel? Finally, after a series of tumultuous jumps, the real manager agreed to work overtime to write this book about hell. In exchange, Nara needed to dispose of all the documents on the table. Seeing so many things in front of her, the 4,000-plus girl was a little confused. I think it's better to forget it, I know it quite well after being in for so long. Oh, didn't you say that I know more about this hell, so you let me write it? Why do you want to write it myself now? The sound of the last word of the ghost lamp is slightly raised, which is completely different from the almost non-turbulent voice in front. Nara is a person who can smell danger. After discovering that something is wrong, she quickly moved the papers on the ghost lamp table to her side. It's all right, isn't it just working overtime? I can definitely handle it all tonight. One person has a clear division of work, which was originally very scientific, but when she saw a ghost lamp and wanted to use the keyboard to type it out, she wanted to remind the other party desperately. You can't do it, Mr. Ghost Lamp. If books are published generally, they have ISBNs, and if they are printed privately, it is considered an illegal act. So this book needs to be handwritten, purely handwritten. Ghost Lantern wanted to hammer his head very much now. This is the only book handwritten by the dignified assistant officer. None of the people in this world really understand hell. They can say that there are endless speculations about hell. If the book written by the ghost lamp is circulated, it will definitely make other people's worldviews reinvented. In fact, if you use this book to make a TV series or something, it will be a big hit. Nara just made a suggestion, but after seeing the ghost lantern looking up at her from the gap between writing a book, the 4,000+ girls finally chose to shut up. She is not afraid of Osamu Dazai. The scum of the opponent's physical skills is not a problem at all in front of her, but the ghost lamp that is also shaking is not necessarily. So she pulled the corner of her mouth and smiled, hee, I was joking. At the expense of an all-night shift, she finally got the book handwritten by Ghost Lantern. The reason why she didn't write was because she was afraid that after a long time of contact, Osamu Dazai would find that it was her handwriting. That guy seemed to have 800 brains. Who knows if this incident will reveal any clues? Since this book was newly written, it seemed too new on paper. After Nara got it, he used it like those bad antique dealers. I have met so many people and for so many years, and of course I have learned a lot of skills. Osamu Dazai found that his new subordinate seemed to lack sleep, and his eyes were as red as a rabbit. He thought he was compassionate to his subordinates and enthusiastically pulled the other party to start a journey of suicide with nothing to do. The work in Hong Kong and Heilongjiang would be handed over to that guy in Songgaya. Not knowing, conscientious, Hong Kong and Heilongjiang branch, Hong Kong and Heilongjiang final conscience, Songgaya. Nara felt that she had done something wrong. After working overtime, he was dragged by Osamu Dazai to find a way to commit suicide vigorously. She didn't want the other party to die on the spot. She only hoped that the other party could live 100 years and become an old fairy. Isn't this okay? Can't it? I used to mix blood pressure medicine and blood pressure medicine together, and I was going to drink it to see if it would make me die without pain. Oh? How do you feel after drinking? Did you go to the hospital for gastric lavage? I am a little curious to hear this. What would it be like if these two medicines were put together? Feel the blood trembling in the blood vessels? Oh hoo, I didn't drink it. Are you a mafia? The kind that will be off by the boss. However, the leisurely days are destined to not be long. The growing growth of Hong Kong and black in Yokohama will surely provoke some jealous people who want to compete for certain resources, just like the magical organization that was destroyed before. Before Morihōgai issued the order, Nara was still surprised that Osamu Dazai would also pick up children. As a subordinate of the other party for some time, she has also heard someone mention the name of Akutagawa Ryunosuke, who is said to be a student and subordinate of Osamu Dazai, but today she discovered an unknown secret between the two. Do people in Hong Kong and Heilongjiang have a habit of picking up and taking in children? At first, after knowing that Oda Sako had adopted so many orphans, she thought it was just the other party's own behavior, but when she learned that Osamu Dazai had also picked up a 15-year-old boy, she had a new understanding of Hong Kong and Hei. Now that Osamu Dazai is teaching the other party how to use abilities, Nara succeeded in meeting this more slender boy. Oh, it's just that the young man's body was so thin that he could blow away in a gust of wind. Mr. Dazai, that boy can be regarded as your apprentice. I can understand why you accepted him as an apprentice now. Why? Seeing the girl whose eyes were almost full of light, Osamu Dazai felt that the other party would definitely say a different answer, and he was very curious about this answer. Of course, physical skills are abolished this cute point, and the youth is better than blue. The young man's physical skills are more useless than Mr. Dazai. Gone. Chapter 26, Trash Dazai. Regarding the question of Akutagawa Ryunosuke, Nara is not very clear. Apart from knowing that the other party was picked up by Osamu Dazai not long ago, he does not know anything about the situation, such as how old he is this year and where he was picked up. And whether there is anyone else in the family. Although she didn't know anything about the other party, she felt that the other party's body was really bad after just one glance. Teenagers are still in their growth period, and they will definitely continue to grow, but now that the other person's body weighs less than 100 kilograms, it feels like there are only bones piled there. Oh, I look heavier than the other as a girl, it seems too much. When I thought of this, Nara curled his lips, and gave a thumbs up to Dazai Osamu who was beside him. The master and apprentice match each other with one physical skill. It's amazing. But soon she noticed a major event and turned her eyes back and forth on Akutagawa Ryunashuk and Dazai Osamu. It was not the kind of big event that the brain made up the XX book, but she had doubts from the heart about the age stratification of Hong Kong and Black. Although there are childlike jailers in hell, after all, the actual age of the family is about to catch up with the ancestors of other people, but these guys in front of them are genuine and have not yet completed their lives. Mr. Dazai, I really think Hong Kong and Heilongjiang are hiring child labor. I can understand that Oda Seiko and Mr. Sakaguchi are in their early 20s, but whether it is this boy, you, Naka, or the silver sauce that I saw before, they are all underage, so sure they won't be overworked and go to class. As if thinking of something, she continued to add, if you can send children to be undercover agents at every turn, teenage children don't understand anything. If you say that, then Q is completely a child. Originally, Osamu Dazai didn't want to say anything more about the other party's complaints, but when he heard the other party mention Q's name, he felt it necessary to remind the other party, don't let your guard down just because he is a child. His ability is very troublesome. If you don't handle it well, you will die. Looking at the other person with a smile, Nara curled his lips. Osamu Dazai was shaking S like the ghost lamp, but most of the ghost lamps were shaking S with a black face and expressionlessly, but this guy's smile without a smile looked scalp-tingling. She felt that the other party must be thinking of a way to make Q pit himself. How could this guy be so kind? It's totally black. The most terrible thing is probably that the other party has not trusted her until now. Even if the key is distrust, don't hurt her, everyone. Osamu Dazai is not a good fool. Since I mentioned a book about that before, many days have passed, but he still came to ask for it after all. Nara-chan, can you lend me that book about hell? For the other party suddenly calling her name like this, the 4,000+ girl felt very wrong, and she was waiting for her to get her condom here. In the past few days, when Nara was okay, she started flipping the book frantically, just to make this book look like it has been in the past. If it wasn't for the effort of the ghost lamp to be wasted, she would probably just pour some water on it. The appearance of the book being soaked. Old antique calligraphy and painting is a learning, she only learned a fur. She smoked the paper first with a light brown, worried that the other party would smell it, and then dried it in the sun. This book has really had a great impact on her body and mind. He told Osamu Dazai about the rhetoric that he had thought up in advance. He was not suspicious. After all, there were many people who wrote novels a long time ago, but they were not published for some reason. Looking at the newly released book in his hand, Osamu Dazai looked very interested, and he had a tendency to go back and read it. Nara-chan, how many years have you been with this book? Ah, I found it at home before. It is said that an uncle stayed in our house when I was a teenager. Obviously, he is not a few years old from the ghost lamp, but he has given him the title of uncle alive. Nara feels very sorry for the other party, but even if she has the heart to confess, she can only wear all kinds of hats at the other party crazy now. As if he was satisfied with the book, Osamu Dazai backhanded out a book that he had planned to put there in his trench coat. Oh! Osamu Dazai even said that Racehang would like to lend her a book to read. Nara was so excited that he took the book from the other party, and at a glance, he saw that it says I am in love with colorful. Yep. Yep. What the is this? The key was to give this person who didn't know what it was, and he was nowhere to be seen as soon as he raised his head. Nara rolled up his sleeves and found a flower of Hong Kong's conscience directly. But when it was really there in Central Plains, 4,000+ girls suddenly got into trouble. Although she is a subordinate of Osamu Dazai, the other party has not acted harshly on her staff at present, but she is not sure whether she will cheat herself in the future. N? Why are you here? While she was struggling, Zhongai Yuanzong was like a descended from the sky, and directly parachuted in front of her, which made Nara feel that Newton was not alive, otherwise he would be mad. She stretched out her hand and raised the book in her hand, with a kind expression on her face. Mr. Nikaya, do you want to read a novel? This should be a dream. After all, Nara had never seen a person with colorful hair and colorful eyes. Oh, when she saw the colorful discs appearing in the sun, she subconsciously stretched out her hand to cover her fragile eyes. As if she felt that the other party's actions pleased her, the colorful girl laughed like a copper bell. Hee hee, I gong ling lu ligzhu kyun mi I miu. But I want to capture the entire literary magnate. Nara was so scared that he sat up straight out of the bed, reached out his hand and touched his eyes. Fortunately, the eyes are not blinded, fortunately. As a result of her actions, the novel she had read before going to bed fell from her. It was the novel that Dazai Osamu said I fell in love with colorful. Recalling the colorful eyes and rainbow-like hair of the colorful girl in her dream, Nara felt a little pain in her brain. Trash Dazai! No, she can't have a nightmare by herself. Tomorrow, taking advantage of no task, she must read this novel to the other party full of emotion, so that the other party will feel the resentment from the colorful girl. Rubbish Dazai, if it weren't for her boss's sake, he would really hit him. Childhood idol Lu Li Shui and Mary Su Nu appeared on the scene. Chapter 27, Colorful Girl. I fell in love with colorful mainly about the palace spirit, Li Yulixu, Rose Tears, Q. The magical ghost, as the eldest lady of the palace spirit family, she sleeps on a large bed of 1,000 square meters every day, and she can turn the river and the sea on the bed at will. The only comparison the trouble is that it is troublesome to go to the toilet in a hurry. As the eldest lady of the Gongling family, she has peerless beauty. The most outstanding thing is her colorful hair and eyes. Anyone who meets her will fall in love with this cute girl. 4,000 plus girl Nara. Since dreaming of something weird, she has never calmed down again. As long as she closed her eyes, she would think of the contents of the book, as if she had been cursed. MMP, is to slaughter, ruin people's sleep. The next morning, Nara took the Marisu novel and went to Dazai to talk about his ideals in life, but the other party first found her, the kind of her who looked for her with bright eyes. Nara-chan. Is so fun. What? The one-eyed boy was excited to show her the masterpiece of the ghost lamp. In order to make the book look more realistic, the responsible ghost lamp occasionally has an illustration. Does really exist? Isn't it true that is like this? I suddenly want to see this man called the ghost lamp of hell. The boy in front of him showed a very excited expression, and the bright eyes made Nara feel that the other party should have dug a hole for himself. So she raised her mouth and showed a brighter smile. I don't know whether is real or not, and I don't know where the ghost lamp is. Hey, how is this? After hearing the information that was not very happy, Osamu Dazai showed a disappointed look. His whole body was like a lost big golden retriever, not only his tail but also his ears were drooping. If you let the other party know that you describe him as a dog, you will probably be killed. Haha. Mr. Dazai, do we want to talk about this colorful girl? Seeing you are so idle today, do you want me to read this book to you? She couldn't read the book anymore. She just opened the book and was ready to read it aloud, when someone came to say that she wanted to meet the youngest coder in Hong Kong and Black. It looks like a new task is coming. Nara closed the novel with a snap, and waved goodbye to the other party to let the other party go well. Various ponies like her are not qualified to see the leader. The reason why she can see Dazai Osamu now is nothing more than that. Because the other party is still monitoring her. There was also a period of time when Nara became the opponent's maze. Nara had promoted love and peace more than once, but each time it was considered to be a dead end. In Hong Kong, Xianyang is probably a superfluous existence. I hope that the ghost lamp will not blame her for the death of many people after joining the Hong Kong Black. This really has nothing to do with her. As I said before, some other unknown organizations would be jealous of the resources of the Port Mafia, and they chose to rise after the magical organization was destroyed. Osamu Dazai came out of the boss's office. As a horse, Nara quickly stood up straight, thinking that her 4,000+ messengers who covered the sky in hell, now turned out to be a little boy's horse. It's a pitiful day. Let's go, Nara-chan, we have something to do again. What's the matter? The two took the elevator down to the first floor together. As a cadre, Osamu Dazai needed to go to the warehouse in Hong Kong and Heilongjiang to take charge of the overall situation. The warehouse was originally filled with various antiques obtained by Sakaguchi Ango's painstaking effort. He was planning to go smuggle money laundering, but was beaten, smashed and robbed. The smashed ones can only find a way to repair them, and the other leaders who have been snatched have issued orders and must be retaken. Although Hong Kong has a big business now, but the money is not too much, it must be rescued. In other words, we have to ensure the integrity of those things while also annihilating all members of the Courage and Fat organization. The leader is really embarrassing. As the youngest cadre, Osamu Dazai has just turned 17. As a minor, he does not yet have the qualifications to take a driver's license. Even as a Hong Kong and Black cadre, he cannot go on the road at will. After discovering that she was taken into the driver's seat, Nara was very resistant. The data showed that she was over 20 years old and had a ticket called a driver's license, but it was a pity that she had not touched it a few times. Vehicle. Everyone in doesn't drive by themselves, just get in a flying car. Mr. Dazai, please be sure to fasten your seat belt, otherwise I will not be responsible for any accidents. Varied. It's flying. Originally speaking, it was 3,000+ today. I'm really sorry. The author went to a field interview today and was too busy, so I will make it up tomorrow. 1551. Chapter 28, Drag Racing Girl. There are actually two ways to identify the members of the Mafia. One is that the members of the Mafia generally wear black clothes and a pair of sunglasses on their faces. This has almost become the standard for all horses, and the other is to let people experience it when driving. What is called Mafia drag racing? Driving in Nara is no longer called a Mafia drag racing, but a hearse drifting. When turning on the brakes, the tires rubbed against the ground and made a harsh sound. This made Osamu Dazai, who was sitting in the co-pilot, covered his ears with a whir. Nara-chan, I just want to ask how your driver's license was tested. Coming down. Sorry, she has never driven a car before, who knows how this driver's license came from, it is really not easy for her to successfully start the car now. I have always been driving in such a bohemian state, Mr. Dazai is used to it. That's great, but I really like this feeling as long as the tires don't make a harsh sound. Oh. So this is Nara always felt that she was always on the brakes to ensure that she could brake in the first place when she hit something, but since the person beside her said so, she started to drive with confidence, completely embodying what it means to be bohemian. This time she chose to step on the gas pedal. Dazai Osamu was sitting in the passenger seat and screamed, "Wow! Nara-chan! The car is flying! The car is flying!" When Nara was turning too hard and the accelerator was stomped to death, the whole car flew directly. Originally, Osamu Dazai was wearing a seat belt, but now he opened the seat belt to death, then raised the roof of the car to the back and turned it into a convertible. He sat in the co-pilot and stretched out his hands. It looks like it's about to take off. Wow! Completely ignoring what the person next to him is doing now, Nara is frantically playing all kinds of rounds, but every time he hits someone else, he takes advantage of his position to hide. Maybe in the eyes of others, her car skills can be said to be stable, but no one knows what is going on in her heart at the moment. Nara's heart is completely beeping at this moment. The car crashed and died. Osamu Dazai died because of a car accident. He would be punished if he violated the wishes of Master Yan Mo. A car accident hits other people to death, causing widespread deaths. Ghost Lantern will have a long conversation with her. Can't she let her be a good individual? How can you find so tired after living for so long in this world? What's terrible is that the little boy next to him suddenly died. She had to stretch her head out to feel the excitement. She was so frightened that she hurriedly pulled the other party back. Ancestor, why are you like a bear kid? Can you worry about it? Ah, didn't you read the news that there were children, especially Xiong, who insisted on sticking out his head, and as a result, his head was cut off and a cart of blood was sprayed. Wow! That's really scary. Osamu Dazai sat back in the co-pilot again and then made a frightened expression, stretched out his hand and patted his chest. Oh, she is mentally retarded if she wants to believe it. The warehouses in Minato and Hei are generally close to the port, but because the warehouse stores some antique calligraphy and the like, it can't be stored in a warehouse located in the downtown area of Yokohama. It can be said that the way from the office to the warehouse is Nara. It's very exhausting. Creak. With a harsh brake sound, she parked the car in the warehouse that had been surrounded by the Black Horse in Hong Kong. Arrive. Hey! Osamu Dazai jumped out of the car with his hands supporting the door after the car stopped. Since it was a convertible and the windows had been rolled down, the height of the car was about 1 meter from the ground. Nara stretched out his hand and compared it to this height, and just reached his waist. If this kid can't jump over, then he won't live. Master Dazai. Regardless of how the little boy usually wears all the clothes on his body, it is perfectly normal for people to deal with Hong Kong and black cotters who have sufficient ability to be respected. Master Nara. Nara's expression was a bit subtle when the people next to her suddenly called her name deafeningly. She was used to being called that way in before, but she didn't expect that she would still have this name in this world as a horse. 1551, I was so touched. It was like turning on some kind of switch, and Osamu Dazai, who had emptied Pinru's closet before, touched his chin and began to look around the messed up warehouse. This is Ango's painstaking effort. How sad is he that turned out to be like this? After looking at the warehouse, he casually said something cool, squatting on the ground with a look of disgust, and poking the antique that had been ruined to the ground with his hands. It feels like this and it is no longer valuable. Since you know that I am sad, you should hurry up and take away all the antiques that have been stolen. All his hard work disappeared. Sakaguchi Ango almost really wanted to vomit blood and died, thinking that he worked so hard to collect so many things for the Hong Kong black. Those guys must not run far with so many things. Did the surveillance detect those people running in that direction? Before they attacked, the surveillance was hacked. I'm really sorry, but we found out that those guys had appeared in Ikebukuro, and that was where they last appeared. Listening to the report below, Osamu Dazai seemed to have discovered something new. World picked up a piece of the ground on the side and looked in front of him, showing a stunned expression. Wow, this is such a valuable look. If estimated according to the market price, this porcelain bottle is worth 300 million yen. 300 million. The expression on Nara's face standing by was called a beeping dog, pinching out how long it would take him to work hard to get these wages after calculating the 300 million yen. Oh, Hong Kong and Heilongjiang are really a rich place. So those people went to Ikebukuro with more valuable antiques, right? The severe Yokohama in Nara is a place where the folk customs are very discordant. There are often large-scale deaths here, but compared with here, Ikebukuro, where there are almost no large-scale deaths, is really simple. Well, the way to distinguish folk customs is based on the number of dead people. The folk way is simple? What are you talking about, Nara-chan? For the boy, the 4,000-plus girl did not answer the other party's question, but looked at Ango Sakaguchi with piercing eyes. Mr. Sakaguchi, are these antiques used to launder money, not only after getting the money? Will it be used to build the Hong Kong Black and will carry out the necessary management, and then we'll use the money to pay us wages? Yes. Sakaguchi Ango stretched out his finger and pushed the frame on the bridge of his nose. He did not tell the other party that most of the money was taken away by the leaders and cadres. As the horses, they could not be allocated much, but they were reasonable and kind. Deception is still necessary. In their opinion, Nara was a simple girl who had just arrived in a big city from the countryside, that is, a simple girl with no attacking ability, the kind of mindless kind. Attack max pseudo-innocence 4000 plus Nara. I don't know why I always feel like I have been crowned with some terrible persona by other people. Anyway, most of the money is shared by you, but as a member of the Hong Kong Black community, I still have to contribute my part to this big family, so what are we going to do now, Mr. Dazai? If it were Ikebukuro, I would know an intelligence dealer who loves humans. He should know something. What? Love mankind? Is he the of heaven? It can be said that in heaven have always been in a state of inconsistency. After all, the former collects a lot of bad guys who have done a lot of evil in his life every day, while the latter collects some people with consummation every day. The atmosphere of the two places is completely different. And that Shirasawa, who always loves to molest people, thinks that the other party used to wear similar clothes to tease him there. Nara wants to kick the other party's egg to pieces. Standing up and patted the non-existent dust on the windbreaker, Osamu Dazai stretched out his finger and snapped a crisp finger. I'll leave it to you here. I'm going to Ikebukuro to meet the intelligence dealer, Nara-chan, and me. Let's go together. Oh, Ikebukuro is not far away. If I drive, I will be there in about half an hour. Let's go, Mr. Dazai. Recalling Nara's unrestrained driving skills just now, Osamu Dazai's eyes became bright and raised his hands to make a look like he was about to fly. I'm going to Ikebukuro by car. Mr. Dazai is now very much like the shredded meat standing on the ship in the Titanic. Actually, I am Jack. Sing ba, you are a cotter, you say that you are shredded pork is shredded pork, you say that Jack is Jack. The next 30 minutes of hearse drifting, Dazai Osamu finally chose to shut up after a breath of wind with his mouth open, but he took a picture with his phone and sent it directly to Odasaku. Odasaku. Nara-chan and I are on the way to Ikebukuro, look at her driving skills. The attached two photos, one is the high blurred roadside scenery, and the other is the hair that has been completely flying. Odasaku, who doesn't know how to complain. You tell Nara to drive slowly, otherwise you will be fined and deducted points by the police if you speed. Tisk. After seeing the message sent by Odasaku, Osamu Dazai snorted. He just patronized the wind and completely forgot the result of speeding. Mr. Dazai, don't tut, put the phone away and fasten the seat belt. I'm going to speed up. Nara raised the roof of the car again, and then stepped on the brakes directly to the bottom. There is a policeman behind, and I want to get rid of him. Osamu Dazai glanced at the rearview mirror and found that a policeman on a motorcycle was about to catch up with them. Are you going to drag racing? I'm so happy now. Before he finished his words, the driver next to him turned the steering wheel and turned off the flat national road, pierced towards the dirt road below. I'll take the side road and get rid of him. We have renavigated for you, drive forward 300 meters and then turn left. True hearse drift. Thank you for the grenade thrown by Sister L. Uzuxi. Mwa. Chapter 29, Intelligence Dealer. For things like drag racing, Nara discovered drifting after watching Initial D on TV. The first time she got started today, she did everything she dreamed of. According to the navigator, the 4,000-plus girls slammed to the left and floated out again, but the motorcycle behind was still chasing after him, seemingly preparing to chase from Yokohama to Ikebukuro. Baba! The motorcycle's horn kept ringing there, and Nara screamed fiercely. So why doesn't it happen that the car rushes behind the car after pushing a switch? Why doesn't it happen? Wings stick out from both sides of the car and fly. That is the future technology of Nara sauce. With the current technology, you can't reach the point you want. No, they have flying cars in hell, and they fly very fast. So there is still a certain cultural difference between the ground and the underground, at least in terms of technology. If you want to get from Yokohama to Ikebukuro at Nara's speed, it will take less than half an hour, but now she has taken the dirt road directly from the national highway, and coupled with this winding, the time is much longer than that. The disadvantage of dirt roads is that there are always pits and pits. Driving quickly through will directly turn people up, and every time Osamu Dazai bumps up, he will exclaim and let out a hearty laugh. After laughing, he will look aggrieved again. Touched his belly, I'm hungry. This really raised a child. Dump the guy behind and buy food for you. Wait a while. Good. Gee. I really raised a child. Maybe it's because I have been in contact with Osamu Dazai for a long time recently, which caused Nara's position to be a little awkward. The motorcycle behind did not keep up with her, and finally threw away the opponent when it was 2 kilometers away from Ikebukuro. Looking at the opponent in the rearview mirror slowly stopping the motorcycle and never starting it again, Nara felt that the opponent might have stopped because the motorcycle had no fuel. Finally, he was able to drive safely on the national highway without worrying about being chased. Nara lowered the speed of the car slightly, but it was still speeding in the eyes of others. Sorry, she has never touched a car at all. Apart from knowing which is the brake and accelerator, she also fumbled for other things. For example, she just discovered what the things on the dashboard are used for. On this road with a speed limit of 80, she drove alive to 120, but she still drove safely to Ikebukuro. I'm hungry Nara-chan. The young slaughter next to him is already hungry and yelling. As an advanced worker who has worked in for so many years, Nara has always asked herself to work first, so in her opinion, she should find the intelligence dealer and get the gang to it. The whereabouts of the person who lost the antique. Mr. Dazai, what do you want to eat? Crab. Sorry for no crabs. There are vending machines on the side of the road. Just buy some casually there. According to the instructions of the navigation, Nara first drove the car to the next avenue and prepared to find a vending machine to solve the urgent need for the other party, but it was obvious that Zyose didn't like this method very much. Tisk. Hearing the chuckles of the people beside him, Nara turned around like a dog, and happened to see the vending machine on the side of the road, so he was about to turn around and stop. Traffic rules? Sorry, the messenger of doesn't know what traffic rules are. So the two people watched as the vending machine, which was still waiting on the side of the road, was thrown directly up by a blonde young man in a bartender's uniform. Oh, something terrible is coming. The vending machine that has been emptied directly smashed in the direction of the two people. Nara learned the skills of reversing in time, and directly looked back at least 50 meters away from the car. The vending machine still hit the front of the car very accurately. Ikebukuro. The folk customs are simple? No, this is probably a sturdy folk style. After the blonde young man threw 3 vending machines in a row, Nara felt that the other party should have hatred with the vending machine, otherwise it would not be possible to target this thing in this way. Nara's idea of buying something from the vending machine to pad the belly of the guy next to her was completely disillusioned. She was afraid that she would be caught by this grumpy brother if she bought it. It's not very far from the office of Oriera Rinya. Seeing Osamu Dazai, who was already hungry and slumped to one side, Nara parked the car exactly in the toll parking lot on the side of the road. Let's eat first. What? If Mr. Dazai wants to eat crabs, I can go online and check where crabs are in Ikebukuro. Nara, who felt like she was raising a slaughter, took out her mobile phone to search for delicious crabs nearby, but the teenager sitting on her left seemed to have discovered something new and made a strange noise. Wow! Let's eat that sushi! There is a super tall black man standing at the door. What? Looking in the direction of the opponent's fingers, Nara first saw a black man who was distributing flyers, and behind that man was a sushi restaurant called Lucia. This guy was clamoring for crabs before, but now he wants to eat sushi again. Forget it, the other party is still a child, so let him get better. Doing a good job of psychological construction, Nara followed the other party into the sushi restaurant with a smile. She forgot to ask the other party whether it was the other party's treat, the AA system, or her treat. The black-haired teenager spread out the menu while sitting on the chair, and started this one and this one. Nara still smiled on his order. It turns out that her guess was correct. After eating the sushi, Zaza took out a tissue and wiped his mouth very gracefully, and then looked at himself with his only one kite-colored eyes. Okay, she knows it still can't be done. Waiter, check out. General intelligence dealers are very rich. They have sufficient information in their hands. As long as the price of the money is in line with their liking, it is a high price to sell anyone, at least after Nara saw the other party's office. Feel. Regardless of the strange name of the young man, he looks quite rich. There were 2 moving company cars parked outside the office, as well as some loading and unloading workers who moved things to the cars. Both of them paid more attention, and then opened the office door and walked in. When I opened the door, the first thing I saw was one after another neatly organized cardboard boxes placed on the floor, and the Oriera Pro was sitting on the sofa and playing with his mobile phone boredly. After seeing someone coming in, the black-haired young man turned his head slightly, and then showed a good-looking expression. Oh, isn't this Mr. Dazai? It's been a long time since we saw each other last time. Regarding the hello from the intelligence dealer on the opposite side, the bandage boy also caught up in a timely manner. It is said that Mr. Linya was beaten by a vending machine after the last time, and I don't know what the injury was. Nara standing at the door can be said to have a look of bewilderment. I don't know if it is her illusion. I always feel that Oriera Rin and Osamu Dazai once partnered to emptied Pinru's wardrobe directly, right? How do you feel that these 2 people are competing against each other? This is a Biseo meeting, right? However, as Osamu Dazai's ma, Nara has been standing at the door without speaking, but it is obvious that the intelligence dealer has turned his attention to her. Oh, who is this lady? My subordinate Nara-chan. Now that he had been pushed out, Nara could only pull the corner of his mouth and greet Oriera Rin, who was dressed like half of his clothes. The price of this gentleman's information is not low, but the leader has already allocated funds, as long as he can recover the stolen antiques and spend some high prices temporarily. Rin Oriera is also moving recently. He, an intelligence dealer who was once active in Ikebukuro, is about to go to Shinjuku to continue to be active. However, his information in Ikebukuro has been updated during the time he is sorting things out. Oh, what do you want to find the address of the guy who robbed the Hong Kong black antiques? This is easy to handle. Nara took a short step back later. She felt that the other party was still a pervert. If she goes to in the future, she must not let the other party stay there, otherwise the atmosphere of the whole might change. It seems that every time Oriera Lin also meets Dazai Osamu, he will talk about some life philosophy, but now the sky is slowly getting darker, they need to rush to the place where the group of guys store their antiques in the first time. Then it was completely empty. Some people are anxious, especially anxious, as long as Zaza wastes a minute here, it proves that she wants to take this minute back on the road. As if feeling the anxiety of the people behind him, Osamu Dazai jokes up the corners of his mouth and prepares to say something to Oriera Rin in front of him. Mr. Dazai, I'm afraid the police will come and drag our car away from speeding for a long time. That's great. Osamu Dazai's tone sounded aggrieved. And Nara could only pretend that he hadn't heard him and put him in the car, and then drifted to the place provided by Oriera Lin again. But, Mr. Dazai, can we really not call others? Doesn't Nara-chan have the confidence to wipe out all those people? Do you want to pretend that you didn't notice a certain opponent and let the opponent shoot this guy directly? Hey! So you can complete the task ahead of time and go back. Thinking of this Nara's emotions, he flicked his tail and stopped the car directly on an open space next to the warehouse. Not far in front was the lair of the bold organization. There were even several men in black guarding outside the warehouse. Osamu Dazai, who was sitting in the passenger seat, opened the door and got out of the car. His cloak shook backwards, obviously there was no wind. Next, I will leave it to you, Nara-chan. Sorry, please pass away on the spot. Sorry, Dazai is 17 years old, Nara is 4,000 plus, I wrote a feeling of raising a son. Small theater. Nara, call dad. Dajay? Nara, call dad. Online slaughter, slaughtered big, you can slaughter. Thanks to the little angel who voted for me or irrigated the nutrient solution. Thanks to the little angel who cast grenade, 1 Luzuxi. Thanks to the little angel who cast landmine, 1 small match for selling girls. Thanks to the little angel who irrigated nutrient solution. 2 bottles of Miyamoto bamboo rhyme. Thank you very much for your support, I will continue to work hard. Chapter 30, Hearse Overturned. Nara didn't think that Osamu Dazai would really be so relieved to leave everything to her, because the other party's character was very likely to be deceived in this. But there are some traps. Now that she has caught the ducks on the shelves, she has to behave whatever she wants, even if she really wants to pretend to accidentally let the other party kill Osamu Dazai, she needs to behave first. But according to her estimation, this possibility is completely zero. Walking obliquely behind Osamu Dazai, Nara shot out the red lotus karma fire from the palm of his hand, encircling those who were watching the gate in a daze. She can't kill people casually in this world. If she kills people, she will probably write a review of the fines and wages. If the circumstances are serious, she may be demoted. Because of her movement restrictions, she could only temporarily surround those people with karma fire, ignoring their exclamation. Nara formed 2 karma fire barriers between herself and Osamu Dazai, leading directly to the warehouse door in front of her. Dazai Osamu put on his windbreaker and walked out of the posture of walking with strong wind. As a horse, Nara could only beep the dog to follow. Shall we just rush in? Maybe the people inside will fight back. When the antique is damaged, Mr. Sakaguchi will faint with anger. Hey? It all depends on you, Nara-chan. Please, please die on the spot, okay? With a blank face, he glanced at Osamu Dazai beside him. Nara rushed over with fire with both hands, and once again resorted to her decisive battle, burning clothes and burning hair. There is a way to burn those people in front of you as Osamu Dazai. Big pervert. Show off your leg. You can't die if you want to commit suicide all day long. With so much nostalgia for the world, why do you die? What do you do? Yab. Burning the last person's clothes, Nara sighed heavily, reached out his hand to wipe the non-existent sweat on his forehead, raised his eyes and glanced at Osamu Dazai, who was relaxing next to him, trying to make the expression on his face more natural. Mr. Dazai, what do you do with these antiques next? The 2 of them alone can't move back, and the hearse she drove can shatter people, not to mention these fragile antiques. The corner of Dazai's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile that he had seen through everything a long time ago, and he stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. The next second, a large number of well-trained Hong Kong and black members poured in from outside. She knew it would be like this, she knew that this guy had already made another plan. After guessing that this bold organization was hiding in Ikebukuro, he had dispatched his subordinates to Ikebukuro first, but the drift of Nara's hearse caused the 2 to throw off the large group. Everyone hummed all the antiques back to the car, and even the people who robbed them were carried back. Watching so many people hum and hum at work, Nara yawned. After the noise, the sky was completely dark. If it floated back, it would only take half an hour. There was still time to take a bath and eat. Mr. Dazai, do you take their car or mine? If the other party didn't sit down, she might waver harder. Anyway, even if the car really rolls over, she won't die. Take Nara-chan your car. The shining eyes of the other party made Nara feel that this guy was relying on her, and she seemed to have shown incredible skills in front of the other party. This is really a guy who is looking for excitement. The whole warehouse was emptied and there was only dust left. Osamu Dazai patted his windbreaker and got into the car in Nara happily. Then he fastened his seatbelt happily and even reached out and patted the driver's seat next to him. Come on, come on. Why is this so like what the old mother said in Fenjiho Place? There has always been an urban legend in Ikebukuro, such as the headless horseman riding a black motorcycle on the street at night. Almost people in Ikebukuro know this legend, but after all, the two people who drift on hearse are not serious Ikebukuro people. Osamu Dazai was sitting in the co-pilot and called a beauty. The beauty was about to fly. As Nara couldn't determine which direction he would deflect while driving, he kept the slouch position, and the black-haired boy swayed side by side. Sometimes it's really easy for people to be extremely happy, but after being overjoyed, they will directly degenerate into great compassion. Due to Nara's uncontrolled walking position, Surti, who was driving normally, couldn't predict the opponent's trajectory at all, and the two met on a very spacious road. Surti held the handlebar and lifted the motorcycle up, preparing to fly over the opposite car, but after all, Nara was also a talent for hearse drifting. After crushing a stone, the car soared into the air and the two met in the air. Afterwards, Nara thought more than once about why the two of them could collide with such a wide road. Finally, he thought that maybe it was because of his sorrow that the other party didn't know which direction he wanted to go. Before the collision, Nara stepped on the brakes and the speed slowed down, which made the collision not so tragic, but it was also quite tragic. The headless rider with his motorcycle was directly bounced back and slid more than 10 meters before stopping, while Nara took the car and Osamu Dazai successfully overturned. Grumbling, rolling 3 times before stopping. The car turned over 3 times. After a 1080-degree turn, the car stopped on the road, but the car had sunk more than half. Nara, who was not injured, pulled the bounced airbag aside, turned his head and found that Osamu Dazai was paralyzed on the co-pilot's airbag as he was dead. The bandage on his head was soaked with blood, and Nara quickly stretched out his hand. The carotid artery on the opponent's neck is still beating vigorously, which proves that there is no life-threatening danger for the time being. This guy's vitality is terribly tenacious, but after all, it was a motorcycle that just collided with, and he slid so far on the ground. Nara was even more worried about his body. Kicked the car door open with one foot, she saw the motorcycle that had arrived a few meters away and the woman lying on the ground. What was terrible was that the woman's body was separated from the helmet. Separated? Damn it! Did she hit the opponent to death? Or is it the kind of separation between the body and the head? Nara felt that she had done something wrong. She actually killed someone here in Ikebukuro. The ghost lights would definitely educate her eagerly, but it was all in hell. Now she still needs to be held legally responsible for killing someone in this world. Osamu Dazai could still rescue him, but it was obvious that the opposite side was no longer needed to be rescued. While Nara was entangled in what to do, the girl in black lying on the ground moved and got up directly, then picked up the helmet on the ground and put it back on her neck. Nara looked dumbfounded. Are you Durakan? This is a kind of elves from Ireland. They usually hold their own heads and perform activities similar to those of the of death. But why should such elves from Ireland appear in Ikebukuro? Nara is really stunned. They have regional differences with Ireland, and they don't communicate with each other in hell, so they don't know much about things, but they can still recognize their colleagues. Sorry, she apologized for describing the simplicity of the folk customs in Ikebukuro before, which made it clear that it was a flurry of demons. Selti, who had almost recovered, nodded towards Nara, who was also uninjured behind her, after putting on the helmet. She felt that the other party had a similar aura to her, and there was nothing extra to do just to turn around and ride the motorcycle directly. Leave. Watching the other party leave, Nara remembered that there was still a half-dead Osamu Dazai in the car, so he drove this dilapidated car to the hospital. There were 3 victims in this car accident, Selti, Nara, and Osamu Dazai, but the first 2 were not injured at all due to physical and identity reasons, but the latter was a bit miserable as an ordinary human, with his left arm and right leg. It's all folded. Nara, who heard the news. She tugged the white coat of her clothes nervously, and looked at her nervously, but it was obvious that the doctor had misunderstood her meaning. Don't worry, as long as you recover well, it won't affect the movements of your arms and legs. No, what I want to ask is, will he just hang up? The doctor can be said to be dumbfounded. Fortunately, there is an airbag. The patient just fractures, and the head is not hit hard. After the anesthetic passes, the patient will wake up. Sitting next to Dazai's hospital bed, Nara took out her cell phone with a subtle expression and called Odasaku in Yokohama. She felt that with the car parked outside the hospital, she probably could not insist on returning to Yokohama. She needed someone. Come and pick them back. Odasaku, Mr. Dazai and I had a car accident in Ikebukuro. Due to my negligence, Mr. Dazai now has broken arms and legs. There is no life-threatening thing, but I just want people to come and pick us up. It can be said to be very miserable. When I heard that Dazai had a car accident, Odasaku was very worried and asked if there was anything other than a broken bone, such as whether the head was damaged or not. Nara thought slowly for a few seconds. He said, I heard from the doctor that there was no head injury, and there was no abnormality in the examination, but I don't know what will happen to Mr. Dazai when he wakes up. After waking up, I will probably feel sad because of the inconvenience. Smiley face. After discussing the time for the handover with Odasaku, Nara hung up the phone and looked up again and found that Haru Dazai was awake in the hospital bed. The 2 watched relatively speechlessly for a few seconds, and Nara's upper body cried out, I'm sorry, Mr. Dazai, it is because of my bad car skills that you have suffered such a serious injury. Tisk. It didn't die. This sentence successfully suppressed Nara's prepared line, and she really couldn't think about this guy's behavior using ordinary people's code of conduct. It's so unfair. I was so badly hurt that Nara-chan had nothing to do. After listening to Osamu Dazai's words, the 4,000+ girls showed a very subtle expression, maybe, it's my fate. Originally I asked 2 girls about whether Dazai had a broken arm or a broken leg, but one of them chose the same thing. In the end, I felt that if Dazai had all the fractures, the children would make the choice. Of course, the adults would choose all. Ha ha ha. Dajay is so miserable. Let Nai treat him well in the future. Tweet about Jiyu's article. Comprehensive Nariko's Axia by Yao Mingchu. Nariko, I'm so cute, but you want to bully me? Others, we were all hammered to the ground by you. Do you dare to say that we bullied you? The jailer who is not One Piece is not a good Hokage. What if the Watergate Papa summoned before his death was Nada of Death or a ghost lamp? Soft and cute Nariko, Dad. Watergate and Ghost Lamp and Whitebeard, hey. Papa Watergate, wait. I'm my father, okay. Chapter 31, Calm Down. Osamu Dazai's observational ability is very good, so good that he only found a small loophole in the other party's words when he joined the Hong Kong hegemony when dealing with the Tyrant Spat incident, and then guessed that the other party was the instigator of the whole incident. Now, Nara felt that he was about to fall off the horse. Since Osamu Dazai's supernatural ability human disqualification is to touch the opponent to nullify the other's supernatural ability, she was especially careful to keep a certain distance from this guy when using the karma fire, but now it seems that other things are considered to be let yourself fall. The Screaming Snapdragon, occasional knowledge points about hell, and. After experiencing a violent impact, he was safe and sound. Not only was she safe and sound, even Sulti was unharmed, but Osamu Dazai is too miserable. I just folded my arms and legs. Meeting the kite-colored eyes of the other party, Nara curled his lips. Mr. Dazai, are you hungry? I'll go buy some food. I want to eat small wontons. Good. After all, Osamu Dazai's injuries were due to his own mistakes. Even though the opponent had committed suicide before, Nara still felt a little unbearable. Uxin can't bear it is one aspect, and the other is that if he sits here again, maybe the vest will be stripped and nothing is left. I had just tossed for a long time, and it took a while for Osamu Dazai to wake up, which directly caused many shops near the hospital to close. Looking at the closed shop, Nara frowned slightly and felt that he couldn't be hungry enough. If he didn't bring back anything, he would probably be picked up by the other party and left nothing. Whether it's a wonton shop or a fruit shop, Nara has been looking for a long time and finally couldn't start to slap the door desperately and threaten the other person to open the door. At this moment, she felt that she might really be like a Yasha from hell. Maybe it would work if she used this trick on Osamu Dazai? No, absolutely not. With small wontons in his left hand and fruits in his right, Nara returned to the hospital where the lights were turned off and quiet. At night, the hospital is quiet. Except for the doctors and nurses on duty, there are only hospitalized patients. However, most people are already asleep at this time. Only the nurse station and doctor's office are still brightly lit, and the corridor lights are adjusted to be slightly dim. Da-da-da. Nara's footsteps seemed a bit abrupt throughout the corridor. She was taken aback for a moment and then stepped lightly, trying not to disturb other patients who were already asleep. She accidentally glanced at the wall next to her, and suddenly she found a figure behind her. Normally, this hospital is a place where ghosts fly around. She didn't expect her to be entangled. Turning a corner is Dazai's single ward. There are not many wards here, and there is no need to worry about who will scare him, so she suddenly turned around and saw Dazai, who was about to scare him with her mouth open. Woo! Although his intention was discovered, his mouth was already open after all, and Osamu Dazai didn't want to be wasted like this. He still screamed out. Nara's expression can be said to be indifferent to the extreme. What kind of ghost she has never seen in hell? How could she be scared just by being so scared by a Dazai? That is too insulting to her identity. Carrying things in both hands, she looked up and down at the young man standing in front of her, frowning slightly and in a rush. Why did you come out? Why did you get out of bed when you broke your leg? Dazai had fractured her left arm and right leg, and the other party was still hanging on the bed when she left. Why did she walk down after going out by herself? Even if the other party's resilience is amazing, it's not so amazing, right? Nara-chan has been there for so long and has not come back. I am so hungry. Oh, this is indeed her problem. It took almost an hour from walking to returning, no wonder the other party will be hungry. However, this leg was only slightly fractured, and there was no surgery other than a cast, unlike this arm, which must not be moved. If it is inevitable to fall, she only hopes to fall decently, and she is indeed a little sorry for the other party. Hung the things in his hand on the right hand of Jiji Dazai, who was not fractured, and then Nara squatted in front of the opponent. Come on, Mr. Dazai, I will carry you back to the ward. After squatting for a long time, there was no response. She turned her head and found that the other party had a weird expression as if trying something. After looking down, she realized that this guy couldn't bend over and climb onto her back now. G. Quickly stood up and took the small wonton and fruit from the opponent's hand. Mr. Dazai, wait a moment. Nara first put the things back in the ward, and then quickly ran to Dazai Osamu. With both arms, he directly hugged the opponent, who was more than 100 kilograms, in a princess hug. Don't move, Mr. Dazai, or I will hurt you later. Nara-chan, is it my illusion? I always feel that what you just said will easily cause misunderstandings. Well, this is indeed a bad line. Nara, the 4,000 plus messenger who has contributed to for 4,000 years, can be said to have gained a lot of strength. It can be said that he wants to hold Osamu Dazai to be flirtatious, and he can even lift the opponent high. It took about 50 steps from the place where he picked up to the hospital bed, and Dazai didn't forget to sneer on the way to the bed in Nara. Should I cover my face shyly at this time? Mr. Dazai, if I remember correctly, you are only 17 years old this year or a minor. This will make me feel that you are rich in experience. Probably because there are no ghost lights here, plus the long contact time with Osamu Dazai, Nara also started to waver. Finally reaching the bed, Nara resisted the urge to throw the opponent directly, and put the opponent on it carefully. Generally, this kind of scene where the boy hugs the girl to the bed will definitely cause the distance between the two of them to shorten because the boy staggers when putting the girl down, and almost misses her kiss. Even if the men and women are reversed now, the same thing will happen as long as the dog's blood is there. It is a pity that the two people have not had any extra emotions towards each other so far, but now the two people can say that they have their own minds. After setting up the opponent, Nara will place the small table with the wontons in front of the opponent and open them, and the spoon will be put into the opponent's hand, while he is sitting on the side and prying the apples. Mr. Dazai, you only broke your left arm. You should be able to eat by yourself with your right hand. I'm sorry, even the picture of two people feeding each other with pink bubbles does not exist. Oh, this wonton is so delicious. Nara swallowed her saliva. She didn't eat dinner today. She didn't feel hungry at first, but now she feels hungry too. Forget it, eat an apple. For a while, only the sound of eating apples was left in the entire ward. Generally, you have to wash and go to bed after eating. Dazai can come by himself when he brushes his teeth, but he needs Nara's help to wash his face. Since this car accident was caused by the drift of his hearse, Nara still feels ashamed even if the other party is often dead. After the busy schedule, it was time for a long talk, but Nara found something under the hospital bed and took it out with surprise. Oh huo! Is it a urinal? Nara-chan, I can still go to the bathroom by myself. Oh! I don't know why, Osamu Dazai always feels that the other party's tone is full of loss. After everything was over, it really came to the stage of picking up the horse. Dazai lay on the hospital bed and started talking little by little about what he had observed, and finally came to a conclusion. So Nara-chan is not a human being, but comes from hell. After all, Nara could not dodge the horse. Nara had no hope, but now she was very relaxed. She had a professional smirk when facing a ghost lamp on her face, leaning on the back of the chair, and sitting with her hands on her knees in a very correct posture. Yes, I am Nara, the messenger of from hell. I don't have any supernatural powers. I am already 4,000 plus years old this year, so does Mr. Dazai have any questions? The other party did not deny his guess, and even announced his identity to him. Osamu Dazai also put a careless expression on his face and looked at the other party very seriously. Since Nara-chan has done a good job as the messenger of hell, why did she come to Yokohama? What mission did she have to accomplish? Gee! Looking at this guy's unwavering eyes, Nara gave a fierce tusk in his heart. He thought that Osamu Dazai's observation ability was excellent, but he didn't expect to be such an excellent one. So what reason does she need to fool each other? Is the task received to observe humans or to make him live 100 years? No matter which is an extremely irritating reason, she needs to think of a reason that people can't doubt. Something flashed across her head almost instantly, and the actress frowned slightly, revealing a very serious expression. 10 years ago, the Tyrant Spat incident and the previous Dragon Head War caused many deaths in Yokohama, and there were also large-scale sudden deaths. This directly led to the influx of a large number of dead in one day. During that time, we were very busy. At the beginning, Master Yan Mo felt that such things happened in Yokohama would be overwhelming to the staff, so he sent me to promote love and peace, and try to force them not to do anything. This is indeed a very abundant reason, and there is nothing wrong with it, but I always feel that something is wrong. The 4,000-year-old messenger of hell, the donkey man's skills must be particularly superb. After discovering that the other party did not believe in himself, Nara deliberately raised his hand and sweared, "I swear in the name of Master Yan Mo, if I lie to others, I will always be single, even if I like someone, I will be unrequited love. Indefinitely." Anyway, she hadn't met anyone she liked for more than 4,000 years, and she would never meet again. The current 4,000 plus girls don't know that they are like a general on stage, with a huge flag behind them. Nara, I am so plain that I lost my horse, which proves that I will never have a vigorous relationship. Author, Het. Chapter 32, Very Self-Blaming. Since I lived in a single ward with a foldable sofa to use, Nara felt like a big rock fell in his heart after falling off the horse, which made it a lot easier. After making peace with Dazai, she moved the sofa to the bed next to the hospital bed without flushing, and then lay down under a quilt. The good name is that this is called escort. Anyway, they only stayed one night today, and tomorrow they will move their family back to Yokohama and enter the hospital. After all, Ikebukuro is not in the territory of Hong Kong and Heilongjiang. No matter how the waves are, you need to go home first, and when you return to Yokohama, Dazai Osamu will definitely be sent to that kind of VIP ward. Wow, there must be special guards at that time, although the other person was injured because of her, but there is no need for her to be accompanied by special guards. Nara, who was lying with her back facing Dazai Osamu, suddenly felt a pain behind her back, as if something was stuck up in a daze. Reached out and touched the stinging place behind her back. The 4,000 plus girls didn't notice anything abnormal, but thought it was probably her own illusion. It can be said that the two people in the house have very big hearts. Whether it is a lone man and a widow alone in a room or a different species, this has not stopped the behavior of the two people from falling asleep. Because they really slept too late, the two woke up the next day until the nurse came to inspect. Nara got up from the sofa and pushed back to the original position. The next step was to wash himself and help Dazaiji wash his face. It doesn't matter. When you return to Yokohama, there will be special caregivers. She does not need her help. If the leader does not reimburse her, she can deduct her salary. Thinking of this, Nara felt that his back hurts again, where it hurt last night. Well, probably the sleeping posture is wrong. After buying breakfast, the two began to eat in silence. It was too embarrassing to keep silent. The pseudo-girl turned on the TV in the ward to watch. Result: the TV was broadcasting about a traffic accident that occurred on the main road in Ikebukuro last night. There were many damages from the bicycle crash and brake wheel marks on the ground, but there were no vehicles left on the scene, and the police did not receive a call to the police either. Generally speaking, this car accident seems to have become a supernatural event, but after the police's observation of nearby surveillance, it was discovered that a high-speed car collided with urban legends. What's terrible is that the high-speed car has been walking around, the monitoring did not take the license plate, but the car will be found through technical means. Nara felt that she might have something wrong. According to urban legends, the police couldn't find it, but the broken car she was driving was parked downstairs in the hospital. The two looked at each other, and finally the messenger decided to burn the car that had changed beyond recognition. If she is taken away by the police for questioning, her identity as a black horse in Hong Kong can be a little difficult. Besides, Osamu Dazai is still like this if she is invited to the police station. "Mr. Dazai, if I burn the car, will the leader make me lose money?" "Probably it will be deducted from your salary. If the Nara sauce is not enough to spend, I can lend it to you, which is a bit lower than the high interest rate outside. For love and peace, for justice, endure." Opening the window, Nara first checked to see if there were other people downstairs. After confirming that there were no other people waiting near the car, she moved her fingers directly outside. Call out. With just the blink of an eye, the car that was originally parked in the parking space didn't even have any ash left, as if it didn't exist. Nara can master all 5 levels of karma, but she uses Qinglian and Gillian more often, but both of them take a long time and will leave clues. Like how good they are now, there is no scum left. The police, it takes some time to find it. Oh. Your move is really amazing. I don't know when Osamu Dazai has jumped off the bed, now he is looking out the window with his only good arm, his fluffy black hair is floating with the wind. Nara looked at it with a subtle expression, then took a closer look, and finally decided to remind him, Mr. Dazai, your hair seems to be before, but it's all stuck together now. I don't know if it was her illusion, but I always felt that the expression on Dazaiji's face was not very good after hearing her words. After thinking about it, the fake girl spoke up. Then how about we take a wash? The single ward has a separate bathroom and even a bathtub, but the point is that the single ward is equipped with a double bathtub, which seems to be a bit wrong. While washing up last night, Osamu Dazai was very interested in this 2-person bathtub and even wanted to go in and try it. Give it a try? Nara didn't want the other person to try this 2-person bathtub, let alone why there is a 2-person bathtub in the hospital. Just how to let a person with broken arms and legs take a bath is also a problem. Just when the two were entangled whether to wash, how to wash, what to do with clothes, whether to take off or torn, Zhongai Yuanzong also jumped in happily. Rua! You mackerel had a car accident. Then all 3 of them were dead. To be honest, the current scene is a bit chaotic and a bit collapsed. Whether it is viewed from up, down, left and right, men and women of the right age are not quite right in the bathroom. Nara took off the suit jacket and only wore a white shirt inside. She took off the bow tie from the neckline before, and now she rolled up the sleeves for convenience, while Osamu Dazai was sitting on the edge of the bathtub and desperately about to go in and lie down for a while. Zhongai Yuanzong also felt that he had encountered some big scene, and the big scene made him completely stunned. Oh, so did he bump into something terrible? Why is Mr. Nakaya here? After noticing the appearance of Chiuya Nakahara, Nara didn't want to worry about how to deal with the clothes with the person next to her. What she was more puzzled was why Oda Sakia did not come, but the person who came was Chiuya Nakahara. Hey? Could it be said that Oda did something? In fact, the matter is very simple. After Nara reported the situation of Osamu Dazai's car accident, Nakahara was the first to get the information. Since it was a bit late yesterday, he ran directly from the mission to the other party before everyone else. Ikebukuro. Just to ridicule each other and came here specially, this is really underestimating the relationship between 2 people without falling in love and killing each other. Of course I am here to laugh at this guy. At this time, Nakahara Naka's eyes were also shining, and he always wanted to look over Nara in front of him to see how Dazai Osamu was in the bathroom. He rushed over after he heard that Dazai was injured in a car accident, and that his arm and leg were fractured at the same time. That must be a very serious injury. The official reason he always gave himself was to see whether the other party was dead or not. As a result, he saw that the other party was as happy as a okay person. Tisk. The way these 2 people get along is really strange. Nara looked back at Osamu Dazai, who was still sitting in the bathtub behind him, and at Nakahara Nakaya in front of him. Finally, he handed the towel in his hand to the other party. I will ask you to pick us up back to Yokohama in a while. I'm sorry. What? Today is the weekend, let Odasako accompany the children. Nara felt that he was really a good person. Mr. Nakaya is really a good person. Well, so is Mr. Nakaya. Yes, right, Zhong is also a good person. Sitting on the edge of the bathtub, Osamu Dazai tilted his folded leg, with his folded arm hanging around his neck, and the smile on his face was a little flat. Facts proved that he was indeed owed, and Zhongai Yuanzong was so angry that he could not control himself, but he still knew that there was a very innocent Nara next to him, and he couldn't involve other people no matter how angry he was. After all, this is the only conscience of Hong Kong and Heilongjiang. Isn't it just for you? Just send it. Originally the bathroom was quite big, but the three of them felt very small when they stayed in it. Nara leaned against the wall and stretched out his hand and scratched his cheek. She had planned to ask Zhong Yu and Zhong to help Dazai to wash her hair. There should be nothing wrong with the relationship between the two of them. It didn't take long for her to know Dazai to have such an intimate behavior. She was afraid that the other party would not want to. She ran into the car, and she overturned it. Jiji Dazai was solely responsible for the fracture. Since it was his own responsibility, he couldn't let the other person help. We can finish it right away. Mr. Hong Gai can eat an apple first, it's all already cleaned. I will not eat. Nara took Chuya to the sofa next to the hospital bed and handed the fruit he washed to him. Ah, thank you. Seeing the other person obediently taking the apple and holding it in her hand, the fake girl smiled lovingly. Ah, this is really a good boy. Nara-chan, my leg is a little painful. The man in the bathroom was already yelling. Taking a towel again, Nara leaned on the bathroom door and looked at Osamu Dazai on the opposite side, and negotiated with him in a kind tone, otherwise let's not go into the bathtub, I will help you wash the blood on your head. After all, your future girlfriend or wife will definitely not like you being in such close contact with other girls. When Nara said this, he once again felt that he was a good person, thinking about the future happiness of Dazaiko. Nara-chan, don't you worry about yourself. Hey? I am a 4,000-year-old man with a face thicker than the city wall, so I don't have to worry about myself at all. Just like a little fairy who doesn't need to go to the bathroom to drink dew, the handsome little brother's hair won't feel greasy even if he doesn't wash it for many days. Dazai's hair is stuck together because of a stick. Just wipe the hair clean with a wet towel. Okay, so painful, Nara-chan, do you want to use a towel to smooth my face? Osamu Dazai, whose face was covered in towels, let out a painful moan-groan, which made Nara realize that he had just forgotten the mercy of his subordinates, and used the strength to dry them in the bath and dry them. Ah, I'm so sorry, Mr. Dazai, I just... How do you say, treat you like a dog? The other party hates dogs so much, she can't say that. The main thing is, Mr. Dazai, you are so handsome. I was struck by your handsome face, so I lost my mind. Zhong Yuan Zhong, who was sitting on the sofa, had also eaten the apples, but still sat obediently, so obediently to turn on the TV and start watching the news and caring about national affairs. Therefore, he is really the conscience of Hong Kong and Heilongjiang. Osamu Dazai's motto is refreshing, clear and energetic suicide. He doesn't like pain, so he has been looking for a painless way to commit suicide. After the anesthetic has passed, the arm that has undergone surgery is still a little sore. Noting that the other party was staring at his broken arm, Nara noticed this guy's thoughts and opened his mouth carefully. Is it still painful? Some self-blaming Nara gently placed his hand on the opponent's arm, and opened a new mode in his puzzled eyes. Then, the pain is flying away. How to put it, the next thing is probably pet. Spoil yourself. Mode, until Dazai's arm grows well, it's a pet, after all, Nara thinks that is her responsibility. I can't hurt Dazai anymore, he is so cute and so afraid of pain, how can I hurt him? Regarding the issue of the flag of the general, the main thing is that Nara planted a flag a day, and soon became the general, not just one flag. There is also the issue of 4,000 years old but Japan's 2,000 years of history. My view of the world follows the ghost lamp. The ghost lamp is a combination of human children and ghost fire. The age is over 4,000 years old. The era when he was born is during the enemy era. Master Yanmo wanted to rebuild the ghost lamp and began to travel around. When he grew up, he became the first assistant officer. My setting was born in Nara when Japan was a small island. How did I come to be? There is no spoiler, and the process of getting acquainted with the ghost lamp cannot be said, otherwise it is a spoiler. So Nara did not follow the history of Japan. It's written at the back. No spoilers. Correct. Happy 520. Thanks to the little angel who voted for me or irrigated the nutrient solution. Thanks to the little angel who irrigated nutrient solution. 5 bottles of Miyamoto bamboo rhyme. Thank you very much for your support, I will continue to work hard. Chapter 33, 1551. The overbearing presidents in general novels start to pet, after they fall in love with their little wife. Spoil me to death. Every day is the baby kisses and so on. After giving Osamu Dazai a trick called flying away in pain, Nara felt that something went wrong. First of all, the age of the two people is in line with the setting of the overbearing president and the little wife, and the second is the way of spoiling. Terrible. Cough. Taking his hand off, Nara turned around and took a comb from the sink and handed it to Xiao Jiao next to him. No, Osamu Dazai. Mr. Dazai, your hair is very clean. We can go back to Yokohama with a comb. After the other party took the comb, the 4,000 plus girls chose to run out and chat with Songhai Yuanzong. She found that the other party was really a good, polite child. What's more terrible is that when she walked out of the bathroom, she found that good boy was watching the TV on the wall, and just so coincidentally, the TV was still broadcasting about the car accident. After watching the news on TV, Nakahara also raised his eyebrows and turned his head to look at Nara, whose expression has been completely stunned, trying to make his tone less surprised. Is this car accident you and that guy Dazai? This car accident hit it pretty hard at first sight. You weren't injured, right? This news is quite interesting. Just now the reporter played a surveillance video after the on-site interview. The surveillance is a circular surveillance not far away. Because the distance is a little far away, it cannot be shot very clearly, but the process of the car accident can be said to be very complete. Was photographed. Oh, it's okay if the car has a 1080-degree rotation? Looking back at Nara, who was not hurt at all behind him, Nakahara also frowned slightly, and his instinct made him feel that this was not easy. If Osamu Dazai is a sect, then Songhai Yuanzong is also an intuitive system. He intuitively feels that even Lantang has been picked out. I protected Nara-chan at the moment the car turned over, so she didn't suffer serious injuries. For Osamu Dazai's fearless spirit, the other two people in the ward looked at him with a very stupid expression, especially Nara wishing to roll his eyes like a snapdragon. Don't talk about Nara as the person involved. Even the newcomer Nakahara Naka didn't believe what the other party said. When he mentioned this, he remembered one thing, Nara, you have to be careful that this guy is pretending. Glancing at Osamu Dazai's arms hanging from his neck and his right leg gently resting on the ground, Nara shook his head, this is really not. I sent Mr. Dazai to the hospital. I also pushed to take a CT scan. Okay. His broken arms and legs are not pretending to be sick. Hey, my crisis of confidence came so early. With all due respect, there has always been a crisis of trust for you. Songhai Yuanzong also mercilessly stunned Osamu Dazai. Nara almost didn't jump on the bed and laughed. She was really laughing crazy. However, it is obvious that Osamu Dazai helped her divert the attention of Zhong Yuan's Honggaya. Facts have proved that he did it. But in fact, for her, Osamu Zhongyuan is still quite foolish, but Osamu Dazai is not good enough. The other party actually helped him. Fooling the double black partner, there is definitely something waiting for her in the future. There is nothing wrong with that sentence, and there has always been a crisis of trust for Osamu Dazai. My injury is not serious, just put it on with a bandage. When she said this, Nara turned her attention to Osamu Dazai. She felt as if she had really discovered something. Since it is very difficult for herself to be injured in this world, but in order to cover people's eyes and ears, she can learn from Osamu Dazai by wrapping a bandage. Pretending to be injured. Oh, it seems that in some places she subconsciously feels that the other party is always pretending to be sick, even the eyes covered with bandages. She is now very uncertain whether the other party's eyes are good. Dazai Osamu, who was hungry and could still run out to wait for Nara to buy food before, didn't know why he was suddenly unable to walk now. He gave the reason that he could not walk because his leg was broken. Nara glanced at Nakahara next to him and felt that he had discovered something terrible. Dare to feel that this guy is teasing his partner again. What if he gets angry if he goes on like this? Although I know that this guy's leg was only slightly fractured, the 4,000 plus pseudo girls still held the opposite direction to the outside of the ward with due diligence. Normally Dazai looks like a slender young boy, but it is true that the other party puts the weight on him. It was only when I knew how heavy it was. God knows how the princess hugged each other yesterday. Seeing the two walking slowly along the hospital corridor, Zhong Yuanzhong also stomped his feet in anxious manner in front of him. Dazai, you are walking too slowly. There is no way, after all, I broke my leg, or let's Hongaya carry me on your back. What? Nara only thinks that the other party's acting skills are really top-notch. In the future, if Osamu Dazai is not allowed to work as a jailer in hell, he should go directly to the local star. It is not impossible to play an idol drama actor on the TV station of hell. It is impossible for Songhai Yuanzong to help. It seems that he can only support himself, so. Sure enough, I should hold Mr. Dazai. Wow! Princess Hug reappeared, and Zhong Yuanzhong, who met for the first time, was also surprised. Is it so exciting? After Songhai Yuanzong also walked out of the ward building, the drama duo suddenly discovered that the place where this guy had parked was the place where they had been burned before, and there was nothing left. Songhai Yuanzong also paid no attention to anything. The car stopped here. Dazai Osamu, who was still in the air, tried to open only one of his exposed eyes. He really didn't find any traces of burning, and he disappeared into the world without giving the car a chance to explode. Nara sauce is really amazing. For the words that Osamu Dazai suddenly came up with, Nakahara Nakaya called a dumbfounded, and after dumbfounded, he took the opponent from Nara's arms, and then fell into the back seat of the car. Well, it hurts, you can't treat a wounded like that. Nakahara didn't want to say anything, but just wanted to use his ability to buckle the opponent in the back seat. Nara also wanted to plead with the opponent, but when she thought that the opponent would really hang up here, then her mission would be it can be done directly, so after she was seated in the front passenger seat, she turned around and looked at the struggling Dazai Osamu with bright eyes after putting on the seat belt. Nakaya-san, forget it, Mr. Dazai looks too pitiful. In the end, she relented. After all, the other party was just a 17-year-old bear kid who knew a lot. She is really a good person. After returning to Yokohama, Osamu Dazai can be said to have been enthusiastically loved by Hong Kong and Heilongjiang. After all, Osamu Dazai, one of the 5 major cadres, had broken arms and legs, so he was directly admitted to the senior ward dedicated to the cadres. 4 or 5 doctors and the nurses gathered around the other person and started doing various checks, but Nara could only stand silently. Zhong Yuanzhong also looked at the little girl next to him, who was about his age, and suddenly remembered that the other party was also injured, so he asked the doctor to see if the wound was infected. No need. My injuries are all minor injuries. The most important thing now is how well Mr. Dazai is injured. I knew that this was a wound made up by a few blind people, but I was moved by the fact that Songhai Yuanzong also attached so much importance to Nara. I felt that the other party was really good, and I just deceived such a good person in my heart. I heard that the other party also cares about his subordinates very much. If the subordinates are bullied, they will definitely help the other party to go back. It is in sharp contrast with the spicy chicken Dazai. What kind of evil she has done will be the next task from Master Yan Mo, to bring Osamu Dazai into the gang. If the target of the task is changed to Central Plains or Odasaku, it will do. Glancing at the people next to her, she can't wait to start prying the corner directly, asking if the other party is interested in applying for a job with good benefits and not life-threatening after death. The only thing that is fatal is probably that she needs to work overtime. This one. However, if Nakahara and Odazo were also jailers, the average job distribution would be much less. It's really good to think of this. When she was getting pretty beautiful, Nara suddenly looked at Dazazi on the bed with affectionate eyes. The sight shot straight from the gap of so many medical staff around the bed, which made her have a kind of loneliness on the bed. Weak and helpless existence. It took a long time for the 4,000 plus pseudo-girls to understand what this was all about, probably because she was looking at the people around them and added a thick filter, and felt that these people were all cute children. Especially when Osamu Dazai directly added a 1,000-fold ultra-thick filter, and Nakahara knew what she really wanted to do when she wanted to shake her shoulder to make her sober. Of course, these are all things that happened a long time later. At this time, Nara had no idea what he would become in the future. The 5 major cadres of Hong Kong and Heilongjiang have a lot of things to deal with every day. Today, Zhongai Yuanzong will also appear in Ikebukuro because he just turned to the past because he was too far away. Now everything has been resolved. He waved his hand and said that he wanted to go back to work. Nara thought about Dazai now. She had so many people caring about her, so she went out and sent it to Zhong Yuan's Honggaya, and digging into the corner by the way. I heard that Mr. Zhonggai is the only conscience of Hong Kong and Heilongjiang, so is Mr. Zhonggai planning to stay here for a long time? I have sworn to the boss that I will follow him all my life. I'm sorry, what is going on in this kind of plot that only appears in love? Why such a sentence suddenly came to make people feel confused. However, even if Osamu Dazai would defect to Hong Kong, the guy in front of him would not have the idea of defecting. What kind of fairy set is this? Nara really wanted to ask whether the other party's subordinates lacked people, and to see if she could do well, with first-class attack and defense capabilities, but when he thought that he was not the target of her task, she silently gave up this idea. In fact, Dazazi is a very good child, just a little bearish and a little angry. Mr. Nakaya walked slowly. Waved goodbye to the other party. Nara pulled the corners of his mouth back to the nurse station to find the nurse sister and asked for some bandages to wrap around her body, making the illusion that she was also injured in the car accident. Gee! It's all because of her being too careless and forgetting that ordinary humans would get injured after undergoing such an impact. It seems that I will be the next girl in bandages in the future. I have been childhood sweethearts with Gaideng-kun for almost 4,000 years and haven't learned his good habits. As a result, I have learned so many things with Osamu Dazai, and I have learned the essence. When he returned to the ward, Haru Dazai's high-level special nurses were already in place. A man and a woman were well-trained standing by his bed waiting for the other party to dispatch, but Haru Dazai on the hospital bed was using one of his own as if he hadn't seen 2 people. Complete another dangling hand and start playing the racing game. For some reason, Osamu Dazai made Nara think about being physically disabled. Even if his bones were misplaced, he would continue to play with his mobile phone. Since the leader has sent someone to take care of Mr. Dazai, I will go back first. No, I want Nara-chan to take care of it. Damn it! Was everything waiting for her here? She thought that the other party would let her go after they had special protection, but in the end she didn't expect that she would still be detained by the other party. After the car overturned, a big game over appeared on the screen. Osamu Dazai threw the phone to one side and looked at Nara standing at the door with a smile on his face, but the smile did not reach the bottom of his eyes. I became like this only when I was in a car driven by Nara-chan. I will escort. I must escort. Can you let me go home to get some change of clothes? Of course. That's it, mourn for yourself. The superior ward dedicated to the cotter has the advantage of providing a small room for the accompanying person, which is the so-called suite, where the two people do not disturb each other when they sleep at night. Osamu Dazai needed to be observed in the hospital for 3 days. During these 3 days, Nara needed to stay and eat with each other. After returning home, she first took 3 sets of changes of clothes. The snapdragon on the windowsill was very excited after seeing her back. He yelled, shaking a little bit, but fortunately, Nara quickly caught the opponent with his eyesight and hand, and didn't fall off the balcony. Ogia Ogia! Looking down at the snapdragon screaming in his arms, Nara was caught in a dilemma. This walk was another 3 days. If the snapdragon was not watered and fed with fish feed, he would probably die miserably. In the end, she placed the pot of snapdragons on the head of Dazai Osamu's bed. It happened that the dead fish eyes of the snapdragons could directly face the head of the bed, which was a way for the other party to experience what it means to be empty in and humans are mopping up. While Nara was packing things, Osamu Dazai stretched out his hand and pulled Snapdragon's belly a few times, but Nayuniu gave him a terrible look, almost biting him with her mouth open. Gee! Really boring. Without the thought of teasing Snapdragon, Osamu Dazai focused on observing Nara, who was packing his things. His things had just been delivered, but they were placed in the suitcase and need to be placed in the closet one by one. Okay, I'm still teasing Snapdragon. When Nara finished packing his things and turned his head, he found that Osamu Dazai was poking Nayuniu's belly with his fingers, and the fish's belly was a little red after poking him. Is it her illusion? I feel that Nayuniu is going to make a big move. Then she knew that her guess was correct, and she watched Nayuniu Ogia biting Dazai's nose. Ha 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 ha. Nayuniu, shut up. Osamu Dazai was probably the only human being bitten by snapdragons, and there was a ring of red teeth on his nose, which made Nara laugh again. Nara sauce, if I remember correctly, you said that snapdragon can be made into sashimi when it grows up. Nara slowly stopped laughing, and the snapdragon in her arms was trembling with fright. She really couldn't offend Osamu Dazai, otherwise she would have to wait for death. Nayuniu's ending is conceivable, and it seems that I have been a little better to it recently so that it can feel the last love from this incident. Since Osamu Dazai can be said to be the leader of Hong Kong and Black Watching as he grows up, he has made it clear that he will not be assigned any more tasks during the 3 days when the other party is recovering. All he needs to do now is to maintain his body well. A total of 3 days, and now it is the first day. Nara has already found it difficult at the beginning, but fortunately, there is a large bookcase in the ward with various books on it, which is more than enough to pass the time. Nara casually picked up his famous book and sat on the sofa next to the hospital bed and read it, while Dazai Osamu on the bed turned over the book about that Nara had lent him before, after watching the TV casually. But after flipping a few pages, he handed the book to the person next to him in a huff. Nara-chan, I want to hear you tell me about hell. What? Nara, who was about to turn the page, blinked in confusion, completely not understanding what the other party meant. You can read the book by yourself. But I just want to listen to you. Talk about your uncle. Nara-chan, don't scold me in your heart. I have a mind-reading skill. Believe you a ghost. She can talk a lot about hell. She can even talk to the other party from the time of Izanami. For a person, both Huangchuan and Underworld are very interested, especially when she knows how to classify people into different categories. In the hell, Dazaiji's kite-colored eyes were shining. Do you go to if you die? Well, based on how often you do bad things, you will go to after you die. Osamu Dazai, whose eyes were still shining, slowly moved his gaze to the pager, and then desperately pressed the button on it. He wanted the doctor to prescribe a bottle of sleeping pills for himself. Take these sleeping pills and you will definitely die without pain. Don't talk nonsense. Nara has completely forgotten what her real mission is, and what she wants to do now is not to let the guy in front of him really die. Don't do it, scientific research has proved that sleeping pills can't kill people, and after taking it, gastric lavage is required. Do you know gastric lavage? It's very uncomfortable. Finally, Osamu Dazai gave up the crazy jab, and lay back on the bed obediently, while Nara needed to explain to the hurried medical staff that it was his own cotter who just had a small mood. Oh, really raised a slaughter. Sure enough, she has a good temper. If the ghost lamp comes, she will definitely teach the other person to be a new person in minutes. After doing everything, Nara found out that he once again prevented the other party from committing suicide. It would be helpful to her after the other party really died. Gee. Her nosy behavior is really a headache, but if people still have nostalgia for this world, she can't change the law of abducting the other party to commit suicide, it will be uneasy. Hey, I'm such a good person. Then Nara-chan, tell me about you. Hey? My business. Nara stretched out his hand and scratched his cheek, then sat back on the sofa. We have an assistant official ghost lamp in hell. He is a combination of a human child and a ghost fire. However, I have no impression of where I came from. When I got my consciousness, I was led by Mu Ling to the next world with him. The next step is to travel around in order to help King Yan Mo manage the hell. This is a long time ago. Hey! Osamu Dazai seemed to be very interested in this topic. He shook his head and listened endlessly. He wanted to let the other person continue to talk. But Akutagawa Ryunashuk suddenly opened the door and rushed in. Mr. Dazai. I heard you were injured. Closing the book on his lap, Nara stood up and nodded as a greeting. Since someone is coming to visit Mr. Dazai, then I will go out and avoid it. In the end, she hadn't gotten a few steps away, and Akutagawa Ryunashuk, who was not taller than her, rushed in front of her. Miss Nara, how did Mr. Dazai hurt like this? Oh, the other party can be said to be Dazai Osamu's #1 fan. If you let the other party know that she accidentally overturned the car while driving to make her idol look like this, probably the two of them will go directly to a Shura field showdown. I ran into an urban legendary headless horseman on the way back from Ikebukuro, but I didn't expect us to bump into each other. Nara's voice became quieter and quieter, and in the end he could hardly hear any voice. I am so guilty. Puff. Dazai-ji on the hospital bed suddenly laughed, and the louder the more he laughed, in the end it made him laugh directly and affected his hanging arm. Hiss. 100 days have passed since I injured my muscles and bones. It was only a day, and the wound would definitely hurt when I moved. Seeing the other person's pain like this, Akutagawa Ryunashuk hurried up and said, Is Mr. Dazai okay? Standing behind him, Nara rolled her eyes. Should she say that this is really the relationship between idol and fan, wishing that her idol's hair was not 37% changed to 46% today? Only Zhongai Yuanzong also cared about her injury. 1551 is so sad. Nara is a very soft girl. Although she is several thousand years old, she is very kind. This is related to how she came into being. Happy 521. Tomorrow's update has surprises, so you must watch it. By the way, I wrote a book I can help solve the case. If anyone likes it, you can go and read it, okay? Thanks to the little angel who voted for me or irrigated the nutrient solution. Thanks to the little angel who irrigated nutrient solution. 10 bottles, Iliyadita 3 bottles. Thank you very much for your support, I will continue to work hard. Chapter 34, He is an Angel. Osamu Dazai has a fan of Mr. Dazai Seigo. As long as Nara can't speak ill of the opponent in front of the opponent, he will be attacked by a group, which is terrible. As a fan, Akutagawa Ryunashuk said that he wanted to accompany his idol after he was injured. Oh! Very good! Very good! Nara felt that her eyes must be shining now. Since someone wants to replace her as a special guard, she totally agrees. No, Akutagawa-kun, I have already agreed with Nara-chan, and she will take care of me. This Akutagawa boy, please stop staring at her like this. This Dazai Osamu has grasped the handle of his true identity, so he can call her so unscrupulously. She is not willing to be Dazai Osamu's special protector. Ah, so angry, this dead slaughter, bear kid. Nara wanted to go up and bite him now. Knock your mother! Knock your mother! Sending away the enraged Ryuna Akutagawa, Nara stood at the elevator and waved, "You have to train your supernatural powers seriously." Looking at the murderous aura that was almost materialized, and the black strips that stretched out in front of her, Nara knew that it was the other party's supernatural power Rashomon, but if the black strips dared to be thrown forward, the fire of karma will be directly thrown over. Taking the elevator door as the boundary, the people inside are surrounded by black murderous intent, and the people outside are covered with pink flames. It feels like it is really in the Shura field. The surrounding medical staff are all hiding far away, for fear that they will be involved into this matter. Nara sauce, Nara sauce. The people in the ward called her name like the soul, which caused Nara to roll his eyes and screamed fiercely. Tisk! You actually tut Mr. Dazai! Shut up! Hurry up! Nara flew the fire on her body towards Akutagawa. Ryuna shook mischievously, and while the opponent was backing back, she quickly reached out and pressed the close button in the elevator. Goodbye boy! Waved goodbye to each other, Nara found out that she accidentally turned on some switch today. She is a kind and good person, how could she treat a 15-year-old boy like that? In the end, I could only throw the pot to Dazaiji, who was still lying on the hospital bed, and blamed the other party for yelling his own name, otherwise she would not become so irritable. Osamu Dazai, who was dumped inexplicably. When I returned to the ward in Nara, I saw Osamu Dazai throwing his mobile phone on the bed, looking at him with a subtle smile on his face. I want to eat an apple without skin. Very good, enslaved her with this handle. With a sigh, Nara took an apple and a fruit knife from the table and was about to sit on the edge of the bed and start cutting. Today's weather is very good and the sun is full of sunshine. Osamu Dazai is now growing up, so she opened the curtains again. You can grow taller by basking in the sunday. Boom! Nara's hand patting the apple. Almost at the moment when the gunfire sounded, she squinted to look at the bullet that rushed towards her, and the red flame directly blocked her and blocked the bullet. Come down! The senior ward of the Qadr was surrounded by bulletproof glass, but the nurse just opened the window for ventilation. What a coincidence, isn't it? Although I don't know whether the bullet is directed at him or Osamu Dazai, Nara did not take any other actions, but directly manipulated the Daiguren Karma fire to paste the bullet in the direction of the bullet. But what I didn't expect was that the opponent ran very fast. Karma flew over and found that the person was no longer where he was. Only an empty shell was left on the roof to prove that someone was here just now. It runs very fast. Nara was still peeling the apple, while Osamu Dazai was staring at the blocked bullet. The bullet blinked, but before he could speak, the person next to him spoke first. This Hong Kong black Qadr really is, it's always been calculated. Well, I'm actually used to it. This guy is still assaulting her up to now. The bullet just hit her head. If it was aimed at Osamu Dazai, this direction is simply wrong. Forget it, she can't die anyway, just come if you want. After cutting the apples, Nara specially cut them into bunny shapes, and put toothpicks on each bunny, which looked very cute. Eat, I'll cook whatever you want at noon. Anyway, there is a kitchen in this ward where I can cook by myself. I want to eat crab noodles today. If she poisoned the other party to death, would she go back to and be beaten by Lord Yan Mo and Lord Ghost Lamp? If that's the case, then forget it. Putting the fruit knife in his hand directly into the apples in the fruit basket, Nara stood up with his mouth at the corners of his mouth. Fortunately, the chief returned all the money she spent at Ikebukuro Hospital to her card, otherwise it would be true now. It is the wind from the northwest. The other party is 100% responsible for hurting oneself, and it is worth spending some money. Nara took her wallet and went to the market to buy some very good-looking crabs. These crabs alone cost her a lot of money, but there is really no way to cut meat. Carrying crabs to make noodles, 4,000 plus pseudo-girls walked on the way back to the hospital and were hit by a large truck heading on. Nara beeping the dog. After noticing that the uncontrolled large truck was coming towards him, Nara had to protect the crab and noodles he was carrying in his hands, and stopped the truck in front of him with karma. What was terrible was that there was no driver inside. It seemed that it's just that the vehicle landslide on this caused by not holding the handbrake. Oh, she saw the owner of the car coming not far away, saying that her car ran away just as she went to the bathroom. It looked like an accident. Are you okay with this girl? Fine. Withdrawing karma, Nara twitched his lips. There should be no inevitable connection between the shooting just now and the current car accident. Thinking of this, she showed a kind smile of the ghost lamp version. If she finds out that there is a connection, Xiao Zaizi waits to be beaten. Share it. Carrying things back to the hospital, Nara's kind smile did not change, so scared that no one wanted to take the elevator with her. The elevator. Thinking of this, her left foot, which she had already stepped in, retracted again, and then turned and walked the elevator. It's safer to take the stairs with your back late. Dazai's ward was on the 7th floor. When she climbed up with a grunt, she found that the elevator was stuck between the 3rd and 4th floors, which meant that if she had just entered, she would have been trapped in it too. Oh, this is really scary. Back to the ward, Nara put a few crabs into the water to spit mud, and then began to prepare for cooking. Mr. Dazai, eating crabs has a lot of taboos. Don't touch tomatoes and beer. Don't eat oranges and pears. Although I put on a kind smile before, I involuntarily once again regarded the other party as a child, and started reminding the other party little by little. Hearing the noise behind him, he realized that the slaughter had walked over and sat on the chair. He began to observe his ration spitting mud. Nara sauce, let's raise a few crabs so that the fat can be slaughtered and eaten. The more I look at this kind of remarks, the more I feel like it is the practice of a ghost lamp, raising the snapdragons to be fat and then slaughtering them. Then, Mr. Dazai, you can try. If a big crab gives birth to a small crab, you will have a lot of crabs to eat, just like a chicken lays an egg and an egg lays a chicken. Nara-chan, I always feel that you are actually mocking me by saying this. She took out a small toothbrush and smiled kindly again. How could I mock Mr. Dazai? I'm going to brush crabs now. Do you want to help? Even if I want, but circumstances don't allow it. Then shut up and wait to eat. The crabs I bought this time were fat and strong, and they climbed up very quickly, but after grabbing one of them, Nara began to brush very hard, which gave Osamu Dazai an illusion that he always felt that the other party regarded crabs as if they were crabs. Up him! While brushing the crab, the pseudo-girl talked about the unfortunate things that she had encountered today, and then looked at the boy in front of her with crimson eyes. I'm really unlucky today. It's a pity that I didn't go to see this scene with Nara-chan. Nara, who has no routine to the opponent. Gee. Nara, who has lived for so many years, is also an exquisite little girl. Generally, as long as she has the conditions to cook, she will cook by herself. So when she brought the cooked crab noodles to Osamu Dazai and saw the expression of the other person after taking a bite, she felt as if she had done something terrible. Nara sauce. You shut up. The doctor's advice to Dazaiji was to observe in the hospital for 3 days and go home to recuperate if nothing happens. Before he was discharged from the hospital, he needed to take another film to see the bone length. Nara resigned his fate and pushed the opponent up and down, and was discharged after confirming that there was no problem. Odasako has just been dispatched to a field mission these days and can't come back temporarily, so he can only ask his friend how he was injured by phone. The doctor has already said that there is no problem, and the rest is left to recover from the injury. Dazai Osamu, who was in a wheelchair, held his mobile phone with a smile on his mouth. Not far from him was Nara, who went through the discharge procedures. These 3 days can be said to have tossed the other party a lot. There have been car rollovers before. This time Nara did not sit in the driving seat when driving, but instead asked one of Osamu Dazai's men to act as the driver. "Master Nara." The visitor paid a respectful greeting to Nara. She waved her hand indifferently and asked the other party to help put Osamu Dazai into the back seat. As a result, the driver seemed a little hesitant. Is Osamu Dazai able to eat people or what? Turning her head to look at someone sitting behind her in a wheelchair, Nara just felt that the other person's smile was a little too brilliant, and there was no other way but she took a shot and picked up the other princess again, and looked at the other person in the frightened eyes of the driver. "Put it on the back seat." Wheelchair. After hearing her reminder, the other party folded the wheelchair and put it in the trunk as if waking up from a big dream. "Mr. Dazai, where are we going now?" The first time he had such close contact with his boss, the driver's master seemed a little nervous, and Osamu Dazai just lay on the back seat with a pretending look. "Go to the warehouse in the port. The leader called just now, and today there is a batch of cargo to be loaded on the ship, but I received information that someone is eyeing this batch of cargo and will do it when it is loaded, so that he and Joan will also go there to have a look. Although he is now in a wheelchair, he is still black after all, and there is a deterrent no matter what. Yokohama is the border of the port and black, and even this pier is like this." When the car drove past, Nakahara Naka had already waited there with his own people, and Osamu Dazai's men also waited there obediently, acting as their bosses. The cars lined up quickly. The scene was big enough, but there was something wrong with being hugged by a girl princess in front of the subordinate, so Nara kindly set up the wheelchair and waited for the other party to get up from the car. "Mr. Dazai, I believe you." Nara feels that the people who move the goods are also very pitiful. Originally, they were moving very important things. If they bumped into them, they would definitely make trouble for themselves. Moreover, the goods are still being watched by others, and the other party is likely to be grabbing the goods. When the shot broke first, they didn't care about their life or death. The most terrible thing is that there are still so many people watching them moving goods. If I were them, I would ambush nearby first. Nakahara Nakaya's intuition system went online again, and Osamu Dazai, who was sitting in a wheelchair, raised his mouth and smiled. "Not only that, but maybe even pretending to be the people who move things in front of us. Porters working hard." Nara, who was pushing a wheelchair, suddenly felt that there might be a gunfight in a while. Then there would be a group of people rushing to hell. Then the expression of the ghost lamp would be really beautiful. "Mr. Dazai, can you handle it in a peaceful way? If it's in another country's territory, it's no problem to die casually. Maybe you can't die in a place under their jurisdiction, it will really kill people if you are busy." Dazai Osamu, who was in a wheelchair, shrugged his shoulders and said that he was really helpless, and there were some things that he could not control at all. "Shut up, it's obviously a gloating tone." When the cargo was about to be moved, the group finally showed up, and Osamu Dazai thought it was not only an ambush nearby, they even pretended to be porters and planned to wipe out the 2 major cotters in Hong Kong and Heilongjiang in one fell swoop. It can be said that the ambition is very ambitious and is still working hard for it. There is a gunfight around the Pong Bang. Nara pushes Dazai Osamu to get away from the battlefield. It turns out that the scene is too chaotic. Everywhere is the battlefield. After all, there is this live target. As long as he goes wherever he goes, there will be bullets flying over. Tugging at the corner of his mouth, Nara could only raise a karmic fire barrier around his body, isolating all attacks from the outside. "Mr. Dazai, you are really at ease." Osamu Dazai was so paralyzed in the wheelchair, he didn't worry that he might hang up at all. Didn't Nara-chan mean to promote love and peace? If so many people die now, you might be punished, right? Shut up, kill him. After glaring at the opponent, Nara dispersed countless karmic fires, and once again used his own trick, probably because the people in Hong Kong and Hay are neatly dressed and the other person. Don't do too much narration, you can experience it by yourself. A dozen people were killed in this gunfight, and the injured Nara was not very concerned. She had probably seen minor injuries and went to the hospital for treatment, but these dozen people went into the ghost lamp to see the cause of death. Oh, Huo died in the gun battle, or in the Yokohama gun battle. If you look at the scene at the time of the crime, you can see that she was stirring the muddy water in it. Very good, even a 4,000-year-old childhood sweetheart has to talk about personal life and ideals. Thinking of this Nara, she was a little bald sitting on the side of the road and scratching her head. As for the cleaning up of the battlefield, she had nothing to do with her. The police in Yokohama can be said to have closed one eye to Hong Kong and Hong Kong. Even if there is a direct gun battle at the port in broad daylight, no one will come to check it. They will only show up after it is over. All the goods have been loaded into the ship, and then as long as the ship is driven out of the port, it is completely over. The doctors and nurses of the Hong Kong and Montenegrin medical department have already come to deal with the wounded. Those living enemy team members will be taken directly to the interrogation room for interrogation. Once it is found that there are accomplices, they will be sent directly to arrest them. It is estimated that there will be countless deaths and injuries. She is really a Buddha. Nara sauce. When she was emptying, she suddenly heard someone calling her name. Nara subconsciously raised her head and looked in the direction of the sound source, and saw Dazai Harima waving his hand at her. Terrible! It is 4:30 in the afternoon, and the sun is slowly setting on the sea level. From her current direction, you can see Dazai Haru sitting in a wheelchair against the light. The orange sunlight is falling on the other person's hair and face. The expression on his face looked very soft, and with this heavenly appearance, Nara almost mistakenly identified the other person as an angel at that moment. She stretched out her hand to touch her chest, which was suddenly jumping a little fast, and she frowned slightly. What's this? It is absolutely impossible for the other party to be an angel, as this guy is at best a little devil with the appearance of an angel. After taking a few deep breaths, Nara tried his best to calm his heartbeat, and then walked towards the other party with a professional smirk on his face. May I ask Mr. Dazai? What shall we eat tonight? Look, this guy is a little devil in angel skin. Mr. Dazai has been discharged from the hospital, and the two of us don't live together, so I'd better ask Mr. Dazai to buy takeaways or go out to eat. After hearing what she said, Osamu Dazai frowned and thought for a few seconds, and finally made a proposal that she didn't allow her to resist. Then the Nara sauce can be delivered to me. Shut up! You slaughter! Nara felt that the tachycardia just now was definitely an illusion. Even if it was not an illusion, she thought it was an illusion. In addition to a good head, a good face, and a better body, this guy has a really bad personality. This girl is no longer a bear, and I feel that if he really goes to hell, he can kill the ghost lamp and Yan Mo. Mr. Dazai, I think you still live a long life, immortal, blessed as the East China Sea, and shall be Nanshan. Wow! I just asked Nara-chan to help you cook dinner, why did you say such a vicious curse to me? Zhong Yuan's hung Gaia with a bewildered look. What? What? What magical signal are these two people talking to? As a face control, Nara was still defeated by Dazai Osamu's pitiful eyes. Okay, eat teppanyaki tonight. Due to the exceptionally smooth completion of this task, Osamu Dazai threw the task of writing the task report to Nakahara Nikaya, and he took Nara to eat teppanyaki. Zhongaya, don't be lazy. Dazai! You bastard! Looking back at Nakahara Nikaya, who had already jumped there, the expression on Nara's face was a bit subtle. Mr. Dazai, Mr. Nikaya looks too pitiful. He should eat on time to grow up. You can't always bullying him like that. As if hearing something funny, Osamu Dazai suddenly laughed, leaning on the back of the wheelchair. Since I met him 2 years ago, this guy has been so tall. At that time, it is also on the grounds that it can continue to grow during the growth period. Now 2 years have passed and there is no growth. Oh, it's too tragic to hear it like this. Xiaoze has grown so tall, and Zhongai Yuanzong hasn't grown much tall yet. Did too much work as a child lead to overwork, so he didn't grow long, while Osamu Dazai didn't have too much pressure to fish in troubled waters, so he grew so many sons? If you think about it this way, it really makes sense, but if you can't say it in front of the other person, it's likely that Dazai will jump with anger. It's probably because of gravity that he doesn't grow taller. Who knows? Sighing, Nara looked back at Chuya, who had long been nowhere to be seen, and be kind to that child in the future. The burden of life on his body made him not grow taller anymore. As the saying goes, it hurts the muscles and bones for 100 days. Dazai's leg was slightly fractured and not misaligned. After a month of raising, he was able to walk on the ground, but he couldn't bear weight. Osamu Dazai looked at the cast of the leg that had been removed, and suddenly thought about it, and then sat down in the wheelchair again. Nara-chan, the doctor said that my legs can't walk, so the next 2 have to be allowed. You helped. The other party's leg has been cast in plaster. It stands to reason that as long as the whole body's strength is not put on it, there will be any problems in daily life. How could it? Nara turned around and went to the doctor to inquire about the condition. He was completely concerned about the image of his superiors, but the doctor had been greeted by Osamu Dazai a long time ago, so she assaulted her together. Nara, who always feels that he is asked but is indeed asked. This guy's leg was broken in the summer, and it seemed that she had to take care of him until the winter, so just hoard it and spend the winter. There is a rumor that Mr. Dazai, who is the top 5 cotters, is now with Mr. Nara, his subordinate, and he often sees the two going in and out together. Every time Mr. Dazai goes out to do a task, he will definitely bring Mr. Nara. In short, all things can be said to have noses and eyes. Because Nara has stayed in Dazai Osa for a long time, he has become familiar with Zhongai Yuanchuo as well. Some people even made up the story of a love triangle. 3 parties. Nara feels that with the character of that fanboy of Akutagawa Ryunashuk, his idol will burst after the scandal, and will come back to the Shura field when the time comes. Since the last time in the hospital, Nara has died. Maybe there is less chance of meeting with the other party. After all, they are still a 15-year-old child who hasn't even controlled the abnormal ability. If he hurts the other party, it will be her business. But seeing that Dazai was physically disabled, dragging the fractured body and still beating Akutagawa boy, Nara felt that the other party was really ruthless. When I thought that I was previously designed by the opponent to be shot at a long distance by a sniper, hit by a large truck, and the elevator was broken, there really wasn't much else. Before, she had guessed that this guy might have caused it, but once Osamu Dazai almost overturned the car and was shot by someone he called, Nara completely confirmed it. What do you think this guy did? In the end, he almost didn't overturn the car. Mr. Dazai, the leader just called and said that he has something to do with you. Nara feels that doing these things is a bit redundant. Akutagawa Ryunashuk will never thank himself for saving him from Dazai Osamu, but this is because the leader is unable to connect to Osamu Dazai's cell phone in the basement. He dialed her phone and asked the other party to seize the time to come to the office. Holding his mobile phone, Nara found that something was wrong. It seemed that the leader subconsciously felt that Osamu Dazai was always following him. Don't be like this. If the leader stamped this rumor, wouldn't it be equivalent to rectifying her name? This would ruin her innocence for more than 4,000 years. Okay boss, Mr. Dazai is now with Akutagawa-kun. I will let him go to the office right away. No matter how full the inner drama is, she still has to give the other party a very professional answer with a grin on her face. This time the matter was a bit simple, nothing more than to let Osamu Dazai catch the undercover agents lurking in other organizations in Hong Kong. Both the Beauty Eye and the Supernatural Special Affairs Division are included. It's clear that people are the righteous white way, the white way that does good deeds. Even if the undercover is on their side, it is also good to do good. After hearing about this task, Nara felt that Osamu Dazai was embarrassing her. That's right, this guy gave her the task directly. I believe in Nara-chan's ability. No, I always feel that something is wrong with this. Just saying that Osamu Dazai will say believe is very surprised. But since the other party handed over the task to her, she had to do it well. After all, she was a person who would really earnestly complete the tasks assigned by others. As I said before, many organizations will send children to be undercover agents. They feel that small children will not arouse suspicion. No one can think that a 12 or 3-year-old child will be a local undercover agent. But Nara is a person who likes to think from a peculiar perspective. She first retrieved all the information of all the people younger than 18 who had recently joined in Hong Kong. To be honest, this is indeed a very large number, but she still has a direction to look for. For example, joining an organization requires an opportunity, and this opportunity is the previous leading war. Ha ha ha, Nara was hit by Dazai's face, but only planted a seed. 70,000 characters planted a seed. Are you moved? Tomorrow I will have AV. There will be 3 chapters with a total of 10,000 characters and will be updated at 9 o'clock in the evening. Please remember to read it. Okay, thank you for the little angel who voted for me or irrigated the nutrient solution. Thanks for the little angels who cast land mines, to General Menji. Thanks to the little angel who irrigated nutrient solution. 30 bottles of Uxiakai, 3 bottles of Ali Yadada. Thank you very much for your support, I will continue to work hard. Chapter 35, Prosperous Beauty. Nara felt that he had discovered something terrible. The Dragonhead War was the time when the major organizations had the most deaths, and there were the most orphans on the street. It was actually the most appropriate time to join the Hong Kong and the Black Seas. Looking through the materials, there are indeed people who match the conditions I guessed. Yep. She was just such a foolish guess, and she didn't expect it to happen. Akutagawa Ryunashuk was picked up by Osamu Dazai in a slum. Generally, the people who picked it up didn't have any problems. There was also a little girl named Silver who entered Hong Kong and Heilongjiang about the same time as Akutagawa. Probably the intuition that has lived for more than 4,000 years, this girl should not be an undercover. She still keeps her eyes on the time of the Dragonhead War. It stands to reason that the orphans picked up should behave like Odasako to be consistent with common sense, right? But what is certain now is that half of the undercover agents who have joined the Hong Kong criminals are the kind of justice agencies, such as the police or the Special Services Department. These clearly show that they want to break into the evil mafia, the Hong Kong criminals. The last act. Bring down. No, this is what a good person does. She wants to pick out the good person who is undercover in Hong Kong and crime. Then think about it, she is doing bad things. Nara sauce. With a snap, she closed the folder containing the information. She pushed the glasses that did not exist on her face showed contempt for everything. What's the matter, Mr. Dazai? Wow! You looked like Ango just now. So this guy is just to say that she looks like Mr. Sakaguchi in serious work? By the way, Mr. Dazai, if you catch undercover agents, what will you do with them? As if she felt a bit mentally retarded when she asked this question, Osamu Dazai showed an unclear smile. Of course it is to be dealt with, but we have a special process to deal with it. The process is to get directly to a remote factory to dispose of it. Do you not even leave the dead body? Nara was lost in thought. She was thinking about whether she should do this well. If she didn't find a few undercover agents, it would not be justified. How could there be no undercover agents? What's terrible is that there will definitely be more undercover here. It would be miserable if so many people died through her hands. The ghost lamp couldn't wait to knock her head into her stomach. Nara sauce. Osamu Dazai's ability to see through people's hearts is so annoying. If she hadn't won at the age of 4,000 years, she would feel no different from being stripped and thrown in front of the opponent. This guy's legs are already good, but the arm is still hanging around his neck. He keeps saying that he believes Nara can handle this undercover incident, but he will come and see it from time to time. If she didn't know the personality of the other party, she would doubt if the other party liked her. After sifting through the data in her hands, she finally found a few people who seemed suspicious. In Nara's impression, the FBI, the police, or the Special Service Department are all organizations that serve the people. She can't catch the undercover that the other party has sneaked in, so she can only be sorry for the undercover of the other mafia. Holding the information of people who she felt were similar, she led people to conduct investigations and visits. In the end, only 2 boys and 1 girl were left to screen. To ask her why she was selected, it was entirely from the face. She felt that the other party should have a problem. Holding the 3 people's materials, Nara went back to that night, and wanted Guilan to help see who might be the undercover. The ghost lamp that was photographed 3 pieces of information in front of him. Mr. Ghost Lamp. Dear Mr. Ghost Lamp. For the sake of our childhood sweethearts for so many years, please help me. After all, you are omnipotent, and no one can doubt it even if you open your heavenly eyes. I think you are very leisurely in this world every day, but after you come back, you do this? Nara, how long have we not had a good conversation? Can I stay here tonight and work overtime? Really, who can experience this feeling of beeping a dog inside? Oh, no one can understand. In fact, there are not many undercover agents sent by other organizations or the government to Hong Kong and Heilongjiang. After hearing that Nara had thoroughly investigated the undercover agents in Hong Kong and Heilongjiang, everyone can be said to be shivering, and those with strong psychological quality were still trembling. Well, those with low psychological quality almost cried. The ghost lantern, who opened his eyes, used the skills he gained from traveling around the 4 directions, carefully observed the 3 people, and finally came up with the little girl who looked a little thin. Under the same circumstances, it is indeed easier for this little girl to join the Hong Kong Black Sea than a boy. In fact, the ghost lamp is right. This is not about sexism, but Chuchu poor little girl and Chuchu poor little boy, which one do you think you are more pitiful for? Do the 2 children look good? Nice. Nara rolled his eyes and thought about the scene that the ghost lamp said, then looked at the person in front of him very seriously. If it were me, I would be even more pitiful for the little boy. After all, it is Xiao Zhengtai. Seeing that the other party had already picked up a mace, Nara changed his words. Well, both are pitiful, and the most pitiful is the little girl. Originally, she was thinking about adopting a small Zhengtai and so on. It would be okay to come to Chengdu to raise her, but after seeing the ghost lamp, she changed what she wanted to say alive. Only by knowing the current affairs can you not experience all kinds of Shura fields. Nara admired herself very much, and she let out almost all the undercover agents alone. Using the ghost light's ability to open the sky, she chose an undercover agent sent by the enemy of Hong Kong. I'm sorry, but you can only find this girl if you want to get an operation. The little girl has just turned 14 this year. She was picked up on the streets of Yokohama during the Dragon Head War. The official reason given by the other party was that her parents were shot dead in order to protect her in this shootout. She was very grateful to those who rescued her. Thank you for deciding to join the Hong Kong and Black Society to loyalty to the organization. This reason can be said to be very abundant, but I always feel that it is too popular, as if it makes people feel a little too deliberate. If she says is it after seeing Osamu Dazai or Chuia's prosperous beauty, I feel that it's not the other party. If you don't marry, you enter this Hong Kong Black just to be able to get close to each other. This reason, she can believe it. Nara-chan? I don't think you have any misunderstandings about us, Hong Kong. Looking at Osamu Dazai with a subtle expression next to him, Nara blinked and involuntarily played the upper body, Probably if Hong Kong is in deficit someday, you guys with good-looking cotters will all go to sea, right? Hearing her words like this, Osamu Dazai smiled happily. Nara-chan, I don't think you need to put on your silly and sweet skin anymore. No, I came up with it from my true feelings. I am not wearing my skin. If I am wearing the skin, I should feel my tears and cry to you. Knowledge. Osamu Dazai had long suspected that the girl had a problem. Nara was just about to hand over the girl's information to him, and this guy had already taken someone to ransack the house. Now they are ransacking their homes. In order to move faster, Osamu Dazai was quickly pushed by Nara in a wheelchair. Since knowing that Hong Kong and Heike had started to clean up the door, Sayuri has been in fear. Although she is a well-trained undercover, she is only 14 years old after all. So when Osamu Dazai arrived with his subordinates, the other party had already ran away, and people ran away to the empty building. The command given by the leader was absolutely to catch the alive, so they hummed and chased the little girl to block each other. Let's give up struggling, the reason you gave is too official and too popular, and it is not convincing to me at all. Nara was here to persuade me, but I didn't expect that the little girl would not appreciate it at all. No. I made up that reason. In the ruins of Yokohama's streets, I met someone who cleaned up the battlefield. Mr. Dazai, at the first glance, I was hit by the opposing beauty's flourishing beauty. In order to be able to get close to him, I wanted to enter Hong Kong and Heilongjiang. Facing the touching confession of the little girl, the person's expression can be said to be very serious. Not only him, but even the person pushing the person is serious. However, all the subordinates around had subtle expressions. Although they could not see the specific expressions on their faces while wearing sunglasses, Nara felt that these people must involuntarily look at the two of them. After all, now there is a lot of rumors about them in Hong Kong, and they are talking about a person with a nose and eyes. Has Mr. Dazai been so caring about any girl before? No, only Nara-sama became a favorite, and he was brought around for promotion. In the current situation, Nara felt that if she didn't say anything, she would be too sorry for the previous scandal, but she changed her taste as soon as she spoke. Isn't Nikaya unworthy of having a name? There are also Odasaku and Sakaguchi. Are they not handsome? Neither is Akutagawa-kun, who is the same age as you. Sayuri, who is stuck in the corner, can be said to have a look of bewilderment. Who can tell her what is going on? Dazai Osamu, who was sitting in a wheelchair, started to shake involuntarily because of his suffocation, and looked at the other person's shoulders shaking again and again. Nara's first reaction was that this guy was wronged because of her words. Oh, now she has to help retrieve the dignity of Osamu Dazai, so she speaks again, also. Mr. Dazai will never like you who want anything but a girl like you, what he likes is the lordosis posterior. Come on. Wait until you reach that level. Ha 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 ha. Finally, Osamu Dazai couldn't help but laughed. While smiling, he stretched out his hand and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Nara-chan, when will I? You laughed at me. Wait for you to die. Before Dazai Osamu had spoken, the little girl suddenly changed her face and snapped her fingers like Thanos, and then they suddenly surrounded a circle of men in black with guns in their hands. Nara felt as if she had done something wrong, especially when she almost cried when the gunshot sounded in her ear. I'm sorry, Lord Ghost. I really didn't intentionally cause a large-scale death again. The ghost lamp of wants to hit people. I went to work today, I was too tired, so I posted it in advance. Chapter 36, Sentimental. This gun battle can be said to be not much different from the last time. As long as Nara is present, people in Hong Kong and Black will not be injured. The other party has suffered heavy casualties, but while throwing karma on the other party, Nara's the dog beeped more and more on one side of his expression. MMP, she participated in the several gun battles that took place in Hong Kong and Heilongjiang these days. Lord Yan Mo saw that so many people had suddenly poured in. He waved his hand and wanted to see what happened to these people before they died. Seeing her face in the mirror is really terrible. After throwing the karma fire, Nara tried to cover her face with something, but whether it was her little suit or Dazai Osamu's trench coat, they didn't have that function, so she almost put her face in the wheelchair. Mr. Dazai, I would like to take 2 days off from tomorrow. After all, I now hold several positions. I have said that I will promote love and peace in Hong Kong and Heilongjiang, and everyone will live in harmony. As a result, there are 2 large-scale shootouts that I am present. I don't need to talk about the previous time. But today, it's what I did. The fuse, if you don't get this Sayuri out, you might not have killed so many people. Speaking of this, she stopped and threw a few karmic fires in front of her. Actually, it doesn't matter if you don't hang on this land that we are in charge of, but this will definitely increase the workload of Lord Yan Mo and Lord Guideng. I have to go back and work overtime to help. This can be said to be completely justified and well-founded, and it makes people unable to pick out a little problem. It turns out that this is not her nonsense, but that she really has to go to work a few days and then come back. Osamu Dazai was sitting in a wheelchair with her back to her and waved to agree, but since Nara couldn't see the other person's expression at all, she didn't know what mood this guy was in agreeing to let her go back to her job. Everything was very good at first. Nara imagined that she returned to the place where she lived after cleaning up the scene. From there she opened the door and ran back to work overtime, but she did not expect that the ghost lamp came directly to this world with a mace to catch people. N.S. Before the ghost lamp came to arrest people, everything was calm and normal, and the guys of the hostile organization were once again burned by Nara with nothing left. How many people did the other party hang up this time? Nara felt that he had an advance measure first, so that he could know how diligent it would be to go back. The other party's 13 people died, and there are no casualties on our side. Oh, 13 people, that's not too many. You just need to take care of it. I will take Mr. Dazai back now. Yes. Lord Nara. Pushing Osamu Dazai, who was still playing with his mobile phone, walked a few steps, and Nara heard the call from hell. Nara, where are you going? Hearing a familiar male voice behind her, Nara shivered, and even the wheelchair she was pushing shivered. She slowly turned her head and found that the ghost lamp was smiling kindly, and his own wolf was still being dragged in her hand. Tooth stick. Ghost lantern, what a coincidence, why are you here? Hearing the name of the ghost lamp popping out of Nara's mouth, Osamu Dazai immediately threw the phone in his hand aside and twisted his neck desperately to see what the legendary first auxiliary officer of looks like. It should be the kind of 3-headed 6G. It turns out that there is only a horn on the head, except for the horns and pointed ears, it feels no different from ordinary humans. So boring. Although he was boring, he still watched endlessly with his head stretched out, and with his only good arm, he kept poking at Nara, who was facing the enemy. Wow, who is Nara-chan? You guess. Perhaps seeing the other party not taking care of him, the expression of the ghost lamp is more kind. Nara, what else do you want to say? I'll go back to work overtime immediately. Nara poked Haru Dazai in the wheelchair and motioned frantically to the other person, then Mr. Dazai, I will go back and work overtime first. Saying that, she let go of her hand holding the wheelchair, and the household suddenly grabbed her arm. Hey? Nara-chan, where are you going to work overtime? We are now going back to the headquarters to write a report. Hey? What does this guy mean? She has clearly explained to the other party what she is going to do next, and this guy has already agreed to let her go. Damn it! So what kind of demon are you doing? What are you whispering about there? The ghost lamp with a friendly smile on his face suddenly approached, stretched out his hand and grabbed Nara's back collar. Now come back with me. Suddenly, Nara's throat didn't even have time to struggle out. He was dragged back several steps by the opponent, and the opponent didn't leave her any room at all, pulling her toward the temporary gate of hell. Hell's first assistant officer doesn't care about other people's gazes at all, and he knows that even if it is so high profile now, when Nara returns to this world, he will still solve the matter perfectly. Afterwards, when Nara knew the real thoughts of this guy, she just felt that the other person was too high on her. Of course, this is something to be said. Now she can only watch the sky change in front of her. Nara-chan must work overtime while I am here waiting for you to come back. Osamu Dazai just waved goodbye to her with a smile, but annoyed that this guy actually stood on the ground and waved to her. Go to him. Nara, who was pulled back from this world, was paralyzed. Even if the other party threw her on the car, she was motionless like a big salted fish. Needless to say, the next scene is to be assigned a desk file, and she needs to review, sign, and seal little by little. Ghost lamp. I really want to promote peace and justice when I go back this time. I will never let so many people die again. Shut up and review it. Nara felt that the ghost lamp was too harsh on her. He clearly treated Axiong and the other female jailers differently. How come they are so harsh when they get to her, can it be said? So Ghost Lantern, do you like me? Looking at the mace raised by the other party, Nara changed his mouth again. It's like a colleague's like, I know. Really? Life is more important. After spending a day and night in hell, Nara was finally released. After being ravaged by documents and ghost lights, Nara has already seen everything. Dazai will just be skinned. As long as everything in Ganghae is very peaceful, she will thank God. Sitting on the chair shamelessly, 4,000 plus pseudo-girls slowly raised their heads and looked at Dazai, whose arms and legs were almost good. Mr. Dazai, really, I strongly hope that the leader can promote a wave of love and love within Hong Kong and peace. The theme meeting where everyone gets along with each other friendly, is not my silly and sweet virgin, but these batches of people are flooding into hell, and I can't bear it anymore. Then Nara-chan can try it. So the result of this attempt was that the leader sent Osamu Dazai to Italy, the hometown of Mafia, to discuss business and negotiate business with Pengli. Dazai, who felt like being seated. Nara, who feels that he is tired, says, Sorry, as long as she sees Osamu Dazai deflated, she wants to laugh so much. Nara felt that she must have promoted love and peace within Hong Kong and Heilongjiang. This behavior made the chief think that she was spreading cults. He wanted to change the law and take her farther away from the Hong Kong and Heilongjiang headquarters. The good one. But what made her feel a little surprised was, why did Osamu Dazai also go to Italy? Did Nara-chan forget that we are bound now? What? This is so funny. This time I went to Italy to talk about business with Pengli. Morioge chose Pengli, which ranks very high in the industry and has a very good reputation, for cooperation. In fact, there is no such kind of mafia that basically does not do grey area things. It is not called mafia but an upright non-governmental organization. At present, Hong Kong and Heilongjiang have been working hard to protect Yokohama, just because of their dedicated spirit. Makes the 9th generation of Pengli agreed to cooperate with them. What is needed this time is for Osamu Dazai and Nara to go to Italy's plenipotentiary representative for business negotiations. If everything goes well, they will be back in about a week or two. We will be back soon. Why do we hold a farewell party so grand? The place where the farewell party was held this time was the Western restaurant where Odasaka fostered a few orphans. The manager kindly handed over his restaurant to these guys. It was these children who said they wanted to hold a farewell party for Nara. That's right, Brother Dazai is incidental. Seeing the little girl raising the corners of her mouth to say such a thing, Osamu Dazai was all ill, so he immediately puffed up his face and turned to look at Nara aside. Nara-sasai turned out to be a gift. I'm so sad. But let go of your sadness, there is no real feeling of sadness at all. After all, I will visit a few of them when I have time, and I will buy them some food and toys. This is Mr. Dazai who seems to make these little guys cry every time. It's pretty good that they can attach you to it. So the guy turned his head and glanced at Odasaku, who was aside. Odasaku. Look at Nara-chan. What's up? Odasaku, wearing a small top hat on his head, looked dazed, completely unaware of what Dazai Osamu had just said. He just kept boasting that the curry of the manager was better. Oh, you mean incidental? I think it would be nice to have a farewell party. Odasaku, I think you should have complained about Dazai's behavior just now, not about the incidental problem. Sakaguchi Ango has always been merciless to Osamu Dazai, let alone now. After the farewell party, the two embarked on the plane to Italy. This time they did not bring anyone else, but only the two of them, but it was obvious that they underestimated the value of Dazai Osamu's head. After the two landed started the journey of being hunted down. Fuck. Mr. Dazai, did we almost fall into a box? Wow. Actually, I really want to experience the feeling of falling into a box. To shut up. Dragging the slowly running Dazai Osamu next to him, he ran directly into the women's bathroom, and then he pushed him into the cubicle of the bathroom. Wow, Nara-chan is still so affectionate in such a crisis. To shut up. The obstetrician is really tired. I didn't write an essay during the day. Now I am rushing 10,000 words online. There will be a chapter in a while, okay. Thanks to the little angel who voted for me or irrigated the nutrient solution. Thanks to the little angel who cast landmine, one tired carp. Thanks to the little angel who irrigated nutrient solution. Thank you very much for your support, I will continue to work hard. Chapter 37, Women and Number 039, S Big Boss. If it weren't for running fast, now the two have definitely landed into boxes. After entering the women's bathroom, Nara showed off in front of Osamu Dazai what is called a live dress. In the beginning, the two people still wore suits, especially the guy next to him had to wear a windbreaker. This meant to make the other person notice that they were the target person. Taking out a casual outfit from the suitcase, Nara put it directly on her body, and tied her hair up, feeling no different from college students who came out to travel. So does Mr. Dazai have any clothes to change? No. Oh, then I'm sorry. The one who had just entered the bathroom was a man and a woman, but two girls came out, one of whom was a bit tall. Nara-chan, why are you wearing pants and I am wearing a skirt? Glancing at Dazai's skirt above the knee, Nara tugged his arm nonchalantly. I'm just this pair of pants. Dazai first. No, Dazai-san, don't move too much, or you will be watched. Just the bottom of the skirt. I didn't let you wear my leggings if you couldn't wear them. I noticed that the other party pulled down the skirt, so angry that she almost didn't reach out to pat the other party. Don't pull. My stockings are a bit short for you, so I can only make sure that the hair on your calves is not seen. You will make people notice the hair on your thighs. Please show your confidence. Osamu Dazai never thought that one day he would encounter this kind of life in Waterloo. It is fine for girls to wear boys' clothes, but it takes great courage for boys to wear girls' clothes. And most importantly, he has very few hair on his legs. After overcoming his own shame, Osamu Dazai shook his hair, stepped out of the style of a female model, and literally crushed the real girl Nara next to him. Yep. What about the shame of this guy? Oh no, in fact, from Nara's point of view, this guy has no so-called shame at all. Even if Osamu Dazai is very eye-catching, the people who hunted them never thought that what he was hunting down before was a man and a woman who would eventually become two girls. Tisk tusk tusk. This is a routine in ordinary TV series. They don't even prepare in advance before chasing and killing people, and they deserve to fail. After the group of guys passed by, Nara took out Dazai Osamu's trench coat from the backpack. He had just turned into a women's dress and had no choice but to see the person Pengli sent to pick them up in a while, it might be impossible to explain. It is estimated that there will be a legend circulating between Penglai and Hong Kong and Black. In fact, one of the 5 major cotters in Hong Kong and Black, Dazai Osamu, turned out to be a big woman in women's clothing. I thought that if there were such rumors, Osamu Dazai would have been at odds with her to hell. Think about it or forget it. This time the two came to Italy mainly because they wanted to negotiate a deal with Penglai, about the long-term purchase of guns from each other. I said before that Penglai can be said to be an alternative among mafia. They are already just civil organizations. Morihōgai took this point before thinking about cooperating with each other. We will use these guns to guard Yokohama. This is a promise he made to the other party. Neither Dazai Osamu nor Nara can understand why he has such a big obsession with Yokohama, but now the other party, as the leader, has given them an order that this cooperation must be promoted. They can only execute. Every day, this guy can't wait to preach, Yokohama is my home, love everyone. What is the difference between this and her preaching of love and peace? What's more terrible is that I said here to take care of Yokohama. As a result, I turned around and started various gun battles on the old mother. The old mother would cry, crying to these guys on the spot. In fact, Morihōgai chose Penglai for another reason. Not long ago, they had the cradle incident. The son of Penglai's 9th generation wanted to usurp the throne. As a result, it caused chaos within Penglai. The opponent has been completely frozen, but as long as the seeds are planted in some things, there will eventually be a day of germination. As long as the two parties cooperate, the Hong Kong and the Black will definitely help each other develop their power in Japan, so that the two parties can be said to be a win-win situation. Seeing Osamu Dazai negotiating with the other party, Nara could finally understand why some people would call this guy Spicy Dazai. If she was the 9th generation of Penglai, she would probably beat the other party directly and wanted to go home and find her mother. Negotiations can be done without having to talk about it. The more serious negotiations tend to talk for several days, and this time it is no exception at all. Even if Osamu Dazai said it was a hype, the two still need to stay in Italy for a while. This is considered to be a trip out at public expense, eating and drinking with the money Morihōgai gave. It seems that only Osamu Dazai can do this kind of thing with such peace of mind. However, Nara has lived for thousands of years, and her face has long been thick, and she doesn't feel guilty about being with each other. Mr. Dazai, are all expenses reimbursed by the leader? Yes, at least the leader assured me that. The other party's words can be said to be a very tempting promise for Nara. She happily provoked gifts to Odasaku's adopted children. With her current financial resources, she can't afford this kind of sale in a famous scenic spot. The price of souvenirs. Mr. Dazai also buy one for Akutagawa-kun. After all, he is considered a child. Didn't the cubs of humans say that they need more care to grow up healthily? Human cub. Hearing this term from the other person's mouth, Osamu Dazai felt something strange, so he slowly repeated it, and then patiently explained to him what kind of person is a human child in his own eyes. Cub. It's like Mr. Dazai. After all, we are a little bit different in age. Roar Nara-chan means that human cubs need more care. Nara paused slightly with the hand that was holding the gift. As long as the other party started to speak in this tone, she knew that nothing good had happened. Sure enough, she watched the other party stretch out her index finger and gently touched the front counter, and then looked at her with a crying expression. Nara-chan, I feel pain when I touch my finger. Roll. Disappear as far as you can. Originally, Penglai sent 2 people to the vicinity of the famous scenic spot, and then drove away to pick them up at the appointed time, which means that this time they were playing with each other all the way. Then, why did we still encounter the attacker this time? Mr. Dazai, can you explain why you offended so many people? As an atrocious Osamu Dazai, he used his wireless potential when escaping. At least he could escape with Nara, but in order to prevent the opponent from falling behind, Nara could only hold him tightly. It would be easier if I knew it. Originally, Osamu Dazai didn't know what he had done wrong, but when he ran away, he felt something flashed in his mind. I remember. I spoke to a beautiful lady next to me while you were asleep on the plane, Nara, just to make her male partner feel as if she had been greened. Hearing what the other party said, and then looking back at the posture of the people chasing him behind him, Nara was really a beeping dog. It's so safe to kill love, right? Excessive. Yes, I think it's too much. So the tricks of the famous master Nara in Hong Kong and Black have been used not only in Yokohama, but also in Italy. Looking at the naked men lying on the ground, Nara was thinking about whether to take the other's nest, and finally she chose to take the other's nest alone with Haru Dazai. Unexpectedly, she wiped out a hostile organization of Pengli by mistake. I think I should keep a low profile. After all, my performance is too strong and not very good. In fact, there is nothing wrong with what she said. There is a saying that is so good that the shot is shot. Obviously, this time she has become the shot. If she is in her own realm, it is fair, but now she is in the Italian realm, which is Satan's territory. As soon as she mentioned Satan, she remembered that Lord Ghost Lamp had described to her that Satan had asked Master Yan Mo to visit the hell. In the end, everything was left. This guy seemed to be frightened, and ran away before he even finished the meal. How to say it, she is always afraid that the anger that the other party will receive from the ghost lamp will be sent to her. Mr. Dazai, do you know Satan? Western Satan. Osamu Dazai, who was eating ice cream, was stunned when he heard what the other party said, then he frowned and thought for a few seconds, and finally said something that made Nara want to hit someone. You are talking about the kind of Satan in campus. Satan loves me, my prince of Satan. Fuck? Can you tell me what kind of books are in your knowledge reserve literary library? And who on earth recommends such weird things to you? It's with the last time I fell in love with colorful dot. I really can't mention this book at all. When I mention this book, Nara can think of the days when I was dominated by all kinds of fantasy dreams. If I let her see it again, I probably won't be able to live this day at all. N.S. This is not called fall in love with colorful me, it is clearly fall in love with stupid force me. Osamu Dazai, who was eating ice cream, turned around in place, and then he leaned against the railing behind him, and began to observe all kinds of people coming and going. When he saw people walking towards them in the distance, he slightly frowned and tugged at Nara beside him. That guy, isn't it Songgaya? What? Mr. Nakaya? Impossible. This incident only found you and me. How could Mr. Nakaya appear in Italy? Mr. Dazai, did you miss him too much, which led to different levels of hallucinations? Looking at the opponent's line of sight, Nara was stunned. It was Chuya who ran not far away, and the opponent seemed to be chased by a girl. The third watch is full, I'm asleep, yes, that girl is cannon fodder, don't be afraid to thank the little angel who voted for me or irrigated the nutrient solution. Thanks to the little angel who cast landmine, one small match for selling girls. Thanks to the little angel who irrigated nutrient solution. 10 bottles of small matches for girls. Thank you very much for your support, I will continue to work hard. Chapter 38, Double Black. In addition to his short stature and joining Hong Kong and Hay to play for Morihuai, Songgaya Yuanzong can really be said to be a 24 filial boyfriend and a good husband. If a girl finds him, he will definitely be very happy. Except for being irritable when facing Osamu Dazai, the others are really good people, great people. He doesn't know how to hit a girl, even if the girl is now desperately chasing him, the only thing he can choose is to run forward. Songgaya, why are you in Italy? Seeing his legendary double black partner appeared here, Dazaiza seemed a little surprised. He was very proactive in welcoming the past, which made Nara feel that in fact, what this guy wanted to do was just want to see chasing Chuya. Which girl is it? The girl looks very unique, probably because everyone has a normal style of painting. When she comes to her, it is entirely a style of painting. Look, Mr. Dazai. That girl's hair is colorful. Fuck. The eyes are still discolored. After Nara screamed, she covered her eyes, and she was almost blinded by the sight in front of her. Who can tell her why the real version of I Fall in Love with Colorful appeared? Sorry, I don't know how to love, I will never love in this life. Before, she was just thinking about it in her head, but now facing the other person directly, she felt a little unbearable. Not only she, but also Dazai Osamu who was on the side was stunned and closed her eyes. Zhongai Yuanzong also probably had something to do with this girl after being down for 800 years, and the whole reason was that he was very kind to help the other party beat the bad guys away. Well, a very common hero saves the beautiful bridge. This guy can be said to be a good person. As long as he meets people who need help, he will definitely lend a helping hand, such as a robbed young lady or a fallen grandmother. The colorful girl is so outstanding because of her peculiar appearance, she is really sorry for not being stopped by others. After going shopping with her good sister, the colorful girl was going to go home for dinner, but before the meal was eaten, she was stopped by a group of men with wretched smiles. At this moment, the handsome man in the hat fell from the sky. It hit her heart that had been silent for a long time almost instantly. Both Nara and Zhuanghe themselves felt a bit beeping. It's like Sayuri was eagerly working with Osamu Dazai before. There is not much jet lag. Miss, your eyes are dazzling with colorful light, can you? Hey? Who are you? Do you have any other attempts against our adults? Is she special? Now Nara really wants to hit people directly. What is meant by trying to hit people by hanging people up? But go to her for an attempt. But why did you appear in Italy? This is indeed a big question, why this guy will appear directly in Italy. No one has notified them that Zhongai Yuanzong will also come here. It's not that you've gotten into trouble here before, boss asked me to come over and take a look and help you eradicate all the remaining forces. The remaining forces? I remember that I seemed to have burned everyone out. Not only was there nothing left, but he was also taken into the police station. According to the meaning of Zhong Yuan's Honggaya, what they eliminated was only a small branch. The real big head was in a small town in eastern Italy. That small town was all members of this organization. It can be said that they have been in a state of antagonism with Pengli, but because Poengli's principles of dealing with matters have led to various provocations by the other party. That is to say, the people in this organization are completely innocent. As long as we annihilate them all, even if it is a big favor to Pengli, then this cooperation can be facilitated without Mr. Dazai's mouth. Nara-chan, what's wrong with my mouth? It hurts my heart to say that. Hearing Osamu Dazai's words, Nara quickly handed the pink scarf she had just bought to the other party. Come on, here you are, this is Pinru's scarf, put it around. Hong Kong black double black combination. Kakenu was so angry when she found out that she had been ignored. She couldn't wait for her whole body to pounce on Zhong Yuan's Honggaya's body. Hey! Why are you ignoring me? Otherwise, I will ask my father to break your leg and tie it on. By my side. Before the Central Plains had any reaction, Nara's karmic fire was sprayed over, and he directly burned a few pinches of the other party's colorful hair. I can go to you. You think you did not graduate from the second term? Princess? You broke your leg and tied it next to you. Can I break your leg and hang it on my waist? Nara is more than 4,000 years old this year. You can see humans as children, but she really can't listen to this colorful girl. She is not a double standard, even if it's replaced by a colorful boy now. She had to say the same to break Honggaya's leg and tie herself to her body. While talking, she turned her head and waved her hand at the bewildered Zhongai Yuanzong. Don't talk, just leave it to me here. Hong Kong black double black combination. You are so to me. I will let my father hit you now. Okay, come, I'll wait. Kakei's girl was not a Kakei's before, but a spoiled girl in the second phase. Her hair was a very ordinary maroon, but she was unwilling to be mediocre and didn't want to collide with other people, so she tried for a long time. The hair was dyed in different colors, and finally she found that the colorful head was the last to hit other people, unless people with 7 hair colors of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple appeared in front of her at the same time. Oh, in order to match her outfit, she even asked her father to spend a high price with a pair of colorful cosmetic contact lenses, just to show her own uniqueness. The 3 of them watched as Kakei Nu called her legendary father, knowing that people who were awkward with her were dealt with in this way, and now she was about to kill the girl who disrespect her. As for the other 2 boys directly taken away, Kakei Nu can be said to be thinking beautifully. As a result, her dad told her that something happened at home and made her stay low-key recently. The colorful girl who suddenly lost her backing. Quick, come hit me, I'm waiting. At this moment, Nara seemed to wear all the qualities of Osamu Dazai on his own body, and the undue energy could not even be passed by the central planes who was standing on the side. You wait. Kakei female put down such a sentence and flicked her colorful hair and left. Nara stretched out her hand and rubbed her eyes. The reason why she just refused to let the 2 people next to her shot was to prevent these 2 guys from staying. What kind of strange sequelae, in case she is scared, she still has to coax. Now that the colorful girls are completely angry, the next step is to combine Hong Kong, black and black to destroy mafia in the eastern Italian town, but some things are just such a coincidence. At the beginning, Osamu Dazai hooked up with the leader's lover, and he turned the other party green directly, so they rose up and attacked. It's a pity that they just destroyed a small branch of the other party. This Liangzi is settled, and then the problem with Zhong Yuan's Hong Gaia, he fascinated the leader's Kakei daughter. Ha 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 ha. Nara burst into the most rampant laughter since coming to the world. This can really be used to describe their relationship with this innocent organization. There are so many girls in Italy, they even hook up and fascinate them. Is the closest person to the leader. Sorry, she really wanted to laugh. The leader is really miserable. First, the lover is taken away, then the daughter is fascinated, and finally his mafia is smashed by others, which is too unreasonable. Ha 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 ha. Zhongai Yuanzong also started the runaway mode, but Osamu Dazai stood aside leisurely with his hands in his pockets and watched the scene in front of him. The most terrible thing was a smile on his mouth. Nara gradually couldn't laugh anymore. I heard that after Nakahara entered the runaway mode, he would keep attacking until he was exhausted and exhausted. Now that Osamu Dazai is at ease, he always feels like he is stuck in time. But Mr. Nakaya really trusts Mr. Dazai. He will give you his runaway state. Although he always yells and wants you to die, he will still trust you so much at this critical moment. Wow, I really envy you. This kind of pure friendship between the 2 of you 2 bamboo horses, unlike the ghost lamp June and I have been childhood sweethearts for more than 4,000 years, the result is. Speaking of this, Nara suddenly stopped. She looked around to prevent someone from rushing out behind her. As a result, he wanted to kill me with a mace. Nara can now say that he is completely not worried about whether many people will die when Zhongai Yuanzong also ran away. After all, this place is far away in Italy. Even if those people die and go to hell, they will not run to them. If this is the case, the ghost lamp will not talk to her privately. When she thinks of this, she feels that she is very smooth all over her body. But now she still wants to see the power of the double black. When I was in Hong Kong and black, I only heard someone talk about this combination. She also said that this combination can raise a large building to the ground when it really started. After seeing it with his own eyes, Nara felt that he completely believed in the truth of this statement. Well, it's real, it's so real. Ha 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 ha. Nakahara Nikaya, who had gone violently, let out a very weird laugh. After raising the organization to the ground, Dazai took long legs and walked directly towards the opponent. He refused Nara's desire to form a karmic fire barrier around his body. "Don't worry, Zhong will not hurt me at this time. See, this kind of friendship is really touching." Nara almost burst into tears. He remembered the way he used to get along with the ghost lamp, which was probably repeatedly in the mace and the ghost fire. "I don't know why, I always feel like I am a little superfluous." Watching Osamu Dazai pull the violent Songhai Yuanchua back from the edge, Nara turned around and silently wiped the tears on his face from the sadness. "Well, it's really superfluous. So that colorful girl is a cannon fodder one. Thank you girl for the thunder. Mwah. Zaiju threw a mine. Want to eat sweets and threw a mine." Chapter 39, Climb the Wall. Overnight, except for the colorful hair and the cosmetic contact lenses, the colorful female had nothing left. In the end, she cried so that all her colorful cosmetic contact lenses fell out. The small town can be said to be very miserable. After the entire mafia was destroyed, it can be said that it was a mess. The colorful girl sat among the ruins and cried so that it was called a pear blossom with rain, all reflecting the colorful light. No one came up to comfort her. Osamu Dazai was not the kind of person who would comfort someone who had nothing to do with him. Even if there was a relationship, he might not be able to do it. As for Zhong Yuan's Honggaya, his expression is subtle now. Nara stretched out her hand and squinted at him very solemnly. "Don't worry, this is her own responsibility. Don't think she is just a little girl, but she killed so many people, and finally went to hell. If she can change her mind in the future, do something good, and you will be relieved when you die." However, the karmic debts that she carried on her body alone would not allow her to wash away. You can give a person a chance to reform, but the things you have done with the karmic debt will follow that person for a lifetime, and even if you die, you will be tortured for the things you did before you were alive. At this moment, there is no difference between Nara and Ghost Lamp. The latter can be said to have no internal waves when facing those who have been punished, and even his expression has not changed at all. Nara did not have any concrete feelings at the beginning, but now I deeply feel that these people really deserve their sins. It's so fast. Nara hadn't finished her words, she suddenly thought of a very serious thing. If these people hang up here, it feels certain that Satan may go all the way to find the ghost lamp and Lord Yan Mo to file a complaint. After all, this incident still has hers directly involved. Wow, it's a bit scary. Silently closed her mouth, she took the pink scarf she gave him before from Dazai Osamu and put it around her face, just to prevent people from seeing her. "You two don't call me either. Name? Nara-chan." Nakahara has not yet realized what Nara's words mean, but Osamu Dazai, who knows the inside story, opened his mouth to the largest extent and called out Nara's name in a round tone. Nara, who was beeping a dog in his heart. There has been an experience of being dragged back to by a ghost lamp. Nara didn't want to be experienced a second time, so she turned to look at Chiwiya Nikaya on the side, with a very earnest tone. "Mr. Nikaya, we want to build a harmonious and beautiful homes, sometimes you have to use love to influence them." Even if a few minutes have passed, the beauty still does not understand what the other party means. "What? You can use your supernatural abilities to let all people directly escape from gravity and rush into the sky, let them swim in the sky first, and experience what is called free fall for the last time. Probably from then on, they will definitely truly experience it. To the true meaning of life." "Nara-chan. Why are you ignoring me? Go back to Oda Sakuri." The three of them still didn't care about the colorful girl sitting in the middle of the ruins, which directly caused the other party to blacken up and clamor that he would come back and vow to avenge his father. "You wait for me. How to put it, this is probably the kind of rich girl who was very popular before, was framed and destroyed her family, so she endured her efforts and finally succeeded in avenging her family. From then on, she also embarked on the pinnacle of life to harvest love in the novel TV series. Of course, this period can also be. The lover who inserted her is actually her enemy. The rich girl struggled with most of the book and finally put down her hatred, and the one she loved stayed and flew. This is probably Shuangwen's routine, and it is very popular in the current society. It is estimated that this colorful girl also wants to follow this routine. After all, there has always been a saying that art comes from life, and she might think that she might really be like this. The heroine in there is the same. But art is a second creation higher than life, and no one is 100% sure that he will be the chosen heroine. Nara really doesn't want to say much about this girl. If she wants to say the protagonist, these two are the protagonists in the novel or TV series. Only by grabbing the thigh of the protagonist can he not die miserably. With that said, it seems that the ghost lamp is also holding the actor's script. Suddenly found that many people around her were holding the script of the protagonist. Nara was trembling. Most of the protagonist was surrounded by the supporting role of cannon fodder. Although she couldn't die in this world until she became a supporting role of cannon fodder, then she was really unlucky. I have all the hearts I want to cry, and the most important thing is that there is a Dazai Osamu by his side. When she mentioned Osamu Dazai, she looked back at him. The guy was still shouting her name exaggeratedly, completely drowning the colorful words of the girl in the distance, but before the other party could say more, he was taken away by the police who came after hearing the news. Seeing that all the police in eastern Italy rushed over, the three quickly evacuated the scene. It is not easy to deal with people who are unfamiliar here if they cause trouble. However, one of their opponents of Teng Peng Lai was completely resolved after such a ruckus, and it would definitely not re-emerge, so the ninth dame agreed to sell this gun to them, but it must be used to protect Yokohama. Osamu Dazai and Nakahara Naka also agreed, but Nara always felt that there was something here. Fighting for the site with other mafia in Yokohama that they wanted to occupy seemed to be protecting Yokohama, and protecting their own goods from each other's hands was also protecting Yokohama. In short, no matter what the reason is, the mouth of their leader can tell them that they are justified. It's terrible. Sure enough, people's hearts are sinister, more than ghosts think. The tasks of Osamu Dazai and Nara here have been completely completed, and they also want to take a wave of paid vacations. Anyway, they have facilitated this business to take a stroll. But as the conscience of Hong Kong and Heilongjiang, what Hongai Yuanzong also wanted was to go back and help the leader with the task, and go quickly. I still want to buy a few more gauze scarves. I saw a lot of ants use that colorful gauze scarves when taking pictures. I think it's weird and pretty. It can also be said that Hongai Yuanzong is like seeing something terrible, with a face called horror. Nara. You are only 20 years old this year. Nara, who is 4,000 years old. Sorry, sometimes her aesthetics are a little different from that of children nowadays. The pink scarf is so good. She has been wrapped in this pink scarf since she wiped out that mafia. Ha 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 ha. Osamu Dazai showed a frenzied laugh, feeling that his character was really going to collapse. Nara really hoped that the other party could shut up as soon as the weather had turned cold. He really hoped to freeze this guy's mouth. By the way. It's time for a year-end party in a few days, right? Is there a custom of holding year-end parties in Hong Kong and Heilongjiang? Every December is a very busy day for them. Everyone starts to hold a year-end party to say goodbye to the old and welcome the new. But at this time, they will receive many people who died suddenly due to drunkenness and came to hell. These people come in addition to going to the hospital. Hell has become a fixed project. It has been 2 years since Osamu Dazai and Chung Yuanzhong joined the Hong Kong and the Black Seas at the age of 15, but this is the third year-end party they can participate in, and each time it can be said that they are impressive. Nara really hopes that she can participate in a year-end party like she did on TV, instead of starting to work overtime and throwing people into various hells at this time. Now she has the opportunity to shine in her eyes. Nara-chan, how's your drink? Hey? How is it? The heroine in the novel is either just a mouthful or not drunk in 1,000 cups. These are all the same, and something will happen after being drunk. Oh, they are all routines. Nara smiled contemptuously and stretched out his hand to close the hair on his forehead to behind his ears. His face was completely despised for all living beings. The two underage double blacks did not want to say more. It was confirmed and could participate in the year-end party. Nara walked and got off the plane, and was towed away from the airport by ghost lights again under the gaze of Osamu Dazai and Nakahara Nakaya. Double black. Nara who was dragged away. This time it was because of her trouble that the Satan of the Western Hell sent an assistant officer over to file a complaint. The content was that the assistant officer here wrecked their boundaries and caused a large number of people to flood into the hell. Now they are very busy. Regarding the other party's complaint, Guilan was very protective, even if Nara was dragged back by him just now. With all due respect, Mr. Bezabe will still go back and help Lord Satan at this time with regard to the distribution of the dead, instead of complaining with us. In 1551, the guardian of the ghost lamp made Nara tears of emotion, and he wanted to set up a table on the spot to show the other party what is serious work. Looking at the wronged Nara, the ghost lamp slapped her. What do you want to say? Well, I have. In the eyes of Master Yan Mo, if the ghost lamp is usually very scary, then Nara is a pitiful and annoying person switching back and forth. When he sees the other person speaking, he can only hope that the assistants of the Western will leave peacefully. Actually, I can't blame me at all. I didn't take any action during the pretending process. I just watched around and killed all the people in your place that Zhongai Yuanzong also did. I can't stop it. How can a girl of power be the opponent of those two boys? Beelzebub with a spurt of old blood. By the way, whether it is Chuya or Osamu Dazai is mine, Mr. Beelzebub, please don't do it. It is illegal to do it in other people's realm. If you don't want to be destroyed, try it. Don't talk nonsense. The ghost lamp is also very meaningful and symbolic to say about Nara. This time you can't be too much. In his opinion, everything is not as important as it is to the outside world. When Beelzebub leaves, he needs to talk to Nara about the troubles. Ghost lamp, I swear. I will definitely lie on your wall without moving. I won't climb to Dazai Osamu's wall. Even though he is so good looking, I can't help but want to spoil him. Even if his character is not good, I want to spoil him very much. I won't climb the wall either. For the ghost lamp guarding the calf, I suddenly wanted to climb the wall. By the way, I opened the pre-collection of Zhongai. After this book, I will write the book Newton's Laws in Zhongai. If you like, you can collect it, okay? Thanks to the little angel who voted for me or irrigated the nutrient solution. Thanks to the little angel who irrigated nutrient solution. Double Hey Life push 10 bottles. Thank you very much for your support, I will continue to work hard. Chapter 40, First Singer. The ghost lamp did not leave Nara. When Beelzebub left, he brought the opponent back to the present world. If you don't bring back Osamu Dazai, you don't come back. Okay, then I won't come back to work overtime. So before the ghost lamp picked up his mace, Nara quickly ran back to the world. It can be said that the ghost lamp is everywhere. The last time he was catching Sayuri, he suddenly appeared, and this time he landed directly at the airport. Excessive, right? Coming out of an empty bathroom, Nara sorted out some messy clothes that had been pulled, and began to think about how to return to the office from the airport to report to her work. To her surprise, Osamu Dazai was comfortably nestled in the car and played games. Waiting for her, and a little bored after she won the game again, she threw her phone aside. Nara-chan, you are so slow. I didn't expect the other party to wait for him. Nara blinked unexpectedly. He didn't know how this guy explained to Zhong Yuan Zhong that he asked the other party to go back early. Since it's over, let's go back as soon as possible. Okay. According to the current situation, I don't need to go back to for the time being, and I can spend some time in this world. Ah, I feel peaceful after thinking about it. Serene.jpg. Probably because her lucky value was relatively high recently, after returning to Yokohama to report the results of the mission, Nara lived steadily for 2 days, and finally participated in the year-end party she wanted to do. Hong Kong and Heilongjiang is a mafia with a strict system model. It usually pays great attention to management. If a low-level person like Odasaka wants to see a cadre, he needs to make an appointment in advance. Sometimes he can only see the cadre he wants to see after a month. Not to mention want to see the leader. The year-end party is to break this system, whether it is a high-end horse like Nara who follows Osamu Dazai or Oda Seiku, everyone can get together to eat and drink. Morihōgai took the entire izakaya with great pride, just to let them relax for such a night, and if they are drunk, they will have a day of rest the next day. Everyone was toasting each other noisily. Only a few people were sitting quietly like a chicken. Among them were the quiet like a chicken Nara and the quiet like a chicken Akutagawa Ryunashuk. The former is not to be mixed in, and I am afraid that I will get all my little secrets out when I am drunk. The latter is also a drink that is very poor, so I can only put orange juice in the glass. As for the saying that underage people can't drink, it's completely useless. Zhong Yuan Zhong also has a good drinker. As long as someone comes to toast him, he will hum and drink. Obviously, he was only 18 years old in more than 4 months. Drinking and hurting his body may also be one of the reasons for his lack of height. Thinking of this, Nara suddenly stopped. She felt that she could no longer use this talk to hurt the other's heart. After all, the child still had to face, and she could pretend to be nonchalant to sell the other party's increased insoles. Not much, 5 centimeters will do. Moreover, Nara found that the personnel in the Central Plains were very similar to the captains. They were both strong and very good to their subordinates. The most terrible thing was that both of them were 1.6 meters tall. After the new rain in the empty mountain, the commander and Hongai are 1.6 meters. This terrible thought suddenly popped up in his mind, and Nara reached out his hand and touched the back of his neck. It's a bit cold. After observing Nakahara Nikaya, the next step is Osamu Dazai, who is still 6 months and 18 years old. This guy is also drinking 1 bite at a time. For some reason, she always feels that seeing the other party drinking, she has something in her mind. A large number of pinro clothes floated over. Because Osamu Dazai and Nakahara Nikaya were sitting in the same direction, she stared so hard that Akutagawa completely misunderstood that she was looking at Osamu Dazai, so the whole person was a little reluctant. "Why are you approaching Mr. Dazai? What?" For a moment, she thought her intention was exposed, but after seeing the hostile eyes of Akutagawa Ryunashuk, she felt that she should be different from what she thought. "What is Akutagawa-kun talking about?" "You, ahem." Akutagawa Ryunashuk was originally in poor health. If Haru Dazai is described as slender, then this young boy is completely skinny with a skeleton left. He often coughs, and every cough can kill him. Seeing the boy coughing endlessly with his hand covering his mouth, Nara was very afraid that this guy would definitely cough and cough as long as he coughed with his handkerchief just like the one on TV. "I am more worried that Mr. Dazai will mix up all the wine and succeed in suicide in the drunken dream." Cough. At this time, Akutagawa Ryunashuk stopped looking at Nara in shock when he was half coughing, and then the two turned their heads to look at Dazai, who was not far behind, and found that the other party was starting to feel happy just like Nara said. Put various types of wine into the wine glass. Liquor, beer, red wine, and even fruit wine were poured in, which made Akutagawa Ryunashuk directly blow up. Nara was already sitting opposite Dazai before he rushed over. She completely forgot what her mission was. Mr. Dazai, drinking this kind of alcohol mixed with many kinds of wine can easily cause discomfort. The most serious need to go to the hospital for gastric lavage, which is very painful. Hey! Hearing Nara's words, Osamu Dazai had a meal with his hand holding the cup, and taking advantage of his stunned few seconds, Akutagawa Ryunashuk had already sucked out the wine in the cup in Dazai's hand. Then he slapped directly on the table. Probably I have never seen a person who poured a glass like this. Nara and Osamu Dazai looked at each other with a slumped Akutagawa Ryunashuk on the table. Nara-chan, do you think this is drunk or poisoned? I think it's probably the former. So a cup of Akutagawa Ryunashuk was dragged to the corner of the room, and Osamu Dazai mischievously put a white handkerchief on the boy's face. Nara looked dumbfounded. So what is this guy doing? After finally solving this problem, I didn't expect another problem to happen again. I said before that Zhong Yuan Zhong also had a good drink. It would be very interesting for anyone to toast. He has many subordinates, and there are so many people in Hong Kong and Heilongjiang, one person. There is a certain amount of toast, so it directly causes the other party to get drunk. Zhongai Yuanzong also had a poor taste in wine. Seeing that the other party was already standing on the chair and raising the bottle, Nara instantly thought that the other party wanted to hit someone, and Dazai Osamu, who just wanted to rush to the side, stopped her. Wait a minute, let you see something interesting. What? It's hard to see the scene of Zhongai Yuanzong also being drunk and crazy. Osamu Dazai even took out his mobile phone and prepared to shoot a small video. Seeing the person next to him look dumbfounded and unresponsive, Osamu Dazai stretched out his hand very vigorously and patted her. Get out of your phone. Oh. Nara took out her phone, picked a direction, turned on the camera and started recording. She was following the trend. Really, she didn't intend to record. Standing on the stool, Zhong Yuan Zhong also held a wine bottle in front of his mouth, and made a gesture that he was about to speak with a microphone in his hand, and his subordinates wanted to pull him off, but it was completely useless. At this time, everyone was actually drinking fragments, so the group of people underneath were clamoring about something. Nara can be said to be constantly stunned. I didn't expect the year-end party in the TV series to be like this. Yokohama's #1 singer. I want to sing a song for everyone. Good. For that Yokohama #1 diva, Nara was so scared that the phone almost fell from her hand. Who can tell her what happened? Ha 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 ha. Osamu Dazai smiled so much that he felt like he was going to die in every minute, but the people around him didn't feel any strangeness. Even looking around, only they were taking pictures with their phones. Very good. She already knows what this video is used for, probably Dazai Osamu used to make fun of Chiuya Nakahara. No, she is a good person, she can't be like this, so she will feel condemned to Zhongai Yuanzong. Thinking that she was going to put her phone away, but still recorded the chorus of the whole song, the guy with such a high pitch didn't even break the sound. Nara thought this guy was really amazing. Originally thought Zhong Yuan's Honggai's drunken madness should have ended at this time, but unexpectedly it was far from over. He jumped down and started searching for Osamu Dazai all over the world. Mr. Dazai, I don't know if it is my illusion. I always feel that if you are caught by Mr. Nakaya, you may be beaten violently. It's a coincidence, I think so too. Dazai Osamu. Where are you? Zhongai Yuanzong is getting closer. Osamu Dazai. After looking wildly for a headless fly, he finally found his #1 enemy. Nara scratched his head like a monkey. In the end, he felt that he had to subdue the first drunken singer first. Just the other party's current posture. If the supernatural powers are really activated, it is very likely that they won't even think about playing this year-end party. Mr. Nakaya, the leader just said that I want to find you. Do you want to go back to the room and wait for him? Maybe he wants to give you a task. The leader is waiting for me in the room. Yep. Nara always thinks something is weird. Did Zhong Yu and Zhong also misunderstood what she meant, what is meant by the leader waiting for him in the room? Wow, it's really exciting. Osamu Dazai had to add fuel and vinegar, which caused Songhai Yuanzong to almost run away. In the end, he could only fill him with a bottle of wine and successfully reached the critical point of lethargy. Dragging Nakahara to the side of Akutagawa Ryunashuk, Osamu Dazai once again put a white handkerchief on this guy's face, and deliberately took a photo with such a partner. Seeing the other party tossing so hard, Nara was very thankful that he was not drunk, otherwise Osamu Dazai might have made him the same. The people in the entire box of the izakaya are in a fragmented state. Sister Hong Yi sits on the side and sips the wine, but now her face is only slightly red. Seeing Nara, who is standing alone, weak and helpless, she looks down. The other party beckoned to let the little girl pass. It feels that the big sister wants to use her life experience and age to teach her a lesson. After all, the 21-year-old has rich life experience and knows a lot better than this 20-year-old girl who just came from the countryside like nothing. Nara opened his mouth, and finally sat beside him obediently. How can she tell the other party that she has more than 4,000 things? Sister Hong Yi, I think it's good to let Nara-chan tell you about her experience. Mr. Dazai, shut up. It's not long since Hong Kong, and hey, think about Odasaku, the handsome Odasaku, 1551. Thank you for the little angel who voted for me or irrigated the nutrient solution. Thank you for the little angel who cast landmine, Zayaju, Cheo Kayamomu, you done, Aki Squirrel 1. Thanks to the little angel who irrigated nutrient solution. Thank you very much for your support, I will continue to work hard. Chapter 41, Physical Waste. The year-end party lasted until the next morning, and everyone who drank the fragments lay on the tatami in the private room. Due to the large number of men, the snoring noises of the entire izakaya can be said to be one after another, like the croaking of frogs in a summer pond. Nara always feels incompatible with other people due to different genders. Nara sat in the corner with her knees on her knees, and Nakahara Nakaya and Akutagawa Ryunashuk, whose faces were covered with white handkerchiefs, were scattered beside her. As for Osamu Dazai, she was nestled next to her. Sitting on the ground, Nara looked around and found that she was the only one sober so far, and she was incompatible with the others again. Hey, these days are really bad. He, Sister Nara hasn't seen each other for a long time. Looking at the child with a two-color head in front of him, Nara twitched the corners of his mouth to try to make himself behave kindly. It must be no ordinary person to join Hong Kong and Hay at such a young age, especially since the pupils of this guy have two shapes. 1551. Mr. Ghost Lamp, are there so many weird people in this world? Nara can't remember when she met this little guy. She just heard that an 8-year-old child joined Hong Kong and Hay Longjiang a long time ago, and no one dared to mess with him. Slap. Looking at the other person holding the doll that doesn't look so cute but a little ugly, Nara didn't say anything, but he didn't expect Q to put his hand on her hand as if staring at herself. Yep. Nara was a little unsure, so he tilted his head and blinked, that. Sister Nara, let's play together. Regarding the other's smile, Nara only felt a little scalp numb. It is said that this guy's supernatural power can be regarded as a mental attack, but she is not a human being but a messenger of hell. This kind of mental attack should have no effect on her. Thinking of this, she curled up her lips and showed a kind smile. Then what game do you want to play? He. Q pressed his arm against Nara's hand fiercely. The next second the little guy's blood leaked out through his clothes. Let's play games together. Looking at the blade tied to his arm, Nara can be said to be confused. Playing what? Are two people pulling the blade faster than anyone else? Nara only knew that this guy's supernatural ability might be a mental attack, but he didn't know exactly how to attack her, but he saw that the other party had been holding the ugly doll, and thought it should have something to do with this doll. tearing. The whole doll was torn apart from the middle, and at the same time it made a weird and sharp scream. Nara grabbed the doll and threw it aside, just as handsome as Dazai's feet. Dazai Osamu, who was awakened by the call. Unknown Nara. Q, realizing that his supernatural ability is useless. Realizing that something was wrong, Nara blinked at Osamu Dazai on the side. What's the matter? Has his supernatural power been activated? It started. Don't you feel, Nara-chan? Feel? Am I going to be like the zombie in Plants vs. Zombies now? This mental attack power can be said to be a fart for Nara. Q is still waiting eagerly, knowing that he doesn't feel that he needs to hit the opponent intentionally. He, Sister Nara is really interesting. As soon as Osamu Dazai's voice fell, he launched human disqualification and would still squeeze the doll to death. It can be said that it was a wrong decision to let Q out and wander around. Mr. Dazai is really boring, I don't want to play with you. Q also has his own kind smile. He smiled at Dazai Osamu and then ran out of the room grinningly. Seeing this scene, Nara turned her head to look at Dazaiji, who was constipated. She ignored her obviously dark face as much as possible. What's the matter? This child can't be kept. How can it be? No, Nara felt that his guess should be correct. If this is the case, he might be dragged back by the ghost lamp. Well, I think too much. After Q's incident, the people who had collapsed on the ground had some signs of waking up, especially Zhong Yuan's Honggaya in the corner. When the first singer woke up, the whole person was a little confused. After all, there were some fragments of the drink last night. He only remembered that different people toasted to him, and did not remember what happened after that. Holding the white handkerchief on his face in his hand, he stared at it for a long time, probably recalling what happened to this handkerchief. The other party looks like this. Nara really can't bear to remind the other party about the Yokohama No. 1 diva, which is the time of a whole song, although she only recorded half of it. After all, this is also the dark history of the other party, and it seems a bit not good to show it in front of the other party. Although she thought so in her heart, Nara couldn't help but want to ask if she remembered something after the fragment. Zhongai Yuanzong also scratched his head with a dazed expression, and finally shook his head blankly. I don't remember anything, I just remember that I have been drinking. Oh, then, do you remember who Yokohama No. 1 diva is? Yokohama, the No. 1 singer? Who is that? It seems that the other party does not remember the song that pushed the year-end party directly to the climax last night, and only she and Osamu Dazai were recorded in this scene. As long as the two of them don't spread it, there should be nothing to ask. Nara thought very well, but when she looked back and saw Osamu Dazai transferred the video to Chuya, she felt that everything was irretrievable. 2. J. Cure. Really, she thinks that if it were not for Osamu Dazai to have this human disqualification blessing, he would probably die miserably. How could he compare with Yokohama's No. 1 Zhong Yuan Chu? Shuanghai is not only very consistent externally, but internally, Osamu Dazai has always played tricks on Chuya, and Chuya also wants to kill Osamu Dazai. Don't fight! Don't fight! Although Nara said that two people should not fight, not only the expression on the face, but also the tone of speech revealed a strange joy and excitement. If Zhong Yuan also missed and killed Osamu Dazai, then she can directly carry the other party back, without being forced to stand in front of the horse here. But the ideal is very beautiful and the reality is very beeping, and Zhongai Yuanzong is also very serious in his actions, which will only cause injury but not death. G. The year-end party was fought inside the double black and ended. The Hong Kong black still started to get busy. Near the end of the year, they need to put a lot of money in the small vault so that they can be prepared for the next year. Just when everyone was desperately completing the mission given by Moriya diplomatically, Osamu Dazai found the leader and brought up his idea to confine Q. Although this little guy is the youngest, he is just 8 years old this year, but his supernatural powers are too terrifying. If he continues to let him surf outside, it is likely to cause unnecessary harm, or even mass killings. His analysis was reasonable and well-founded. Morihōgai leaned his chin to think for a long time, and finally agreed to his proposal. At all costs, Q was locked in the basement of Hong Kong and Heilongjiang. Although the opponent is still an 8-year-old child, Osamu Dazai will not take it lightly. After discovering that Nara will not be controlled by the opponent, he decides to send the opponent out. Nara, who was stuffing sushi in her mouth, suddenly heard about such a thing, and felt that she was not good at all. This was really a good thing, and she pushed her all over her when she didn't think of anything bad. Then Mr. Dazai first tell me how Q's supernatural power was activated. At the year-end party that day, I hadn't understood what was going on and it was solved by you. Is that the baby's problem? If it's the doll, then she can directly burn all the others' dolls, so there is nothing terrifying. Mental attack? Oh, rubbish. No. Osamu Dazai discarded his previous irregularities and began to explain Q's supernatural ability with Nara very serious. This is why the other party had to hit her with his arm before activating the supernatural ability. The so-called let her hurt herself. Hey, this self-masochistic supernatural ability is really terrifying. If this is the case, it seems that she can't destroy the doll casually. Once the doll is destroyed, the person who has hurt Q will be cursed and attack indiscriminately. That's a little troublesome. Nara plays a very important role in Osamu Dazai's plan. She is currently the only person who will not be cursed by Q's supernatural power, and Osamu Dazai herself is the one who can nullify his supernatural power, so as long as before this little guy can react, subduing him and handing over the doll to Osamu Dazai, it can be said that everything is over. In fact, children have too many bad minds, especially those who are already very capable. It was Osamu Dazai and his men who carried out the task of the Q-seal in the confinement room. Nakahara Chiwiya was sent outside to perform the task at this time and couldn't come back, so Nara could only start to take the lead. At any rate, this guy is also a person who has experienced more than 4,000 years of wind and rain. This kind of thing is completely trivial. She is mainly to play the role of kidnapping children. As a result, she was cut directly before the abduction succeeded. Is she special? He, Sister Nara, many people here have hurt me. What? Since the year-end party, Q has been cherishing his doll, no one can touch it. It seems that he started planning at that time. Looking at the situation that was already clearly out of control, Nara decided to go back with the sword on his back and apologize for the ghost light. Because of her, there was a massacre inside Yokohama. Mr. Dazai. Why is this different from what you said? Tisk. Give me that doll. MMP. Do you treat me as a shield? Nara usually has a good temper, but when she is short of breath, she completely collapsed the character. If it weren't for Q's cute appearance, she can now burn each other in minutes. Wow! Controlling the karma fire, she threw Q into the air, the doll flew towards Dazai in a perfect parabola, and then the physique jumped up and wanted to catch it, but watched as the doll took off and opened. The window flew outside. Osamu Dazai. You are a trash body. Q, I'm sick, please put him away quickly, and the ghost lamp will drag people in the next chapter. Peaceful. Chapter 42, 4,000 Single Dogs. Nara never felt that the tacit understanding between herself and Osamu Dazai was so bad that she threw such a doll and didn't catch it. What's the point of that? It seems that I need to practice the game of throwing and catching the ball a lot in the future. Of course, these thoughts all appeared in her mind in an instant, and Nara had rushed over almost in an instant. She jumped out along the window and caught the doll that was still in the parabolic trajectory. All her behaviors are that the body is faster than the brain, and when she has already grasped the doll in her hand, she was still thinking about how Dazai's trash physique could improve. The final result of leaping and taking off out of the window was probably left in free fall, but she was grabbed by her left hand before she was in free fall. This is like slow motion in a TV series. From Nara's point of view, everything happens slowly. Whether it is jumping out and grabbing the doll, or Osamu Dazai grabbing his hand, everything is ridiculously slow. But when the other party grabbed him, time passed by as if back to normal. 4,000 plus pseudo-girls hung outside the window on the 16th floor crumbling, while Dazai Ji above was still clenching her teeth and holding her hand. Unexpectedly, Osamu Dazai grabbed her hand. Nara raised her head in astonishment, and then saw that there was a painful expression on Osamu Dazai's face. The window glass was shattered when the fight was too violent, and it is now broken. The glass has pierced his arm. With Osamu Dazai's ability, he could foresee many unexpected situations, but the only thing he didn't expect was that Nara's shooting skills were so poor that the doll bounced out of his hand in a different way, although he had expected Nara's rushing behavior. When he arrived, he also subconsciously wanted to catch the opponent, even he himself didn't know why. Since Dazai was facing his back, he didn't know what was happening behind him, but Nara's eyesight could be said to be very good. She could clearly see a man walking slowly behind Dazai with a dagger in his hand. Osamu Dazai! Release me! This is the first time Nara has called the other party's full name. At this time, he doesn't care about the distinction between subordinates and superiors. Let go of me, I can't die. Yes, I really can't die, even if I jump directly from the 16th floor, I won't die, and it's very likely that I won't be injured. But I didn't expect that the other party seemed to be unable to hear her, still holding her hand firmly. I don't. Behind. Someone behind is going to kill you. Are you stupid? With both hands occupied, Nara controlled karma to form a protective barrier beside Osamu Dazai, completely blocking outside attacks. Don't make a fuss, it's like what it looks like outside. If you die again, the ghost lamp will be able to punch my head in the stomach. Tucked the doll in her hand into Osamu Dazai's hands, Nara started a free fall, and if nothing happened, it would hit the ground in less than 5 seconds, but she surrounded her with karma fire and blocked her fall. Even karma surrounded her back to the 16th floor. Osamu Dazai, who had already activated his supernatural powers, can be said to have finally ended this internal killing. When Nara returned, he only found that blood was flowing here, and almost half of the people had fallen. It's over, she's really over now. She took out her mobile phone and started bombarding the infirmary frantically. She felt that one could save one, otherwise she might really separate her head and neck like a headless horseman. Squatting on the ground, Nara put her hand on everyone's carotid artery, trying to feel the pulsation from the carotid artery as much as possible. The result was that she was too naive, and almost no one was alive lying on the ground. There are at least dozens of people. He. Even if someone grabbed his arm and picked it up from the ground, Q did not show any other expressions, but fixedly stared at Nara and Dazai with two shaped pupils. When I was released, I almost looked. You guys have fun. No, I will never release you. So many people died after being released once. Nara felt that her little heart might not be able to bear the other party again, and today she had to run back to admit her mistake. She especially wanted to persuade this Q to be a person, otherwise it would be even worse if it fell into her hands when going to hell. When she thought of this, she showed a kind smile. There was nothing wrong with pushing everything on this little guy. The ghost lamp might not slap her head in her stomach. It's not wrong for her to pet human cubs, but it also depends on the cub's behavior. Even if Haru Dazai is usually a bit spicy, she is also very cute in her opinion, and there is also the only conscientious singer. They are all lovely children, but only the real 8-year-old child in front of her. She really does not want to describe it as cute. Following Osamu Dazai to seal Q in the confinement room, Nara didn't have much real feeling. In order to seal up this dangerous factor, he had to exchange blood in a river, which made people feel a bit annoying to think about it. Looking at the people inside, Nara felt panicked for a moment. She squatted slowly in front of the other person while no one else was paying attention, with an unexplained smile on her face. "You must not provoke me, otherwise, whether you are alive or dead, it will not be better." Q stared at her, the smile on his face disappeared little by little, but Osamu Dazai wandered over before he wanted to say something. "Nara-chan, what are you doing? We should go now." Nara blinked as if he was waking up from a big dream, and then quickly stood up. "Nothing, Mr. Dazai was cut from glass. I think it's better to bandage it. It's okay not to mention this." As soon as Osamu Dazai mentioned this, he raised his hand that was cut by the glass because he grabbed the opponent. His mouth was so puffed that he could hang a bottle, yet, it hurts so much. Looking at the swaying arm in front of him, Nara grabbed him and ran to the infirmary without saying a word. He borrowed a 50 ml syringe and many lidocaine from the doctor in the infirmary. "Come on, I'll give you." Injecting 50 ml of lidocaine subcutaneously will let you try the fun of Pikshu. By the way, it doesn't hurt. Would you like to try it? After seeing the thick needle of the 50 ml syringe, Osamu Dazai quickly stepped back and put his hands on his chest in a resistive move. "I don't want it." "Oh, why should I give you a blow?" After Nara said this, she felt that something was wrong. In the end, she could only force her to press the other person on the chair in front of the doctor, while she took a roll of bandage and prepared to go back to the room to wrap it around her body. Look like. Since the beginning of her heartbeat has been bouncing endlessly. In fact, she can't tell why she just feels like she's different from before. The task of sealing Q has been solved. All survivors who participated in this task can have a short vacation. During the vacation, she went directly back to find her bamboo horse and talk about her current situation. If she didn't guess wrong, it would have changed since Osamu Dazai pulled her from the window on the 16th floor. Both of them knew that Nara, as the messenger of hell, could not get hurt, but it was her. When she jumped out of the window, Osamu Dazai grabbed her, either someone else or Osamu Dazai. Now the pseudo-girl who was born with a single dog in 4000 is a bit awkward. When she closes her eyes, she can recall the scene when Osamu Dazai grabbed herself. Ah! Terrible. Ghost lamp. I think I may be sick. After getting off the wooden cart, Nara looked aggrieved and began to look for the ghost lamp. She felt that since she was a bamboo horse for 4000 years, the other party should be able to solve her problems, but she completely forgot that Q had just made trouble not long ago. However, the current is full of dead people who died because of this incident. This is really embarrassing. Seeing Master Yan Mo sitting on the chair was completely paralyzed, Nara felt very guilty in her heart, especially when she saw the ghost lamp standing aside looking at her kindly. She was not only guilty but also embarrassed. I really don't blame me for the incident this time. It's all about the kid named Q. We sealed him because we were afraid that his ability would not be controlled and more people would be harmed. In the end, I didn't expect it would become what it is now. A lot of people lined up in front of Master Yan Mo's table. Upon closer inspection, they were all old acquaintances. They had already become familiar with each other as Matsai under Osamu Dazai, and now they are a little embarrassed to meet each other. Nara-sama, why are you here too? Could it be that Lord Nara was also killed? Oh my god, so there are still good people in Hong Kong. Even though she has died, she is still concerned about her safety. Nara felt that she was almost unmoved and wanted to cry. No, 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 I'm the assistant officer of hell, and I'm responsible for the affairs of dead people like you. The dumbfounded black dead in Chien Gang. Nara's purpose in returning to this time was actually to ask Gui Lan if she was really sick, but working overtime made her so busy that she forgot about it. When she returned from to this world and saw Dazai Osamu again, she almost came close. Because of excitement, he slapped the opponent's face with a slap. Gee! This will not work. The ghost lamp with 4,000 years of friendship can no longer be counted. As long as she returns to hell, she will definitely let her work overtime. Now it seems that there is only Oda as an option. After all, this guy has rich life experience and is a good person. Have a good suggestion for her, right? Well, let's go to Oda to do it. Nara, who has lived for more than 4,000 years and was single for more than 4,000 years, left for the Western restaurant on the weekend and prepared to talk to Oda. In order to prevent Osamu Dazai from messing up, she deliberately did not tell the other party where she was going. After all, any employee could. They are all events that have weekend breaks. The hearse drifted to the entrance of the Western restaurant. Nara took a few deep breaths before finally opening the door and walking in. As soon as he entered, he saw that the person he was looking for was eating curry. "Oh Dasaku, I'm here to talk to you about life and ideals." Oh Dasaku just wanted to eat curry quietly. "Well, it's time to have a line of emotion. Thanks to the little angel who voted for me or irrigated the nutrient solution. Thanks to the little angel who irrigated nutrient solution. 2 bottles of tractor. Thank you very much for your support, I will continue to work hard." Chapter 43, Old Mother Care. The reason why Nara came to Odasaka was because she felt that the other party was too old among several people, and she had adopted several children. She should have rich experience in this area. As for Mr. Sakaguchi, that guy is probably a single dog. She really can't imagine that this guy will have a girlfriend, and it is even possible that he lives in a place where he is alone. "Oh Dasaku, I actually have a very important thing to ask you." Sitting next to the other party, Nara also asked for a plate of curry from the uncle. She was going to talk to each other while eating, so that it would be more popular. "What's up?" The other party rushed in such anxiously, Dasaku almost didn't throw out the spoon in his hand. After he finished the task, he realized that Osamu Dazai had put Q into the confinement room with his subordinates, and now the other party suddenly broke out like this. He thought there was something wrong again. Putting a sip of curry in his mouth, Nara was so spicy that he almost didn't cry on the spot. "Hey! It's so spicy!" After taking a sip of water, Nara finally came alive. "Actually, I haven't really experienced the love of my parents, so I ask you something about it. After all, you are the only one who can be a spiritual mentor by my side." Oh Dasaku has an illusion, he always feels that something seems to be crooked. Actually, that's how it should be said. If a girl and a boy are a little older, then after a period of time, this girl develops an unclear feeling for the boy and wants to treat him involuntarily. Don't want him to be hurt, do you think? Is this maternal love? More or less. Although Dasaku has turned 23 this year, he has only taken in a few orphans after being a single dog for many years. He doesn't understand the relationship between men and women very well. He thinks that the other party has a very good way. The age is different, and I'm particularly spoiled. This is probably the love of the old mother. Well, it would be easier if it was the care of the old mother, what I thought it was. The old Nara, who has lived for more than 4,000 years and has not bloomed flowers, thinks that he may be really old. When he saw a good-looking boy, he moved to become a mother-mom, so I have such an experience. It's really good. Ah, it seems that Dazai also regarded her as an elder, otherwise how could he suddenly reach out and grab her? Sure enough, the other party looks full of anger and often empties the wardrobe of the product, and his character is a bit spicy, but at least he is a good boy who cares for his elders Bushi. After all, in the eyes of mothers, their children are the best. Oda Seiku, you are really a good person, and it is the right choice to discuss this with you. No, in fact, I didn't play any role at all. I just affirmed your guess. After all, I really think your idea is correct. The Western restaurant owner who listened to the whole process. How can he pretend to inadvertently remind these two people that their topic has completely crooked the floor? This is not the old mother's hobby at all. Since Nara can't eat spicy food, she ate this plate of curry while crying, and at the end she had to drink a large glass of water. Wow, boss, your curry is really unforgettable for a lifetime. He took out a tissue and stroked his own snot. Daziji suddenly walked in from the door while the snot was bursting with tears. Oh, I didn't expect to see Nara sauce here. Really, Nara really didn't expect to see Osamu Dazai when she was blowing her nose. She subconsciously wanted to pay attention to her own image. After all, she is sitting on a chair with her legs up and looking like an uncle, with eyes hanging on her. With tears. In this image she met Osamu Dazai. Cough. She quickly reorganized her appearance, but just after finishing it, she suddenly thought of one thing: why is she an elder, why is she so nervous to see a junior? Cough, no need, really no need. Mr. Dazai also came to eat curry today? It's great. Would you like to try it? I think it's better to forget it. For the boss curry, Osamu Dazai has always been in a far-sighted and not scornful attitude. He does not have the taste of Odasaku, and he is really afraid that it will be too spicy to find his home. No one knows why Osamu Dazai appeared here suddenly, no one would know the reason if he didn't say it. Seeing that the other party just asked for a glass of juice and then sat quietly next to him, Nara felt a little weird. She reached out her hand and touched the position of her chest, and finally found out what was strange about her. Her heartbeat was very fast now, very fast. As a messenger of hell, human attacks will not have any effect on her, and even if she jumps off a building, she will not fall to death, but it does not mean that she has no heart or that she does not have a fast heartbeat. Yet, why does she have a fast heartbeat? If it is really the love of the old mother, why does she have a fast heartbeat? After taking a few deep breaths, she finally slowed down, and her heartbeat returned to within the normal range. Well, Odasaku is a bit unreliable. It seems that she needs to talk to Mr. Sakaguchi, who looks like a lonely family. Miss Hongyi can also be a backup candidate. I'm here to see a few children. Isn't that the same for Mr. Dazai? Just like a trick, Nara took out the gifts for the children from his pocket. Each gift was packaged so beautifully that he took it out after preparing carefully. Osamu Dazai, who brought only a person. I came with my own concern. Oh, who believes it? Odasaku adopted a total of 5 orphans. Now the eldest Kasuke is approaching school. Nara has never been able to resist human cubs. Of course, the queue can be ruled out, so she wants to discuss with the other party about sending the children. For school matters, if Odasaku's salary is not enough, she can help subsidize some. In fact, I also have plans to let Seungsuk go to school. He will go to elementary school soon after he is the oldest. If you want to go to school, I think it's best to send it to Tokyo. After all, Odasaku, as a member of the Hong Kong and Black Army, if you are targeted, it is very likely that these children will be your weakness. In fact, Nara just reminded the other party that she thought it was safer to send a few children away, but she really didn't expect that her words would become a reality in the near future, so she put it on her back again. A flag fluttering in the wind. It was supposed to be a more pleasant weekend, but a call from the leader made Osamu Dazai return to the headquarters to accept the task. Nara was still going out to give the child a gift. After noticing that the other person was looking at her, she was holding it. After a while, he sighed and followed the other person. I will see some children in a few days. Odasaku will ask you to help bring them gifts. Then I will thank you for them. Oh, you are welcome. Walking out of the Western restaurant, Nara looked up and saw Osamu Dazai standing not far away waiting for her. After seeing her walk out, there was an unexplained smile on her face. Nara-chan seems to like small child. In fact, it would be better to say that I am not malicious to everyone. Although I am a messenger, I like it as long as it is cute and cute. Stop it, you must not make any cute expressions. Seeing the other party slowly transitioning from that subtle expression to a state of gleaming eyes, Nara first interrupted the other party's actions. She was afraid that the other party was too cute and she couldn't control it. After all, if an old mother sees her lovely son, she can't help but hug him, but just imagine that she hugs Osamu Dazai. Forget it, really forget it, that picture is too beautiful. After Q was locked in the confinement room, I felt that the whole Hong Kong and Heilongjiang were much peaceful, but it was like the tranquility before the storm. Now that the leader is so anxious to let Dazai return to the headquarters, there must be something big. But that was the chief's office. Even Nara, who was a high-ranking horse, couldn't enter casually. She could only wait outside anxiously. When I entered, Osamu Dazai went in alone, but when I came out, Osamu Dazai and Nakaya came out together. Looking at the middle school who was walking next to him, wearing a hat and his height, Nara blinked. It turns out that Mr. Nakaya is there. How do you feel now? You drank too much alcohol during the year-end party. Can't stop it, please pay more attention next time. What she said is right. This guy's wine is really bad. As long as he gets drunk, he will directly incarnate as the #1 singer in Yokohama and start singing. Ask who can stand it, even if Osamu Dazai can stand her. No, it's okay to watch it a few times, but if you watch it too much, it will become visual pollution. Recalling the unfriendly memory, Zhong Yi's face turned black in an instant. If he hadn't had a task, he could now show Dazai Osamu on the spot what is called a flower and why is it so red? He used the video on the other party's phone. Many methods have not been successfully deleted once. Don't think that you can easily delete those videos, even if I don't have them here, there is still another angle in Nara-chan's phone. Damn it! Is this really sold to her? Although knowing that he wouldn't really do it, Nara still turned his head and ran back in an instant. My own child is so bearish, she is so bearish. Of course the other party ran away quickly. After running a few steps, she suddenly stopped again, and cautiously turned her head to look at the two people behind her. So what's the mission this time? Firefight. Damn it, something big is going to happen. 2 hours later, Nara was once again dragged back to by the ghost lamp, and gave her a document that was about half a person tall, and then showed her a very kind smile. Today, all these things must be sorted out, otherwise I will hit you. I was wrong, I was really wrong. The pseudo-girl almost really cried bitterly with the legs of the ghost lamp, but when she lifted up her sleeves, she suddenly thought of something. She raised her head and looked at the other party, and there was something wrong with her eyes. No, I think ghost lamp you the caring for me like an old father. How does it feel different from the caring I cared for Osamu Dazai's old mother? Nara, let's have a snack, really, the ghost lamp will break her old mother's thoughts back to thank the little angel who voted for me or irrigated the nutrient solution. Thanks to the little angel who irrigated nutrient solution. 1 bottle of meat kangaroo. Thank you very much for your support, I will continue to work hard. Chapter 44, Something is Wrong. A person as clever as Gui Deng fell into deep thought for Nara's words that he didn't know where it came from. He thought for a few seconds and still didn't understand what the other party meant. He frowned slightly and looked at the girl who was smiling like a flower in front of him, vaguely feeling that something was wrong. Putting the documents in his hand on the table, Gui Lan looked up and down at Nara with some seriousness. Why do you care for Osamu Dazai as an old mother? Counting the days, this guy has been in the world for more than half a year, and it seems that half a year has caused a qualitative change in the other party. After all, the two have known each other for more than 4,000 years, but the 4,000 years of ups and downs have gone through together. He has to face each other no matter what, and if something strange happens, he must be strangled in the cradle in time. Compared with Oda Seiku, the experience of the ghost lamp is much richer, and it can even be said to be a bit too rich. Obviously his age is a bit older than the other party. But Nara didn't say anything about this kind of thing. Since his old bamboo horse was willing to listen to her to have a good chat, he quickly took advantage of this time to have a long-lost talk with the other party. Hurry up! Let me tell you that Osamu Dazai is super cute. Next, Nara's words can be summarized as a key point. Although Osamu Dazai always likes to wear pin-like clothes and is very spicy in character, he is very cute. Very cute. Very cute. Do you think you are the love of your old mother? Guilan looked at the person in front of him with a beeping dog expression, and then pointed his finger at the Zashiki boy who ran endlessly beside them. Ha 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 ha, do you think those two children are cute? To them is also the love of the old mother. The two Zashiki boys are indeed very cute. The two small ones can be said to be very cute at Nara's cute spots. After seeing the two little guys, she nodded cutely. It's cute. But it doesn't feel like Osamu Dazai. The feeling is strong. It may be that the two little guys are not so different from me in age, so there is no such a big difference. Ghost Lantern really doesn't want to say any more. Ha 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 ha. The two little guys suddenly ran over with their doll-like laughter, standing on the top of Nara's head and starting to dangle, and the two little guys were there blinking big, emotionless eyes. Ha ha ha, I always feel like listening to it makes my scalp numb. You like him? That's right, you like him. It's not the old mother's kind, it's love. Ah, the old Nara cow has eaten tender grass. One son and two sons have always been very straightforward. They don't know what is meant to be circumstantial. They always say what they think of. After seeing Nara's problems, they hit the nail on the head. Compared with Nara, who stayed in all year round and had no contact with the world, Zashiki, who has been mingling with various families, is really an old fritters, even though he looks only as old as a 5-year-old. No 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 no. This is absolutely impossible. Ghost Lamp, tell me this is absolutely impossible. Nara was in a state of horror. She quickly stood up and walked around the table again and again, wondering how she could have fallen in love with someone who hasn't been in love for more than 4,000 years. A child who is not as old as her? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. To say that the character guy is not as good as a ghost lamp, how could I like him? Finding that he was innocent shot by the ghost lamp, he immediately showed a kind smile, which made Nara change his mouth instantly. No, I mean that you should use the ghost lamp as a benchmark to find a boyfriend. No way, how could I like people with this kind of personality? Because she is in the eyes of the lover. That's right, although Nara, you don't admit it, but you already put him very high in your heart. Kazuko and Tuko kept talking about poking a knife in Nara's heart, and she was still there, like swinging on a swing, saying that Nara now wants to get into the time machine every minute to go back in time. Distance. Suddenly I want to see that Dazai Osamu. Ah, I really want to see it. Then go and see. Let's go. After talking about the above dialogue, one son and two sons rushed out with a squeaky sound. The weird ha 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 is still hanging on her mouth. Nara feels that she may not be able to work overtime here. She needs to make those two seem to be causing trouble. The guy pulled over. Lord Ghost Lamp, I'll go first, I'll leave it to you here. In the current situation, Guilan felt that if Nara and Zashiki Doko were allowed to go out together, it might cause trouble, so he quickly arranged the next work and then went to the world with him. It is about arranging the work. In fact, it means that all the work that originally belonged to Lord Yan Emo was given to the other party. Master Yan Emo, who feels innocent, is implicated. He can now cry to them on the spot. Existences like Zashiki Doko are generally invisible to adults in this world, only pure children can see them. There is nothing wrong, only children can see it. Being said by one son and two sons, really, for Nara, it can be said that the beauty is in the eyes of the lover. Although she herself admits that Osamu Dazai would wear pinru clothes sometimes, and his character is still a bit spicy, but after this she actually fell in love with each other after getting along for more than half a year, perhaps because she liked it imperceptibly. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that she feels that Osamu Dazai, who is under 18, is also a child. Fearing that the two Zashiki boys frightened each other, she can be said to be busy running from back to the world, only to find that one child and two children are sitting happily on Dazai's shoulders, still shaking their again and again. Own short legs. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Nara suddenly appear, Osamu Dazai's mouth curled up again. Nara-chan, my shoulders suddenly became so heavy. Well, can it be heavy? Now the two Zashiki boys are sitting there on their shoulders, and it will feel very heavy on anyone's body. Although the dog was beeping in his heart, Nara's appearance could be said to have kept his face unchanged. Maybe Mr. Dazai twisted his shoulder when he slept last night, or he accidentally twisted it when he was in a fight. It's no big deal. Do not. What she wanted to say was no big deal, but seeing that the two Zashiki boys had begun to perform gymnastic-style difficult movements on Dazai's shoulders and head, Nara almost couldn't control his facial expressions. This is so scary. Okay. If Mr. Dazai really twists his neck, I can lend you my medicine oil for bruises. While talking about Nara, she kept rumbling through her backpack. In order to conceal that she would not be injured, she specially equipped her with bandages and medicated oil for traumatic injuries. Handing the bottle to the other party, she chose an angle that the other party could not see or gesticulated frantically with the two Zashiki boys. Hurry down! Come down quickly! Regarding her gestures, one son and two sons were still jumping around as if they hadn't heard them. Hey, it turns out that Osamu Dazai has grown up like this, he looks pretty good. From this aspect, it can be inferred that the other woman's relationship is very good. Nara, you may have to face many rivals next. The words of these two little guys can be said to be irritating every time. In the end, Nara rolled his eyes and didn't want to say anything. Really, it feels like everything is going to happen. As for whether she likes Osamu Dazai or not, she really needs to look into it. Although Doko Zashiki said so and the ghost light also acquiesced in this possibility, she still feels that all this is wrong. It depends on her. Forget it, if you two want to play here, let's play. Anyway, there are not many children in Hong Kong and Heilongjiang now. The youngest Q has been taken into the confinement room. As for the little girl who has been following the leader, there is usually no big problem as long as the leader can't come. These two guys can wave, they can wave casually. Just when Nara had been fighting with Zajido for several rounds, Osamu Dazai looked curiously studying the medicinal oil that the other party handed him, saying that it was the first time he saw this kind of packaged medicine. It's like the bottles used to hold potions in the wizarding world. Looking at him, he suddenly realized that there was another person beside him. After the smile on his face disappeared quickly, he looked at the person who suddenly appeared beside him coldly, and found that it was the person who often came to drag Nara away. This time the other person. It was obvious that it was directed at myself. At yourself. Are you here to take me to hell? Do not. The ghost lamp answered very cheerfully, and there was a very impatient expression on his face. The two shaking s just met, always feeling that their consciousnesses started to collide in the air. Nara looked dumbfounded. Why did you come, Mr. Ghost Lamp? I'm going to wait until the 1 and 2 sons are finished playing and send them back. No, I think it is necessary for me as my mother's family to check it out. Although he didn't want to admit this identity, now King Mei, who has been a childhood sweetheart for so many years, suddenly has someone he likes. He must come and inspect him. In the next period of time, Zashiki Doko can follow him. Regarding the ghost lamp, Nara looked dumbfounded. What is the maiden family? How could this be nonsense in front of her? Hey? What kind of mother? What kind of investigation? Osamu Dazai frowned slightly and looked at Nara in front of him, but his action caused him to quickly cover his face and turn over. Nara sauce. No, is there something strange on his face? How did you see him become like this? It's okay, Just now I was moved by the maiden family of Mr. Guideng, so some of them cried out of control. I'm afraid it's not because of him. The other party has been talking about this topic for a short while, so how could it be that he suddenly reacted to it now? Thinking of this, Dazai Osamu's brow furrowed a little deeper. Nara-chan, I found something wrong with you recently. Gee. One sun and two sun gods assist. Thanks to the little angel who voted for me or irrigated the nutrient solution. Thanks to the little angel who cast landmine, one lime candy. Thanks to the little angel who irrigated nutrient solution. 5 bottles of hungry 2 fat guys. Thank you very much for your support, I will continue to work hard. Chapter 45, Non-Human. After listening to Osamu Dazai's words, Nara felt that the other party might have known something. Ah, no, it's not that you might know something, but you must know something. He is definitely teasing her. When she thought of this, she couldn't wait to pull her hair down, it was too bald. After being reminded by one son and 2 sons, she understood a little bit about her feelings for Osamu Dazai. In fact, she said that she liked it and she just had a good feeling, but she didn't expect that the good feeling would be discovered by the other party as soon as it appeared. Gee. The current situation can be said to be very unfavorable for her. No, it should be said that the person who spoke first on the emotional side can be said to have been at a disadvantage. Well, it's not wrong, she just has a good impression of the other party now, and she hasn't risen to like it. If she can, she will not admit her true inner thoughts. Face it after all. The ghost lantern had been watching silently for a while, frowning and suddenly realized that it was a bit difficult. In the past, 2 people dealt with things together in hell. The other person worked in an orderly and extremely responsible person, and did not notice this problem, but when she really lived in this world for a period of time, this drawback slowly emerged. He dragged Nara aside and was ready to talk about it with the other person, and wanted to ask this guy if he realized where the problem was. For 4,000 years, you have been protected in with too little contact with reality, which has caused your IQ and EQ to plummet. The ghost lamp behind her mercilessly stabbed Nara's sore spot, and almost didn't let her spew out a mouthful of old blood. She was indeed derailed from reality for too long, causing many things to fail to keep up with the trend, especially in the face of the original, the very clever Osamu Dazai. If it's 4,000 years, I can definitely crush him, and it can even be said that crushing you is not a problem. At this point, Nara sighed, the expression on his face called a disappointment, and even shook his head regretfully. For so many years, my strength value is getting higher and higher, but my mind is getting worse and worse. It feels too far away from when we first met. Nara's age is actually a bit older than Guilan. She already existed in this world when Guilan was a child, but... Hey, I'm suddenly a little curious about Nara-chan's past, and you didn't even take me with you when you recalled the past. Osamu Dazai puffed up his cheeks, completely puffed up. As he looks now, he looks like snapdragons. Every time he sees his puffed face, Nara wants to poke his hand. Nara's index finger has been stretched out, but he stopped when he was about to touch Osamu Dazai's face. Oh, after all, I am really too old. Mr. Dazai must be reluctant to listen to such a long story. Since her cautious thoughts have been seen by the other party, Nara didn't really want to get too close to this guy at this time. She was afraid that her heart rate would be pulled back to directly by the ghost lamp, so she moved aside. If Mr. Dazai lived as long as I did with ghost lamp, there will probably be many different stories. Tisk. Nara clearly saw the corners of Osamu Dazai's mouth drooping, and he squeaked. Gee. First, she looked at Osamu Dazai with an unbelievable expression, and then turned her head again to look at the ghost lamp on the other side like a child returning home to file a complaint. Ghost lamp. Look at him. He tut me. Regarding Nara's accusation, Guilan chose to completely ignore it. Oh, since there is nothing wrong, then I will go back and continue to organize the files. I am really worried about leaving all the work to Master Yan Mo alone. As the first assistant officer of Hell, the ghost lamp can be said to be responsible. He turned towards the remote corner, ready to open the ghost door and return to Hell, but after a few steps, he stopped and turned his head to look at Nara behind him. That has been a bit saturated recently. Area death event. Ha! Don't worry, I will definitely finish the task. Without knowing it, Nara planted a bigger flag on herself again. Without the ability to predict, she had no idea what would happen next. Take care of those two guys. Okay. Since Zashiki wants to play in Hong Kong for a while, let them play well. Anyway, as long as there are these two little guys, business is generally prosperous. No, the prosperous business of Mafia does not seem to be the same concept as ordinary shops. Wouldn't it be crazy to export all kinds of talents to Hell? After sending off the ghost light, Nara turned her head to look at Dazai Osamu behind him and the two Zashiki boys on his shoulders. No, in fact, her focus was on those two Zashiki boys. She was very afraid that the other party would make Hong Kong black crazy. Output, so I have made plans to persuade the two little guys to go back to Hell. But what I didn't expect was that after turning his head, he found that Osamu Dazai's expression suddenly became very serious, and the kite-colored eyes stared at her firmly. Haha, Mr. Dazai, what's the matter with you? If there is nothing wrong, then I will leave first. The other party's serious expression, she had only seen this guy show up when facing the enemy, but now this one has no enemies and no outsiders. Why does he become like this? Although he is 4,000 years old and his strength is good, Nara sometimes feels that he should follow his heart or his heart. Turning his head and walking in one direction, a person's arm appeared in front of his eyes in the next second. She turned and walked in the other direction, and the result was the same. So who can tell her what Dazai Osamu is thinking at this moment, even if she is very old now, but it does not mean that she can see what the other party is thinking in an instant, especially if this guy wants to pretend to be this way. Well, it's hard to find any flaws. Just when the two of them were in a stalemate, Zhong Yuan Zhong also suddenly walked out of the elevator. After seeing the two of them, he was taken aback for a moment. Then he stretched out his finger and pointed at Osamu Dazai. Dazai, that on your shoulder, what's the matter with the two little children? ×2. Nara and Osamu Dazai looked dumbfounded, while the two Zashiki boys on Osamu Dazai's shoulders looked shocked. The main reason is that no one in this world can see them except children. The two little guys jumped off Dazai Osamu's shoulders, one left and the other hugged Nara's thigh, looking at the opposite Nakahara Nikaya with vigilant eyes. Although there is no hostility, it is also full of guard. After the two little guys jumped down, Osamu Dazai only felt that his shoulders were a lot easier. He stretched out his hand and rubbed his shoulders with a dazed expression, and then looked down. Children? Are you kidding me too? Or did you just drank too much? Tisk. You can't even see the two children that are so old. Do you have mackerel eyes? Now the two children are already holding Nara's thighs. Osamu Dazai frowned slightly and lowered his head to look at Nara's legs, but he saw nothing other than that he felt a little straight. What other things seem to come from hell? Thinking of this, he deliberately made a frightened look and looked at Songaya's Hongaya on the opposite side. Oh my god, Songaya! We haven't seen the so-called two children. How can you seize Hongaya? Could it be that are you entangled by ghosts? Having said this, he blinked at Nara, who was still stunned by him. You said it was Nara-chan. Yab. Hearing what she said, Nara only nodded with a subtle expression. At first, she only regarded Songai Yuanzong as a human with supernatural powers. It seemed that the facts were not what she thought. After thinking about it, she finally opened her mouth carefully to the other party. Mr. Nikaya, in fact, I want to ask you something in particular. What's the matter? Mr. Nikaya, are you sure you will be celebrating your 18th birthday in 2 months, not 8? What? At this moment, even the first polite singer couldn't bear this weird problem, and could only utter such a single syllable with a dazed expression. What I mean is actually very simple, that is, Mr. Nikaya, are you still under 10 years old? Ha 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 ha. Songai Yuanzong hasn't had any other reactions yet. Osamu Dazai on the side can be said to have given a frantic smile. Every time he sees Songai Yuanzong also deflated, he is so happy that he can't wait to fly down. Nara-chan, do you want to talk about this from the head of this guy? Seeing that Nakahara's face was already turning black, Nara was so frightened that he hurriedly waved his hand. I am not. I don't. Don't talk nonsense. Mr. Dazai, you are instigating the relationship between me and Mr. Nikaya. This is not conducive to the peaceful development of Hong Kong and Heilongjiang. At this time, Nara's mind turned abnormally fast, and she quickly dumped the matter to Osamu Dazai. If Nakahara becomes angry for a while, it is not her responsibility at all. However, if the other party is really 18 years old, why can I still see Zashiki Doko? This is indeed a question that needs to be investigated. Thinking of this, she slightly frowned and walked a few steps towards the other party. In order to make herself see clearly, she deliberately reached out and rubbed her eyes, then rubbed again. In the past, she could seize Honggai's side has been lingering with a black smoke. She originally thought it was the other party's supernatural ability. After all, it is indeed a great strangeness to easily kick Newton's coffin board directly into pieces. Ability. But now she found that the facts were not what she thought. Damn it! She ran up to Dazai Osamu with a serious face, with two Zashiki boys still hanging on her legs, but even this could not stop her determination to run towards Dazai Osamu. After taking a glance at Chuya, she cautiously approached Dazai's ear and muttered a few words in a voice that only two people could hear. Hey, why isn't he a human? Hey? Nara-chan can even see this? Can you explain to me what is going on with the two kids? No, is there any necessary connection between the two? Well, what is also used in the comics setting, the ability itself. Give red envelopes to 20 friends today. Thanks to the little angel who voted for me or irrigated the nutrient solution. Thank you for the little angel who cast grenade, 1 Huawa. Thanks to the little angel who irrigated nutrient solution. 10 bottles of cold tea for people walking, 1 bottle of meat kangaroo. Thank you very much for your support, I will continue to work hard. Chapter 46, 2 Kids. Regarding the fact that her IQ and EQ have been reduced to varying degrees, Nara did not want to say anything more. She felt that the ghost lamp was indeed reasonable. As it is now, she really doesn't understand whether Hongai Yuanzong is not a human being and whether or not there is a leg ornament on her legs. If it was the previous Nara, she would probably do it directly instead of forcing it. After so many years, she had already developed a wonderful eloquence, but the problem of Dazai Osa made her do not know how to say. I'll explain this to you later. Now I'm a little panicked because there was a big hole in my eyes. This is really a big loophole. After all, it is related to whether Hongai Yuanzong will go to after he died. If she can't go to hell, then she will definitely cry for losing a right-hand man. When she thinks of worrying, her hair will be pulled off, so she stepped forward and took Zhong Yuan's Honggai's hand, and in the other's unknown eyes, she began to tell her blessings to the other party. Mr. Honggaya, we will overcome it. You must not die before that trouble. What? Nothing, this is my sincere blessing to you. This is indeed a very difficult problem to overcome. She doesn't even know what Central Plains is not a human being. Are the animals refined? Then, the vixen? Dog spirit? Cat spirit? In an instant Nara could think of all short-legged animals, such as corgi. As far as Zhong Yuan's Honggaya is, it is impossible for her to think that the kind of long-legged animals will become sperm. Centipede and spider spirits are impossible, absolutely impossible. Fortunately, Osamu Dazai and Nakahara Naka didn't know what she was thinking, otherwise the former might laugh into a fool, and the latter might be angry into a fool. Withdrawing his hand, Nara felt that he should find a reason to slip away now. As long as the two blacks of Hong Kong and Black get together, unless the leader issues the task, there will be no special circumstances when the two people perform the task, otherwise it is usual. At that time, it was completely Shura field. When I think of it, there is still something. Nara, why are you hanging two children on your lap? No, why is Zhongai Yuanzong still struggling with this issue? Nara was lost in thought. She was able to explain this issue with Osamu Dazai, but how to explain it to Nakahara became a big problem. At this time, she started scratching her ears and cheeks like a monkey, but neither Dazai Osamu behind her nor Zashiki-do on her leg meant to help. Ha 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 ha. The two guys even started to smile like a puppet again, and Nara had a headache. I have to say that Zashiki is a considerate boy. When he saw Nara and didn't know how to explain, the two of them let go of the hands holding each other's thighs and slid down and stood on the ground. The two big wet eyes kept staring at the young man of unknown age, but there was a strange laughter on his mouth. Then guess what we are? What are we that only you can see? Zhonggai's complexion became very bad in an instant. He only felt his scalp numb. If no one else can see it, only he can see. He didn't dare to think about it anymore, and he always felt that it might really be what he had guessed. Da-da-da-da. As if guessing what the other party was thinking, Zashiki suddenly ran towards him wearing small wooden clogs, and he made a weird laugh while running. Because of this sudden incident, Zhongai Yuanzong also took a step back in fright. I really didn't expect such a thing to happen. Nara almost didn't control the laugh, but after all, the person involved was at the scene, and she quickly turned to face Osamu Dazai, who was still out of shape. Puff ha 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 ha. Nothing, she really wanted to laugh. 2. Mr. Dazai. You. Puff ha ha. I can't help it anymore. Nara stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Osamu Dazai's eyes, and saw the two Zashiki boys who were trying hard to climb Nakahara Chiuya. Really, if he hadn't seen two children wearing kimonos, he would really think that this fellow Nakaya was ill and was dancing there. Thinking of this, he suddenly curled up his mouth and revealed a weird smile, and then immediately put on a very surprised expression on his face. What are you doing in Zhonggaya? Is there something on the ground, you want to jump up? While talking, he looked at the ground, showing a very confused and surprised look, making it as if only Zhong Yuanzhong could see Zashiki. Zhonggai, you said that you can see two children, so you did too many bad things, so you got retribution. Hey? Are you mackerel embarrassed to say me? Is it because you do a lot of bad things or I do a lot? Don't you have any ACD numbers in your heart? Regarding the accusation that Zhongai Yuanzong also jumped his feet, Osamu Dazai just spread his hands and made a very helpless action. Yes, yes, you are the only conscience of Hong Kong and Heilongjiang, but now it is you and not me that is entangled. In the beginning, the two of them were on your shoulders. Because of the anxiety that the voice of the first singer has broken, you must know that he found that his supernatural powers were completely useless on these two children. Ah 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 ah. Ha 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 ha. Ah ha ha ah ha ha ha. The two blacks are fighting each other, Osamu Dazai is watching the excitement, and Zhongai Yuanzong is also breaking down. Only Nara squatted in the corner and laughed and became a fool. Ha ha ha. It really doesn't work, Zhongai Yuanzong is too cute, she doesn't care whether the other party is a monster or an animal, but the other party's current reaction. Really, the intuitive feelings on the scene made her really unbearable to laugh, and Osamu Dazai's show operation has already removed Pinru's cabinet door. Excessive. It's too much. In the end, Zhongai Yuanzong was no different from a dead salted fish. He endured the two little guys and climbed on his shoulders and started swinging. It seemed that only he could see this, but... Nara, what did you just laugh at? His words caused Nara to shut up quickly. After raising her eyes to see Osamu Dazai, who was still in the play, she quickly entered the play. Mr. Nakaya, I heard that many people were killed by those who died after killing people. The ghosts of people kept up, gathering more and finally lined up behind them. Speaking of this, she also deliberately looked behind Zhong Yuan's Hongaya, but because people have blind spots in their eyes, they have not been able to see. Zhonggai Yuanzong also quickly turned his head and looked behind him. There was just an empty corridor. No, I'm not afraid at all. Cut, boring. Really boring. The two Zashiki boys climbed down after swinging for a while, and they ran to Nara, who was squatting, and took a turn. After finally coming to this world, we have to go outside for a while. Well, we will never run too far. Hearing this, Nara wished to roll his eyes, and since he said this, it proved that he would run too far. In order not to be found flaws by Zhonggai Yuanzong, she buried her face between her arms, and instructed the two Zashiki boys with a particularly small voice. Don't run too far, or I will complain to the ghost lamp. Tisk. ×2. The two Zashiki boys gave a very courageous tut and then ha 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 left. Zhonggai Yuanzong also let out a sigh of relief after seeing these two guys leave. He is not afraid of ghosts, he is really not afraid of ghosts, but suddenly these two guys are a little scary on whom. Even if this farce is completely over now, the farce that made Nara almost headless is finally over. As for the Zaisuke dojo now to observe life at someone's house, she doesn't want to worry about it. Oh, yes, now there is another thing that makes her bald. In fact, Zhonggai Yuanzong is the best person to send anyway, and Osamu Dazai is the one who can see through people thoroughly. Now that she has a good impression of the other person is probably already known by this guy, and the most important thing is that this person's character is likely to make some very irritating behaviors. So it's better to hide, the kind that hides as far as you can. After patted the dust that did not exist on her body, Nara stood up calmly. Since there is nothing to do, I will go back first. After all, there are still many things waiting for me to deal with. Although she is now under Osamu Dazai's, she has been baptized for more than half a year, but she is also a member of the horse, and there are many tasks posted every day, but compared with Oda Seiko's trivial things, the deal is fairly big. Let me see what I need to do today. When looking at the task list distributed by her hand, the expression on Nara's face became very subtle. She felt that this list must have been modified by Osamu Dazai. 1. Help Mr. Dazai buy the most delicious crabs. Crab? 2. Help Mr. Dazai buy the best wine. Liquor? 3. Help Mr. Dazai find the least painful way to commit suicide. Suicide method? 4. Help Mr. Dazai to drive away all the dogs within 1 kilometer around Mr. Dazai. Really, Nara felt that if she stopped not rising, she would be totally sorry for her 4,000-year-old age. Holding the folder angrily, she found Mr. Dazai mentioned above, who was sitting in a swivel chair and turning around foolishly. Ah! If it wasn't for the other person's good-looking face, Nara would really throw the documents in his hand directly on his face. Although there is no way for the other party to experience why the flowers are so red, she can let the other party experience why the leaves are so green. Mr. Dazai, can you explain why these 4 things I need to do today? Hey, this is of course the task set based on Nara-chan's usual performance. Wow, I think you are really capable of this matter, so I can safely leave these things to you. Hearing this, Nara twitched. Then should I be very grateful to Mr. Dazai for his trust in me now? Oh, don't be so polite for the two of us. You just need to explain to me about the 2 kids before. No, this thing is endless. Happy Children's Day everyone! In order to make you happy, I specially assigned a BGM to today's chapter. You can search for Nanazan my pen name on Weibo, and then go to my latest Weibo. Welcome to listen. Also, everyone can buy shares in the mail second. China is also a good friend, and the ghost lamp is a close friend. These two are completely excluded from thanking the little angels who voted for me or irrigated the nutrient solution. Thanks to the little angel who cast landmine, one small match for selling girls. Thanks to the little angel who irrigated nutrient solution. Shia 1 bottle. Thank you very much for your support, I will continue to work hard. Chapter 47, Impaired Re-evaluation. Zashiki's affairs are absolutely impossible. Nara said that she can buy some big crabs and come back for 2 people to eat and talk. Then she stretched out her hand towards the other party. Mr. Dazai, so please buy me money for crabs. Hey! Very good, she already knew that the other party had no money to give her. Really, Mr. Dazai, I feel that the boss's so much salary for you is in vain. I really don't know where you are using it. Do you want to keep your daughter-in-law as a dowry, or you want to marry out as a dowry? I can't figure it out. At this point, she curled her lips and waved her hand. Forget it, I'm going to buy crabs. Yokohama is also a coastal city anyway. Seafood food is cheaper than other cities. Just like now, she bought 6 big crabs. If they were placed in a normal place, the price would only be enough to buy 3 crabs. Now she is very lucky that she is in Yokohama, otherwise her salary is definitely not enough to pay the rent and then count her food expenses with Osamu Dazai. On the way back with 6 crabs, Nara is still thinking about her life. Is she too spoiled by Dazai Osamu? Not to mention that her current brain may not be able to transfer Dazai Osamu. Just say that she will try her best to satisfy the other party's various requirements. Oh, she was lost in thought again. Is this really good for each other, or really treating each other as a son? No, Nara really likes Osamu Dazai. Yes, I have a good impression. Nara twitched at the corner of her mouth when she looked at the Zashiki boy who suddenly appeared in front of her. Just now, she stopped when she was thinking about life on the road. She didn't realize that there was a well without a manhole cover less than 20 centimeters in front of her. And now these 2 Zashiki boys had 2 small heads emerging from this sinkhole, and they were staring at themselves with big eyes. Where have you been in these 2 days? We went to a Western restaurant. Yes, watching that uncle making a very spicy curry. I don't know why, Nara only thinks this strange setting sounds familiar. For example, when opening a Western restaurant, the owner is a fat uncle with a worried hairline, selling very spicy curry. Are there 5 children still living on the 2nd floor of that Western restaurant, among them 1 girl and 4 boys? Yes. Times 2. Very well, she already knows where these 2 guys have been recently. If this is the case, then she can ask them to stay in the Western restaurant and bring wealth to the Western restaurant. In this way, the living standards of the 5 children should also be improved. After thinking about her request for a few seconds, Zashiki Dazai agreed, but they still had an exchange condition, which was to help them stop when the ghost lamp asked them to go back. They haven't come to this world for some days, so they want to wait until they have had enough to go back. Okay. Nara agreed in one fell swoop. She liked the children a lot. If the living standards of the 5 children were better, she would actually be willing. Hey, Nara is really kind and good at talking. Yes, much better temper than Ghost Lamp. Oh, if the Ghost Lamp hears this, he will probably be so angry that he wants to hit someone. Nara bypassed the underground well and continued to carry crabs back to the temporary base of Osamu Dazai. There is a small kitchen that can occasionally improve the food for Osamu Dazai who is growing up. Nara opened the chattering box when a crab got off her belly. She first told Osamu Dazai about the Zashiki boy, but when she talked about it, she suddenly remembered one thing. She was so surprised that she almost dropped the crab in her hand on the table. Superior. Speaking of which, I came to Yokohama before and after the black ship incident. I was bored here for a while and then went to Italy, where I met Giotto, the founder of Pengli. Ah, I have to say that Giotto is really a good person. Although it is a bit white and black, at least it looks much better than Osamu Dazai. She had been in contact with each other for a long time, but she didn't find anything. The spark of, now I did not expect to directly carry this spicy chicken Dazai who is not yet 18 years old. Thinking of this, she especially wanted to reach out and touch her aching chest, but because she was still holding a crab in her hand, she could only sigh heavily. Giotto is really handsome, and he has a good personality and calm work. He is also the original founder of Pengli. Oh my god, what kind of fairy set is this? Thinking of this, she sighed again. Nara-chan really knows a lot of people, and she is indeed a messenger from who has lived for more than 4,000 years. If you live that long, you will know a lot of people. It's just that if you live too long, it's easy to lose yourself, just like Nara now doesn't remember what she was like for 4,000 years. Zashiki was still in a daze when she said that she was kind and good-tempered. She always felt that the other party was not talking about herself. In her impression, it seemed that her temper could be said to be fatal for a while. Mr. Dazai, when do women become particularly bad-tempered? It can be said that this question was asked to the right person. Osamu Dazai has done a lot of research in this area. Of course it is women after 45 years old. After all, they started to slowly enter menopause at that time. Menopause? What's the situation? So don't mess with women who are in menopause. Gee. Why do you always feel that this guy is talking about her around the corners? When she thought of this, she couldn't wait to slap the crab on her hand directly onto Dazai's face. It could be said that she was so angry that she wanted to roll her eyes. However, the pleasant days have passed completely so far. Due to the official cooperation with Pengli, Hong Kong is now very busy. This is a large number of guns from Italy. Although it can be said that Hong Kong and Heilongjiang are invincible in Yokohama, there will still be people who are not long-sighted who will look at this batch of goods. The leader dispatched 2 cadres of the 5 major cadres to stare at them: Hongai Yuan Nikaya and Dazai Osamu. Nara felt that Morioge must be deliberate, absolutely deliberate. He knew that in some respects the 2 guys were totally unresolved, but after all, the double black name was there, even someone who doesn't have eyesight is impossible. We'll stare here, unless you want to die. Oh. The cadres can be said to be very comfortable around, while the horses have to be busy monitoring and patrolling nearby, if there is any suspicious personnel to take the first time. It has entered the winter in Yokohama. Since the beginning of winter, Yokohama has not snowed. This makes Nara feel that it will not snow. She had been working in a long time ago, and there was no chance to see the snow at all. She didn't expect that she would look down upon it now in this world. Gee. I feel angry when I think about it. The whole person exuded unhappy emotions. The silly eldest sister Nara squatted on the carriage of a truck and stared at the horses under her hands, carrying the boxes from the ship box by box. In fact, in order to prevent other people from rushing in between them and causing another large-scale death and injury, Nara has used karma fire to form a barrier nearby, and people outside will be prevented from entering by karma fire. It's just that when she stopped like this, there was a problem. The snow she was thinking of was falling today, but because she covered all the surrounding area of 100 meters with karma fire, this directly caused the snowflakes to be covered before they fell. Karma burned. The burned snowflakes directly turn into raindrops, and the raindrops are evaporated by the high temperature, and then nothing is left. Looking enviously at the snowflakes that began to fall outside the encirclement, the expression on Nara's face can be said to be very aggrieved. Should she go outside the enclosure and look at the snowflakes? Now that he had thought of this, Nara didn't think much about it. He jumped off the carriage and ran out of the circle of karma. In order to fear that some snowflakes would evaporate when she was too close to the encirclement, she deliberately walked out for a while, but she was shot on her head just a few steps away. She is the woman of Osamu Dazai. Fuck, who can tell her what's going on now? How did she become Osamu Dazai's woman again? No, why everyone's thoughts are so dirty, because they are still a 17-year-old child. Why are all kinds of women not women? Even if Osamu Dazai usually behaves a bit spicy chicken, but there is no spicy chicken but this level, right? Nara was surrounded by a group of people blankly, and they were going to use her to blackmail Osamu Dazai. Looking at the people who filled the box with their dangling stuff, she felt that these people were constantly rubbing their IQs on the ground. Is Osamu Dazai the kind of person who can be constantly poked by others? What a threat to each other! Where are these guys' big faces? They used her to threaten Osamu Dazai. This snowflake can't be seen. Nara thinks that this should be related to her fame. She has only been more famous internally in the past 6 months in Hong Kong and Heilongjiang, but from the outside, she is the woman who climbed onto the bed of Dazai. She? Go to his uncle's bed. Really, sitting on the ground is surrounded by men pointing guns at him everywhere. Nara feels so angry that he has been sublimated. Not to mention whether Dazai Osamu will really be threatened, just to talk about these guys' slander on 2 people, she is ready to use these people to build her reputation in the mafia world. 10 seconds later. Nara sorted out her wrinkled clothes, walked out of the alley leisurely, and blew the dust that didn't exist in her hands by the way. After becoming the messenger of hell, her temper has improved a lot, but for others, she still adheres to the principle of being able to use her hands and never force her. Looking back at the people who were groaning on the ground, she felt that she really did a good deed. Since the people who had been watching them for a long time were solved by her, she removed the karma barrier at will, and the snow falling in the sky finally landed on the place she had circled before. Rua. She was finally able to see the snowflakes fall to the ground with peace of mind. Seeing Nara climbing onto the carriage again, Osamu Dazai suddenly walked over. Nara-chan seems to be in a good mood. Ah, I just saved Mr. Dazai's reputation, otherwise your reputation will be easily damaged. What? What style? I saw a girl buying Morito Guy's male second share. Is this going to have a twilight love? Ha 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 ha. Nara, chief, I have even seen your dad, and you are too old to eat. Morito Guy, you are not lowly. Nara? Gonna. I'm going to be laughed to death. Ha ha ha. Chapter 48, Alice. Dazai Osamu never said that, but Nara said that to make his conscience live. After all, her reputation must not be impaired. She must walk through the flowers without taking away a trace of nectar. Ah, that's not right. She has already capsized now. She has a good impression of Dazai Osamu. How terrible is this? It's too scary. What is even more frightening is that a few days later, Nara's reputation has spread throughout Yokohama. Various groups know that Hong Kong and Black have produced a Nara who loves to burn people's clothes, and this Nara is not related to Dazai Osamu, one of the 5 major cadres of Hong Kong and Black. Not sure. What? Unclear. Nara looked dumbfounded. What is unclear? If this incident made her famous in Yokohama, don't do it this way, okay? Gee. It seemed that the relationship between her and Osamu Dazai was a bit shameful, and there was even some ulterior transaction between the two. Oh, go to him. Nara was so angry that she could not really go to Osamu Dazai to ask what was going on. She was a little anxious and was going to sweep the desserts in the cake shop after work. Most girls choose to eat crazy when they are angry. Nara doesn't have that habit, but she wants to try this strawberry cake, which is highly rated on the internet. There are only $3 left? Pack it all up for me. I just paid my salary today. Nara can be said to be very bold, and directly waved his hand to indicate that he would pack all 3 yuan. She was just wrapped up here, and the door of the cake shop was pushed open again from the outside. A little girl in a pink dress and small leather shoes ran over, and the whole person was stuck on the cake counter. Looking at the empty counter, the little girl stamped her feet with anger. Lintaro is because you are too slow. The strawberry cake is gone. I said before that Nara has always been fascinated by cute human cubs, so she took out a box containing a strawberry cake from her bag and handed it to the other party. I bought a lot, give it to you. Ah, this is really a cute girl, even a little girl in a dress. How can she be so cute? Just as Nara looked at the little girl in front of her happily, Lintaro, who was in the little girl's mouth, also walked in. Ah 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 ah. The leader, the leader. So this cute little girl is the leader's daughter? Damn it! What the fuck? What's the situation? Nara almost had to stick to the counter behind her, and she was so scared that she almost screamed out with the word incredible on her face. I really didn't expect that the leader already had a daughter. Didn't he say that the other party was a low ICN? How could he still have a daughter? Fuck, it's really unreasonable for the leader to be able to give birth to such a cute daughter. Oh, isn't this Nara sauce? Ah, does the leader come to buy desserts too? What does she want to say? Boss, you brought the child out? Or maybe it's boss, you are such a good dad? Fuck, this is just like Obazan who gathers together for a few chats. She is still very young and doesn't want to really become a menopausal Obazan. I have almost bought it, so let's go first. Chief, please go shopping happily. Because she liked this little girl so much, Nara waved her hand to the other side deliberately before leaving. I really didn't expect the leader to have such a cute daughter. She just saw that the other party was carrying a few shopping bags, which contained some very beautiful dresses. What kind of fairy is this good father? As the head of the family in Hong Kong and Heilongjiang, the chief would even take time out of his busy schedule to accompany his little daughter to go shopping and buy clothes. Thinking of this, Nara couldn't help making a surprised voice. She even took out her mobile phone and called Osamu Dazai. Hey, why did Nara-chan call me today? Ignoring the other's tone of not knowing what it meant, Nara didn't want to waste his brain thinking about this, and directly said all the things he saw. Oh my god! The leader actually has a daughter. I also saw him take his daughter to buy dresses and desserts. This father is so competent. Although she is emotional now, she still feels that the other party obviously has a few seconds of idle time after listening to her own words, which makes her feel a little strange. But before she spoke, Osamu Dazai said everything he knew. You mean Alice? Hey? Alice? It's really a lovely name. Cute children have a very cute name, and Nara even thinks that the name Alice really matches the little girl just now. Ah, the leader can have such a daughter, really cultivated in the previous life. Alice is the supernatural power of the leader. Blessing. Nara decided to take back all the 4 words he had just made, and would never make such an evaluation again. The little girl is still a cute little girl, but the leader is really not that loving old father. No wonder the information shows that the other party is a low ICN, and now she fully understands the meaning of this low ICN. It turns out that she has no ability to discriminate, but is it really okay if you want a child to raise a supernatural power and buy dresses and cakes for the other party? Thinking of this, Nara turned her head and looked at the cake shop not far behind, just in time to see Hogai Mori and Alice coming out of it, and once again hit by the little girl's cuteness, she almost didn't scream. Can she really can? If this little girl is her supernatural power, she definitely wants to buy the best looking clothes and the most delicious cake for the other party. Nara sauce, Nara sauce, Nara sauce, what are you doing? Because she was too emotional, she completely ignored that she was still talking on the phone with Osamu Dazai. Such a comparison of the guy on the phone can be said to be too rubbish. Why does she have a good impression of the other party? Mr. Dazai, is Akutagawa-kun approaching his birthday? I'm not very clear about this, what's the matter? Hearing the other party's question, Nara slowly raised the corner of his mouth to reveal an unclear meaning. I don't have a supernatural ability to raise, but I can take a child at random to raise. Now 15-year-old Akutagawa-kun can be said to be the best candidate. Buy him a dress, but I can buy him a suit. As she talked more and more vigorously, she suddenly thought that there is still silver, there is also silver sauce, so small children have joined Hong Kong and Heilongjiang, and we must care for them with love. Pulling the child in need of care, he cared for the money that the child needs, and finally Nara smiled and stopped his completely unrealistic idea. Forget it, no money, how to raise a child. The most important thing is that she doesn't even have the child's father now, so where does the money come from? And she feels that based on the relationship between her and Akutagawa-kun, even if she really gave something in the past, she would probably be cut directly by the other party with scissors. After all, she is a fan of Dazai Osamu, and she is currently confused with the other party. Not quite. Fans have a slanderous attitude towards their idol's gossip, unless it is the other half that they carefully selected. Of course, most of them feel that their idol's other half will. It's oneself. After Akutagawa Ryunosuke, it was Chuya's 18th birthday. This 18th birthday was completely different from before. Chuya's men decided to help him hold a small birthday party. Of course, this is absolutely. Will not invite Osamu Dazai to go. Inviting your boss's rival at the 18th birthday party of your boss, isn't it clear to come over and smash the scene? As a friend, Nara felt that it would be too unreasonable if she didn't send something. Although she was under Osamu Dazai, it did not mean that her friendship with Zhong Yuan's Honggaya would not last. One of the 5 major cadres in Hong Kong and Heilongjiang, generally does not have too much material requirements. People earn several times more than their own wages, so there is no need to buy some particularly expensive gifts. But the gift must not only show your sincere blessings, but also be what the other party really needs. What is really needed? After traveling all over the major shopping malls, Nara finally picked one thing that he thought was the most needed in the Central Plains, the 10 cm increased insole. But when she really picked it, she felt that it seemed a bit wrong. Anyway, the other party's appearance has reached 18 years old so far, so she can't give the other party a pair of heightened insoles directly. Even if Songhai Yuanzong is not angry, then his subordinates will be angry and blow up directly. Forget it, it's better to give a nice politeness. The other party is wearing a hat all the time, it looks like a hat control. Although she felt that the other party had been wearing a hat to increase her height. Of course, she would never break this point. She just chose one of all the top hats that she thought was the best, and Zhong Yuan also wore a very suitable hat afterwards, and asked the waiter to take it away. After learning that his subordinates had prepared a birthday present for his opponent, Osamu Dazai said he was unwilling, his mouth was very high, and he was still humming endlessly there. Hey, Nara-chan actually prepared a birthday present for that guy in Chuya. Mr. Dazai's 18th birthday is 2 months away. You can look forward to what I will give you. What is something? The young boy stood beside Nara with a little excited eyes. From Nara's point of view, this guy could be said to be exuding fatal attraction all the time. She needed to take a deep breath at least 10 times before she finally came back slightly. This is a secret. I can't tell you yet. I'll know it on your birthday. It will surprise you. Then I am looking forward to Nara-chan's gift in 2 months. Seeing the other party's appearance in clothes like clothes, Nara twitched the corners of her mouth, and she always felt that the other party had forgotten something. For example, suicide or something, the other party has not mentioned it for at least half a month. By the way, Nara-chan, I am going to try a laundry detergent today. Oh, she really can't think about it. Do you want to have a gastric lavage? No, I don't want to. In the end, Dazai-ji stood quietly aside, not wanting to speak. Ha 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 ha. What did Oda do today? No, but soon, thank you to the little angel who voted for me or irrigated the nutrient solution. Thanks to the little angel who irrigated nutrient solution. 5 bottles of longing for the world. Thank you very much for your support, I will continue to work hard. Chapter 49, is a good person. Nakahara Nakaya's gift is selected, but Osamu Dazai's gift has not been bought yet. Although she has already thought about what to give, she has not bought it yet. In order to show her sincerity, she decided to take the break to travel around Yokohama and buy him the best-looking one. Although Hong Kong and Heilongjiang are a mafia, they still have strict working hours, 8 in the morning and 5 in the evening, and a few days of paid vacation if there is something to do. If it weren't for the title of mafia, this would be a very serious white-collar job at all. The only worry is probably that this job has a certain degree of danger, but fortunately, the boss sympathizes with buying accident insurance for everyone. Speaking of accident insurance, Nara felt that he might not use it until Dazai was put to death. Oh, man! Nara-chan left so early today. Today is rare and nothing happened. Nara is going to leave early to find a good birthday gift for Osamu Dazai. She has already turned all the northern part of Yokohama to the right. Today, I will try to look to the south. Well, even if I walked early today, my offer the leader and Mr. Dazai can be said to be like the endless stream of the Daotao River. Probably it has been in contact with Osamu Dazai for a long time, and Nara would wear pinru clothes and go out to wander around from time to time. Then Mr. Dazai, we will see you tomorrow. If it wasn't for the snapdragon species that allowed her to get Osamu Dazai ahead of time, she wouldn't have to work so hard to find a good-looking gift this time. Gee! It was really lost to her mentality of offering treasures at that time. Nara has no resistance to all cute things. Generally, when he sees a cat, he can't help but tease him, and even buy some dried fish to feed him. I don't know if it is her illusion, she always feels that this tabby cat seems to come across it often. Although there are many tabby cats, it is difficult to see this mysteriously similar tabby cat. Whether the one in front of you is the one you have seen before is indeed a difficult thing to figure out. Come on, I bought you dried fish. Meow. This stray cat is not afraid of people at all. Although it is a stray cat, its body is very clean, even with a fragrant smell. She was wondering if the other party was a stray cat. Listening to the cat purring and purring, Nara giggled, "Do you think I want to take you home to raise? But it looks like you should be raised by someone. It's not my style to take advantage of others." While talking about Nara, she handed the dried fish to the cat, and by the way, she reached out her hand and touched the other's head, feeling that the soft touch from her palm was about to become cute. She found the cat in an alley, so she started feeding the cat and dried fish in this alley, almost subconsciously. She raised her head and looked at the entrance of the alley not far away and found a man in a kimono. Man! After seeing the man, the cat who was eating the dried fish suddenly gave a meow. The cat jumped out of the box and ran towards the man, completely ignoring Nara's right hand outstretched. It looks like this cat is raised by that man, and everyone who can raise a cat like this must be a good person. Really, at the moment when he saw this man in a kimono, Nara almost thought that he saw a ghost lamp. From the outside, the two people were completely the same person. Feeding someone's cat in front of the owner, Nara felt that his face was a bit big, so he quickly stood up and nodded to the other person, "I didn't know this was your cat. I bought the dried fish from the nearby supermarket." "Yes, there is absolutely no problem. It's nothing, this is not my cat, but I occasionally come over to feed something." Wow! This guy is really a good guy. Come here often to feed cats. There is still some distance from where she lives. If you take the bus, it will take about half an hour, and it's not too early now. Nara feels that she should go back to catch the bus. She also held the cat in her hand and ate half a bag of dried fish. She didn't have a cat in her own home, and this kind of thing was of little use on her body, so she stretched out her hand and handed it to the man in front of her. "I'm going to drive home on the bus. I will trouble you to feed this half sack of fish, and I think this cat is so kind to you. If you feed it, it will probably eat more." "Yep." The man nodded and took the half bag of dried fish from Nara's hand, then raised his eyes to look at the girl in front of him. "The cat can't be too salty. If you want to buy it next time, you can try a lighter one. Hey! Since he has never raised a cat, Nara can be said to be confused about what the other party said. He only uttered a single syllable of confusion. Please wait for the next. She took out the notebook she carried with her from her pocket, turned to a blank page, and wrote precautions in a larger font on it. Precautions for feeding cats and dogs. The first stated that he should not feed too salty food, and then raised his head and looked straight at the man in front of him. Then what? Fill it with some water after feeding it. Oh. At this time, Nara can be said to have completely forgotten that she had to drive the car. When she recovered, she had already memorized most of the paper. What? Noting this, Nara was a little embarrassed to stretch out his hand and scratched his cheek. Sorry, it took you so long just now. Sir, you are such a good person. After you die, you will definitely go to heaven. This can be said to be the best blessing for a messenger of hell. Although Hongai Yuanzong is also a good person, but the other party killed someone, and in the end, he must go to after death, but the man in front of him doesn't. Nara blinked at the other person, preparing to withdraw the forward. The other party will go to hell. Gee! Are good people going to now? Sir, are you interested in changing to another job? I'm sorry, I am very satisfied with my current job. Although the man refused the other party's completely nonsensical invitation, he found that after he refused, the little girl's eyes slowly became bright, as if he had heard something that made him very happy. If a person can love his work, it proves that he must be very serious in completing the work, and if this is the case, he can completely take back his own use after death. Now that you are ready to win the opponent, you must first know the basic information of the opponent. I was joking just now. My name is Nara. What is your husband's name? I think you are a good person. If you have fate, maybe you will meet again in the future. Fukuzawa Yukichi. The name sounds really tall. Nodding to the other party was regarded as a greeting, and Nara put away the notebook and prepared to drive home. Now the people who want to work in have been promoted to 3 people from Chiwiya and Oda Seiku. Although there is still a long time before the death of the 3 people, it will be 50 or 60 years later. There will be a prosperous scene in hell, and Nara feels very proud when thinking about that picture. This is all her credit. Today, I licked the cat and successfully found a capable jailer. Nara's mood can be said to be speechless, and he shook his head happily on the road. As a result, I saw an aggrieved face of Osamu Dazai in the downstairs of my apartment, who was grievingly clutching his stomach. Nara-chan, I'm hungry. So what does it have to do with me when my mother is hungry? Why did you find her again now? There are no other ingredients at home today, so I can only make some curry. If Mr. Dazai doesn't dislike it, he can come with me. Good. Dazai's Hime followed Nara upstairs. When the little girl took out the key to open the door, he suddenly said that the other party almost didn't drop the key in his hand to the ground. Hey? It's been so long now, Nayuniya should be able to eat it, right? Nara looked at Dazai Osamu next to him with horror, his blushing eyes were filled with astonishment. What? Are you going to eat Nayuniya? Ogia! 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 Snapdragon in the room suddenly uttered a miserable scream after hearing the conversation between the 2 people outside the door. If it hadn't been for Nara quickly opened the door, the other party would even jump out of the window to commit suicide. No, it doesn't necessarily mean jumping out of the window to commit suicide, it probably means jumping out of the window to escape from prison. Oh, don't look at why our Nayuniya chose to jump out of the window to escape from prison. It's not because Mr. Dazai you said you wanted to eat her. Na Liang squinted at Dazai Osamu next to him, while Nayuniya, who was in her arms, rolled each other's eyes with her big eyes. Probably seeing someone supporting her, Nayuniya shook her body and wanted to hit Dazai with her body. When she was about to meet the other person, she was scared back by the guy's emotionless eyes. Oh, Oh Gia! It's not yet time to eat snapdragons. The snapdragons killed by the ghost lamp of the party are all 2 or 3 meters high. Now Niu Niu is still young. I will be waiting for a while. Oh Gia! Oh! When Niu Niu was about to scream a second time, Osamu Dazai took a notebook next to her and put it directly into her mouth. If you scream again, I will eat you now. Niu Niu could say that she didn't even dare to make a sound, she could only stay on the window shivering. Mr. Dazai, please stop bullying Niu Niu. Please come and help me peel potatoes. Hey, but I don't want to peel potatoes. Regarding the other parties acting like a baby, Nara, who licked the cat today, turned a blind eye and threw 3 round potatoes to the other party. Please hurry up. If there are no potatoes, today's curry is not perfect. Tisk. Seeing the other party pouting and motionless, Nara directly washed the potatoes and stuffed them into his hands. Don't tisk, we can eat together only after we peel the potatoes. Mr. Dazai is the best. I will reward you with a piece of chocolate in a moment. Nara-chan, why do I always feel like you treat me as a child? No, I'm not, I don't talk nonsense. Oh? Really? Ah. The president line is open. What do you guys think? Chapter 50, Goods as a Wardrobe. Nara really didn't have time to attend the birthday party of Nakahara Nakaya. Mori Oge suddenly sent a mission to Nara. He skipped Osamu Dazai and released the mission to her. This. Let her slaughter a small hostile organization, and the cooperator is Akutagawa Ryunosuke. It was nothing to cooperate with Akutagawa, but it was a bit difficult for her to slaughter the other party's organization. So the other party is a small organization, but there will be at least 50 people in this organization. If the other party is really going to be massacred, this is not equivalent to a large-scale injury to her personally. Oh! She can imagine that the ghost lamp will probably drag her back to again, throwing her into the oil pan and rolling around. No, she won't kill humans, she hasn't done anything since she became the messenger of hell. After getting the assignment, she called Osamu Dazai directly in front of Dazai's fan. Mr. Dazai, are you missing a cook? I will cook you a month's meal for free. Can you please help me? Hey, 1 month is too short. 3 months. 3 months will work. With Akutagawa Ryunosuke's apparently killing expression, Nara squatted aside and began to seek help from Dazai Osamu. Anyway, as long as she didn't kill the people in that organization personally, if Osamu Dazai goes, at least this will be pushed to this guy. Anyway, this guy's usual behavior is already very spicy. No matter how spicy it is. Looking up at Akutagawa not far away, Nara felt that he had found a way that had nothing to do with him. Mr. Dazai, this time the mission is to go with Akutagawa-kun. As his director, don't you want to see what he has grown up to? After Akutagawa Ryunosuke listened to her, the whole person fell into a state of extreme excitement, but because he was too excited, he started coughing crazily now. Seeing the other person like this, Nara always felt that this little guy seemed to be unable to live for too long, and died because of his weakness. After giving Osamu Dazai various benefits, the other party finally agreed to go with them. But Nara-chan, I'm more interested in hell, and I probably need your recommendation if possible. Yes, you can. This is really okay. Regarding this point, Nara can be said to be desperate, so Osamu Dazai would really go to voluntarily. Don't worry, if you come to hell, I will definitely welcome you. Nara-chan, you seem to be very excited about this. No, how could it be? If Mr. Dazai, if you go to hell, it will definitely make us flourish. After blowing the rainbow fart, Nara decided to blow another blow to Akutagawa. Her reason was very simple, nothing more than that she wanted the other party to use this opportunity to show her abilities in front of Osamu Dazai. Mr. Dazai, as your instructor, will definitely look forward to seeing your progress. Ahem. Really? Really? Very true. After hearing these words, the fan's brother Akutagawa's eyes were shining. Because he was too excited, he started coughing frantically again. Cough cough cough. Really, seeing him like this, Nara was always afraid that this guy would cough up blood because of his excitement, or cough up his eyes and faint. And she can't deal with the man who is against this guy, Dazai Osamu, and can't deal with the 15-year-old child of Akutagawa Ryunosuke. Oh, kidding. Don't get excited, really don't get excited. It is impossible not to be excited, it is absolutely impossible, and his eyes shine again when he sees Osamu Dazai appearing. 2. Mr. Dazai, in fact, you don't need to take action on this matter, I can solve it myself. Nara, who was standing next to him, felt that the other party was changing her way, making it as if she couldn't handle it. Well, Mr. Dazai, I think that this time, it will be done by Akutagawa-kun alone, so I... No, Nara-sauce. Okay, she chose to shut up. The smile that was still on Nara's face gradually disappeared, and finally the whole person followed behind them with a weeping face. Originally, she planned to use this excuse to hide in the distance, at least not to let her directly face the kind smile of the ghost lamp. Ah, bald. This organization is very small, with a total of less than 100 people. With Akutagawa Ryunosuke's ability, it can be said that it is more than enough to make a shot. Because Osamu Dazai is supervising on the side, Nara can only occasionally throw a ghost fire next to him. It's just that this throw made the man burn so much that he couldn't even leave his clothes. Tisk. For Nara's shot Akutagawa Ryunosuke, he has always been uncomfortable, and he even feels that the opponent's ability is too much for him to see. Don't come here. After being driven away, Nara turned his head and looked helplessly at Dazai Osamu behind him, and even a gleeful smile appeared on his face. Look, Mr. Dazai, it's not that I don't want to do it. Akutagawa won't let me do it. At the 18th birthday party of Chiwiya, Osamu Dazai was leading his men to open up rivers, and Osamu Dazai even felt that he was very hard-working. Vomit. After Chiwiya's birthday, the next is Osamu Dazai's birthday. The difference between the two is 2 months, and these 2 months have directly led to Osamu Dazai being the youngest cadre in Hong Kong and black. Although Nara now has a good impression of Osamu Dazai, and often enters and exits with each other, causing others to misunderstand the relationship between the two, but the two are not together every day, just like Odasaku and Sakaguchi are drinking together. Will not participate. Sakaguchi Ango's supernatural ability can be said to be a big taboo for her, who knows whether the other party will know her ability or identity through something. For the whole Hong Kong and the gangsters so far, only Osamu Dazai knows that she is a messenger from hell. It is better not to let other people know this identity. Ah, I am really contradictory. Reaching out and fiddled with Nyunyu's leaves, Nara looked a little tired. She hoped that Osamu Dazai would hurry up and go back to with her, while watching the other side's suicide methods require all kinds of science. What a contradiction! It can be said to be very contradictory. The most terrible thing is probably the birthday present she gave to Osamu Dazai. At least some of Nakahara Nakaya's subordinates celebrated their boss's birthday. As for Osamu Dazai's subordinates, forget it. In fact, there are not many people familiar with the whole of Hong Kong and Nara. Excluding Chiwiya Nakaya, only Oda Seiku and the others are left. Since Sakaguchi Ango is relatively busy recently, she can only find Oda Seiku and Akutagawa, and I talked to 2 people about my thoughts. Really, Mr. Dazai is so pitiful. Somehow someone gave him his birthday, but Mr. Dazai. Someone can't wait to let him hang up quickly. How could he still celebrate the other party's birthday? Dazai will turn 18 this year. This is indeed a more meaningful birthday. What are your plans, Nara? I have prepared a birthday gift a long time ago, but what I am thinking about is where to hold this small birthday party. The two adults were already seriously thinking about how to celebrate Dazai's birthday plan, but the only minor present, Akutagawa Ryunashuk, was very emotional. Is Mr. Dazai celebrating his birthday? No problem. I can. Nara suddenly regretted calling this to be with the child. She suddenly felt that the other party was completely stunned in this respect. Even if he is called, he has no ability to discuss with them. As Osamu Dazai's fan, if his idol is on his birthday, he will really shoot a support video, and even put a banner to say something to celebrate. Osamu Dazai's 18th birthday or something. Nara was also thinking about this a little bit in her heart. After making a decision with Oda, she reported the birthday party at the boss's Western restaurant. She began to buy things for the party. For this, the 5 children can be said to be the best. When they are happy, they like ribbons and balloons, and even pat their chests to make sure that they are also responsible for dressing up these things. Now that the children had already slapped their breasts, Nara handed it over to the little guys. Originally everything was well prepared. On Osamu Dazai's birthday, Oda took a few children to dress up in a Western restaurant. Akutagawa went to the restaurant by himself, and Nara had to drive to take today's protagonist. This was all well prepared, and when I went to work this morning, a big red banner was hung at the entrance of the office of the Hong Kong and Heilongjiang headquarters. Warmly celebrate Mr. Dazai's 18th birthday. Happy birthday, Mr. Dazai. Really, looking at the scene before her, Nara can be said to be beeping the dog completely. She is quite sure that this banner was hung by Akutagawa Ryunashuk. This was so arrogant, she even wondered if the other party had robbed Pinru's clothes again. What's the matter? Those who have been in contact with Osamu Dazai for a long time will inevitably wear good quality clothes? Excessive. Wow! This really impressed me. As the protagonist on this banner, Osamu Dazai looked at the large banner in front of him with his mouth open in surprise, and even took out his phone to take a photo. Nara-chan. Take a picture for me. Okay, since the other party is so angry, don't blame the gift you gave is also angry. It can be said that the next thing happened completely sensible and reasonable. Dazaiji's brain guessed what would happen next in the first time. So when Odasaka brought a group of children out with fireworks, his eyes looked Zhong didn't even have a hint of surprise, but he still showed a face of surprise. Mr. Dazai, are you surprised? Are you surprised? What a surprise, what a surprise! Hearing what the other party said, Nara slowly curled up his lips, then I will show you something more surprising. So in the puzzled eyes of Osamu Dazai, Nara took out the gift he had prepared. Look, this is the gift I gave you. A big who is alive and kicking and looks very good. This bachelor of Nara has been picked for a long time, and finally picked a high-value one. Really, I have chosen for a long time. This looks is the most suitable for Mr. Dazai, then I wish Mr. Dazai a long life, good health, all the best, the East China Sea, and the longevity Nanshan. Such a long list of blessings can be said to have caught Dazaiji by surprise. He couldn't react when he looked at the big tortoise that stretched his neck towards him. Nara-chan, you are the most vicious curse in the world. Ha 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 ha. The Akutagawa line failed to open, then forget it. What did Odasaka want today? No, but it's really fast. Ha 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 ha. Pharaoh's stock was thought of by Jiu, so let's talk about it here. Thanks to the little angel who voted for me or irrigated the nutrient solution. Thanks to the little angel who cast landmine, storm summons 1. Thanks to the little angel who irrigated nutrient solution. Thank you very much for your support, I will continue to work hard. Chapter 51, Pregnant. With the blessing of the old king, I felt that Osamu Dazai's suicide could not be successful in a short time. This guy kept yelling that Nara was too vicious, and even gave him such a long-lived curse. Regarding the accusation of this guy, Nara turned his head to look at Oda Sakura beside him as if he hadn't heard him. Come on, say your birthday wishes. Dasaku is an honest person, it is really normal for him to be bullied, and it is usually Osamu Dazai who bullies him. It's really bad. Taking advantage of this birthday, Oda also sent the most sincere wishes to Osamu Dazai, and even made a birthday message on the card. This congratulatory message was written by Nara and handed over to Oda Seiku to convey their sincere feelings for each other. That's how the good old man was pitied by Nara. When everyone sent their blessings to Osamu Dazai, Akutagawa Ryunosuke silently hung a longer banner in the most conspicuous position of the entire Western restaurant. He is very dissatisfied with the layout of this restaurant. Even if there are garlands, lanterns and balloons, these things are too tacky to reflect the noble personality of Mr. Dazai, and most importantly, they do not reflect the focus of this birthday party. The focus of the whole room is Mr. Dazai, so he is very satisfied looking at the 5-meter banner he hung up. When everyone reacted, they had already seen the banner hanging in front of them. What was fatal was that it was a banner with colorful lights. Mr. Dazai, these big characters flashed red, and Nara felt that she was really going to blind her. Not counting the one from the office, this is already the second banner, right? So how many banners did Akutagawa-kun prepare? Do you want to celebrate the whole world? Regarding Nara's words, Akutagawa Ryunosuke coldly snorted, from the age of 18 to 80, Mr. Dazai, I have ordered everything. Ha ha ha. To be 80 years old. Oh my god, did you hear Mr. Dazai? To 80 years old. Nara let out a tragic laugh. She wished Haru Dazai 100 years old, and Ryunosuke Akutagawa wished Haru Dazai lived to 80 years old. This is completely the opposite of the blessed person. Forcibly suppressing the laughter, she began to let Osamu Dazai look away. In fact, there are many interesting things about being alive, such as playing basketball. That coach, I want to play basketball. Ha 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 ha. I still want to laugh anymore. Even if Osamu Dazai is 18 years old, it is still 2 years before an adult is 20. But this guy has done everything that he can do as an adult. After all, he is not a person who can follow the rules. Nara-chan, then I want to learn hearse drifting. Learn your sister's hearse drift. You know the brakes and throttles, right? They are all automatic now. Pay attention to the things in front. Yes, this place needs to be turned. Although Nara said that he would not teach Osamu Dazai, he still drove the car allocated to them by the leader to teach the other party how to perform hearse drifting. Yes, yes, remember to look at the situation next to you through the reverse mirror when turning. Although Nara did not really follow this rule in the actual operation, she was very serious and responsible to explain the theoretical knowledge to Dazai Osamu. It turns out that this is useless, and this guy doesn't care about this theory at all. What he wants to learn is hearse drifting. Vomit. Swinging down from the car, Nara almost vomited out. She didn't feel that way when her hearse was drifting, but as Osamu Dazai, who taught her by hand, she can only say that the other party is really better than Blue. Blue. Vomit. Uncontrollable Nara retched again. Not only did she drift at a fast speed, she felt like she would be thrown out in the next second if she hadn't grasped the seat belt tightly. Nara sauce is so weak, you are already like this before you reach the highest speed. Could you stop talking coldly there? Ugh. She was a little anxious to speak, which made her want to continue to retching now. Misunderstandings usually happen in this way. Sakaguchi Ango, who originally had a mission outside, drove back to the office, and so happened to see the two people on the roadside, and so happened to see Nara retching there. Oh! Dazai Nara, what are you doing? Suddenly hearing the voice of Sakaguchi Ango, Nara looked up haggardly and said, Ah, Mr. Sakaguchi is vomiting after finishing the task. Nara, it's been a few months. Have you been checked? Hey? What? Nara didn't realize what happened when the other party suddenly appeared so unclear, but Osamu Dazai on the side also reacted to what happened after a second of pitting. Spicy chicken Dazai, you let the girl become pregnant at a young age, and she was still watching the show there. Pregnant? And many more. Does Sakaguchi's pregnancy mean her? Damn it! Is it her? Pulling away the tissue that the other party handed over, she fell into a state of panic. Mr. Sakaguchi, don't talk nonsense. I'm motion sickness. I'm not pregnant. As soon as she said this, she turned her head and retched a few times, but she swallowed all the rest. Really? I didn't have anything with Dazai. I didn't even pull my hands. I was motion sickness. Motion sickness. This is related to his own style of criticism, so Nara stretched out his hand and patted his stomach twice. It's flat. It's flat. If possible, she would like to hit someone now. The most terrible thing is that Osamu Dazai did not intend to explain at all, and he entered the scene for a second, and ran over to stop the other party's actions with a nervous expression. Hey! Don't shoot! Be careful with Yujian. Nara, who was still patting his stomach. Akutagawa Ryunashuk, who just rushed over. What the fuck? He didn't keep up for a while, so why did he get pregnant? Congratulations to Osamu Dazai for being a father on his 18th birthday. Nara is very fond of stroke reviews. I really like it. You must know that she can be said to be the best messenger in hell. As a result, she said that she had broken Dazai Osamu's child. The most terrible thing was the child. His father still looks completely in the play. Sakaguchi Ango still needs to go back to the headquarters to report to the boss, so he will not be mixed up with this farce, so there are only 3 people left on the scene. Title: Woman with Morning Sickness. Actress: Nara. Actor: Osamu Dazai. The hero's fan brother and heroine's love rival, Akutagawa Ryunashuk. Osamu Dazai. I'm going to ask you what happened that month. A red karmic fire was already appearing on Nara's hand, and the blush at the end of her eyes became a lot red, but her karmic fire was stopped by Akutagawa Ryunashuk before it rushed to Dazai Osamu. I won't let you meet Mr. Dazai. Wow! Nara, do you want your child to be born without a father? Nara became even more angry, and the flames on his hands could be said to be even brighter. Knock your mother, knock your mother. What are you trying to force? No matter how Nara explained it, Dazai Osamu is 18 years old and he became a father. This incident can be said to have been flying all over Hong Kong and hay with wings. When Nara went to work the next day, looking at the office in front of him, it could be said that he saw through everything. Forget it, so be it, she really doesn't want to say more. Really, the style of painting today is totally wrong. Master Nara, you are here. Master Nara, would you like to drink water? Master Nara, leave these documents to me. Today she is in such a state that she does not need to do all the things, there is already someone to do it. Now her identity has changed again, from Mr. Dazai's woman to Mr. Dazai's main palace. Go to your uncle's main palace. Today, she didn't see the father of the legendary child, but what she didn't expect was that the leader would take special care of her, a semi-lower member, and told her that even as a member of the Hong Kong and Black Army, she still had 1 month's maternity leave. The current situation can be said to have started to develop in a direction she did not expect, so she decided to take leave of absence to go to the hospital for an examination the next day, absolutely to prove that she was not pregnant. The messenger of is with Osamu Dazai, who is a human being, so there is reproductive isolation, okay. Who knows what will be born, whether it is half demon or half ghost is not clear to anyone. Nara will never take risks for things that are unclear, and she can understand why Osamu Dazai will not deny this rumor. This is all about giving her a big and a sincere blessing. G. Obviously, Akutagawa Ryunashuk also blessed him to live to 80 years old. Why is he so harsh on her alone now? After hearing that she was pregnant, Sister Hong Yi came to her specially, saying that if she had anything to do, she could go to her. How come you can't think of being with Osamu Dazai so much? Sister Hong Yi could say that she was really worried about the future for her, but Nara just smiled at the other party's worry. Sister, I'm not pregnant. I'm really not pregnant. It was just a misunderstanding. Yesterday, Dazai had to learn hearse drifting, so I taught him hand in hand. As a result, this guy's hearse drifted so badly that I got sick and started to retching. All pregnancy is fake. Hong Yi felt as if she knew something, but she didn't dare to say more, so she stretched out her hand and patted the other person on the shoulder. What Nara didn't expect was that the incident of her pregnancy spread to hell. That night she was sleeping peacefully, feeling that something was wrong, and she suddenly opened her eyes. As a result, she found that the ghost lamp was sitting quietly beside her bed, staring at her belly. Ghost lamp? Why are you here? How did I hear that you are pregnant? I don't know why, but now the eyes looking at the ghost lamp always make Nara feel like the gaze of the maiden's family. It's really scary to appear suddenly by the bed at night. Ah, no, I don't actually. I want to be a godfather. Gui Deng actually likes children very much, but he can't give birth, and no one is born with him, so after hearing that Nara is pregnant, his first reaction is to rush to grab the godfather. He felt that after two people have known each other for so many years of friendship, this godfather must be his. Ghost lamp, can I be your godfather? The Akutagawa line failed to open, and let's put it this way, the author has released himself, so I don't know what will happen next. Chapter 52, Vent Your Anger. Regarding Nara's pregnancy, Gui Deng didn't believe it at all, but he didn't believe it and ran over and said that he wanted to be a godfather for one thing. Recently, I was so busy that I didn't finish all the work until just now. Ah, Nara suddenly felt that something was wrong, so she sat up anxiously, the expression on her face became very unnatural. That. I heard that Mr. Nara from Hong Kong and Hay has been very active recently, and she has participated in many missions. Ghost lights are not like this. Even if you participate in the mission, it is nothing to do with Akutagawa-kun. I also persuaded but can't help it. But don't worry that I have been optimistic about the preparations of a few jailers. You, how about looking at the Central Plains? This is the only conscience of Hong Kong and Hay Longjiang, who is very serious and responsible in doing things, and so is Oda. At 1:35 in the morning, Nara got up from the bed and took out the notebook in the backpack, one by one, introducing the ghost lights about some of the things he had recently collected. There is also a gentleman named Fukuzawa Yukichi. I think he is very close to yours. It should be good if it is included in our system. Nara blinked at the ghost lamp, and then let out a hee-hee smile. Although she didn't say anything to praise her, her eyes were already betraying everything. Regarding this point, the ghost lamp looked like he hadn't seen it at all, raised his eyelids and glanced at him, opened his mouth and slowly opened his mouth. What do you think? Praise is definitely not praised, it is already good not to hit people. Not to mention when these people will die, just say how many people have been sent to by the Hong Kong Black recently. This is a bald existence. Nara can only express his apologies to the ghost lamp by giving a big gift. If I can, I will finish the task as soon as possible. Then don't just talk in words, but take action. 1551, I'm sorry. Allowing the ghost lamp to come over at night to urge her to hurry up and complete the task will prove that the other party has really endured her for a long time. She can no longer let the other party down, nor can she let down the master Yan Mo who has high hopes for her. But after seeing Osamu Dazai the next day, she changed her mind again. 1551, even if this guy's character is a bit spicy, but he looks good and cute, what should I do? As a face control, and still a face control of Osamu Dazai, Nara was completely caught in a dilemma. 1551. Life is really hard. Perhaps it was because Nara and Oda had a good chat about a few children before, so the latter began to prepare for the children to go to school a little farther away. I don't want to study. My ambition is to join Mafia. As the eldest of the 5 children, Kasuke, who should be the first to go to school, jumped out at this time. He hoped that he could become a member of Mafia like Oda Seiku. He felt that way was particularly prestigious. After hearing the child's words, Osamu Dazai showed a strong interest. What? This child wants to join Mafia? Oda Seiku, let him come to me, let him experience what is real Mafia. When Dazai Osamu said this, his eyes were shining, and if Nara hadn't stood in front of him, he might have already started. Wow! So the matter of Kasuke's going to school was settled. Even if the other party didn't want 100 people, it didn't work, and Odasaku had already picked up which elementary school in Tokyo was more suitable. With Odasaku's meager salary, he certainly couldn't afford the tuition of so many children, but Nara said he would help part of it. Speaking of this, she suddenly stopped and turned to look at Osamu Dazai, who was sitting aside, and deducted part of her salary from her salary. Salary and meals are especially good for picking. Oda opened his mouth and found that he could not say anything. As expected, Ango was right. He was not suitable for the role of Tuko, and he also rejected Nara's kindness. After all, the 5 children were adopted by himself. There is no reason to let the other party pay the money, but the girl said, "This is for the child, what are you doing as an adult?" Line horn. In fact, Nara didn't say anything about it. A long time ago, she bought 2 plots of land in Tokyo and Kyoto. At the beginning, she bought a few plots of land in the world because she had money and nowhere to spend. Now she doesn't have much savings at all, and the ghost lantern with a lot of deposits despised her for this more than once, but every time the ghost lantern arrives in this world, she will help to see how the houses on her 2 plots are. If nothing else, she would have allowed her 5 children to live in the house in Tokyo. Dazai, I need to take time off to Tokyo tomorrow. Hey, is Nara-chan going to Tokyo to clean up the house? Unexpectedly, Osamu Dazai could guess what he wanted to do so easily. Nara's eyes widened in shock. The people in Hong Kong and Hey couldn't find her 2 properties at all, but this guy. When you talk to Odasaku about the house, you will solve it. Combined with your identity, I think you must have a real estate in Tokyo, and this real estate has not been found at all. It seems that you did it in advance for a long time. Oh, I have to admit that this guy has a very good brain, and he can infer the truth of everything through some small details. Nara feels that he really wants to look at him with admiration, so, what do you want to say? I will go with you. Can't she have a secret stronghold? Why put it directly under the eyelids? Although it's her own property, Nara hasn't been here for more than 100 years. The ghost lamp still helped her to renovate the house the year before, and now? Probably all dusty? Originally, Nara had already made such a plan, but when he drove there, he found that there were people in his house. After becoming the messenger of hell, Nara's temper can be said to be much better, but these have a bottom line: you can't use her things at will without her consent. Regarding this bottom line, she can relax infinitely when facing her acquaintances, but she is not someone who does not know her own family. When she thinks of this, she can say that there is no extra expression on her face. What are you doing? After Nara burned the house number that said Tanaka, the people inside rushed in. What does it matter to you when I go back to my home? Since it has already been lived in, it will be burned. Anyway, it will not take long to build another building. Nara didn't talk nonsense and directly caused the karma fire. She chose the big red lotus karma fire to show these people how the house was burned down. These people finally panicked when they saw the house burned. The neighbor next door ran over and said that Nara hadn't come to live for so long, so they let their relatives live in. Let's not talk about whether the neighbor's face is big, just say that after seeing the house burned, the few people living in the house were completely jumped, yelling that Nara will definitely pay the price, not only to lose money, but also to make Nara. Her legs are discounted, but she is a member of the famous mafia in Tokyo. Look, the face is as big as a basin, and the scolds the street. Originally, Nara planned to show them how the fire burned the entire house, but now they don't look at it, and there is no ashes left with a wave of his hand. I remember you, none of you can run to hell. During the whole process, Osamu Dazai stood quietly beside him. He did not express any opinions on this matter. Only 2 days later, the leader suddenly ordered to destroy a certain mafia group in Tokyo. Osamu Dazai led the team and was responsible. It was Akutagawa Ryunashuk who acted, and Nara first went back to complain to the ghost lamp, hoping that the other party would detain these guys, and how to deal with it would have to wait for her to complete the task before making plans. Nara feels that she holds a grudge like a ghost lamp. Next, when she returned to the present world, she asked for a fake and started pretending to be a house. The newly renovated house would be the first to move in. Nara was too happy, and when she was happy, the mafia had been destroyed, and the man who occupied the house was successfully banished. The bullet hits and hangs up. More than this man, even with this organization can be said to be deadly injuries. For the dead who suddenly rushed into hell, after seeing the way these guys died, the ghost lamp held the mace and rushed to the world again. It's none of my business. I'm just installing a house. When being beaten by the opponent holding a mace, Nara can be said to be screaming in horror, wishing to climb up to the house next door, and use the opponent's mace to destroy the house. She is so careful, as long as she offends her, don't think about it. Well, she is still a double-standard dog, and she can open one eye to the little cutie's offense. It looks like you still have time to be in a daze. Wait. Ghost lamp. Even if it is dead. Can you make me understand a little bit? What is going on? Suddenly coming over with a mace, she would be anxious too. What? You mean Osamu Dazai led someone to destroy that mafia? Nara almost didn't slip off the roof when she heard what the other party said. She thought it was too incredible, it was really incredible. I think because I am less likely, it is likely that it coincides with the timing when the leader wants to destroy the opponent. I think if you want someone to vent your anger, you can go to Morihogai. Speaking of this, Nara suddenly stopped and looked at the ghost lamp holding the mace in front of him with a subtle expression. However, the other party's supernatural power is a particularly cute little girl in a dress. Because of your child-loving character, I am afraid of you. Can't hold it. Don't hit me. Nara felt like she had said something wrong, otherwise the ghost lamp could not beat her like that. 1551. It is not very clear what Nara did to Osamu Dazai. But the neighbor next door to his house also hurriedly moved out after that. Nara didn't care much about this neighbor who spoke bad things behind her back. What she was more puzzled was why the whole family covered their faces with scarves when the other party moved out. Let me talk about it in a unified way. The land in Japan can be bought and used forever, so don't use our country's laws against me. Nara has a bad temper and will not show a good face to those who occupy his house. Don't say that he is too cruel to those people. Everyone can use his identity to ask for Nara's legs. Well, Osamu Dazai vented her anger for her. Thanks to the little angel who voted for me or irrigated the nutrient solution. Thanks to the little angel who cast landmine, storm summons 1. Thanks to the little angel who irrigated nutrient solution. 1 bottle of meat kangaroo. Thank you very much for your support, I will continue to work hard. Chapter 53, Mimic. Japan is a country with a high incidence of earthquakes. Almost all the houses that come out alone are made of wood. It will not take long to rebuild one after burning. Master, when can this house be completely built? 3 or 4 months. Oh, 3 or 4 months is not too long. Nara feels that it's okay to wait a little longer. Anyway, the admission season is over now, and it is agreed that Kasuke will re-enter the school in April next year. This decoration company was found by Ghost Lamp, which is said to be absolutely reliable, so Nara had been staring for a few days and felt that it was troublesome, so she let them do it by herself, and she still needed to return to Yokohama to continue to work. On the first day she went back, she heard about Osamu Dazai leading the team, and it was said that it was an order issued by the latter after the other party had talked with the leader. Nara at this time can be said to be frightened. I heard that even the black lizards went with him. It was a serious matter no matter which direction I looked at. But Master Guangjin went to open the door again. Sorry, it's not that Nara really wanted to say this, but the point is that every time the black lizard goes out for a task, he always asks Mr. Hiratsu to open the door. It feels like a waiter outside the hotel lobby and is responsible for it. Open the door for others. Nowadays, Nara from Hong Kong and Heilongjiang uses a very appropriate nickname to describe it. Lo Icn Sen Oa. Zaichurayuna Shukakudagawa. Good old Mano Dasaku. Door opener Mr. Guangjin. Yokohama's #1 singer and Hong Kong Black's only conscience and Mrs. Hongai Yuan Nikaya. As for Osamu Dazai, it has no effect other than being good-looking. Nara-chan is too much. Why is there so much embellishment for that guy in Nikaya? Hearing Osamu Dazai's complaint, Nara silently stretched out his hand to cover his mouth. She didn't seem to read the above thing in her heart just now, but she said it directly by herself, so it happened that Osamu Dazai heard it. How can she make a few edits to make the other person believe that she describes him as not only spicy chicken, but also such words as perverted, should be hit, and bear child? It was just that after staring at the other person for a few seconds, she suddenly found that the bandage on this guy seemed to have increased again. You were injured in the action yesterday. Hey, I just want to feel what it feels like when the bullet passes by the ear, but I didn't expect the shot to hit the shoulder directly. Originally, Nara wanted to see how the other person was hurt, and even wanted to ask if the other person hurts, but after hearing this, he only felt that it should be done. It's all on your own. What does it mean to feel all of a sudden the feeling of the bullet rubbing in the ear? Fortunately, I didn't wipe it directly into my head. This guy is really a headache. Although I wish I could spit out the other person directly, Nara frowned and looked at Dazai Osamu's shoulder. Is it painful? Yes. It hurts. I don't know if it was her illusion. I always felt that from Dazai Osamu's current expression, it was impossible to see that the other party was really injured, and it was the kind of injury that was passed through by a bullet. Dazai, aren't you the most afraid of pain? I feel that you are not only not hurt, but also a little happy. Of course he doesn't hurt. It was Akutagawa-kun who was shot through the shoulder by the bullet, and it was to protect him. Seeing Ango Sakaguchi, who suddenly appeared on the scene, Osamu Dazai was displeased. As for Nara, who was donkeyed, he was sluggish for a few seconds, and then he lowered his head and looked around for something. Seeing that the other party was about to find his feet, Sakaguchi Ango pushed his glasses back a short step. Nara, what are you looking for? I'm looking for a gun. Since it is the office of the Hong Kong and Heilongjiang headquarters, I should be able to pick up a gun by just sweeping it on the ground. I want to talk to Dazai about my life. Regarding her words, Ango still pushed the glasses calmly. The office is not a copy place in the game. You can dig out treasures anywhere. Tisk. Grumpy Nara, online cheers. As for the successful donkey man, Osamu Dazai laughed happily. If it weren't for the cuteness of the other person, Nara really wanted to hit someone. Since the elimination of a mafia organization in Tokyo, Osamu Dazai took his subordinates and settled down for a while, and during this time Nara's new house was not decorated much. Because of the more money given, more house builders were invited. The house was completed in less than 2 months, and now I have to buy furniture inside. After the house is installed, people usually can't live in immediately and need to disperse the smell. Anyway, the house is not in a hurry. Nara has formed a circle around the house. Now, as long as there is no permission from her, no one can do anything. Get in here. It has been more than a year since I came to Hong Kong, and hey, Nara has actually adapted to life here. She has always kept a proper distance from Morihōgai, but every time she can't help but find opportunities to give Alice some cakes. The task of delivering cakes is to be handed over to Osamu Dazai. As a reward, these cakes must be purchased twice. Thanks to these 4,000 years of cooking skills, Nara feels that he can help the little girl Alice through these desserts. Although the number of meetings with the little girl is pitiful, but every time he meets the other side, he will fight with himself with a smile. Hello. Wow, Alice sauce is so cute. Nara would blow cute Alice sauce to Osamu Dazai every day, but he didn't expect to blow the other party and suddenly looked at her with a subtle expression. Alice is the supernatural power of the leader. Don't you think that there are actually two people may be interoperable? No, she definitely doesn't admit that such a cute little girl as Alice actually lives in the heart of the Uncle Morihōgai, or that Alice lives in Morihōgai's heart. What the is this? Contrast cute? Sorry, she felt that she might not be able to bear this. This time, Osamu Dazai still dons Nara. He didn't tell the other party that Alice's actions were controlled by Morihōgai. Nara can be said that there is no wave in her heart now. She doesn't know the truth. She really thinks it is a relationship, and then it's embarrassing. Nara-chan, why don't you talk anymore? You him, what did my mother tell me? Say that the leader laughs with a lot of style. Upon hearing this, Osamu Dazai made a very exaggerated move and took a small step back. Wow! I was frightened. Just when Nara felt that he might not be able to face Alice again, a man named Mimic suddenly appeared in Japan, and there were reliable sources that the other party's goal was Yokohama. Nara is already a Buddha, and she can even predict that the next Yokohama will be bloody. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt a little heartache. She stretched out her hand and touched her chest. She felt that it was necessary to go back and give the ghost lamp a vaccination. That is really too big a sin. For Nara's kind reminder, the ghost lamp did not say anything but drove her out with a mace. You don't want to come back until you find a social animal that can work overtime. Yep. Looking at the closed gates of hell, Nara felt that she might not be able to return to in a short time this time. She needed to find someone who could work hard and not complain about work efficiency. There are indeed a lot of people of this kind, but they can't die in a short time, right? And just with the irritable look of the ghost lamp, it feels that if Mimic really fights with the Hong Kong Black, the other party will definitely rush to the world to beat her. This time she can't promote any love and peace, and if she promotes it again, it may not necessarily happen. Just as she was nervous and ready to wait for the arrival of Shura Field, she suddenly received an investigation that she wanted to go to the dock warehouse with Osamu Dazai. Oh, this is definitely related to that Mimic again. If she guessed correctly, the other party has already started to do it. Since Mimic entered Japan, she has had a hunch that the other party might really come to SIPG. It can be said that the password of this warehouse can only be known by specialized personnel. If there is no inner ghost, there is really no other reason to explain clearly what is going on. Don't look at me, I don't even know what the password is. In order to clear up her suspicion, she deliberately stretched out her hand to confess her innocence. Although I am a senior horse, but after all, I still have a long distance from the core of Hong Kong and Heilongjiang, I really don't know. Nara-chan, I can't pass this barrier. Damn, shut up. When Odasaku's call came, Nara was holding Dazai Osamu's cell phone to clear the game. This level is probably a bit anti-human. As a human being, Dazai cannot understand how to attack, but Nara feels that he is also a messenger. Isn't it too shameful not to be able to pass? Seeing Odasaku's name flashing on the screen, she handed the phone over. Odasaku's call. It didn't matter at all. It was probably a phone call between friends. To blame, Nara's hearing is a little ridiculously good. She heard Odasaku mentioned on the phone that Ango's whereabouts are unknown and the leader asked him to investigate and the keywords of encountered assassination. These keywords are slowly linked together. Nara feels that he seems to have guessed something, but also feels that it is impossible. Something flashed through her mind, but she didn't have time to catch it. Why didn't the leader find 5 cotters to complete this task, but chose Odasaku? It would be too hypocritical to just act calmly from the other side, but Ugai Mori is such a person. He said that he can do many things to protect Yokohama. Nara didn't know whether his guess was correct, but after Mimic entered Japan, Mr. Sakaguchi disappeared, and now Oda investigates this matter. Always feel that something puts everything together. She didn't want to guess whether Sakaguchi Ango was an undercover or where the undercover was sent. She just felt that if Oda was involved, what if the children were in danger? Dazai, I think I need to go to a Western restaurant. Hey, I'll give you 2 days off. Is Oda Seiko dead? Soon, tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, thanks to the little angel who voted for me or irrigated the nutrient solution. Thanks to the little angel who irrigated nutrient solution. 6 bottles of Daowen Old Chinese medicine. Thank you very much for your support. I will continue to work hard. Chapter 54, Dawn End Number 039, T-Force Face. Dazai Osamu didn't ask what Nara wanted to do, but with his clever little brain, it could be said that his guess was not much worse. Now Odasaku was chasing the sniper frantically. She was afraid that she would disturb the other party if she made the phone call, so she first called the uncle of the Western restaurant and asked if everything in the nearest restaurant was normal. After getting everything as usual, she was relieved. Then he drove the hearse again and drifted past. There are many rooms on the 2nd floor of the Western restaurant. Except for one for the children, the rest are used to store sundries. The uncle's house is not far from the restaurant. It takes less than 5 minutes to walk out, but if the children are really good at night, what happened? He couldn't be there immediately. Sorry, uncle, I may be living here these 2 days, Oda-seiku, and we are a little worried about our children. It's okay, if Nara-chan is here at night, I'll rest assured. When Nara arrived, there were a few guests in the restaurant eating. After everyone had gone, the uncle wanted to clean up a room that was originally used to store sundries. It may be a bit messy here, don't dislike Nara-chan. No trouble, I live with a few children, I just hit the floor. Osamu Dazai was very prepared. As soon as she said that she was going to the Western restaurant, this guy turned her head and made people prepare the floor shop. If it hadn't happened suddenly, she would have doubted whether the other party was already prepared. Seeing the 5 children laughing and joking there, Nara thought for a few seconds and turned and went to the grocery room next door. She returned to after all sorts of harassment operations. Ghost lamp. Ghost lamp. Although the other party told her not to roll back for the time being, she felt that she could bear the humiliation for the children. Nara. It can bend and stretch. Really, ghost lights, look at how cute these children are. You can't just watch them in danger. So please help. What Nara asks for is actually very simple. If there is an accident, the Western restaurant will definitely not be able to stay. Once Mimic's people really focus on a few children, she will transfer the children to her house in Tokyo as soon as possible. Now it only needs Ghost Lantern to send someone to Tokyo to help. The reason why I don't take my children to Tokyo now is because I'm afraid that my hard-working base will be bombarded by the other party's organization. Nara felt that the ghost lamp wanted to hit her very much now, so he was just about a critical point and raised his mace. I have nothing to do recently, so I can help Nara-chan watch the child. Wow! Axiong, you are really a good person. Everyone is considered a childhood sweetheart. Why is the gap between the ghost lamp and Axiong so big? The former can't wait to kill her. 1551. Kim Deng is also hating Narasas for not making steel by doing this. Axiong's words made Nara scratch her head. She knew that the ghost lamp was doing it for her good, but now she wants to be a little sheep, otherwise she would be too irritable and easy to be single for a lifetime. No wonder Ghost Lantern is still single now, it turns out that it's because he is too irritable. Nara made a sudden realization, but was despised by Axiong's eyes, which made her feel very wronged. 1551. Does Nara-chan's house in Tokyo open the door to hell? Go on. Axiong and Nara opened the gate of together, and only the latter returned to the utility room. The former has now been parachuted to Nara's house in Tokyo. There were only simple furniture in the house, but there was still a bed in it, otherwise Axiong felt that she might just turn around and go back to hell. Out of the utility room, Nara first helped the uncle entertain the guests, and then began to check the security of the entire Western restaurant. So far, there is nothing suspicious. The first day can be said to be very safe. Nothing happened. The next morning, Odasako came to give the uncle the living expenses of a few children. The moment he saw Nara was a little confused. Why are you here? I help you look at the child. No matter how you look at things this time, I don't think it's right. I'm afraid in case someone threatens you with the child. After listening to Nara's words, Odasako chose to remain silent, and had to say that what the other party said made sense, because he hadn't considered it well. When Odasako went up to see the child, Daziharu's hearse rushed over. The moment Nara saw the other party, Nara squinted slightly. Are you hurt? Hey? Nara-chan can even see such a hidden wound. Really, now Nara wants to hit someone. If you guessed it right, this guy should be the head quilt flick, and the injuries she suffered after she rushed to the Western restaurant should not be seriously injured. But the guy wrapped his wound around and around with a bandage, and he wanted to put a sign on his head that said I'm injured. As long as you are not blind, you can see what happened. The two looked at each other for a few seconds, and Nara suddenly realized that the other party was waiting for her warmth, so she didn't care to give each other some warmth. Oh! Is the injury serious? Has it been seen by a doctor? Is it still painful? Nara felt that he should be the trotter hoof now, so he almost told Osamu Dazai if he wanted to drink some hot water. Nara sauce is too much. It's you who is too much. China also said that a woman who is crying for you cannot be filled with a truck, and a man who makes a woman cry easily can be said to be very spicy. Halfway through the conversation, Nara covered her chest silently, with a subtle expression. Having said that, she herself has a good impression of this spicy chicken boy. Really, this was the first time she saw what she said and almost made herself half angry. I have to say that Morihōgai is a very calculating man. In order to protect the city, he can probably give up anything. Now it seems that he gave up the lives of Oda Seiko and his 5 children. The mimic leader's supernatural powers are the same as those of Oda Sakurai. They all foresee what will happen in the next few seconds. Osamu Dazai told Nara over the phone about this, and also told her that the leader of Mimic came to pray for death. Since you want to die, it would be nice to die in your own home. Is it fun to travel here? Thinking of this, she rolled her eyes and felt that this leader was really shameless and shameless. If you want to die, she will definitely go to Satan in the West to beat this guy again after she is dead. NS. In the presence of Osamu Dazai, Nara burst into foul language for the first time, and the other party was completely stunned. Little sheep? Sorry, she is Damaha. Damaha. Nara can be said to be quite sure that his guess is completely correct. The shameless man mimic will probably look at Oda Seiko, who has no interest in killing people. If he wants to provoke this guy to kill himself, he can only start with those close to you. Very good, I feel that my home court will be here soon. As a result, Nara waited for a whole night and it was still calm. MMP. A sneak attack is the best at night. Early the next morning, Nara asked a few children to simply pack their own things, the kind that everyone was carrying a small school bag. Sister Nara, where are we going to pack up? The only girl among the five, Sakura, holding her favorite doll, blinked her eyes and looked at Nara, who was busy packing things, and asked her questions. Having packed all the children's things, Damaha stood up and wiped the sweat from his head. Well, Oda Sakurai has very important things to do now. You definitely don't want to be each other's weakness, so let's get there first. Hide in a safe place, wait until everything is resolved before you come back, don't you say, don't you? I know you like Oda the most, right? Yep. The little girl nodded particularly vigorously, while Seungsuk turned her head proudly. Who likes him? Let the children stay in the uncle's Western restaurant. Nara moved everything to the trunk of the car little by little, and then she walked back to the restaurant again. The uncle, we are going to leave. Before Nara had finished speaking, he heard the sound of brakes coming from the parking lot in front of the restaurant behind him. Looking through the window, he found that it was a medium-sized van with a few men with guns coming down. Oh, here it comes. You squatted in the bar. The uncle greeted the children and hid in the bar. If you come in from the outside, you can't see the people hiding there. Nara is sitting on the chair in front of the bar and looking at the door with a smile. Excuse me, who are you looking for? In response to Nara's doubts, more than a dozen gunshots were fired, and all of these bullets were blocked by the karma in front of her. Now she can at least talk to these people. Are you looking for those children? What are you going to do? As a hostage or kill? Oh, seeing the other side's posture that he was going to kill these children, Nara moved his neck to prepare for a big fight. I said before that she can't kill people casually, unless she completely provokes herself, but it seems that burning these guys with nothing left will not solve anything. If Nara gets serious, few people in Hong Kong and Hay will actually be able to stop her. The person who rushed in was burned to the point that there were no ashes left. She opened the door of the room and walked towards the car outside. If there is no accident, there is a bomb in it. Standing 5 meters outside the car, she greeted the people inside, and blew the car directly with karma. It's absolutely impossible that there are only a few people who came to kill a few children. Nara checked whether there were any people around and then checked whether her car was affected. After making sure that there was nothing wrong with her, she greeted a few. The child comes over, get in the car, I will take you to a safe place. Now as long as a few children leave, the uncle is not in any danger, but just in case Nara still let the other party go home and stay today, if there is no accident, the matter may be resolved today. She doesn't care if she offends Mariaga because of this. Anyway, after today's events, it is very likely that this Port Black will not be able to stay. If Oda Sakurai has any accident, then it will not be able to stay. Driving towards Tokyo with a few children, Nara called to tell Osamu Dazai about the current situation. The children are all safe, except. Through the reverse mirror, she saw the 2 cars that had caught up. Hey! There are still people catching up except now. Tomorrow Oda will lead a bento, and Kurodose will be over too. Thanks to the little angel who voted for me or irrigated the nutrient solution. Thanks for the little angel who cast landmine, call of storm, one yanked. Thanks to the little angel who irrigated nutrient solution. 10 bottles of cool tea for people walking. Thank you very much for your support, I will continue to work hard. Chapter 55, Just Die Like This. Nara really didn't expect that these guys would be so eagerly chased. After discovering that she had drove out, he sent 2 cars to follow her. Little guys, hold on to the seat belt in front of you. Just now when the situation was not urgent, Nara did not perform hearse drifting. After all, she thought that there were still 5 children in the car. Thinking about it this way, when she took Osamu Dazai back to Yokohama from Ikebukuro, she didn't seem to think too much. So people are growing up all the time. She has grown a lot during her more than a year in Yokohama. After Osamu Dazai hung up the phone, Oda Saku's call followed. Nara continued to call while the hearse drifted. By the way, she also launched some karma and burned the 2 cars behind. If she is not 8. Clawfish herself didn't believe it. Hello? Oda-saku, what's the matter with you? With the phone between his ears and shoulders, Nara controlled the car with both hands to perform an S-shaped walk on the national highway. After the 2 cars behind were burned down, he followed up with another one. The people in that car even thought about it. To hit her with a gun, the tire couldn't hit her at all. What happened to the children? I just went to the Western restaurant and found out that the uncle is not here, even the children are not there. Oh, you came to see the baby, just wow. Before Nara had finished speaking, the phone slipped from her shoulder. By coincidence, she accidentally pressed the hang-up button, and Oda-saku's phone was unilaterally hanged up by her. The reason why she would make this horrifying sound was that not only did she find that there was a car chasing them behind her, but there were even a dozen motorcycles driving directly towards them. Don't you know you can't go retrograde on the national highway? Even if you are not responsible for your own life, you have to be responsible for others. Nara managed to evade the car's chase and interception by the dozen or so motorcycles, and threw out a few karmic fires along the way, successfully making these motorcycles disappear without even exploding. Kasuke, if you call Oda-saku with your mobile phone, you say we were attacked by that magic organization, but there is nothing safe for everyone. After saying this, she suddenly felt that something was wrong, and she felt as if she had said the name of the organization wrong. It might be that she was too emotional now, and she felt that she couldn't turn her head. Until she heard Kasuke say magic organization to Oda-saku on the phone, she finally understood what she said wrong, and now I hope Oda-saku can understand that she is not talking about magic but mimic. It's too confusing. Shinsuke, put the phone on the speakerphone. I have something to tell Oda Sakurai. Okay. Kasuke obediently pressed the hands-free. Nara can fully focus on the operation of the car. Now we are very safe. You can rest assured that as long as I am with the children, there will be no danger, so you don't worry, don't find revenge for that leader yourself, who knows what will happen. I see. After listening to the other party's promise so happy, she didn't think too much, just felt that there should be no more scenes of the person close to me was killed, so I was angry and avenged. After hanging up the phone, Nara controlled the steering wheel with one hand, and reached out the window with one hand and grabbed the head of a motorcyclist with a slight force. The other party hung up before making any noise. Today she killed a lot of people. According to incomplete statistics, there are probably 20 or 30 people. Her karmic fire can burn out even the soul, so these dozens of guys will not appear in hell, but she needs to go back and report to the ghost lamp after the matter is over, otherwise it might not be easy for Master Yan Mo. You guys close your eyes, you can't open your eyes without my permission. It's really bad to kill people in front of the children. There was no way just now, but now she at least doesn't have to call all kinds of people anymore. Using the fire to wrap the entire car, it can be said to be invincible, as long as the cars and motorcycles that want to approach are all burned out. Very good, she killed more people. After the car drove out of Yokohama, those who wanted to shoot them finally did not show up again. After repeatedly confirming that there were really no other vehicles available, Nara breathed a sigh of relief and stopped the drift of his hearse. Several children in this car had become sick due to motion sickness. When it became a dish, she didn't even dare to open it quickly. Sister Nara, can we open our eyes now? Sitting in the back seat, Sakura opened her mouth carefully, her voice trembling because of fear of nervousness. Looking at the 4 children in the back seat through the rear-view mirror, Nara turned on the car stereo and played a softer music. It's okay, and I will arrive at the destination soon. The drift of her hearse just now can be said to be too fast and directly caused the time from Yokohama to Tokyo to be directly shortened by half. It took less than 10 minutes to park the car in front of her newly renovated house. God, Nara, are you back? Oh, are these the 5 kids who are going to live here? Ah yes, these 5 children. Nara helped a few children to move out all the things in the trunk. Anyway, now her house has a lot of large rooms, and several children don't need to live in the same room. I ordered a few children's beds on the internet before. It is estimated that they will be delivered to Axiong soon. You can help pick them up. I have something to do in Yokohama. Sister Nara. After Nara moved everything down, he was about to drive away, but was dragged by Sakura's clothes corner. Generally, little girls think more than boys at these times. Sister Nara, Uncle Odasaku, are you okay? Calling her a girl with a real age of 4,000 plus and her appearance as her sister, and an Oda, who is just 23 years old in terms of inner core and appearance, as her uncle, how heartbroken is this? I can't guarantee this at the moment, so I just want to go to Odasaku. If nothing happens, my sister would like to bring Uncle Odasaku back. Nara was also a bit disgusted with this age issue. If he let Dazai Osamu know this, he would probably laugh as a fool. When she came out of the house, she first called Odasaku and asked where the other party was. As a result, the call was in a state of unanswered from beginning to end. In the end, the other party turned off the phone directly. She? Very good, Nara thinks that Odasaku should have decided to eliminate the routes. She was so scared that she almost flew into the car. Since I can't get the address from Odasaku, then Dazaiji's clever mind should be able to think of it, but it took a long time for this guy to answer the call. I'm in the chief's office now. Osamu Dazai over the phone changed his usual joking tone. Now his tone is so serious that it makes people think something is wrong. Is the leader not letting you go? Nara rushed out with a kick on the accelerator, and she could return to Yokohama in about 10 minutes at her current speed. Tell me the current address of Odasaku. I will go now. No matter what Morioge intends to get by abandoning the lives of Odasaku and a few children, Nara feels that she has reached the edge of anger. If Morioge is standing opposite her, she will probably choose to blow the other side's dog's head. She discussed with Osamu Dazai that whoever had time should rush to the place where Oda had a duel, but the former rushed back from Tokyo after all. Even if she really flew, it was completely useless. The daylily was cold when she rushed over. Standing at the gate, Nara first saw Odasaku's ghost with a bewildered look, and then saw the so-called mimic leader standing next to him, the leader who has been begging for death. I really didn't expect Odasaku to hang up like this. Nara stood there for a few seconds, then slowly opened his mouth. I have already said that the children are fine, why are you looking for him? When she said this, she was already a little angry, and even wanted to rush to grab the collar of the other party and shake it left and right to show her heart beeping with a growl. She couldn't imagine what Dazaiji would look like now in the gate. Reaction. I just want to avoid future troubles. Even if you can protect the 5 children for a while, you can't protect them for a lifetime. I just want to eliminate all the dangers. The leader of Mimic on the side is probably very happy now. After all, he died as he wished. Before the corner of his mouth was raised, Nara grabbed his hair and slammed it against the ground. Is it really hard for you to come to Japan just to die? Now I want to talk about the posture of the 2 people. It is probably that Nara slammed his knees against the man's back waist, grabbed his head again and again with his right hand, then hit the ground, grabbed it and hit it again, repeatedly. Many times. The mouth is forced to continue, saying that you can't die by yourself, just let your subordinates tie you to a chair and shoot you in the head and you won't die. So why bother? Why do you want to kill those 5 children, who gave you the courage? In the end, Nara can be said to be smashed in a second, and in the end, the other party's face can be said to be bloody. If you want to die, just like Dazai Osamu, you don't cause trouble to others. If you look at yourself, it's disgusting. Odasaku, who witnessed the whole process, always felt that something was wrong. He felt that the person in front of him was not like the Nara he knew, as if he had turned on some terrible switch, and there was another very important thing. Nara, how could you see us? They were obviously dead, and they were going to right now. How could Nara see them? Hey? Explain this later. Next, Odasaka watched Nara without knowing where it changed. A large chain was directly wrapped around the mimic leader's neck, and he was about to drag him into the gate. This is my letter of recommendation. When you show the cover of this letter of recommendation to the jailer who is leading you, you will understand it at a glance. The letter will be handed over to a person called Ghost Lantern, and work hard over there. The old father, Odasaku, looked dazed. Really, this chapter is very cool. Let's celebrate Odasaku's offline thanks to the little angel who voted for me or irrigated the nutrient solution. Thanks to the little angel who cast landmine, one small match for selling girls. Thanks to the little angel who irrigated nutrient solution. 6 bottles of fiber, 1 bottle of meat kangaroo. Thank you very much for your support, I will continue to work hard. Chapter 56, Defect. Odasaku probably did not expect that he would not escape the headband of a social animal until he died. The only difference was that he was a mafia social animal in this world, and the other was a social animal who had no life-threatening danger and good welfare but occasionally worked overtime when he went to hell. Only he can't think of it. There are no things that don't exist in this world. For example, there really is hell, and Nara is the messenger who can speak in hell. Although this guy is from overseas, but since he died in Yokohama, he must first go to the on our side. Tell the ghost lamp, and wait for me to clean up this person before throwing it back into hell. After experiencing the Odasaku incident, Nara felt that her temper had become irritable again. She remembered the menopause mentioned by Osamu Dazai before. After taking a few deep breaths, she showed a signature smile at Odasaku who was standing opposite her. Well, it's actually nothing, just teach the other party how to become a relatively kinder new ghost. Odasaku still wants to ask the other party what is going on now, what is meant by serious work, good benefits, and occasional overtime. Yep. It's alright, time is running out. We can meet in after Dazai is dead. The old father, Odasaku, can be said to have a lot of embarrassment. What happened today made him unable to react at all. He was originally too angry when he was facing the head of Mimic, but now he has calmly accepted that he is dead. In fact, he even told Osamu Dazai to be a good man before he died. Inside the gate came the heart-piercing voice of Haru Dazai calling for Oda's name. Nara felt that if he didn't do something, the guy inside might be sad and stupid. Waving goodbye to Odasaku, Nara pulled the iron chain in his hand and pushed open the door and walked in, just in time to see Osamu Dazai kneeling next to Odasaku's body. What to do? Should she show a very sad expression? After all, Odasaku has just died now, she can't show. But after seeing too many deaths for so many years, she has actually become a little numb. He stretched out his hand and scratched his head, with a complex expression turning round and round in place, and even the mimic leader who was holding her in his hand turned many times. Before she could speak, Osamu Dazai spoke, Nara-chan, do you think people will go to after they die? Yes, anyone who has done bad things will go to hell, even after a change of heart. Nara answered this question very sincerely, I just saw Odasaku and sent him a letter of recommendation. In this way, he should become a jailer and don't have to suffer some flesh and blood. Suffering. At this point, she stretched out her hand and scratched her cheek with some trouble. In this case, if one day you die and go to hell, you should still be able to see Odasaku. Is it? At this time, Osamu Dazai stood up at noon and turned to look at Nara behind him. This was the first time Nara knew that there was nothing wrong with his eyes. Opening her mouth, she could only show a big smile at last. Odasaku said, I hope you stand in the camp of good people. What are your plans? What's your plan for Nara-chan? Osamu Dazai did not answer his question, but instead asked him, which made Nara raise his eyebrows slightly. After that, how would she answer? Forget it, just answer a few questions. Probably won't stay here anymore. The leader is indeed a good leader when it comes to facing Yokohama, but she is a bit too much in treating her subordinates. In contrast, our Ghost Lamp and Yan Mo the adults are so much better. Nara felt that when she said this, Osamu Dazai's mouth rose more and more, and finally showed an unclear smile, which made her a little bit confused about the other's intentions. There is no way she can only divert the topic that sounds more serious at this time. She stretched out her hand and shook it in front of Dazai Osamu twice before she pulled the iron chain on her hand. Now I am going to teach this guy how to be a good ghost first, and then take him back to go to the pan. Having said that, she suddenly stopped and raised her head to look at the boy in front of her. Humans cannot go to hell, so I can't take you to see Oda Seiku, and don't think about jumping off the building now. Don't forget Bai Yue Guanglao father said that he hoped you would be a good person. Nara felt that he might have thought of something. The current Oda Saku is like the cinnabar mole on the chest of the male protagonist in the novel. In short, it occupies a very important role. As a person who has a good impression of the other party, she should be acting a little jealous now, but she can't eat it at all, and even wants to kick the mimic leader who is lying on the ground again. Without having to use her hands, Osamu Dazai has already kicked it directly, and it is still the kind of kicking directly in the face with the heel, without any merciful thoughts. It's okay. I can still get into the pan at that time. Because of his crime, he even wants to use the lives of 5 children to threaten Oda Seiku, this spicy chicken. So she kicked it up, but her strength was greater than that of Dazai Chi, and she kicked and vomited blood directly. After talking for so long, Nara suddenly realized that the boy hadn't said her next plan, so she raised her eyebrows at the other party to tell the truth quickly, but Osamu Dazai, who was full of anger, just stretched out her index finger in front of her mouth and made a silence gesture. This is a secret. Secret, you big head ghost. I arranged the 5 children in the house in Tokyo, and Axiong is watching them now, so after returning from hell, I might have to go back to Tokyo to help solve the children's affairs. I will go too. I don't know what Osamu Dazai thinks. While saying that what he is going to do next is a secret, he also said that he would go to Tokyo with her to see the children. She really couldn't understand the other party's sorrow. Go if you want, or else you teach this guy how to be a good ghost. Nara is really tired after experiencing so many things today, and she wants to sit and rest for a while now. Okay. It can be said that Osamu Dazai sharpened his sword to the pig and the sheep, and took the chain from Nara. There is really no big problem with what will happen next. Ghosts can't be killed anyway. When Nara dragged the half-dead Jide back to hell, the ghost lamp was already giving some precautions to Professor Odasaku as the jailer. After seeing her back, he just pressed the notebook in his hand with a Snapdragon ballpoint pen. You killed 56 people in total. As he raised the book, there were blank marks on many pages, which indicated that Nara's karmic fire burned the people so that there was no soul left. Regarding the accusation of the ghost lamp, Nara seemed not to care so much, and then threw Jide between the two. Well, it can be considered as a last resort. In order to protect the children, if you want to deduct wages, then deduct it, anyway. I don't care about this kind of thing. Seeing King Mei's indifferent expression, Gui Deng frowned slightly, but at the end he didn't say much. Forget it. By that time, put all the crimes on this person named Jide. Jide lying on the ground. What? What the is this? Oda Seiku, who has just become an intern jailer. Really, he also didn't understand why it was all right, nor did he understand what Nara was. Hearing that Ghost Lantern had already planned to punish Jide unilaterally, Nara nodded in a lighter tone than before. Okay, since you have said so, I can rest assured, it is best to let him reincarnate all hell. Turn it once, if it doesn't work, then turn it 10 times. It's done 15 times. It's really good, then 20 times. Finally, after Nara and the ghost lamp increased their prices, the number of Jid's reincarnations increased to 50 times. Jid, who has been completely numb. After returning from hell, 4,000 plus girls found Osamu Dazai who was waiting for her. After experiencing Odasaku's things, the smile on the boy's face became more profound, but the expression on the face of the 4,000 plus girls became deeper and deeper. Nara-chan, don't be so low, we should be good people now. I think I have always been a good person. Is it easy to run around for the harmonious coexistence of Yokohama? As if he had heard something very shocking, Osamu Dazai looked at Nara beside him with a surprised expression. Nara-chan, are you really tired of running around for the harmonious coexistence of Yokohama? If I remember correctly, every time the leader turns in you are all present for the tasks given to me. What's the situation? Don't you insist on taking me along with these tasks? You must know that although my people are there, my heart is bleeding, okay? Nara felt that she had fallen into the trap dug by this guy from the beginning. From the moment he knew that he was a messenger from hell, Osamu Dazai always deliberately let her join every action in order to keep her away from him. The goal of the mission is getting farther and farther. Really, she is so angry now that she can't wait to hit each other, but fortunately, her mission is not to make Yokohama live in harmony. Forget it, anyway. Everyone will go away and leave a good impression on each other. Hey? Didn't Nara-chan go with me? I thought you would go with me. It would be too lonely if I was the only one. I thought the relationship between the two of us in Hong Kong and Heilongjiang was very good. It's so sad. Originally, Nara was just arrogant and wanted to make a joke with the other person, but who knew that this guy directly started to accuse her of her ruthlessness, and even started to yell that she is a ruthless woman who doesn't recognize people when she puts on her pants. I'll go with you. Isn't it enough to go with you? She has nothing to say to this little ancestor. The two defected midway while doing a mission, but when they betrayed the organization, the guy who was dressed like clothes all year round put a bomb on Zhong Gai's love car. Hey, it would be too much for you to do this. It was the first time that Nara saw such a big farewell gift, and a bomb came directly. Did he want to send it to the sky directly? It's okay, it's a reward for his celebration with red wine. Seeing, the two people really fell in love and killed each other. In addition to Oda Seiko's rival, there is also Nakaya. Very good. 5 children, have to settle down. Do you think it's the surname Oda? Dazai better? Or is it Nara's last name? A few kids will be classmates with Sakura next, knowing the world is not worthy of CP, ha 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 ha. Thanks to the little angel who voted for me or irrigated the nutrient solution. Thanks for the little angel who cast landmine, tired carp, storm summoned one. Thanks to the little angel who irrigated nutrient solution. 1 bottle per hour. Thank you very much for your support. I will continue to work hard. Chapter 57, Elope for Love. Nara and Osamu Dazai defected together. Before he defected, Osamu Dazai also bombed Zhong Yuan's Hong Gai's car. The above 2 pieces of news can be said to have caused an uproar in Hong Kong, but the third news can be said to have caused Hong Kong to blow up the pot. Regarding the 2 defections, there is a version saying that it is a sincere feeling. Master Nara was pregnant, Mr. Dazai took others away in order to give him a normal life. This is a great love, just to abandon his own glory and wealth in Hong Kong and Heilongjiang in order to live like an ordinary person. Zhongai Yuanzong also suddenly discovered the version circulated in Hong Kong and black after he soaked up. He has known Nara for more than a year. The two have become good friends. He always feels that the other party regards himself as a girlfriend. Unexpectedly, the defection was said to be love to run away. He couldn't accept it. He got up early in the morning and sent a message to Nara. At this time, Nara and Osamu Dazai had just packed their luggage, and it was this time that she knew why Osamu Dazai's monthly salary was not left. This guy bought most of his salary to buy bandages. just to put on fresh bandages on my body every day. There are infirmaries in Hong Kong and Heilongjiang. You didn't save any money, and you defected so blatantly. There is no income. Thinking of this, Nara's whole body exploded. I wished to pull the other side's collar and sway it from side to side. Hey, isn't there still Nara sauce? You won't leave me alone. Do you want to be the little boy who is kept? The set is collapsed. Never thought that Osamu Dazai would have a day when he would be taken care of by himself. Nara seemed so daunted. Just when she was stunned, Zhong Yuan's Hong Gaia called, and after hearing the other party's words, she was not well. Tisk. What is meant by elopement for love? Are we elopement for love? Don't forget that it seems to them that you are still pregnant. Go to pregnancy. Is Hong Kong black gossip so serious now? She has already defected, can she make a better impression in the minds of these people? Go run with the ball in your uncle's. Where did you run with the ball? She stretched out her hand and rubbed her hair casually. She tried to calm her down. So's Hong Gaia, as a good friend, you also come to ask me the question of running with the ball? Are you planning to buy small clothes and strollers for your children? I don't think your eyes are so spicy that you will see that mackerel. Oh, I'm sorry, her eyes are so spicy. She really fell in love with Osamu Dazai. There is no way to talk about this. Really, I feel that she might want to hit people anymore, hitting the Dazai Osamu who harmed her own reputation. No, in fact, not only Osamu Dazai, but also Yasuo Sakaguchi was the one who caused his reputation. Thinking about the identity of the 5 children, Nara felt that she had already thought of a way to make Sakaguchi apologize. Just when the 2 of them were leaving the place where they used to live leisurely, Akutagawa Ryunashuk had already fried the pot in Hong Kong. Akutagawa Ryunashuk is now so angry that he cannot admit that Osamu Dazai has defected. Why is that guy and Mr. Dazai defecting? His hatred of Nara has escalated again. If it was 70% before, it has definitely reached 700% now. A long time ago, his hatred of Nara has dropped slightly now and in the future. It is estimated that it will not fall, it will definitely not fall, and it will continue to rise desperately every day. Don't let me run into her next time, otherwise absolutely. Speaking of this, the boy stopped suddenly, and he suddenly remembered the rumored story about Nara was pregnant with Osamu Dazai's child. Angry. After defecting, a new way is needed, because Oda Sakurai hopes that Osamu Dazai will be on the side of helping others. After all, it was a last word. Even if Oda was busy and became a public servant working overtime and bald, Osamu Dazai decided to give it a try. Maybe this will be more interesting. After leaving Hong Kong, Osamu Dazai abandoned his black suit, at least for now, it looks much brighter than before. It turns out that Nara-chan has been wearing this kind of clothes in hell. No wonder you say that kimono affects actions, so it seems that it is true. Noting that the other's eyes were on the hem of his skirt, Nara almost threw the clothes in his hand on the guy's face and shouted pervertedly. I used to wear traditional kimono, but later I felt it was too inconvenient, so I changed it to this way. At this time, Nara does not look like a 4,000 plus messenger from hell, no matter whether it is viewed from top to bottom from left to right. The whole is backed in red, with strange golden inscriptions written on it, and paired with a dark blue belt that also has some inscriptions. Nara's kimonos are all this short kimono, all with golden inscriptions. Every time I dress up like this, I always feel that I am a child participating in 753 Children's Day. Dazai put his arms around his chest and stroked his chin with one hand, and then showed an unexplained smile, a 4,000-year-old child. Gonna. This guy is too annoying to speak. Damn, I really want to hit someone now. What are your plans for the next thing? It's about helping others, but what are your plans? At this time, the 2 people are now living with their 5 children in the house in Tokyo in Nara. According to Osamu Dazai, they probably want to stay in Yokohama. I think there are indeed people I know who can help me find a way out. Staring at the bald farming chief in front of him, Nara felt that the other party must have never thought that the two of them would find himself, and even asked each other to help find a job. Osamu Dazai's request is very clear, only if he can help other people, but because his files are too stained, he needs to clean the files before he really joins the organization that helps people. Well, Chief Farm, my files are no longer needed. I have a whitewashing function. She is just a senior horse from Hong Kong and black, and of course the file is much cleaner than the Kader Dazai Osamu. However, seeing the chief farming officer in front of him, Nara suddenly remembered that Ango Sakaguchi was also in the Special Services Division. So far, even if she doesn't need the other party's help to clean up the files, she still needs the other party's help to do some things, after all. My own style review. And Oda Saku. What happened to Oda? But where do you two live now? We live in Tokyo now, but I still want to go back to Yokohama. Osamu Dazai is determined to stay in Tokyo, which means that the two people need to find a place to live in Yokohama again. Taking advantage of the time the two were talking, Nara took out his mobile phone and checked the money in his bank card. Terrible. What's more terrible is that she has to teach the 5 children's tuition, fees, and living expenses. When returning to before, Oda Saku told her about this. Although the salary in is not as good as that during the Hong Kong Black period, but after all, the other party can leave a lot of money every month. He wants to spend the remaining money on several children every month. 1551. Oda Saku, an old father, can be said to be too competent, even if he is now dead, but he still does not forget the children he adopted. What a wonderful father he is. But even if the other party paid a large part of the money, a small part of it needs to be paid by Nara. If you want to rent a house, it is really a big investment. Just when Nara was already entangled that his savings were not enough for the rest of life, Osamu Dazai, who was still talking to the farm chief, suddenly took out a silver line card from his pocket and stuffed it directly into Nara's hand. Damn it! Who can tell her what is going on? Why did this guy give her this thing suddenly? Didn't you say that your money has been used to buy bandages when you sorted things out before? Why did a card pop up suddenly? There were several sets of questions about Nara, but Osamu Dazai did not answer, but he still talked wholeheartedly with the chief farm officer. She took the card in her hand and looked at it dumbfoundedly, and finally felt that the other party had given this to herself. Does this mean to let her keep it? Until the two of them came out of the izakaya, she remained in a daze with the card in her hand. So now who can explain what this state is? That. This is all my belongings now, so I will give it to Nara-chan. Wow! Dazai, did you see that I was worrying about my livelihood, so you secretly took out your private money? You are really a good person. I really can't use spicy chicken to describe you. It happened that there was a bank next to her. She dragged the other person to see how much money was in the card, so that she could at least sum up the deposits in the two people's hands, and then there would be a clearer list. I inserted the card in full of joy and entered the password according to Dazai's reminder, but when I saw the 20,000 yen displayed on it, the smile on Nara's face slowly disappeared. Fearing that she had misread the number, she reached out and counted the number bit by bit. 10 million, 10 million. Very good, there is indeed only 21,430 yen in this card, which is really full of odds and ends. Dazai, you. Looking back at Osamu Dazai next to him, Nara originally wanted to have a good chat with the other person about this issue, but when she saw the guy's face and the grieved expression, she swallowed what she had said. It's nothing, it's pretty good. Okay, after all, there are still 20,000 yuan. Her face had already started to twitch involuntarily, and it seemed that now only Sakaguchi Ango could play. In fact, it is very easy to find Ango Sakaguchi. After all, they are serious government officials. As long as they go to work, they will definitely be able to stop them. At first, blocking people was very noticeable, especially Nara's blocking of the family's mouth was even more noticeable. Nara, I didn't expect to see you after that. Sakaguchi Ango stretched out his hand and pushed the glasses on his face. He just wanted to say something, but the person in front of him didn't give him a chance at all. Ango, since you are a government official, you can apply for a household registration for the children. I think there should be no problem, right? The answer to Sakaguchi Ango was 6 faces with kind smiles. Ha 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 ha. NS. I'm going to laugh to death. Thanks to the little angel who voted for me or irrigated the nutrient solution. Thanks to the little angel who irrigated nutrient solution. 20 bottles of rain meow, 1 bottle of meat kangaroo. Thank you very much for your support, I will continue to work hard. Chapter 58, Kiss? Sakaguchi Ango dare not refuse to agree now. While he wants to clean up the files for Osamu Dazai, he also needs to apply for household registration for the 5 children brought by Nara. Are you bullying government officials like this? Ango, I've always been a double-standard dog and I like moral kidnapping. Anyway, you can take care of these 5 children. As a 3-sided spy, you should know what happened to Odasaku's disappearance. Although it was Morioge who asked Odasaku to investigate the disappearance of Sakaguchi Yasuo, that is to say, it was Morioge who indirectly killed Odasaku, and the one who directly killed Odasaku was Jide. Anyway, Morioge can't move now, Jide can't fight anymore, and now she can only push everything on Sakaguchi Ango. Do you bear the heart? Do you bear the heart? Do you really bear the heart? 3 consecutive do you bear it? Sakaguchi Ango almost choked to death, but someone continued to be a little bit tighter. Not much to say, just unify the surnames of these 5 children, not Dazai, it seems like we are. The 2 children are the same, with the surname Oda, otherwise you helped with the enrollment of several children. Nara has now fully revealed what is called don't be forced face. Anyway, the current situation is like this, can rely on Sakaguchi Ango, the kind that will never come down. Anyway, you have to do it, and you have to do it. Otherwise, take the child and call his father together. Dad. Seeing that the other party was about to make more requests, Sakaguchi Ango promptly stopped the other unreasonable requests made by the other party. Now it is very likely that this guy may see the stitches after answering himself later. Yes, I can solve the identity problems of these children, but I can't manage the school admissions. Tisk. Nara can be said to have made no secret of her loss in front of the other party. No, she is not lost in the way she is now. The lost person does not make such a loud voice. Sakaguchi Ango felt that this guy didn't have such a bad temper when he was in Hong Kong. How could it be like this in less than a month? I know you have to help Dazai clean up the files. Even if he doesn't have a serious job, he can find a good job with his Yokohama Lock King craftsmanship, and he can also get a good salary. Suddenly something flashed across his mind. Nara clenched his right hand and slammed his palm into his palm. Yet, he is the Yokohama Lock King. If Central Plains is also the #1 singer in Hong Kong and black, then Osamu Dazai is definitely the #1 Lock King in Yokohama. 2 people are not only double black, but double first. This kind of person thinks that it is a good match. Pulling out the phone to check the time, Nara feels that she should also send some children home. From tomorrow on, she will find a new house with Osamu Dazai. Then you will leave the Hyokao issue of these children to you. You can call me if you get it right. Anyway, you also know my phone number. Wow, Ango, you are really a good person. Ignoring the other's obvious beeping dog expression, Nara patted several children on the back and motioned them to say goodbye to each other. Come on, say goodbye to your thigh dad. Goodbye dad thigh. ×5. Really, Now Sakaguchi Ango is so angry that he wants to hit someone. Returning from the municipal government office, Nara opened the door and saw Dazai Masakazu paralyzed on the sofa, and beside him was a particularly high pile of yen. Nara roughly counted them, and felt that these were at least 1 million. Oh my god, didn't you say that all your belongings were everything before? What's the situation here now? Osamu Dazai seemed very comfortable, and he waved to the bank card on the table. Yes, those 20,000 are indeed all my belongings, but these are half of Songgai's belongings. Anyway, I took them before leaving Hong Kong. One of his cards, I don't know how much money is in it. Trembling and taking out the phone, Nara saw that the name of Nikaya was flashing on the screen. To be honest, she didn't dare to answer the phone now. If she guessed correctly, it is probably that the guy in Nikaya has too many cards. Even if Haru Dazai took one, he did not respond, and Haru Dazai took out all the money before the opponent reacted. Come out. Terrible. This money, can you pay it back? After all, Joan can be regarded as her good girlfriend, and now she has a guilty conscience with each other's money. The 4,000-plus girl first confessed the mistake to the other party and expressed her apologies for taking him 1 million. If possible, she would find time to send it back to the other party. 1 million? What 1 million? Don't you know? Nara looked dumbfounded and described what Dazai Osamu had just said to Nakahara, but the person on the other end of the phone was also very dumbfounded, saying that none of his cards had 1 million cards in it. Dazai Osamu. Are you lying to me again? The call couldn't be made. Zhong also found that various voices came from the next end of the call, and he couldn't even tell what it was. If he could not hear the voices of the two people, he even thought that Osamu Dazai had died. No more this time, really no more. Lying on the sofa, Osamu Dazai let Nara sway his trench coat collar with a grieved expression, but Nara-chan, I think the current posture of the two of us. Now the two are maintaining the posture of female upper and male lower. Nara is sitting on Dazai Osaru's body in a short kimono, and she is sitting on this guy's waist with her legs spread apart. Nara silently turned his head and looked to one side, and found that 5 children blinked and looked to this side like a stack of arhats. 1 or 2 eyes were full of curiosity. Go back to read, don't forget that you still have to go to school, your old father Oda Sakyuka is still watching you. While saying this, Nara climbed down from Dazai Osamu. Her face comparable to a city wall showed no signs of redness at all, let alone Dazai Osamu who was lying on the sofa. Originally, she really wanted to crawl down like this, but now all the children have been sent back, and no one can see what they are now, so she sat back again, and still pulled Dazai directly with both hands. The collar pulled the opponent very close to him, and he could feel his breath even when he entered. I think according to the TV show, if the male and female lead looks like this, they are probably not far from kissing. It's a coincidence, I think so too. It was not wrong to say that, but Nara chose to get off Dazai Osamu after they looked at each other for a minute. Although she didn't blush, her heartbeat accelerated a little, and she felt that if she kept looking at each other like this, she might be unable to control her body and just bite down. Osamu Dazai's eyes didn't change a bit at the beginning, it won't work if it's made clear. Just as Nara was about to get up from the other person, this guy directly grabbed her arm and brought her back into his arms, with an inexplicable smile on his face. Hey? What did Nara-chan just want to do? I think it's suspicious. I said I nod you, do you believe it? I'm ready to finish cooking. Before his heartbeat broke new highs again, Nara quickly stood up from Dazai Osamu and walked into the kitchen with firm steps to make himself look as if he was not particularly guilty. Judging from the current situation, she really can't have such close contact with Osamu Dazai in the future, otherwise it is really possible that she can't stand it and will directly attack each other. An old single dog who has been single for more than 4,000 years, once her heart is moved, is it life-threatening? At least she could bear it before, but she is afraid that the next two people will live under the same roof for a long time, and she can't help it. What not to do? The whole body shuddered at the thought of this Nara, and quickly took out the tomatoes and started washing. I don't know if Osamu Dazai has touched her heart. This guy suddenly sat up from the sofa and put his hands in his trouser pockets, wandering from the living room to the kitchen, leaning on the door frame and looking at Nara inside with a smile. Busy there? Nara sauce, what shall we eat today? To this guy's ecstasy voice, Nara almost didn't fall to the ground with the tomato in her hand, but even so, she still pretended to be calm and orderly preparing dishes. When a few children are growing up, they make tomato sirloin for them. Hey, I am just 18 years old, and I am also growing up. Osamu Dazai stopped before he finished speaking, because he saw Nara holding a kitchen knife in his hand and looking at himself with a smile like a flower. If you are more free, come and pick me up rice, otherwise I chopped you off. Wow! Nara-chan, you are really scary. Although he said that, Osamu Dazai took his hands out of his pockets and put them under the faucet to wash, and then began to wash the rice as Nara said. I didn't expect that one day I would cook by myself. Don't worry, there are many opportunities to do it yourself in the future. Nara is right. The oldest of the children is only 6 years old, and the remaining 4 to 5 years old. They are all growing up. They must take some good supplements. Oh, Dasaku is absent. At least this reel is better. Anyway, she didn't worry about handing over a few children to Osamu Dazai to raise them, or she would probably raise a few children to death. Now the two people can be said to be caught in a dilemma. If a few children are going to school in Tokyo and they are going to be active in Yokohama, then who should take care of the daily lives of these children? Could it be that they hire a nanny? However, Chief Tanada responded to Nara's concerns what they did during the whitewashing of the archives. They needed to run everywhere. After the washing, the Butte-isha was always in Yokohama, which means that there is no problem living in Tokyo. Dazai, you don't love Yokohama so much that you can't leave this place, right? Does Nara-chan think I'm a pervert? I think you look alike. However, Nara felt that he didn't need to talk about other people. After all, he had kidnapped Sakaguchi Ango morally before, and I still feel heartache when I think about it. If you can't kiss me, don't worry, I will write a few words during the whitewashing period, and there are not many words to thank the little angel who voted for me or irrigated the nutrient solution. Thanks to the little angel who irrigated nutrient solution. 16 bottles of Tsuramaru Kunanaga, 10 bottles of fiber, 1 bottle of coffee and meat kangaroo. Thank you very much for your support, I will continue to work hard. Chapter 59, Mrs. Dazai. The task of Nara and Osamu Dazai is actually very simple, which is to solve the grey area incidents that cannot be resolved by black and white. This is an era of gangs of demons dancing. Not only there are hells and monsters, but also a lot of monsters, but the most are probably secret chamber murders. XXX Villa murder case. If there are too many such things, it is really tired, it is too tired. The most terrible thing is the XX Villa murder incident. The bridge or road connecting with the outside world must be destroyed, the phone line must be cut off, and the mobile phone must have no signal. So many must be added together to have a XX Villa murder event. Nara and Osamu Dazai have caught up with this 4 times, and they even think. At first, they got a tip saying that someone would take advantage of this kind of gathering to have a murder. They need to find the murderer before the person is killed. Of course, if the murderer is not found before the target person is killed, it is the other group. That's it. Nara feels a bit too trifling about this. If the target characters are killed, they are considered to have failed the mission, so what's the point? This is very interesting, Nara-chan. I want to see what the black hand behind the scenes is capable of avoiding my eyes. Okay, this is really the evil taste of Osamu Dazai. Anyway, if the dead person is less ghost lamp and will not trouble her, Nara doesn't want to correct the other party's thoughts, but she must complain about it, really. I don't know what these people think. I know that this kind of villa in a place with rare human traffic is the most prone to life crimes. As a result, 1 or 2 people like to come to this place. This time there were only a dozen people at the gathering. It is said to be a gathering of jewelry lovers. The people in it are either rich or expensive, but it is not difficult to pretend to be like this because of the essence of Osamu Dazai and Nara opera. Now their identities are young couples who have just been married. Because the family is particularly rich, it can be described as being taken advantage of. I had vaguely seen the roof of the villa before, and Nara moved his neck and was ready to enter the state immediately. Now it's time to enter the role, don't you think, Mr. Dazai? I think I should call more cordially, Mrs. Dazai. Seeing Osamu Dazai, who was drifting by the hearse next to him, Nara felt that what the other party said was particularly reasonable, so he slowly raised the corners of his mouth. I think so too, darling. This time, Osamu Dazai's hearse drifted a bit hard, and it hit Nara almost without biting his tongue. Darling, I think you should call me kind, too. Calling Mrs. Dazai is really too strange. I think this darling is good. Mr. Dazai, who was driving, suddenly showed an unclear smile, turned his head and glanced at the girl beside him, once again put on Pinru's clothes. I think so too, dear. You can't show up, it's really amazing. The 2 people had rehearsed in advance in the car, so when they got out of the car, they had already entered the state. The whole process was greasy and greasy together. The 2 darling and my dear screamed endlessly there, and later others even feel that these 2 people are a bit annoying. Since they have participated in this kind of event 3 times before, they also carefully observed 9 people besides them while acting. Although they didn't know who the murderer was at a glance, they also roughly determined the scope. The next step is to take the people directly handing in the task. One of the 9 people who survived to die fell in love with Osamu Dazai. Fuck, why is this script wrong? We seem to be using a suspense detective script. Why has it suddenly become a short love script for parents? Noting that the woman on the opposite side looked at Dazai's affectionate eyes, and then at her own vicious eyes, Nara approached his darling and bit her ear, which seemed too close to outsiders. The most terrible thing is that this woman is within the range set by the 2, so it is very likely that the other party is the murderer. Then the murderer will kill Nara after turning his head after killing the target person. Tonight, squatting. Squat. Osamu Dazai is very smart, probably much smarter than the so-called Reaper Elementary School student. The Reaper Elementary School student found the murderer after all kinds of forced talks after the murder, but Nara's darling first found the murderer before the incident happened. After 10:30, everyone returned to the room and got ready to go to bed. Nara and Osamu Dazai ran out and squatted on the stairs and began to summarize tonight's events. They used some people's smart brains to reason about the case. The details come with a foresight. You have taken a lot of attention, so from tonight's communication, who do you think will be the murderer? If it were in the past, Nara could still reason with Osamu Dazai, but now as 4,000 plus girls who have a good impression of their darling, they are already a little jealous after discovering that a woman will become their love enemy. For her question, Osamu Dazai only gave her a very subtle smile. What do you think? I think it's that woman. This is my instinct as a messenger of hell. 10 minutes later, the 2 packed the woman who saw Dazai Osamu directly and threw it in the car and left the villa. As for the others, it is estimated that they will sleep until dawn. That's right, this woman is the murderer who is about to do it. Both there is no nonsense to take away directly to the other party. Sure enough, I guessed right, you man is indeed very mysterious and I am very happy. The woman was stunned in the back seat. She began to express her appreciation for Osamu Dazai publicly in front of Nara. This was the biggest provocation for her, so she took out a white handkerchief directly from her pocket. Tucked it into the other person's mouth. I will throw the car mat in your face again. Also, don't think that even if you are arrested, your accomplice can complete the murder mission, and he was also put into the trunk by us. Along with this woman is a man dressed as a waiter. To say that these two people have really entered the state, if it were not for Osamu Dazai, almost no one would find the connection between them and the real thing. If you guessed it right, you should be a company called R in Bodo, the company that specializes in cultivating killers. Osamu Dazai was still drifting in the hearse, while Nara called up the information of the two people, which contained the information they had just obtained. It is said that 3% of Bodo's population are killers, and it seems to be the case now. They encountered two people from Bodo and they were all killers. Bodo, that's really an interesting city. I said, darling, are you planning to break into Hakata because you have feelings for it? Sorry, she just couldn't talk so much about Hakata. Now Osamu Dazai is already eager to go to Hakata. If it weren't for Yokohama's home, I feel that this person can stay here. My dear, please take these two people back. No, if you want to send it, we will send it together. I will now ask if there is any commission on Hakata. The two people have already begun to discuss the need to stay in Hakata for a few days, and they even feel like whether to respond to Odasaku's last wish and catch a few killers. It doesn't matter what the woman behind them makes, and they don't even care about the ones in the trunk. Will men be smothered to death? The killer, it's really an existence that makes people hate and love, but for the messenger of hell, there is only hate. These guys kill too many people and is very troublesome. MMP, Bodo's killer organization is the most annoying existence in besides Mafia, and even we already have a blacklist here, which is probably so thick. While talking about Nara, he compared the thickness of the palms one by one, and then there was a smile on his face that could move with weirdness. It's so much. There are many things that touch the deep gray area. From Nara's point of view, everything has both pros and cons. Before the end, who knows if any weird reversal will happen. Handing the two assassins to the people above, Nara received the next task from the opponent. This was her request for Hakata, but she didn't expect it to be so exciting. The mayor's son killed women? That means someone has been helping to cover up his crimes? This is really money that can make ghosts pervert, but even if it's me. Even the messenger of will not be easily driven by money. MMP. She doesn't know how to grind. Holding the dossier, Nara directly threw it to Osamu Dazai, who was still sitting in the driver's seat, with a very contemptuous expression on his face. Do you think this guy will one day be exhausted? Looking for a girl every day, this kind of person, sure enough, you are more spicy than Dazai. No, you are not comparable at all. Comparing that guy with Osamu Dazai, Nara felt that he was absolutely crazy. You don't need to go to this matter, I just dragged that guy back. Although Osamu Dazai's physique is ranked in the middle of Hong Kong and black, it is at least a big difference compared to his own. Hakata's assassins have no different abilities, so it can be said that they are real guns and live ammunition. Hey, Nara-chan doesn't believe me so much. Well then, I will reluctantly believe you. Wanting to catch the mayor's son is actually quite troublesome. It can be said that there are a lot of bodyguards around him to protect his safety. If he is positive, she can solve it in minutes with her ability, but in this case, things will be troublesome. Some are big. It's better to pretend to be a girl. Doesn't he like girls very much? Pretending to be a girl? So, is it you? Nara caught the point of Dazai's words at once. Isn't it funny? But when it comes to pretending to be a girl, I remember a killer likes to pretend to be a girl. When she was blacklisting, she just glanced briefly, she only remembered that she looked pretty, but after all, she just glanced and remembered not very clearly. How does that compare to me? Well, it can be said to be a lot worse than you. Our darling is the best. Well, Hakata is here. Lin's sister, I don't want her to die, I'm so terrible. The next chapter starts to be more beautiful. Thanks to the little angel who voted for me or irrigated the nutrient solution. Thanks to the little angel who irrigated nutrient solution. 10 bottles of fiber, 1 bottle of meat kangaroo. Thank you very much for your support, I will continue to work hard. Chapter 60, Jealous Girl. When things got here, I felt that Osamu Dazai's women's clothing was inevitable, but Nara felt that women who were about 1.8 meters tall wandered down the street, and it felt that it was too eye-catching. The mayor's son doesn't feel very tall. Whether he likes this kind of tall is a question. Nara is not very clear about what the female killer looks like, what he is called, and how tall he is. Are you trying to pretend to be a female model? I think on my terms, female models can't be compared. I really don't know where this guy's confidence comes from, it's probably the confidence given by his own face. This time I changed to driving in Nara, and Osamu Dazai sat in the co-pilot and started to check this mission. This mission is very simple. It is probably to capture the mayor's son for Tianxingdao, and by the way expose this guy's crime to the public. 3 girls have been killed so far, and countless other evil things have been done, but every time there are people helping to deal with the aftermath, and they have done a good job. If there is no accident, it is estimated that his mayor's father sent someone to do it. The water in Fukuoka is deep, 3% of the population are killers, and there are even killers who kill them. I really don't know how people in this place survive. According to the prompt, Nara turned the car to the left and drove into a commercial area. She was going to find a parking space and stop the car first. After more than a year of precipitation, she is already an old driver. If it is not an emergency, she would not choose a hearse to drift. After all, I really don't want to experience the experience of overturning again. But this commercial street is too hot, there is no parking space, 2 people can only look around. There are no trouble-free cities here. Yokohama, Hakata, and Ikebukuro are places like Yokohama, Hakata, and Ikebukuro. There are a lot of people who die every day. In contrast, Minshung is really a peaceful city. Dazai Osamu, who was sitting in the co-pilot, patted Nara on the shoulder, and signaled that there are still a few empty parking spaces across the street. You should be thankful that the rice flour market only exists in the anime, otherwise it will be at the speed of the dead in those hundreds of episodes, you will definitely be mad. The Grim Reaper elementary school student really disturbed him. It was too difficult for him to hang around in elementary school for more than 20 years. Park the car securely in the parking space. Nara and Osamu Dazai are ready to start work, but before then they have to find out what the mayor's son will move next. Because of his powerful old man, many clues to the case have been eliminated. If they want to find the eliminated traces, they can only find the intelligence dealer in this city. It's the first time Nara has come to Hakata. She is not familiar with this place. She doesn't even know where the intelligence dealers often haunt here. Does it have a very atmospheric office like Osamu Dazai's brother Oriera? As a result, Osamu Dazai took her directly to an internet cafe. Nara can be said to be confused. Fuck, wait, why do you know everyone? Why didn't you tell me that you had been to Hakata before? She always thought that Osamu Dazai, just like herself, came to Hakata for the first time. She was even stupid on the road. Tell the other party what's going on here, but she didn't expect that she would take her to find an intelligence dealer now. Stronghold. Nara-chan, you never asked me, so I didn't take the initiative to say it. This sounded particularly wronged, but Nara felt that the other party was watching her happily explanation, which must be particularly interesting, so she held back. This person is really bad. Following the other party into the internet cafe, she saw the white gold mushroom head at a glance. As an intelligence dealer, his costume was too eye-catching. No, the guy Oriera Linea is also easy to notice, and that guy's face can be said to be to the point where both men and women love it. The name of the mushroom head is Inoda. It's nothing. The main reason is that the mushroom head immediately made Nara step back 2 steps and looked at Dazai Osamu in horror. Why do I feel that he sounds like Akutagawa's voice? Fuck, isn't there an auditory hallucination? Although the way of speaking is different, the voices of the two people are too similar. If it weren't for seeing the guy's face and dress completely different from Akutagawa, she would even wonder if the other party had used the diacritic bow tie of the pupil of the of death. It can be said that Akutagawa Ryunosuke and Nara have a one-sided hatred. The former believes that the latter has taken away his idols. If they meet next time, they will probably do it directly instead of forcing them. Nara can say about this. She's broken her heart. She thinks that even if the other party goes to hell, she will definitely suffer. No, now it's not about suffering, but where the mayor's son will be haunted, and where do they often haunt before they can be brought back to play. Dazai, I suddenly wanted to try 3P. Puff. Inoda is still a child, even though he has traveled north and south for so many years, he was still stunned to hear this 3P today. As for Osamu Dazai, he clutched his belly and laughed a lot, and finally leaned his body directly on the wooden partition in the small single room of Inoda. Nara-chan, you really, 3P? Actually, I have no objection. No, it's actually a big problem. If you pretend to be a lady's dress, then we are, but in fact we are. Ha 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 ha. Dazai Osamu let out a terrible laugh, which seemed to be Nara standing beside him like a fool. No, she didn't think it was funny at all, she was discussing this issue with each other in a very serious manner. Obtaining the missing locations of several girls from Inoda, Nara, and Osamu Dazai found that there was no pattern to be found. It seemed that they were arresting a single woman to commit a crime in a rare place, so 3P seemed to be useless. However, if you are a college student, then the other party will definitely go to the university from time to time to report or have a friend who made friends in college. If you find someone with a small goal, it is easier to find these people. Mr. Dazai, I can find the address of this guy. It can only be said that this guy Inoda's intelligence dealer is very powerful. If he were in Yokohama, Morihogai would have been digging into the port and going to Hong Kong for his life. After getting the address of the mayor's son from the other party, Nara felt that everything was still a bit untrue. This incident can be said to be a little too smooth, making her always feel that there will be some mistakes. But you are so unscrupulous in selling information and you are so arrogant, are you sure there is no problem? This is just like Oriera Pro, too, who finally broke his leg, and now he can only sit in a wheelchair. Just like this child, he feels that Sao will break his waist one day. Don't worry, I have my own solution for this. Zingba Zingba, since the other party had already said so, she definitely couldn't say more. I have to say that this guy is very good as an intelligence dealer. When the two came out with the address, someone came to him. Nara could clearly feel that the man glanced at them when they missed it. The compartment door behind him was closed. And Nara's footsteps stopped slightly. Yep. Do you think that the man's hair just now looks like a jellyfish? I think it's a bit like enoki mushrooms. In this city where assassins are everywhere, helpless people like them should still be careful. If others don't understand that they send assassins to kill them, they have to do it at that time. Trouble. Walking out of the internet cafe with the address, Nara only felt that something shining in front of her was slowly approaching her, squinting her eyes and found that it was a young lady with long hair. Damn it! The thief looks good. But I always feel like I have seen it somewhere. She patted Dazai Osamu on the shoulder frantically, and asked him to watch the beautiful girl with herself. Look, that girl is so beautiful. When passing by with the sister, Osamu Dazai let out a strange laugh, and then he turned his head and blinked at Nara beside him. This is a man. Damn it, so this guy's eyes are actually X-rays. How can you tell that the girl just now is actually a man? How did you tell? Because there is no chest. Fuck. Osamu Dazai, please apologize to all the flat-chested girls. How many girls cry for you like this? Really, no wonder the number of women cry for Taz in Hong Kong Heilun on the leaderboard. you are definitely number one. Although she is not flat-chested, Nara still wants to be angry for the other girls, and even jumps with anger. So men like girls with bigger breasts. I didn't expect Dazai to do the same with you. It's really surprising. Roar. As if suddenly thinking of something, Nara pulled her hair from the back of her head to her front. If you dare to look at me, you will be blinded by your eyes. Wow! Osamu Dazai made a look of surprise, clutching his chest and jumping a step to the side. I'm so scared. No, I didn't think you looked scared. I suddenly forgot what was just now when you interrupted me like this. While talking about Nara, she looked back for the blonde girl who had just passed them by, but when she turned her head, she found that the person had disappeared. I think I've seen the women's gangster just now, and now I finally remember that he is Lin Xianming who was blacklisted, and the man with the enoki mushroom haircut is also a blacklisted horse farm. I came to Bodo in less than an hour and met 3 people. 2 of them were on the blacklist. Sure enough, in Bodo, where the killer accounted for 3%, it was a bit exciting. Seeing that Nara was thinking about Lin Xianming, Osamu Dazai curled up his mouth. Well, where are we going now? I'm hungry and want to eat ramen. Tisk. Then eat. Pulling Osamu Dazai, Nara walked directly into the ramen shop next to him. In Hakata, besides the killer, the ramen shop is the most. For some reason, the number of times Dazai Osamu has been hit UPS has increased significantly since he defected to Hong Kong and Heilongjiang. A girl came to him while eating ramen, which made Nara add vinegar to the ramen, and they all poured into Osamu Dazai's bowl. Dazai, are you jealous? A bowl of 1. Ha 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 ha, during the whitewashing period, the feelings will probably heat up. After the Hakata copy is over, I have to go to the psychic detective Yakumo script. I suddenly want to climb Linlin's wall. Thanks to the little angel who voted for me or irrigated the nutrient solution. Oh! Thanks to the little angel who cast landmine, I want 1 sweet tooth. Thanks to the little angel who irrigated nutrient solution. 1 bottle of meat kangaroo. Thank you very much for your support, I will continue to work hard.